Chapter 151, Kill Me, Harry. Beneath the rain shelter in the distance. Besides Hermione and Ron, several professors had gathered, including Dumbledore, who had arrived before the others. Professor McGonagall stood with a tight frown, gripping her wand anxiously. She looked as though she was ready to rush out and stop the duel at any moment. Dumbledore, however, tugged at her robes, shaking his head to signal her to let them be. McGonagall knew some of the history between James Potter and Severus Snape. But in her eyes, those past grievances weren't enough to justify such a fierce battle. It had been years since she had seen a weather spell of this magnitude. When Percy had rushed to inform her that Harry was fighting another professor, this time Snape, she had nearly transformed into her animagus form from the shock. And still, Dumbledore wouldn't let her interfere. The situation was escalating rapidly. If this continued, the entire castle would be at risk. The duel was brutal. Snape split his focus 3 ways. The dark magic he unleashed barely fazed Harry, only managing to cause brief moments of distraction. As a water chain shot toward him, Harry leapt forward, twisting midair to slash it with his sword. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere. Before the droplets could even hit the ground, Harry waved his wand, sending them hurtling towards Snape as sharp arrows. Flying projectiles were always the hardest to counter. For a moment, Harry's advantage as a hunter was neutralized. Meanwhile, Snape, still airborne, grew more adept at avoiding the serpents. He dodged with increasing ease, casting spell after spell, conjuring binding ropes and transfiguration charms with relentless precision. Harry gritted his teeth and slashed his wand. A third serpent burst forth from the forbidden forest. Then a fourth. A fifth. The effects of the thunderstorm potion were even better than expected. In the stormy weather, Harry's magic felt inexhaustible. The 5 serpents coiled and writhed, relentlessly pursuing Snape. For every serpent consumed by fiend fire, another would rise to replace it. Such soft spells. Harry leapt atop one of the serpents, using it as a stepping stone to climb higher. Where's the conviction behind your incantations, Snape? This was your criticism of me, wasn't it? Snape clenched his teeth, his expression darkening, but he said nothing. His wand flicked again. The conjured cloth strips became heavier, sodden with rain, fluttering sluggishly through the air. They barely moved fast enough to be a threat. Even a first-year student could have easily dodged them. Harry plucked one of the damp strips from the air, holding it in his palm. Standing atop the serpent's head, he was now at eye level with Snape. Is this how you tried to win my mother back after you broke her heart? Harry's voice was steady. Aunt Petunia told me she saw you many times at night, lingering near their home. You won't save anyone like this. His voice was calm and unadorned, free from cruel or harsh words. Yet somehow, it pierced deeper than any curse. Snape's clemency faltered. Memories spilled forth, ones he had kept locked away. The pain he had thought would suffocate him instead became a strange sort of comfort. Bitter memories, yes, but better than the suffocating numbness he had endured for so long. The serpents halted. Fiend fire danced wildly, growing more violent despite the torrential rain. One more question, Harry said softly. How long do you think I have left to live? With that, he lunged forward, grabbing Snape by the robes and dragging him down from the air. Crash! They hit the ground hard, mud and water splashing up in a murky wave taller than a man. You can't save anyone. The same words again, stabbing through Snape's heart like a dagger, stripping him of his remaining defenses. Snape's mind drifted back. The night he had learned who the prophecy referred to, the Potters, he had gone to Dumbledore, pleading with the greatest white wizard of the age to save Lily. Dumbledore had asked him. What price are you willing to pay? Anything, Snape had answered. Yet despite his desperate offer, Lily had died that night. His resolve hadn't been enough. Just as it hadn't been enough when Lily was sorted into Gryffindor, or when she severed ties with him in their 5th year. Just as it hadn't been enough to stop Voldemort from killing her. Time had dulled the edges of his grief. 13 years had passed, and he had convinced himself that the pain had lessened. But it hadn't. He had simply grown accustomed to it. The rain stung his face like needles. Snape turned to look at Harry's determined expression before shifting his gaze toward the white figure under the rain shelter. If Dumbledore were to ask him now, how much longer are you willing to protect Lily's son? Snape knew his answer. Forever. A spark of clarity ignited in his dark eyes. The faint scent of toxins clinging to Harry reminded him of the grim truth. Harry had indeed consumed that potion, and he had been fighting for a long time. He couldn't save Lily. But he could save her son. Snape raised his wand. A blast of magic pushed Harry backward, sending him flying. One of the serpents coiled to catch him, cushioning his fall. That's more like it, Professor, Harry said, his eyes resolute. Snape no longer held back. Potions. Transfiguration. Dark magic. Fiend fire roared across the lakeshore, reducing the land to ash. Sectum Sempra slashed through boulders. Serpents fell, only for new ones to rise from the mud. The rain poured harder, drumming against the earth like the sky itself was collapsing. Lightning streaked down, bolt after bolt. Only Dumbledore could follow the duel clearly now. McGonagall and Hermione repeatedly tried to intervene, only to be held back by Dumbledore each time. Amid the Fiendfire's glow, Harry stood with his head raised high. His face was flushed unnaturally, veins bulging at his temples, sweat and rain mingling as they dripped from his brow. He had consumed a second dose of the thunderstorm potion. His armor was in tatters. A gauntlet and half his chestplate had been destroyed by Sectum Sempra, leaving a deep gash across his chest. He had hastily applied some dittany, but the wound continued to bleed. Several empty potion bottles lay scattered at his feet, remnants of healing drafts. Snape hovered in the air, his face pale and his breath labored. Though uninjured, his strength was nearly gone. His evasive maneuvers had drained him of stamina. He had dodged death countless times, but he knew the end was near. Finally, Harry seized an opening, dragging Snape back down to the ground. The basilisk bone sword sank into the earth, narrowly missing Snape's head. "You've grown this powerful," Snape muttered, turning his head away from Harry's face. Instead, he stared at the sword, watching rainwater bead and slide down its blade, magnifying the greenish tint of the basilisk venom. "If you'd made up your mind from the start, I wouldn't have beaten you," Harry said coolly, leaning on his sword. Snape closed his eyes. That wasn't something James Potter would say. That was something Lily would say. No, Lily would have said that. Snape opened his mouth, the rain, or perhaps tears, filling it, making his words come out muffled. "Kill me, Lily." His mind blurred. Time twisted back on itself, returning to the moment he had always feared. "Kill me, Lily," he repeated, his voice breaking. Harry withdrew the bone sword and replaced it in the sorting hat. Then, he drew the sword of Gryffindor. With a swift swing. Blood sprayed. A severed arm fell to the ground. Snape's body twitched from the pain. He opened his eyes slowly, staring at the bleeding stump. "Potter." His voice trembled with disbelief. "That's your punishment," Harry said without looking at him. Kicking the arm aside, Harry turned and walked toward the rain shelter. Snape struggled to stand. "Wait, Potter, the poison." "Professor," Harry called back over his shoulder, smirking with Snape's own signature sneer. "Did a troll eat your brain? It's been nearly an hour already. That potion. For me, it's like Dumbledore drinking bitter gourd juice." Snape blinked, startled, before finally relaxing. Raising his wand, he cast a healing spell to close Harry's wounds, his voice hoarse. Harry returned to the shelter. "Is Severus still alive?" Dumbledore asked softly, his tone unreadable. Harry ignored him. Hermione ran to him, her heart aching at the sight of his wounds. She gently wrapped her arms around him. "If you want to cry, just cry," she whispered. Dumbledore sighed, adjusting his glasses as he stepped out into the rain. "Harry certainly doesn't hold back," he murmured, extinguishing the lingering fiend fire and restoring the charred land to green. Snape didn't respond. "You didn't have to confront him so soon," Dumbledore continued. Snape finally spoke, his voice breaking. "You forced me, Albus." Dumbledore looked back at Harry, still being held by Hermione. With a soft smile, he asked, "Now, will you still protect Harry?" Snape's response came without hesitation. "I always will." He wiped his face and repeated, firmer this time. "I will always protect Lily's son." Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 152, What Did He Do to You? The storm clouds cleared, and the rain ceased. In the Black Lake, the merpeople cautiously poked their heads out of the water, and the giant squid raised a tentacle above the surface. "Would you like me to reattach your hand?" Dumbledore flicked his wand, levitating Snape's severed hand. The stump was cleanly cut, and the hand still looked fresh, with blood trickling from the wound. Snape shook his head without a word. He staggered to his feet, snatched the severed hand from the air, and clutched it to his chest. But after taking only a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground again, struggling to push himself up with his remaining hand. Dumbledore moved to help him. "No, Albus." Snape gritted his teeth. His voice was filled with venom. Dumbledore froze, lowering his wand. The distance from the lakeshore to the Hogwarts castle was only a few hundred meters, a walk that would normally take minutes. But Snape, limping and covered in mud and blood, took over 10 minutes to reach the castle gates, staggering every step of the way. The students he passed couldn't bring themselves to meet his gaze. The Slytherins, in particular, gawked in disbelief. Their usually composed and dignified head of house, save for his greasy hair and perpetually sour expression, now looked utterly defeated, filthy, and covered in grime. And worst of all, his left arm was gone. "Professor Potter did this to you?" one of the older Slytherins asked through clenched teeth. "It was my own mistake," Snape said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. The Slytherins froze. That was impossible. They'd sooner believe Gryffindor would suddenly become as wise and reserved as Ravenclaw than believe that Severus Snape, their precise, methodical potions master, could accidentally cut off his own arm. Professor, another Slytherin began. Snape interrupted him harshly. Have I been too lenient with you? Have your brains regressed into troll dung? Did someone stuff 10 pounds of all droppings into your heads? His voice turned icy, dripping with disdain. Go back to your dorms. Now. Don't stand around gawking like a bunch of baboons. The Slytherins parted to make way for him, watching as Snape leaned against the castle walls, limping toward the dungeons. As soon as he was out of sight, a roar of celebration erupted from the Gryffindor table. Your head of house lost to Potter, the Gryffindors jeered gleefully. The snake lost a hand. What a great day. One of the Slytherin students snapped, drawing his wand. Langlock. The spell hit Fred, sealing his tongue to the roof of his mouth. He opened his mouth to yell but couldn't make a sound. The Gryffindors immediately retaliated. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws hurriedly pulled back to their tables, unwilling to get caught in the middle. The fighting intensified. Tables were overturned, the oak doors were blasted to pieces, and flames began to spread from inside the castle to the grounds outside. Dumbledore, who had just been heading back to speak with Harry, rushed to the scene alongside Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore raised his wand, casting a powerful shield charm that halted every spell in the air. Professor McGonagall was furious, her face like stone. What do you think you're doing? She bellowed. Fighting, brawling. Are you trying to tear the castle down? Gryffindor and Slytherin each lose 100 points. And when you return from your holidays, every one of you will serve a month of detention, with Filch. The students didn't care about the punishment. Even without their wands, they continued glaring at each other with bared teeth, as if ready to pounce with fists and fangs. It was the Gryffindors. They insulted our head of house first, a Slytherin shouted angrily. McGonagall's expression darkened. Gryffindor, another 50 points deducted. It was the Slytherins who attacked first. George protested, prying Fred's mouth open. Fred still can't talk. Slytherin, another 50 points. McGonagall growled. Professor, a Slytherin student called out again, trembling with rage. Will Potter be expelled? He attacked Professor Snape, he even cut off. I believe your head of house has already explained what happened, Dumbledore interrupted gently. The Slytherin student clenched his teeth. But there's no way Professor Snape would mess up a spell so badly that he cut off his own arm. Why not try trusting your head of house? Dumbledore asked, his tone serene. Given the relationship between Professor Snape and Mr. Potter, I doubt he has any reason to cover for Potter. The Slytherins fell silent, mulling over Dumbledore's words. Indeed. Considering how Snape and Potter spoke to each other, with every sentence laced with scorn, as if they were carving pieces off each other with every word, it seemed impossible that Snape would ever protect Harry. Dumbledore flicked his wand, restoring the castle doors and tables to their original state. It was a minor mistake on Severus's part, he said softly. Now, return to your common rooms and rest. With that, he turned and left. McGonagall remained behind, her expression stern as she kept a watchful eye on the students, ensuring they wouldn't resume their fight the moment the professors left. Back under the rain shelter, Dumbledore approached Harry. Harry, I wanted to. Professor, can't you let him rest for a while? Hermione cut in, looking up from where she sat. Ron sat nearby, holding Crookshanks, the Sorting Hat, and Harry's tattered armor in his lap. Hermione conjured another bench, sitting at one end while Harry lay down with his head resting on her lap. His breathing was steady, his face peaceful, as though he had drifted into sleep. Dumbledore nodded, conjuring a chair for himself and sitting down. Occasionally, he muttered to himself or shared stories that made him chuckle, but no one else laughed. Hermione remained expressionless, absorbed in her book, Crookshanks yawned lazily, and Hedwig cooed in mild irritation. Only Ron offered the occasional awkward chuckle. Hours passed. When Harry finally stirred and sat up, the sky was painted with the soft hues of sunset, melting into the forbidden forest. Feeling better? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. You've been waiting here all this time. The deep grooves in the ground beneath Dumbledore's chair, along with the scuff marks from the chair's legs, told Harry that the old wizard had been there for hours. I was worried about you, Dumbledore said gently. You should be more worried about Professor Snape, Harry replied, shaking his head. He won't reattach his hand. He's a potions master, Dumbledore said, glancing toward the castle. He can take care of his injuries. Harry snorted. I'm not that hurt. He pulled out the Sorting Hat and rummaged through it, pulling out an old troll leather tunic to replace his ruined armor. And you don't need to give me any comforting speeches. Dumbledore smiled, glancing at Hermione, who was stretching her legs after sitting for so long. No, I suppose you don't need me to comfort you. The Sorting Hat began humming a tune, only for Crookshanks to swat at it with a paw. When Harry returned to the castle, the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. The Slytherins glared at him with icy contempt, their stares as sharp as knives. At the staff table, Snape's seat was empty. Professor McGonagall kept her wand at the ready, prepared for any further outbursts. The tension lasted until the end of term. In Lupin's office, Sirius rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You really cut off Snivellus's hand? Harry nodded. Brilliant. Sirius beamed. Let's see how he competes with me for potion ingredients now. You still wouldn't beat him, Harry interrupted, his expression blank. Sirius blinked. What? But you. You think the two of us could beat Harry now? Lupin cut in, equally deadpan. Sirius faltered. Well, maybe. No, Lupin sighed. We'd last 10 minutes at most. Really? Sirius pouted. You're telling me I can't even beat Snivellus with one hand? Harry nodded. Sirius gritted his teeth. Right. That's it. I'm asking Professor Flitwick for extra lessons. This summer, I'm training with you. Lupin chuckled quietly, shaking his head. He had his doubts. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 153, The Cheerful Badgers. The Weasleys were always trustworthy people. Unless it involved footing the bill for a meal. After some contemplation and a bit of advice from Sirius, Lupin accompanied Harry to the end-of-year feast, leading a large black dog by his side. The Great Hall was bustling with life. The decorations were all in Hufflepuff colors, filling every corner of the room. The Badgers were in high spirits, celebrating their first-place finish, but the moment Harry walked into the hall, their smiles froze in place. Their eyes darted toward him, cautious and nervous. Even after the recent brawl, in which Gryffindor had lost 150 points, creating a nearly 400-point gap, they remained wary. Because Harry Potter was a Gryffindor. And this year, once again, he had accomplished numerous impressive feats. If Dumbledore decided to give out last-minute points, those achievements could easily add up to hundreds of points. Their nerves were on edge. Even their celebrations were subdued. That was, until Dumbledore stood up. At the Hufflepuff table, the Badgers straightened their postures, faces tense. Even Professor Sprout mirrored Professor McGonagall, wearing a no-nonsense expression. Another year has come and gone, Dumbledore began, his voice wistful. I grow older with each passing year, but seeing all of you grow and learn brings me the greatest joy in my twilight years. The room fell silent. This year has been a challenging one. We had Dementors stationed at Hogwarts, an unpleasant presence for us all. But thanks to one of our brave young wizards, Harry Potter, we were able to drive them away and right a grave injustice. The Hufflepuffs grew increasingly tense. And in the second half of the year, we witnessed the rise of a new Gryffindor heir and the return of Godric Gryffindor's portrait to the castle. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned Gryffindor's portrait. The painting floated into the hall, hovering behind Dumbledore. The red-haired, handsome figure of Godric Gryffindor looked warmly at the gathered students, his gaze eventually settling on the Hufflepuff table. If Helga Hufflepuff could see this moment, she would be overjoyed. The portrait waved at the students, but the Badgers were too nervous to wave back. Is he about to add 400 points to Gryffindor? They braced themselves. I see a bright future ahead, Dumbledore said with a smile. But that's a topic for another day. Now, let's move on to the most anticipated moment, the House Cup results. He flicked his wand again, and the final scores appeared in the air. 4th place, Slytherin, 5 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, 37 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 307 points. 1st place, Hufflepuff, 421 points. At the Gryffindor table, the Lions couldn't hold back their laughter. Gryffindor had a low score, yes, but Slytherin only had 5 points. They all knew exactly why. Dumbledore had added those points at the last minute to avoid the embarrassment of Slytherin finishing with 0. The Hufflepuffs, meanwhile, remained stiff, staring at Dumbledore's mouth in anticipation. Let us all congratulate Hufflepuff on winning this year's House Cup. At last, Dumbledore raised his arms, signaling the celebration to begin. A few playful Badger mascots hopped up from beneath the tables, joining hands and dancing along the Hufflepuff table. It took a few moments for the Badgers to realize what had just happened. We won. No extra points for Harry Potter. Just a simple acknowledgement in his speech. Seeing their hesitation, Fred Weasley called out, "Why aren't you celebrating, Hufflepuff? Want us to cheer for you?" Slowly, the Hufflepuffs began to cheer. Their cheers grew louder, more jubilant, and more genuine. Hufflepuff. House Cup champions. Professor Sprout beamed with pride. She wasn't one to seek accolades, but seeing her house win the House Cup was truly a special moment. She pulled out her wand and scattered seeds across the hall. With another wave, those seeds sprouted into a colorful array of flowers, filling the hall with their fragrance. Dumbledore chuckled, allowing her to enjoy the moment. Filch, however, sighed deeply. Thank goodness for the 2-month summer break, he would need every day of it to clean the castle from top to bottom. At the Hufflepuff table, a 5th-year student was hoisted onto his classmates' shoulders. He was handsome but modest, smiling bashfully at all the attention. Fred and George weren't ones to hold back on celebrations. They pulled out a batch of Weasley fireworks from their pockets. With a flick of George's wand, a tiny firework orb shot into the air and exploded into a dazzling badger, which twirled and rolled through the air before slowly dissipating. "This is our new house firework line," George announced. "Transforms into your house mascot. Only one silver sickle each," Fred added, setting off another firework. This one transformed into a majestic griffin, mimicking Harry's Patronus. The Hufflepuffs eagerly opened their purses. Not wanting to be left out, the Ravenclaws also bought plenty of fireworks. At the Slytherin table, however, things remained quiet. The Slytherins sat isolated from the festive atmosphere, much like Snape, who sat at the staff table, awkwardly eating with one hand. The festive evening eventually wound down. Later, at the Black Lake, Fred and George set off a massive firework display, a griffin triumphing over a snake, which floated in the sky for over half an hour. That same evening, Lupin spoke with the twins about joining their business venture, and things went well. What surprised Fred and George most was how naturally Professor Lupin transitioned from his role as a teacher to becoming a partner in their joke shop. No awkwardness, no hesitation. The next morning, the students boarded the train back to London. The Sorting Hat remained at Hogwarts, wanting to spend time with Gryffindor's portrait after 1,000 years of separation. Lupin joined the students on the train. As for Sirius, he didn't have a ticket, so he had to return to Godric's Hollow via Flow Powder before heading to London to pick them up. Once back in London, Hermione reminded Harry to call her during the summer and to send Hedwig for visits. Crookshanks would love the company, and he missed the snacks that Harry's aunt made for Hedwig. Harry promised he would. After waving goodbye to Hermione, Harry spotted Sirius waiting for him at the station. Sirius looked impeccably dressed, a stark contrast to Lupin's humble appearance. Hermione couldn't help but think back to the time Sirius had impersonated Lupin during class. It was fascinating how the same man could look so different just by changing his demeanor. She asked her mother about it as they walked away. "Harry, the house is ready." Sirius greeted him enthusiastically. "I think you're going to love it." "I have to stay with my aunt for a month first," Harry reminded him, shaking his head. Sirius frowned, confused. Lupin sighed. "It's for magical protection, remember?" "Oh, right." Sirius snapped his fingers in realization. "That pesky protection spell." He then grinned mischievously. "So, after a month, you'll be back home." Harry nodded, spotting Vernon Dursley waiting by the car. "Great. Then we'll be roommates?" Sirius asked hopefully. Harry smiled. "Sure. We'll even share a room." Sirius's eyes lit up. Harry continued, "I'll even get you a nice, comfy dog bed." "What?" Sirius sputtered. "Why can't I sleep in a bed like everyone else?" "The house isn't that big," Harry teased. Sirius pouted, calculating his options. "Fine. But if it's a dog bed, I want a big, round one with a cover." They laughed as they approached Vernon's car. Vernon squinted at Sirius and Lupin. "Friends of yours from that freak school?" Sirius snarled. "Watch it, you pig." Before Vernon could retort, Harry interjected. "This is Sirius Black," he said softly. "My godfather. You might recognize his face." Vernon froze. There was something eerily familiar about Sirius. Suddenly, Vernon's face turned ashen. You're that murderer. I've seen your face on the news." Sirius grinned wolfishly. Vernon pressed himself against the car door, trembling. "Harry. What the hell is this?" Vernon shrieked. "Why on earth would you have a murderer for a godfather?" "There's a long story behind it," Harry said calmly. "I'll explain it when we get home." Vernon gulped. "Is he safe?" Harry nodded solemnly. "As long as you don't provoke him, he's perfectly safe." Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 154, How About a Motorcycle? The Dursleys weren't having a good summer. Their strange nephew had returned home, bringing along a notorious, wanted criminal. Even though Harry had explained from the beginning that Sirius Black was innocent, months of brainwashing by the news made it impossible for them to see Sirius's handsome, striking face without feeling uneasy. Most of all, they were terrified by the fact that Sirius was a wizard who could turn into a giant black dog at any moment. And Britons don't particularly like dogs. Vernon and Sirius didn't get along. They resembled a father and rebellious son in appearance, Vernon the stern, strict figure, and Sirius the wild, mischievous youth. But in practice, their relationship was more like a meek father versus a reckless, rebellious child. They argued multiple times a day. Vernon complained that Sirius ate with no manners, spoke crudely, and seemed obsessed with household appliances, so much so that he kept dismantling them without knowing how to put them back together. In just 1 month, they had to replace 13 TVs, along with several refrigerators and washing machines. Had it not been for Sirius pulling out wads of pound notes to pay for the damage each time, Vernon swore he would have kicked him out long ago. Though Vernon clashed with Sirius, his son Dudley got along quite well with him. At first, Sirius had been wary of Dudley. After all, Hermione had told him how badly the Dursleys treated Harry before he came to Hogwarts, borderline abuse. But after spending time with Dudley, Sirius noticed that the boy seemed genuinely fond of Harry. Granted, this newfound friendliness came from the influence of magical potions. Gradually, Sirius's hostility toward Dudley lessened. Before long, they realized they shared many similarities. Both had a messy, laid-back nature and a love for mischief. Dudley even introduced Sirius to video games, something Sirius couldn't convince Harry to try. Within a week, Sirius had started taking Dudley along on his nightly escapades, racing motorcycles or watching underground bands perform at pubs. This, naturally, led to numerous fights between Vernon, Petunia, and Sirius. Despite paying them off with money, Vernon still raged at the bad influence Sirius had on his son. But Dudley. He loved it. What 14-year-old wouldn't? Racing through the streets at night, partying, and brawling made for an exciting summer. He couldn't wait to brag about it all once school resumed. Maybe he could even break his previous dating record. As for Harry, he enjoyed riding motorcycles more than anything. He found them faster and more comfortable than riding horses. His only regret? He couldn't communicate with a motorcycle the way he could with a horse. Of course, the real downside was Sirius's endless, creative ideas. He often experimented with enchanting the bike to shoot blue flames or turn into a dragon or manticore. At one point, he even suggested jumping off Big Ben on the bike. While Dudley was eager, Harry flatly refused to let them do something so reckless. Finally, Vernon's wish came true. A month passed. On the last night of July, Dudley reluctantly said goodbye to Sirius. Goodbye to motorcycle rides, nightclubs, and brawls. Petunia seized Dudley by the ear, dragging him back inside. She had kept her temper in check for a month, unwilling to cause a scene in front of Harry and Sirius. But now that the troublemakers were leaving, she intended to settle some scores. Outside the house, Harry turned to Sirius. "So, how are we getting back to Godric's Hollow?" He frowned at the new wand Sirius held. "Honestly, I'd rather not take the night bus, especially at this hour." "Relax." Sirius grinned mysteriously. "I hate that thing too. I've got something much better in mind." Suddenly, Harry's senses picked up a distant magical disturbance, something large and fast approaching. A magical creature. Harry instinctively drew his wand and unsheathed Godric Gryffindor's sword. "What is it?" Sirius immediately tensed. "Death Eaters." Did Snevellis tip off his old friends? Harry shook his head. "No, it's a magical creature, flying toward us. I've never encountered anything like it." Given his experience exploring the Forbidden Forest, Harry was familiar with most magical creatures. Only a handful of creatures could fly and possess a powerful magical aura. Maybe a sphinx. Or a dragon. Harry relaxed his stance, sensing another familiar magic. Wait. Hagrid is riding it. He squinted. He's coming straight for us. Did he get another dragon? Another dragon. Sirius raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, another? Harry sighed. He had one before, a dragon egg. At least back then he tried to keep it hidden. Now he's flying out in the open. Sure enough, Hagrid landed in front of them. He pulled off his goggles and grinned. "Harry." "Sirius. Been a while, eh?" Sirius greeted him warmly, while Harry examined the vehicle Hagrid arrived on. It was a flying motorcycle with a sidecar. "This was yours?" Harry asked, walking around the bike. It wasn't gaudy or over the top. A simple mint green motorcycle with a slightly worn look. "Of course." Sirius puffed up with pride. "I spent ages working on it. I even got Lily's help to enchant it. Flying a motorcycle isn't easy, you know." Harry nodded. But then he frowned. "Did you ever consider how Hagrid was supposed to get home after delivering it?" Sirius blinked. "Air." They both turned to Hagrid. "Don't worry about me," Hagrid assured them. "I'll just head over to the Leaky Cauldron for a pint." Harry crossed his arms. "It's 35 miles to London." Hagrid's jaw dropped. "That far? It didn't feel like it when I took you there before." "The subway's closed for the night," Harry added. Hagrid sighed. "Well, I suppose I could take the night bus." Harry chuckled darkly. Hagrid shuddered. "Right. Never mind. I'm not taking that thing." "I messed up," Sirius admitted, covering his face. "Sorry, Hagrid. Next time, I'll think it through. But come to Godric's Hollow soon, I'll buy you drinks to make up for it." Finally, after an extra hour of detours, Sirius returned to pick up Harry. "How do you like it?" Sirius yelled over the wind as they soared through the sky on the motorcycle. "It's amazing," Harry grinned, patting the bike. "I want one." "I'll teach you." Sirius beamed. "You're better than me at spells, you'll have no problem enchanting one." Harry's mind was already racing with ideas. Why settle for a living creature as a mount? Why not create a living motorcycle? Perhaps. He could even copy the Sorting Hat's sentience and install it into the bike. Want me to help you pick one out? Sirius asked. Harry nodded. How about a Triumph Speedmaster? Sirius lit up, pumping his fist. Brilliant choice. Perfect for a wild ride. Just imagine it, a wild beast of a bike for a mature wizard. Harry smiled softly. Yes, that bike would suit him perfectly. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 155, That Belongs to the Goblins. On the way back to Godric's Hollow, Harry and Sirius discussed the kinds of enchantments that could be applied to a flying motorcycle. As they landed in the valley, Harry was sure of one thing: his godfather relied entirely on muscle memory. Sirius rambled endlessly, constantly changing his ideas. At one point, he even suggested attaching a wand to the motorcycle that would automatically cast spells like Conf Ringo or Bomarda to blow things up. In short, Sirius wasn't much help when it came to Harry's own flying motorcycle project. The Potter family home looked completely different now. The overgrown weeds in the yard had been cleared, and the crumbling stone walls had been repaired. The patchwork repair job was so meticulous that it blended seamlessly into the rest of the house, making it look as though the explosion from 13 years ago had never happened. The front door opened. The house was warmly lit, and the faint smell of cream soup, fried fish, and chips wafted out from the kitchen. Sirius parked the motorcycle in the yard and followed Harry inside. Someone was home. Remus Lupin stood by the dining table, wand in hand, casting a warming charm over the food to keep it hot. Ah, I thought you two wouldn't be back tonight, Lupin said coldly, with a subtle nod. We ran into a few unexpected complications, Sirius said, holding up his thumb and index finger to show a tiny gap. We got a bit delayed. Lupin snorted and nodded slowly. Sirius set his helmet on the table. I forgot to think about how Hagrid would get home. So, I had to drop him off at the Leaky Cauldron before coming back with Harry. That sounds exactly like something you'd do, Lupin sighed. Anyway, sit down and have some supper. Harry sat at the table, picked up a fried potato, and took a bite. He chewed thoughtfully, grimacing slightly before swallowing. Uncle Remus, haven't you been living alone for many years? Lupin took a seat as well, nodding. Yes. Why? Harry frowned, struggling to find the right words. Then, why does your cooking taste? His sentence trailed off, as though no polite description came to mind. Lupin froze. Sirius took a bite of fried chips, chewed with effort, and nodded. It's nothing like Aunt Petunia's cooking. Yeah, my aunt's cooking is much better, Harry agreed, taking another bite. Lupin's expression darkened, muttering under his breath. Sure, he had lived alone for many years, but he had never settled in one place. He had no stable job, and meals were hit or miss. He often relied on friends for food, or went hungry. Cooking. That wasn't exactly a skill he had. Sirius grabbed a stiff fried chip, wielding it like a sword, and challenged Lupin to a duel with it. Meanwhile, Harry silently continued eating. The food was awful, but he endured it. He even sensed a faint trace of poisonous mushrooms in the dish, likely from Lupin using the wrong ingredient. Still, it was the thought that counted. The portraits of Fleamont and Euphemia Potter hung on the wall, watching the three men with gentle, nostalgic smiles. For the first time in over a decade, the Potter house felt like a home again. The night passed with arguments and laughter. It wasn't until nearly midnight that Lupin and Sirius finally went to bed. The next morning, Lupin woke with a groan, rubbing his eyes as he stumbled out of his room. He immediately heard noises coming from the kitchen. His heart sank. Sirius in the kitchen. That couldn't be good. With a burst of anxiety, he quickened his pace, hurrying to prevent disaster. When Lupin reached the kitchen, he froze. It wasn't Sirius in the kitchen. It was Harry. Harry stood at the stove, wand in hand, effortlessly flipping sausages and eggs in a sizzling pan. The food crackled and popped with oil, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Slices of bread toasted to a perfect golden brown in another pan. Harry turned, flashing a calm smile without missing a beat. Good morning, Uncle Remus. Good morning, Lupin replied, staring in disbelief. You rushed over because you thought Sirius was cooking, didn't you? Harry chuckled, flicking his wand to move perfectly cooked eggs onto a slice of bread. Sliced sausages, tomatoes, and onions followed in quick succession, forming a neat sandwich before flying onto a plate. Well, he is your godfather, Lupin admitted sheepishly. But I didn't expect you to be so good at food magic. Harry shrugged. It's all in Godric Gryffindor's notes. Lupin blinked. Wait, what? Gryffindor's notes? Harry nodded, as though it were obvious. Lupin frowned. His notes contain cooking spells. Harry grinned. Of course. Practical magic. Lupin conjured a plate, sending the sandwich outside to the garden table. I expected Sirius to become more responsible over time, he sighed, sitting down. Harry smirked. Everyone has their own way of doing things. His way works for him. I'm not exactly a helpless baby who needs constant care. Lupin snorted. At this rate, he should be calling you his godfather. Harry pointed his wand toward Sirius's bedroom. Swish. A moment later, Sirius was dragged out of his room, still in dog form. His collar tightened as he floated midair, sleepy and disoriented, before crashing onto the living room couch. Scour Jiffy. Harry flicked his wand, cleaning Sirius from head to toe. Sirius groaned, stretching lazily as he transformed back into human form. Breakfast, please tell me Lupin didn't make it. Lupin scowled. Harry calmly sat down at the table. No. I made it. Now sit down, we've got work to do today. After a few bites, Sirius sighed. Work? Already? Yes, Harry said. I need to repair my armor, and visit Professor Flitwick. Did you tell him about summer tutoring? Sirius groaned, reluctantly nodding. Harry pressed on. We have less than a month before school starts. 3 weeks, to be exact. And the Quidditch World Cup will take up part of that time. 3 weeks, Sirius. We can't afford to waste time. Sirius looked at his half-eaten sandwich, suddenly losing his appetite. Can't we rest for one more day, he pleaded. Harry simply stared at him. Sirius groaned. Fine. You win. After breakfast, they left for the forge. Lupin stayed behind to tidy the house before heading to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the joke shop George and Fred had just opened. At the forge, they met Hork and Legnack, who welcomed Harry warmly. You've come to fix your armor? Hork asked eagerly. Harry nodded. But Legnack growled, stepping forward with narrowed eyes. The sword of Gryffindor, he snarled. It belongs to the goblins. To me. Harry's eyes hardened. I respect you, Legnack, he said softly. But you'll need to take back what you just said. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 156, Sirius, let me handle it. Harry locked eyes with Legnack, his vertical pupils narrowing into slits. Cold. Ruthless. The predator-like gaze made the goblin instinctively shrink back. Beside him, Hork leaned in and whispered, Legnack, calm down. Even if Mr. Potter were merciful enough to return the sword of Gryffindor to you, the Ministry of Magic would never allow you to keep it. Legnack stood upright, his posture stiff but proud, unshackled and defiant. It belongs to the goblins, Legnack growled, clenching his teeth. His voice was strained but steady. The Ministry knows, and the wizards should know too. Give it back to me. Harry cut him off, his tone weighty and solemn. The era of the goblins is over. Legnack froze, stunned by those words. Harry raised his hand and pointed to the floor. Look around. In this room, there are 4 people and 2 goblins, and no one here is on your side. Hork puffed out his chest. Hork will continue to serve wizards faithfully. The Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students quickly scrambled to Harry's side, glancing at Sirius for reassurance before nervously drawing their wands. Legnack's gaze darted around the room before landing on Harry. You won't succeed, Legnack, Harry continued. Focus on being a blacksmith. Run your shop. Take your orders. The money you make from crafting fake replicas of the Sword of Gryffindor will let you live far better than hiding underground. Legnack said nothing, his eyes dull and lifeless. Slowly, he picked up his hammer and half-heartedly struck a piece of iron on the anvil. Then, seeming to remember something, he grabbed a pair of tongs and shoved his hammer into the furnace. He stared vacantly as the wooden handle began to burn, only snapping out of his trance when the flames licked his fingers, causing him to frantically pull it out. Watching this, Harry frowned. I'm worried about the quality of my armor if he's the one repairing it. Hork patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. I'll personally oversee the repairs to ensure none of your materials go to waste. Harry gave a nod of approval but then lowered his voice. There's one more thing to discuss. Hork blinked, confused. The Sword of Gryffindor, it belongs to me now. Harry's tone was calm, but firm. I'll allow you to continue making replicas, but not without compensation. I need my share of the profits. Hork hesitated, a troubled look crossing his face. Of course, Mr. Potter. Your request is completely reasonable. It's just. He glanced nervously at Legnack before ushering Harry, Sirius, and the 2 students into a side room. Once they were alone, Hork spoke quietly. The profits from the replicas don't go entirely to the Ministry of Magic. Half of it is used to support displaced goblins. Harry raised an eyebrow. Legnack isn't without supporters, Hork continued with a sigh. There are still many old goblins, stubborn, traditional ones, who agree with him. They've lived through too many losses and cling to the old ways. He glanced at Harry apologetically. The Ministry offers them substantial bribes to keep the peace, but they won't be around much longer. Hork straightened his back, pride returning to his expression. The younger generation of goblins, like me, prefer peace and friendship with wizards. Harry remained unfazed by Hork's attempts to soften the blow. So, if I want my fair share, I need to negotiate with both the Ministry and the goblins. Hork nodded nervously, clearly ashamed. At that moment, Sirius stepped forward, grinning. Let me handle it. Harry turned to him, his expression serious. Sirius's grin faltered as he matched his godson's stern gaze. I'll negotiate for you, Harry. Don't worry, I've dealt with both the Ministry and goblins before. Harry took a step closer, his voice quiet but firm. Promise me one thing. Sirius's expression mirrored Harry's seriousness. I promise to get you the best deal. No fighting. Harry cut him off with a pointed look. Sirius blinked, stunned. Harry sighed. Even if things get tense, don't resort to violence. If you must, stick to stunning spells or binding charms. No explosions. Sirius's jaw dropped. Do I really seem that reckless to you? Harry didn't answer, simply giving him a knowing look. Sirius muttered under his breath, I'm just going to negotiate. Not picking a fight. I know, Harry said with a nod as they left the blacksmith's shop. But if you were going to fight, I'd feel more at ease. Bring Lupin with you, he added. Just in case. They soon arrived at Professor Flitwick's cottage. The gate was open, and the charms professor poked his head out upon hearing footsteps. Ah, Harry. I was expecting you sooner. Harry gave a polite nod. I had to stop by the forge to repair my armor. He gestured toward Sirius. Professor, my godfather should have mentioned, he needs remedial lessons. Flitwick sighed, exasperated. Ah, yes. Mr. Black definitely needs it. I saw him duel Snape once, or rather, I saw him get thoroughly beaten. It wasn't pretty. Sirius's face darkened. The memory of being beaten by Snape was one of his most painful experiences. With Flitwick leading the way, the summer study sessions began once more. To Flitwick's surprise, having Sirius in the class actually made things easier. Harry was already far ahead, so Flitwick spent most of his time catching Sirius up. Unfortunately, Sirius's lack of discipline often frustrated the professor. Unlike Harry, Sirius had a carefree attitude, often treating his lessons as good enough without aiming for perfection. If not for Harry's constant supervision, Sirius would have given up halfway. Later that week, Lupin accompanied Sirius to the Ministry of Magic for negotiations. As it turned out, Harry's warnings had been spot on. Without Lupin's calming influence, Sirius would have blown the place up. At one point, he cast a Bombarda spell on the conference room table, shattering it into dust, the kind of damage even a Reparo charm couldn't fix. Despite the explosion, the outcome was favorable. The Ministry agreed to give Harry 30% of the profits from the sword replicas, while the goblins reluctantly chipped in another 10% from their share. Even Cornelius Fudge wasn't too upset about the broken table, he seemed too pleased with his rising popularity ratings to care. That evening. At dinner, Sirius couldn't help but boast about his negotiation skills. I handled it brilliantly. The Ministry and the goblins were eating out of my hand. Lupin simply nodded, too tired to argue. Harry interrupted, deadpan. Godfather, how about we start Animagus training tonight? Sirius blinked. Tonight? Can't we wait until tomorrow? We have Flitwick's lessons tomorrow. Sirius groaned. Do we really need both? Yes, Harry replied. You need both. Sirius's shoulders slumped. Fine. Let's start tonight. And so, the next chapter of Harry's training began. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 157, A Letter from Austria. For most people, birthdays are a special day. For Harry, birthdays weren't particularly special, just a day to receive a pile of presents. He got up early, washed up, and went downstairs. As soon as he reached the living room, he saw a mountain of gifts stacked high, almost touching the ceiling. Fleamont teased him with a grin. My dear Harry, happy birthday. Thank you, Harry smiled and nodded politely in response. You're far more popular than James ever was, Fleamont said with a sigh. He used to get 20, maybe 30 gifts on his birthday. I spent all night counting the owls, Fleamont continued. I wanted to see if my dear grandson was well liked at school. I didn't expect so many owls that I lost count. Even now, they're still coming. Just as he finished speaking, another owl flew through the doorway, dropping a gift onto the pile before landing on Harry's shoulder, hooting twice. I don't know where Hedwig is, Harry said, responding to the owl. She went out early this morning. The owl nodded in gratitude, gave a flap of its wings, and flew away. There are still owls coming in, Fleamont added, revising his estimate. There must be at least 50 or 60 gifts now. Be careful, Fleamont warned. There are always some little witches who like to sneak love potions into birthday gifts. Even James nearly fell for that trick once. Harry nodded. My potion skills aren't too bad. With a wave of his wand, the mountain of gifts flew to a less obstructive corner of the room. Instead of opening the presents, Harry headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for his two elders. After finishing the meal, he went upstairs to drag them out of bed. Even on his birthday, training had to continue. It was the same every year. The year before and the year before that, Harry would finish his training session and then share a drink with Professor Flitwick. That was enough celebration for him. The training session ended. The sun set, and stars filled the sky. Sirius lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. He'd just been humiliated by Professor Flitwick again, who praised him for barely reaching the level Harry had achieved right after last year's summer break. "Professor, care for a drink?" Harry waved his wand, lifting his godfather off the ground. "I'll call Uncle Remus to join us." Flitwick gave a mysterious smile. "Why not go home instead?" "That works too." Harry nodded. "I still have plenty of liquor at home." They strolled back slowly. As they neared the old Potter residence, Sirius suddenly struggled to get down from Harry's magical hold. This wasn't like Sirius at all. After every training session, he usually wished Harry could carry him straight to bed. But now, he insisted on walking the rest of the way himself. He even cast 2 Scour Jiffy spells on himself and followed up with a beautification charm. When they arrived at the Potter residence, Harry noticed something unusual in the yard: scattered footprints. They were fresh, made sometime between noon and now. Inside, near the door, he could hear nearly 10 heartbeats, along with hushed whispers. It was George and Fred Weasley, discussing which fireworks to use, but they couldn't seem to agree. "Did you invite people over?" Harry asked his godfather. Sirius looked surprised. "How did you know?" "Harry is sharp," Flitwick said, rubbing his face. "Did you spot any clues?" "George and Fred are too noisy," Harry replied with a nod. "They're debating whether to use firework number 2 or number 3. Sirius strained to listen but heard nothing. With a flick of Harry's wand, the front door swung open. Bang. Fireworks and confetti exploded, shooting toward the doorway. But there was no one standing there. The people inside watched in stunned silence as the longest streamer drooped down, brushing Harry's toes before hitting the floor. "Harry! How could you be so lazy?" Fred stomped his foot in frustration. "You couldn't even open the door by hand." "Firework number 2. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Looks like you couldn't convince George." Fred scratched his head sheepishly, while George chuckled. Ron, holding a firework in his hand, muttered, "I knew we couldn't hide this from Harry. He's too perceptive, he can even hear heartbeats." "Well then," Fred clapped his hands, grinning, "happy birthday, Harry." As he rummaged through his robe, he added, "Were you a little disappointed this morning when you realized we hadn't sent you a gift?" That last question was directed at Sirius. Sirius racked his brain, replaying the day in his mind. The only time Harry had shown any emotion was when he got one-hit KO'd by Flitwick during training. Other than that, Harry maintained his usual stoic expression. Suddenly, Sirius froze. "Wait, you haven't opened any of your presents yet." He turned to Harry, shocked. "Harry! You haven't opened your gifts all day." "No rush. They won't fly away," Harry shrugged. Sirius grabbed his hair, groaning in frustration. "Damn, I'm such a terrible godfather. I dragged you to see Flitwick today instead of letting you celebrate." "Sirius," Flitwick interjected, looking conflicted. "Have you considered, just maybe? Harry was the one who dragged you to my office for extra lessons." Harry smiled gently. "Godfather, the fact that you lasted longer in training today makes me happy. You've started using your brain, that's the best gift you could give me." Sirius snorted. "I've got more gifts for you than that." He gave Harry a gentle shove toward the house. Hidden among the crowd, someone's heartbeat quickened nervously. Harry didn't dodge. Pop. Hermione suddenly jumped out, pulling a party popper. Gold and red streamers rained down on Harry, covering him from head to toe. Fred burst into laughter. "Harry. You still fell for it." George nodded smugly. "That was the plan. Little Ron said you'd dodge, so we went with a decoy attack. Hermione was our main striker." "Happy birthday," Hermione said sweetly, smiling at Harry. "Thank you," Harry returned her smile. Ron wiggled his eyebrows at Harry. "Hey, Harry, haven't you noticed something different about Hermione today?" Teeth straightened, hair styled, Harry replied casually. "She's wearing makeup too." Hermione's ears turned red, the blush quickly spreading to her cheeks. "You shouldn't use purple eyeshadow," Harry advised sincerely. "Try a soft gold instead. And your lipstick is too dark, I'd recommend cherry red." Ron rubbed his face in exasperation. "How do you notice these things so fast?" "I only noticed after Mum pointed them out." The Weasleys were all there, except for the 2 eldest, who were at work. But their gifts had arrived. Charlie sent a set of dragon figurines and a book titled Deadly Dragons. Unlike the alchemy books Harry usually read, this one detailed dragon behavior and their vulnerabilities. Bill sent a miniature pyramid. Inside were tiny mummy figures that crawled around when the lid was opened. Hermione gifted Harry a white dial watch imbued with light magic, which she'd been working on since the school term ended. Sirius's gift was flashier, 2 Triumph Speedmaster motorcycles. One was black, the other red and gold, modeled after a lion. He originally wanted to make it a griffin, but the lion's head looked more majestic. Arthur Weasley was fascinated, pulling Sirius aside for a whispered discussion. Even Snape sent a gift, 5 of Lily's potions notebooks, 2 of his own, and a letter criticizing Harry's reckless use of magic, along with suggestions for improving his thunder potion. Dumbledore's gift was a collection of his magical insights. The professors' and adults' gifts were practical. The students' gifts? Less so. Harry received 12 boxes of chocolate, all laced with love potions. Other gifts also hid love potions in drinks and potions. Hermione sorted them out, incinerating them after Crookshanks shredded them to pieces. Finally, under the pile of gifts, Harry noticed an unremarkable black box. It bore a line of glowing, blue ink. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter. Please open the box. Inside is my gift and a letter for you." After checking for hexes, Harry carefully opened the box. Inside was just a letter. Harry opened it. "I've started uploading on fanfiction.net. On fanfiction, my username is MichaelOnWN. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 158, Arthur, I've taught you everything. Compared to the professor's mysterious ex-lover's gender, the content of the letter captured Harry's attention far more. Unlike Trelawney's vague prophecies, the words from this unknown person, who was allegedly an old flame of Dumbledore, were written with such certainty that it made Harry uneasy. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, a faint trace of magic seeped from the letter, as though some ritual had just been completed. The magical energy coiled around his wrist, mingling with the faint aura of his watch. It didn't bring any sense of danger to Harry. Whoever this person was. Their magical prowess was impressive, far beyond that of Snape or Professor Flitwick. Unfortunately, the magical trace dissipated too quickly for Harry to analyze it further, making it impossible to gauge how this person's power compared to Dumbledore's. But one thing was clear, it left Harry feeling extremely annoyed. The letter claimed to have no harmful intent, yet the sender had quietly cast a spell that even Harry hadn't detected. Few wizards could slip past Harry's heightened senses. Judging by the nature of the spell, it seemed to involve secrecy. Hermione, sitting nearby, suddenly frowned as though snapping out of a trance. "I think something's off. I just completely ignored you for a moment." Ron, oblivious to any strangeness, was grinning from ear to ear as he and his father, along with his 2 older brothers, tinkered with the lion-painted motorcycle in the living room. It seemed that the aesthetic of the bike struck a chord with wizards. The Weasleys couldn't take their hands off it. Meanwhile, Lupin was conversing with Mrs. Weasley about cooking spells. Though Harry's cooking skills were impressive, it wasn't right for the younger generation to take on the responsibility of feeding their elders. Sirius, carefree as ever, seemed fine with it, but Lupin felt guilty. No one else noticed the peculiar magical shift, only Hermione did. "I received a gift," Harry began carefully, his words slow and deliberate as he tested the boundaries of the spell. "It was enchanted so that only I could see it, and it even blocks others' perception. It's a prophecy. A prophecy about the location of Avalon, and about Dumbledore's fate, along with the seer's own destiny. He wants me to help. He specifically asked me to stop Professor Dumbledore from putting on a certain ring around Christmas time. He also warned me to be cautious of the resurrection stone." Hermione furrowed her brows. "He?" "Yes, he," Harry confirmed, lowering his gaze to the faint magical trace around his wrist, lost in thought. So, the spell wasn't meant to prevent him from sharing the letter's contents. It seemed more like a gentleman's agreement, a reminder not to mention the letter to Dumbledore. "What's this ring?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. "I've never heard of it. Maybe it's his and Dumbledore's wedding ring." "I've never heard of Dumbledore being married," Hermione said, shaking her head. "And he also warned you to beware of the resurrection stone. Does that thing really exist?" Harry hesitated before shaking his head again. He rarely read mythology or wizarding folklore, but he had some knowledge of the resurrection stone, one of the 3 legendary Deathly Hallows, rumored to have the power to bring back the dead. "Maybe there's a heavy price to pay for using it," Hermione suggested cautiously. "But since he warned you, it's better to stay on guard. The biggest question remains, who is this person?" Harry said, snapping his fingers. He took out the letter and handed it to Hermione. To his surprise, the letter passed into her hands without any resistance. After Hermione read it, an identical magical trace appeared on her wrist. Harry waved his wand, easily dispelling the magic on her wrist. As expected, it was merely a well-intentioned reminder. Seers were extremely rare in the wizarding world. Every known seer was famous, yet none of those recorded in books matched the profile of Dumbledore's mysterious ex-lover, not in age, gender, or background. Harry even discreetly asked Arthur and Molly about Dumbledore's past, but they knew little. Arthur's knowledge of Sears was far less extensive than his knowledge of cars and motorcycles. Unable to figure it out, Harry decided not to rush and instead enjoyed his birthday party. The celebration lasted until late at night. When it was time for the Weasleys to leave, Arthur pulled Harry aside. He handed him a notebook. "I heard from Sirius that you're planning to modify a motorcycle into your personal ride." Harry nodded. "That's a brilliant idea. It's a shame I only found out today. I've compiled some basic notes for you, and I'll send more once I get home and finish organizing my research." Harry accepted the notebook, glancing at Arthur with appreciation. "Mr. Weasley, you..." "Shoo." Arthur raised a finger to his lips, lowering his voice. "Between us, I've been studying this stuff on the side for years, legally, of course, under the Ministry's rules. I dare say I know more about magical vehicle modifications than Sirius does." "Thank you, Mr. Weasley," Harry said sincerely, tucking the notebook into his pocket. Arthur patted Harry's shoulder. "If I didn't already have so many kids, and if you didn't already have a godfather." He really liked Harry. More so than Fred and George. "But that doesn't change the fact that you're my Uncle Arthur," Harry quickly amended with a smile. Arthur's face lit up like Hedwig's, and with a hint of drunkenness, he stepped into the fireplace with his family and vanished into the Floo network. Hermione stayed overnight. She came from a Muggle family and hadn't made prior arrangements to return. After already enduring a ride on the night bus to get there, she was adamant about not taking it back. The next day, Harry went through his usual morning routine, training, cooking breakfast, and using spells to drag Lupin and Sirius out of bed. He even sent his Patronus to wake Hermione. After lunch, he escorted her home by Floo to the Leaky Cauldron and then took her the rest of the way by motorcycle. When Mr. Granger saw Harry pull up on a motorcycle wearing a helmet, his face paled. This wasn't a good first impression. At least not for a middle-classman like Mr. Granger. But when Harry removed his helmet, revealing his familiar face, Mr. Granger's expression softened immediately. Hermione had talked about Harry often, how he was a top student at Hogwarts, came from a wealthy family, and was a genuinely good kid despite having lost his parents. Seeing him on a motorcycle instead of some bizarre creature like a unicorn or a hippogriff was a relief. At least it was something normal. Mr. Granger invited Harry to stay for lunch, which Harry accepted before heading back home. Harry had a busy summer ahead. He needed to study potions, research spells, and continue working on his motorcycle. Arthur's skills, Harry realized, were far more impressive than they appeared. It also explained Fred and George's extraordinary alchemy talents. Arthur Weasley's expertise in magical engineering was almost at the level of a master. He specialized in modifying Muggle vehicles, though the wizarding world didn't fully appreciate such a niche field. Arthur's advice helped Harry figure out how to transform a mechanical motorcycle into something almost alive. Harry even wondered if the Weasleys secretly owned a sentient motorcycle or other enchanted vehicle. Though the idea of a magical ship or plane seemed unlikely given the family's financial state, Harry didn't entirely rule it out. Arthur's magical creativity was endless. Over the next few weeks, Harry spent more time working on his bike than he did brewing potions. Finally, August 21st arrived. It was a full moon. Lupin left early to transform in safety. Though not at Hogwarts, Harry continued to provide him with Wolfsbane potion. Sirius insisted Lupin could stay with them, but Lupin remained stubborn, leaving Sirius to follow him in his animagus form. That night, Harry began a ritual under the full moon. He placed a fresh mandrake leaf in his mouth, holding it carefully under his tongue. Though it didn't hinder his speech much, it slowed him down as he carefully protected the leaf. A strange magical energy enveloped him. It connected him to the lunar cycle, anchoring him to the moon's power. Lupin looked pale for days after his transformation. When the Quidditch World Cup finally approached, Sirius presented 4 tickets, prime seats. Despite not officially inheriting the Black family fortune, Sirius still lived off an uncle's inheritance, and his status as the last Black heir granted him certain privileges. 2 days before the match, Harry picked up Hermione. The Weasleys wouldn't miss the event either. Arthur had secured prime seats for his family through his position at the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Games and Sports. "How are we getting there?" Harry asked, flipping through a map of Britain. "It's quite a distance." "Normally, we'd use portkeys," Sirius explained. "Godric's Hollow has 3 allocated portkey slots." Harry frowned. He hated magical transport spells like portkeys. "There's also the night bus," Lupin added. Harry grimaced. That was even worse. Sirius grinned mischievously. "Or, we could take our bikes." Harry smirked. "Let's race." Hermione turned pale. "Can't we just take the train?" Harry shook his head. "It'll be fine, we're wizards." Hermione sighed deeply. "Fine." That night, under the cover of darkness, Harry and Sirius set off, on enchanted motorcycles, racing toward the Scottish Highlands. I've started uploading on fanfiction.net. On fanfiction, my username is MichaelOnWN. Power Stones. Chapter 159, Thinking of Dumbledore. At first, Hermione was extremely nervous. She had seen plenty of car accidents in her life, gruesome, blood-soaked scenes that had haunted her since childhood. The idea of speeding on a motorcycle filled her with dread. But once the motorcycle took to the skies, everything changed. Flying through the air was nothing like driving on the ground. There were no roads to confine them, no traffic to worry about, and no fear of losing control and crashing into someone. Sirius, who was flying nearly 200 meters ahead of them, was yelling at the top of his lungs, determined to beat Harry in this race. Without landmarks to gauge their speed, Hermione sat on the back seat, unable to see the dashboard. All she saw were clouds rolling past and the occasional startled owl flapping away. The protective wind charm on the motorcycle blocked out the harsh wind, leaving her with just a gentle breeze to enjoy. In the air, Harry and Sirius were evenly matched. As they neared the campsite, they descended and hit the ground running, speeding along the road. The campsite hosting the Quidditch World Cup was on Muggle property, so they had to be on their best behavior. Despite not having ridden a motorcycle properly in over a decade, Sirius handled his bike like a pro. Harry, by comparison, was still a novice with barely a month's experience. Even with Lupin riding on the back, Sirius made it look like he was riding solo. He leaned into turns, took shortcuts through wooded paths, and pulled ahead of Harry by at least 5 lengths. By the time he parked his motorcycle and dramatically pulled off his helmet, Sirius had already struck a victorious pose when Harry rolled up beside him. "Hey, Harry, I told you, you've got a lot to learn." Sirius grinned, tapping his fingers excitedly. "I've been waiting for a race like this forever. Once you're back at school, I'm going to ride across the Pacific." "Please don't bring me along," Lupin groaned from where he lay slumped over the motorcycle. Harry remained stoic. "You might want to think about the ministry first, Godfather. They won't be thrilled with that idea." Sirius nodded seriously, rubbing his chin as if deep in thought. Hermione sighed in relief as she climbed off the bike. She looked pale but was in much better shape than Lupin. Unlike Sirius, Harry had driven carefully and responsibly. Hermione hadn't enjoyed it, but she wasn't on the verge of collapse like Lupin. They approached the campsite office, where a man named Roberts, a Muggle, was in charge of check-ins. They collected their reservation details, received a campsite number, and got a map. The Quidditch World Cup was a festive event for wizards, but for Muggles, it was a disaster waiting to happen. Roberts looked pale and dazed, symptoms of having had his memory wiped too many times. There were few wizards like Sirius or Arthur, who understood Muggle society. Most witches and wizards had little to no knowledge of the Muggle world, leading to many ridiculous misunderstandings that made Harry question their sanity. Some couldn't figure out how to use Muggle money, despite the denominations being clearly printed on each bill and coin. Others struggled with clothing. While wizard robes and Muggle attire were different, Harry thought it shouldn't be so hard for a normal person to distinguish between pants and skirts, or to understand that pajamas weren't suitable daytime wear. Some wizards, who had spent their entire lives in Britain, somehow managed to dress in bizarre South American styles, insisting, "I swear, Muggles dress like this. I saw it on one of their television things." Their tent stood at the edge of the campsite, gold and red in color, with a large griffin crest on top. It stood out sharply from the other tents, which were adorned with Quidditch team logos and bright, mismatched colors. "It's a shame Muggles are watching. Wouldn't it be amazing if the griffin crest could move?" Sirius sighed wistfully. "I think it's perfect the way it is," Harry said as he entered the tent. Inside, the tent was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. It was practically a small house, with 4 separate bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. Harry and Hermione got to work preparing a meal. They had flown for nearly the entire night and were famished. Outside, Sirius and Lupin busied themselves with cleaning the campsite. The tent was already spotless, but the 2 men needed to find something to do, otherwise, they would feel like helpless adults being looked after by 2 children. After dinner, they stepped out of the tent and began greeting familiar faces. The Weasleys had arrived, though they had traveled via Portkey, a journey that was clearly unpleasant, judging by the 2 footprints on Ron's face. Arthur introduced Harry to several people. First was Cuthbert Mockridge, head of the Goblin Liaison Office, who greeted Harry warmly. Then came Gilbert Wimple, a wizard with horns sprouting from his head, who worked for the Committee on Experimental Charms. Despite Harry still being a 4th-year student, Wimple extended an invitation for him to join the committee after graduation. There were also several memory erasers, wizards tasked with wiping Muggles' memories. They were the busiest people on site and barely had time to greet Harry before rushing off. Then came Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Bagman's enthusiasm was hard to miss. "Mr. Potter. The famous Harry Potter. I've been dying to meet you," Ludo said, throwing his arms wide for a hug. "I've heard you're a brilliant seeker, better than some professionals." Harry took a step back, raising a hand. "Sorry, I don't make it a habit to hug men." Ludo awkwardly lowered his arms. "Ah. Well, have you ever considered going professional? I used to play for the Wimborne Wasps as a beater. If you're interested, I could." "I love Quidditch," Harry interrupted politely. "But I've never considered it as a career." Ludo sighed. What a loss for Quidditch. Then, with a sudden gleam in his eye, he leaned in closer. Well then, how about a little bet? Harry blinked, confused. A bet. Ludo rubbed his fingers together in the universal gesture for money. A wager on the match. What do you say? I've convinced plenty of people already, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, even Arthur. Fancy a flutter. Arthur hesitated for a long time before placing his bet. 1 galleon on Ireland to win. 1 galleon. Ludo repeated in disappointment. All right, Arthur. 1 galleon on Ireland. He turned to Harry and Sirius. What about you two, gentlemen? Care to place a bet? Sirius grinned mischievously after whispering with Fred and George for a while. I'll bet 200 galleons, he declared, pulling a bag of coins from his robes. Ludo's eyes lit up. Sirius wasn't done. I'm betting that Ireland will win, but Victor Crumb will catch the snitch. Ludo stared at him, stunned. Mr. Black, I must warn you, that's highly unlikely. But I can offer you 6-to-1 odds. Sirius grinned. Deal. We're confident. He patted Fred and George on the shoulders. Arthur looked uneasy. Sirius, you shouldn't listen to those boys. They're not boys anymore. Sirius shook his head. They're smart. And they're excellent Quidditch players. I trust them. Fred puffed out his chest. Dad, we're capable of making our own decisions. And it's not just Sirius putting up the money. George added quickly, we chipped in half. And don't worry, it's not from the joke shop funds, it's from the fireworks we sold. Harry nodded in approval. Arthur lowered his voice. Money doesn't come easy for you boys. Arthur, don't be a spoilsport, Ludo interrupted, laughing. It's all just a game. He turned back to Harry. So, Mr. Potter, how about it? Fancy a little fun? Harry shook his head firmly. No, thanks. Ludo tried again. Not even a small bet. Maybe on Bulgaria? Crumb's a seeker on par with you. Harry declined again. After Ludo left, they spent time exploring the campsite. The Weasley family was doing much better financially now. Charlie and Bill earned impressive salaries and sent money home regularly. Percy, too, had started working at the ministry, earning his own wages. Fred and George, however, were the wealthiest. Their joke shop was thriving. In just 1 month, they had made a net profit of 300 galleons, even after giving Harry his share. Ron and Ginny each received 20 galleons as spending money from their brothers, which they used to buy Quidditch souvenirs, enchanted binoculars, and collectible figurines. Ron cradled a miniature Victor Crumb model like a precious treasure, his eyes glowing with admiration. The sight made Harry and Hermione exchange knowing glances. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 160, The Best Fireworks Ever. Harry and Hermione didn't buy any souvenirs. Harry simply loved Quidditch but wasn't interested in famous players, despite Ron and Neville talking about them countless times. Hermione, on the other hand, didn't even understand Quidditch. She was just here to relax with her friends before school started. As the sun rose, the distant sound of gongs echoed across the campsite, accompanied by a wave of raucous cheers. The trees were adorned with enchanted lights, intertwining red and green to create an eerie glow. One couldn't expect much from a wizard's aesthetic sense. Wizards emerged from all directions, out of tents, bushes, and even tree hollows, joining the throng heading toward the stadium. After a 10-minute walk through the woods, a massive shadow loomed overhead, casting everything beneath it into darkness. Before them stood a towering golden wall that stretched endlessly across the landscape. It pierced the ground like a divine monument, radiating grandeur and sanctity. This is the pinnacle of wizarding craftsmanship in recent years. Arthur said proudly, leading the group toward the entrance. 500 workers spent an entire year building it. Guess how many people it can hold? Ron hesitated before cautiously guessing. 10,000. 50,000. Hermione ventured, offering a more ambitious number. Arthur shook his head at both of them. Ron, you can aim higher. But Miss Granger, your imagination is a bit too wild, no building could hold 50,000 people. This one holds 100,000. 100,000 people, all in a single stadium. It's the greatest architectural achievement in wizarding history. No other building has ever been this grand. His voice brimmed with pride. Even though the British Ministry of Magic was notorious for its incompetence, at least they occasionally got things right. Ron and the others were ecstatic. Hermione, however, looked conflicted. Harry leaned closer to her. What's wrong? It's 1994, Hermione whispered, frowning. And Wizards have just built their first 100,000-seat stadium. I thought they'd have done that much earlier. She lowered her voice even more. Ordinary people built their first 100,000-seat stadium decades ago. Arthur didn't hear Hermione's comment. He was too busy describing the stadium's features. He'd had the chance to visit the site before it was completed and had even been assigned to help out for a brief period. They soon found the entrance. First-class tickets. The witch checking tickets gave Lupin and the Weasley family a surprised look. They didn't look like people who could afford such exclusive seats. They climbed the grand staircase, lined with a deep purple carpet, all the way to the top of the stadium, where the luxury box awaited. The box was level with the golden goalposts and contained over 20 plush, purple gilded chairs arranged in 2 neat rows. They sat in the front row. Not long after, there was a faint pop behind them. Harry immediately flipped around, activating the Quen seal on his wrist and drawing his wand. He pointed it at the source of the noise. Harry. Arthur looked back in surprise. It's just a house elf. Harry lowered his wand with a stoic expression. Sorry. I've had bad experiences with these creatures. Behind them, the house elf, who introduced himself as Winky, was tugging at his ears and banging his head against the back of a velvet chair. The soft fabric caused him no harm, so he soon switched to banging his head against the wall, muttering. Winky is a bad elf. Winky scared the young master. Stop that, it's too noisy. Arthur waved his wand, gently pulling Winky away from the wall. The elf stood nervously in the corner, pressing himself against the wall. Whose house elf are you? Arthur asked. Winky belongs to the Crouch family, the elf replied obediently. Percy's demeanor immediately changed to one of reverence. Mr. Crouch's house elf. Is Mr. Crouch here? Winky blinked, confused, before trembling and lowering his head, covering his face with his hands. Master is very busy. He has other important matters to attend to. He sent Winky ahead to save him a seat. Harry narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid of Percy? The elf's voice trembled. Winky is not a good house elf. Winky is afraid of heights. When will Mr. Crouch arrive? Percy asked eagerly. Winky shook his head. Winky doesn't know when Master will come. Just don't make any noise, Arthur instructed, and the elf obediently pressed himself against the wall, falling silent. Soon, more people arrived. High-ranking ministry officials, along with many pureblood wizard families, filled the luxury box. The Malfoys, the Shacklebolts, and other notable families entered one by one. Arthur and Percy stood frequently to greet them. Arthur did so with reluctance, while Percy practically groveled. When Minister Fudge arrived, Percy's obsequiousness reached new heights, he practically became the chair beneath Fudge's rear. Ron squirmed uncomfortably at the sight. Hermione frowned deeply. She couldn't stand the scene before her. Seeing a grown man act like that, groveling more pathetically than a house elf, made her sick. Fudge eagerly introduced Harry to the newcomers. The boy who lived. The savior of the wizarding world. The heir of Gryffindor. Hogwarts' brightest student, he proclaimed. The phrase, brightest student, immediately caught the attention of many wizards. Harry greeted them with cold indifference, barely saying a word before returning to his seat. The other wizards didn't seem to mind. They attributed Harry's behavior to his youth and exceptional talent. After all, eccentricities were expected from brilliant wizards. Even Dumbledore was known for his oddities. Compared to a madman, a reserved boy like Harry was preferable. Once the introductions were over, Ludo Bagman stood up and walked to the front of the box. Casting a sonorous charm to amplify his voice, he began enthusiastically. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Who will claim the championship this year? Will your pre-match bets fill your pockets with galleons? But enough talk, let's begin. Let's welcome Bulgaria's mascot. The right side of the stadium erupted in deafening cheers, loud and wild like a herd of bulls in rut. A procession of women entered the stadium. Arthur shot to his feet, snatching off his glasses and furiously wiping them on his robe before putting them back on, his voice filled with disbelief. Vila. Bulgaria's mascot is Vila. Vila. Ron echoed, confused. But soon, Ron wasn't confused anymore. Like his father, he leaned forward, straining to get a better look. Vila were humanoid magical creatures, appearing indistinguishable from stunningly beautiful human women. No, calling them just beautiful didn't do them justice. Their beauty surpassed that of any witch. But their allure wasn't just physical. They exuded a magical charm that made men, especially those with weak wills, unable to tear their eyes away. Draco Malfoy was already losing control. If not for his mother clutching his robe, he would have leapt into the stadium. Ron wasn't faring much better, only held back by Arthur. Fred and George, usually so confident, sat with hands clasped together, staring at the Vila with eyes full of hormonal longing. Several spectators in the front rows couldn't resist the Vila's magic. They jumped into the stadium, tossing off their clothes and dancing alongside the Vila. Hermione glanced at Harry. He remained seated, his expression unchanged, holding his wand. With a subtle flick, he cast a charm on the Weasleys. Fred and George suddenly snapped out of it, recoiling in disgust as they wiped their hands clean. Ron stumbled backward, landing awkwardly in the box. What just happened to me? Ron rubbed his bruised backside, his eyes darting toward Draco, who was still struggling against his mother's grip. Was I like that? Arthur turned to Harry. Oh, thank you. I almost couldn't hold him back. You were enchanted by the villa, Harry explained calmly. Ron shrank into his seat, while Fred and George, usually bold, stayed put, too nervous to peek outside. It's fine. You can look now, Harry said, patting Ron's shoulder. I've cast a charm to counteract their magic. Fred hesitantly peeked outside and, to his amazement, found himself unaffected. It works. I'm not enchanted. Ron joined him, peeking cautiously. Even without the magical charm, the villa's beauty was mesmerizing. Watching their dance was a joy in itself, though now it was harmless. You should all learn from Harry, Hermione said with a straight face, trying not to laugh. He wasn't affected at all. That's Harry, Ron retorted instantly. George sighed dramatically. Hermione, don't brag. Ron's right, it's Harry. We can't all be like him. Hermione's ears turned red. I'm not bragging. Fred, curious, asked Harry. How did you resist them? Villa magic is almost impossible to counter. Even Professor Dumbledore might not be able to resist. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are there male Villa? Fred shook his head. No, they're all women. Exactly. Harry remained stoic. Dumbledore wouldn't be affected. Fred froze, rubbing his ears. He felt like he'd just heard something shocking, something that shouldn't be discussed further. He let it go and asked again. But seriously, how did you do it? I mean, they're wearing clothes this time. Arthur stiffened. Wait. What? What had these kids been up to? Why emphasize that the Villa were dressed? Harry, expressionless, replied. I find it hard to be attracted to a bunch of birds in heat. Villa might look like beautiful women, but when angered or in battle, they revealed their true forms, giant birds capable of spitting fireballs. To Harry, they felt no different from magical wands with feathers attached. The Villa finished their performance, and the magic dissipated. The crowd looked disoriented, as though they had forgotten they were at the Quidditch World Cup. Many cursed and shouted for the Villa to continue dancing. Ludo cast 3 spells in a row to silence the crowd. Gentlemen, let's not forget, we're here for the Quidditch World Cup. Next, let's welcome Ireland's team. And their mascot. While Bulgaria had used Villa to charm the crowd, Ireland took a more direct approach. They launched a massive firework into the sky. Fred and George, ever critical of magical fireworks, watched intently. A giant shamrock exploded in the sky, showering the stadium with golden sparks that rained down like coins, actual galleons. The coins rained down so hard that it hurt people's heads. But Fred and George were ecstatic, waving their wands to gather the scattered galleons. I swear, they said in unison. That was the best firework ever. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 161, The Troublemakers. Inside the luxury box, the more prestigious attendees sat calmly in their seats, maintaining their composed demeanor. The exception was the 3 Weasley brothers, who abandoned all decorum as they scrambled to collect the falling galleons. Ginny, her cheeks flushed with excitement, was itching to join them. She already had her wand in hand, waiting for her brother's signal. That's fake, Harry kindly reminded them. The coins lacked the magical resonance of real galleons. Ron froze, then hesitantly brought one of the coins to his mouth and bit down hard, only to hurt his teeth. He winced, clutching his jaw, and looked at Harry with a mix of pain and reproach. Harry, you lied. This isn't chocolate, it's real gold. Harry shook his head, suppressing a smile. He remembered the time Hermione had brought chocolate coins to Hogwarts. Ron, mistaking them for real galleons, nearly knelt and called her Mum. The sight of so many coins casually tossed his way had momentarily overwhelmed him. Even after discovering they were just chocolate, Ron hadn't been disappointed. The chocolate had been delicious. That's leprechaun gold, Fudge explained. Of course, it's not real galleons. The ministry wouldn't allow that, this much gold would dwarf ticket revenues. He snorted dismissively. And Ireland isn't exactly a rich country. They couldn't afford this even if they tried. The Irish Minister of Magic let out a disdainful snort and turned away. You don't need to get so excited, Weasley gentleman, Lucius Malfoy sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. The coins will disappear in a few hours. Hardly enough for your dreams of wealth. Ron's face turned scarlet. George, stowing the bag of coins, retorted icily. We may love money, Mr. Malfoy, but perhaps you should keep an eye on your dear son. Seems like he's fallen head over heels for a villa, Fred chimed in, clutching his chest dramatically. Who knows? Maybe the Malfoy family will soon have its first villa bride. Draco Malfoy, still dazed and under the villa's enchantment, was oblivious to the conversation. Lucius Malfoy gritted his teeth. Watch your tongue. George opened his mouth and exhaled theatrically in Lucius's direction. Thanks for your concern, but I brushed this morning. I'd wager my breath's cleaner than a basilisk's. Lucius's face went pale. Fudge, also uneasy, quickly intervened. Alright, enough. Let's focus on the game. Bagman's introducing the Irish team. The Irish and Bulgarian ministers exchanged curious glances, their interest piqued by the mention of basilisks and the tension between the Malfoys and the Weasleys. Still, they refrained from pressing the matter as the match was about to begin. The start of the match brought relief to both Lucius and Fudge. The gap between professional teams and school teams was immediately apparent, not just in individual skill but in overall team strategy. Gryffindor's team at Hogwarts had its own tactics, but they mainly revolved around coordination between chasers and beaters. Harry, as seeker, was often left to his own devices. The rest of the team's primary goal was to ensure Gryffindor didn't fall behind by more than 150 points before Harry caught the snitch. At Hogwarts, catching the snitch usually meant winning the match. But for professional teams, the snitch played a smaller role. Beaters focused heavily on disrupting and pressuring opposing seekers, and Ireland excelled in this regard. Within the first 10 minutes, the score had already shifted to 30-0 in Ireland's favor. Bulgaria, however, had a strong defense against seekers. Ireland's seeker spent most of the match evading bludgears and had little time to search for the snitch. Meanwhile, Victor Krum, Bulgaria's seeker, demonstrated exceptional flying skills, nearly on par with Harry. His daring was unmatched, frequently executing the dangerous Wronski feint. This maneuver involved diving toward the ground at maximum speed, pulling up at the last possible moment to avoid a crash. Ireland's seeker, lacking both Krum's skill and courage, fell for the feint the first time. He followed Krum into a dive, only to realize there was no snitch. He narrowly avoided a fatal crash, and the match had to pause for 5 minutes while St. Mungo's medics treated his injuries. Shaken by the experience, the Irish seeker became cautious, avoiding risky maneuvers and even dodging bludgears clumsily. Despite the setback, Ireland maintained a commanding lead in points. Realizing their seeker wouldn't catch the snitch anytime soon, the Irish team adjusted their strategy, effectively sidelining their seeker to focus on their chasers. As the action intensified, the atmosphere in the stadium grew electric. Even the mascots, Vila and Leprechauns, got into a brawl, drawing some spectators' attention. However, the fight quickly lost its appeal when the Vila transformed into their bird-like forms, and no one's clothing was torn. He really loves that feint, Ron muttered as Krum dove again. Harry, you should use it more often. No, Harry interrupted, his eyes fixed on Krum's dive. This time, it's not a feint. He spotted the snitch. And I don't need to use that trick, he added, voice calm. The other seekers at Hogwarts are nowhere near my level. Ron only caught the first part of Harry's response. He grabbed his binoculars, following Krum's dive intently. At first, Ireland's seeker hesitated, thinking it was another feint. But soon, he, too, spotted the snitch and sped up, matching Krum's pace. Then, he crashed hard into the ground, his head nearly colliding with his shoulders. Above, Krum raised his right hand triumphantly, holding the fluttering golden snitch. His face was flushed with excitement, but as he glanced at the scoreboard, his expression turned pale. 160-170. Bulgaria trailed by 10 points. Although Krum had caught the snitch, sealing his status as the match's top seeker, Ireland's overall lead meant they won the game. Bulgaria's Minister of Magic yanked off his hat and threw it to the ground in frustration, swearing loudly. In contrast, Ireland's minister leaped up with a cheer, summoned his broomstick, and flew to the field to celebrate with his team, and to console his injured seeker. George, Fred, and Sirius erupted into cheers. We won. Ludo Bagman's face turned ashen. He stared at them in disbelief. How is this possible, he muttered. Krum catches the snitch, but Ireland wins. It's almost too perfect. Turning to Harry, he swallowed hard. Mr. Potter, can you see the future? Harry gave him a puzzled look. Why would you think that? If I could, I'd have bet at least 1,000 galleons with you. Ludo inhaled sharply. Mr. Bagman, George, and Fred said in unison, grinning wickedly. You owe us 1,200 galleons. Don't forget. Ludo forced a weak smile. Of course. I'll pay you soon. 1,200 galleons is a lot, let's settle it after we leave the stadium, all right? I just need some time to prepare. After a grand award ceremony, the crowd began leaving the stadium. That match ended way too quickly, Ron grumbled, fiddling with his magical binoculars. They cost 20 galleons and were only useful for one day. It's evening now, Hermione noted, looking up at the fiery sunset. Nearby, George and Fred huddled with Sirius, excitedly discussing how to spend their 1,200 galleon windfall. Back at the campsite, they had a quick dinner. Soon after, Ludo arrived with a bag of coins. Weasley gentlemen, here's your prize money, 1,200 galleons. As head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, I never default on my debts. Would you like to count it? Of course, George replied cheerfully. Fred reached for the bag, and Ludo hesitated. These boys were far too bold, showing no respect for his position. The moment Fred pulled out a coin, Harry spoke up. Fake. Leprechaun gold. Ludo froze. Sirius's expression darkened as he raised his wand. Mr. Bagman. No, please, Mr. Black, let me explain. Ludo pleaded, raising his hands. The bag contains 200 real galleons, but this result was so unlikely. My promise was rash. Let's call it even. Harry cut him off. You didn't say even when you accepted the bet. George tucked the bag away without counting further. Mr. Bagman, you wouldn't want everyone to know that Ludo Bagman is a con man, would you? Especially one who cheats Hogwarts students. Fred chimed in sarcastically. Imagine the scandal. Ludo sighed. Give me time, at least until the end of the year. I promise I'll repay you. George conferred with Sirius, then announced. We'll give you until the end of the year. But after that, it'll still be 1,200 galleons, no less. Ludo nodded reluctantly. Fine. But I may need your help with something. I'll send you an owl after term starts. Though suspicious of his vague request, they agreed. Later that night, as they played a charmed board game Hermione had brought, a commotion erupted outside. There were cries and shouts, mixed with hysterical sobbing. Harry immediately drew his wand and the sword of Gryffindor, activating the Quen seal as he cautiously stepped outside. The campsite was in chaos. Spells flew wildly as wizards ran in panic. A group of black-robed wizards staggered drunkenly through the camp, laughing maniacally. Spells shot from their ranks, and above them hovered 4 people, Mr. Roberts, the Muggle campsite manager, and what appeared to be his wife and children. They're ordinary people, Harry observed, his face expressionless. He turned to George and Fred. Do wizards always cause this kind of trouble when drunk? The twins, pale-faced, shook their heads vehemently. No. Wizards don't torment muggles for fun. Only dark wizards would do something like this. As if on cue, one of the black-robed wizards fired a spell at the nearest tent, setting it ablaze. His laughter rang out, chilling and deranged. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 162, Hello, Mr. Malfoy. Despicable. Hermione hissed through clenched teeth. She drew her wand, her hand trembling. Magic wasn't meant to be abused like this. Ron's face darkened as he prepared to storm out. But Harry, with one hand on each of their heads, pushed them back into the tent. Those people aren't amateurs. Don't act recklessly, you're not ready to face them yet. Safety is the priority, Harry continued firmly. The Ministry has plenty of personnel here. Maybe we can trust. Before he could finish, Harry's voice cut off abruptly. He reached up and yanked Hermione's head down, forcing her to crouch with him. A spell shot past where her head had been just moments before, striking their tent. Flames erupted, engulfing the lion emblem in a writhing inferno. Fantastic. It seems they're here for me, Harry said coldly, his vertical pupils narrowing. He raised his wand and cast the Quen seal around himself. Get back inside the tent. Harry, Hermione started, clutching her wand tightly. Go. You're not their target, Harry snapped, his gaze locked on the approaching figures. The leader of the group had a hunched posture and twirled his wand casually. His face was obscured by a mask, but his mocking gaze was unmistakably fixed on Harry. They're after you. Hermione took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Wake Sirius and Lupin, Harry instructed. He then pulled out the basilisk bone sword. Use your Patronus to call Mr. Weasley, he added. Hermione nodded, her voice tight. Be careful, they've got the numbers. George and Fred, full of reckless energy, looked ready to charge out, but Harry kicked them back into the tent. You're Harry Potter, the leader of the group called, his voice rough and low. He eyed Harry as he approached. Those lion-like eyes. So you're the rightful Gryffindor heir, the one who's been acknowledged. Harry interrupted with a smirk. Uncultured fool. Lions have round pupils. The man faltered, opening and closing his mouth before stammering. The acknowledged Gryffindor heir. So you've got the right person, but you're pretending otherwise to buy time. Harry sneered. Before the leader could respond, a spell shot out from the group. Cruciatus Curse. Stop wasting time talking to him, someone yelled, though it wasn't the caster of the curse. Harry sidestepped gracefully, his wand flicking. Mud Swamp Jinx. The ground beneath the attackers turned to sludge, and several of them stumbled and fell, struggling to free themselves. Only a few managed to cast Protego in time to shield themselves. Their magical skills were passable, but nothing exceptional. Harry waved his wand again. Empty tents around them twisted, their wooden supports bending like spines. The wooden beams converged, forming a cage that trapped the group inside. Seeking your own doom, Potter, the leader sneered, waving his wand. Though his spell work was clumsy, he managed to harden the ground beneath his feet, stabilizing his stance. His actions prompted the others to do the same, dispelling the swamp. Spells flew again, Cruciatus, Imperius, Conf Ringo, a chaotic barrage of dark magic hurtling toward Harry, their colors vivid and their menace palpable. Harry dodged with fluidity, his movements almost dance-like. Numbers don't equal strength, he said icily. He waved his wand. The cage tightened, and a piece of cloth flew through the air, wrapping tightly around Mr. Roberts and his family. They were carefully placed behind a nearby tent for safety. Then Harry activated Ard, a powerful shockwave of magic. The attackers staggered as the force sent them crashing into the cage's narrowing walls. Blood splattered as sharp wooden spikes pierced a few of them. Harry charged, wielding the basilisk bone sword with precision. Don't let him get close. Potter knows swordsmanship, one of the attackers screamed, their voice betraying familiarity. Destroy the cage, yelled another, already impaled but still raising his wand to cast Conf Ringo. A hole the size of a head blasted open in the cage. In the confined space, the attackers aimed another round of cruciatus spells at Harry. They were certain their proximity would ensure a hit. But Harry weaved through the attacks effortlessly. The firelight and moonlight reflected off his movements, making them appear as graceful as a Vila's dance. The sword in his hand was anything but delicate. In a flash, it slashed across an attacker's chest, leaving a deep, narrow wound. Poisoned. The sword is poisoned, the victim cried out in terror as his body went limp and he collapsed. The venom of the basilisk was swift and lethal. The cage finally gave way. The surviving attackers scrambled, crawled, and tumbled out, masks unable to hide their panic. Only the leader maintained his composure, though even he trembled slightly as he raised his wand to face Harry. His inexperience was evident, his spells were hesitant and clumsy. Harry countered with ease. A single flick of his wand conjured bindings that restricted the leader's movements. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack. A withered, skeletal hand grabbed the leader's wrist. Another crack, and both figures vanished. A house elf, Harry muttered, eyes narrowing. The leader had escaped, but the remaining attackers were scattered. Harry raised his wand. The remnants of the cage transformed into snakes, slithering into the darkness to apprehend the fleeing assailants. About 100 meters away, another sharp crack signaled the leader's reappearance. He fired a cruciatus curse at Harry, who dodged and sprinted toward him. This is your introduction, Potter, the man hissed, raising his wand again. His face twisted with fury beneath his mask. More Smordra, he bellowed. A jet of green light shot into the sky, forming a giant skull with a serpent slithering out of its mouth. It was unmistakable, the dark mark. Before Harry could reach him, the house elf appeared once more, whisking the men away in a final crack. Harry clicked his tongue in frustration. The immediate area was now clear of the leader's presence. He turned back to the scattered remnants of the attackers. Some had vanished into the fleeing crowd. Others lay injured near the original cage, one barely alive from the sword's venom. Harry spotted a familiar presence nearby. With a flick of his wand, a strip of cloth shot forward, snaring a masked attacker and dragging them, along with a damaged tent, violently to the ground. Just then, a dozen wizards apparat to Harry's side. Stupefy, they yelled, aiming their wands at the fallen figure. Harry's quen shattered under the barrage, sending a blast of air rippling through the area. Some of the wizards staggered, while others were knocked unconscious by the ricocheted spells. Check who you're aiming at, Harry said softly, his tone eerily calm. The Aurors froze, recognizing him. Stop. It's Mr. Potter, one of them shouted. An Auror stammered, Mr. Potter, we didn't mean to, someone reported dark wizards, and the light was poor. And you acted without thinking, Harry finished for him. The man's face turned crimson. Yes, we acted rashly. Harry waved dismissively and pointed toward a nearby spot. I secured the muggles over there. They're tied up in a cloth to keep them safe. He gestured toward the injured wizard. There's one down from snake venom. If treated, he might survive. An Auror hurried off to administer an antidote, while Harry turned his attention back to the captive he had just apprehended. This one's alive. No injuries, no poison, Harry said, pressing his boot into the man's back. With a flick of his wand, the man's mask fell away, revealing pale blonde hair, gray eyes, and a gaunt, haggard face. The Aurors gasped. Harry smiled faintly. Oh, look who it is. Lucius Malfoy. Struggling to repay your debt to the Potters, Mr. Malfoy. Has it driven you to such lowly deeds to scrape together some coin? Lucius remained silent, his eyes vacant. Perhaps he's under the Imperius curse, an Auror suggested nervously. Harry shook his head. He could sense no foreign magic on Lucius. Another Auror returned, grim-faced. That injured man is Avery. Avery. Another infamous pureblood name. Just then, two ministry officials arrived, Ludo Bagman and another man. Potter. Ludo exclaimed. What's going on here? Don't tell me this was. The Aurors quickly explained. Ludo sighed in relief. Thank goodness. For a moment, I thought, never mind. Harry turned to the other men. And you are? Bartmios Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Ludo said, introducing him with enthusiasm. Harry nodded slowly. So you're Mr. Crouch, the one who sent his house elf to save a seat but didn't bother showing up himself. Crouch's expression stiffened, his gaze lingering on Malfoy. Harry smiled coldly. I have something to tell you, Mr. Crouch. The leader of these Death Eaters was rescued by a house elf. I remember its scent and appearance clearly. He paused deliberately. That house elf was yours. Winky. Crouch's face contorted, a mix of shock, fear, and fury flashing through his eyes, but there was no hint of surprise. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 163, Not Enough Time. Ludo Bagman's eyes widened in alarm as he stared at Harry. What Harry had just implied was tantamount to an accusation. A house elf only obeys its master's commands. If it had been seen aiding Death Eaters and even helping one escape. What did that suggest? Bagman turned to look at Crouch. What do you mean by that, Mr. Potter? Crouch's weathered face betrayed no emotion. In an instant, he composed himself, his features cold and his voice sharp. He countered. I regret how we handled Mr. Black's case years ago, but I hope. Years ago, it was Crouch himself who had sent Sirius to Azkaban. There had been no trial. From arrest to conviction to imprisonment, the process had been swift and ruthless. Sirius, stubborn as ever, hadn't revealed the truth, and Crouch bore some responsibility for not questioning him further. But if the ministry had followed proper procedures, if Crouch hadn't been so hasty, perhaps Sirius might have spoken up and revealed the real story. Harry looked at Crouch with a calm, almost gentle expression. No, Mr. Crouch. If I wanted to get back at you, I wouldn't use something as petty as tattling. I'm simply stating a fact, an eyewitness account from someone who can speak, unlike many others who've been silenced. Or perhaps I'm mistaken. Does the ministry have a tradition of ignoring testimony? Crouch's face twitched ever so slightly. Ludo stepped forward, raising his hands in an attempt to diffuse the tension. Mr. Potter, surely you don't suspect Mr. Crouch. We trust him implicitly. He paused, glancing at Crouch. Can I mention it? Crouch nodded stiffly, his face impassive. Mr. Crouch is the model of integrity, Ludo began, his tone almost reverent. His son, Barty Crouch Jr., was once a Death Eater. He could have used his position to shield him, but he didn't. Instead, he upheld his principles, sent his own son to Azkaban, and never saw him again, not even before his death. Mr. Crouch despises Death Eaters. He'd never be involved with them. Harry nodded slowly. That doesn't change the fact that the house elf in question belongs to Mr. Crouch. Ludo's expression faltered. He forced a strained smile. Maybe you're mistaken. Harry's gaze turned icy. It's easier to tell a house elf apart than leprechaun gold. Ludo shrank back, clamming up. At that moment, Crouch turned his head and spotted Sirius, Lupin, and Arthur hurrying toward them. Harry. Sirius called, his voice full of panic as he pushed through the gathered crowd. He could make out someone lying on the ground but couldn't see Harry clearly. His anxiety spiked. You're all right, Harry. He roughly shoved past Crouch and finally reached Harry, letting out a breath of relief when he saw him unharmed. Thank Merlin you're okay. Uncle Arthur. Harry greeted warmly, his mood lightening as he spotted Arthur Weasley, whose balding head shone under the moonlight. I've got an early Christmas present for you. Hope you like it. He stomped lightly on Lucius Malfoy's chest, eliciting a weak cough from the men beneath his boot. Arthur gaped in surprise. Lupin struggled to keep his expression neutral, while Sirius's face lit up with glee. Malfoy. That snake. I knew it. Well done, Harry. This slimy git should have been locked up in Azkaban decades ago. Arthur remained silent, unable to bring himself to speak. Unlike Sirius, he couldn't afford to be so brazen. He was, after all, just a modest office worker. Instead, he walked over and gave Harry a light pat on the shoulder, a subtle but meaningful gesture of approval. Mr. Black, perhaps he was under the Imperius curse. Ludo suggested tentatively, his tone conciliatory. After all, Mr. Malfoy is, technically your brother-in-law. Under the Imperius curse for 13 years. Sirius scoffed, his teeth gritted. That's the same excuse he used to get off last time. He clenched his fists, furious. I've only just realized why I never saw him in Azkaban. He used that excuse to escape justice. Lupin tugged at Sirius's sleeve, gently pulling him back. What now? Sirius asked, confused. Maybe skip the part about not seeing him in Azkaban, Lupin suggested wryly. Nearby, an aura cleared his throat nervously. His voice was hesitant as he addressed Harry. Mr. Potter, this investigation falls under the jurisdiction of the Aura Office. We've already notified Director Scrimgeour, and he'll be arriving shortly to take over. Harry remained silent, his gaze steady. The Aura hesitated further. Does that sound acceptable to you, Mr. Potter? Harry tilted his head slightly. I'm just a fourth-year student at Hogwarts, he replied, his tone neutral. And this isn't Hogwarts. The Aura exhaled in relief. But Harry wasn't finished. However, I'd like to remind you of something. Among those Death Eaters, there were several faces I recognized. Quite a few of them seemed familiar. Ludo froze mid-motion. Crouch's face darkened further. Lucius Malfoy, lying on the ground, grew even paler, as if all the blood had drained from his face. "We'll likely remain in the campsite tonight," Harry told the Aurors as he turned to leave. "If you need anything, you can find me in the red tent with the lion emblem." Sirius sighed dramatically. "The lion got burned off, remember?" Harry corrected himself without missing a beat. "The red tent, then." The Aurors nodded and departed. As soon as they were out of earshot, Sirius turned to Harry, incredulous. "Only Malfoy? That's all you caught?" Harry glanced at him. "There was also someone named Avery." "Just the two?" Sirius frowned. "With your skills, I expected you to catch more than that." Arthur tugged at Sirius's arm. "Harry's only in 4th year. It wasn't necessary to catch them all," Harry said calmly. "The Ministry wouldn't be able to handle it if I did. And honestly, I didn't have the time to take down every single one of them." Arthur froze, his mouth hanging open. What did he mean by not enough time? Were those words supposed to be used in this context? "Almost half of those Death Eaters," Harry continued, "were people we saw in the stands earlier. Many of them were Ministry officials or from so-called sacred pureblood families. If I'd captured them all, the Ministry would likely do nothing. They'd release them quietly. So instead, I grabbed Malfoy. He can be their scapegoat, and a nice bit of payback for Uncle Arthur." Enjoying the story? Want to read ahead? I'm now offering an exclusive $30 tier on Patreon that gives you access to 20 advanced chapters for each of my 5 ongoing fics. That's a total of 100 chapters for you to dive into. No waiting, no cliffhangers, just full, uninterrupted access to all the action, drama, and adventure. Join the unlimited archive tier on Patreon now. Patreon.com/MichaelTranslates. Chapter 164, We Must Think for Ourselves. When Harry returned to the tent, Hermione and Ron were on high alert. Only after confirming it was him did they relax. George and Fred quickly stashed away their dung bombs and fireworks. "Good news. Malfoy's been caught," Sirius announced triumphantly as he entered the tent, raising his arm in celebration. He turned to George and Fred with a grin. "I heard about what happened in your 2nd year." "Which Malfoy?" George asked instinctively. "Lucius Malfoy," Sirius replied excitedly, throwing an arm around Arthur's shoulders. "Lighten up, Arthur. We're all family here, no need to hold back." George and Fred cheered. "If only we could get Draco too," Ron sighed wistfully. Fred shook his head vigorously. No, dear brother. We can't let Draco Malfoy be taken away. Without him, where would we find half our fun?" Hermione, who had been inspecting Harry for injuries, immediately looked up and gave the twins a stern glare. "So, you're planning to make Gryffindor lose points again this year?" "We'll try to be more discreet," George promised solemnly, raising his hand. Fred added with mock seriousness. "We'll take your advice to heart, Hermione. Your tips have been very useful. We plan to study hard this year, and put it into practice." Hermione's cheeks turned slightly pink. "Go easy on him," Arthur and Harry said in unison. George blinked in surprise. Fred looked puzzled. "Dad's saying that makes sense, but Harry, why are you?" Harry's tone remained emotionless. "Because once school starts, Draco Malfoy will be a kid without a father." George gasped theatrically. "Harry, you always manage to say things that blow me away." "We'll make sure young Malfoy feels fatherly love again," Fred said, trying to keep a straight face. Mimicking Percy's usual pompous tone, he added. "The kind of fatherly love that only the Weasleys can provide." "Don't go too far," Arthur warned, wagging a finger at them. "At least make sure your mother doesn't find out, or you'll get a howler." George and Fred nodded vigorously, though their smirks suggested they were already plotting. That night was destined to be sleepless. The reappearance of the Dark Mark, whether real or a cruel joke, rekindled the deepest fears buried in every witch and wizard's heart. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, arrived at their tent, his face lined with exhaustion. The Weasleys stayed together in the tent. Arthur, Sirius, and Lupin shared a room, George and Fred took another, Ron and Harry were roommates, and Ginny shared with Hermione. But as the others drifted off to sleep, only Harry and Hermione remained awake in the quiet living area. Scrimgeour, nursing a cup of tea Hermione had prepared, looked at Harry with a mix of exasperation and weariness. "Mr. Potter, you've caused the Auror office quite a headache tonight. Out of dozens of suspected Death Eaters, you captured 2 purebloods, one of whom is the head of the Malfoy family." Harry sipped his milk calmly. "Maybe this will encourage those purebloods to do some soul-searching. I deliberately went after Malfoy, but the other one. That was coincidence." Scrimgeour sighed, massaging his temples. After a pause, he looked back up. "You're absolutely certain the house elf you saw was Winky? The one belonging to Mr. Crouch? As head of the Auror office, I need your definitive answer." Harry nodded firmly. No matter how many times you ask, I'm certain of what I saw. Scrimgeour groaned, rubbing his head again. Finally, he shot Harry a forlorn glance. One more thing, Rita Skeeter's outside. Want to talk to her? Harry's refusal was swift and decisive. No. He had encountered Skeeter before, notably at King's Cross last year. She was as annoying as a mosquito, constantly buzzing around and trying to provoke him into saying something scandalous with her weak charm spells. I'll keep her away, then, Scrimgeour said, standing up. Good night, Mr. Potter. Sleep well. With that, he left, and the tent fell silent once more. The only sounds were the muffled sleep murmurs of the others. The next morning. When Harry returned from his morning exercise, he was greeted by the sound of Hermione's furious voice echoing from inside the tent. Pulling aside the curtain, he found her banging her fist on the table, startling Crookshanks and Hedwig, who cowered in the corner. Hermione's face was flushed with anger, and her knuckles were red from her relentless pounding. She was holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, which seemed to be the source of her ire. How could they? Hermione fumed. How dare they write something like this? Harry gently took her hand, pulling the newspaper from her grasp with his other. What happened? Hermione, too upset to speak, gestured at the paper. Harry glanced at the front page. The headline was about last night's events, featuring a giant image of the Dark Mark with its snake tongue slithering ominously. Next to it were 3 photographs, Lucius Malfoy, lying dazed on the ground, Avery, pale and barely clinging to life, and Harry himself, expressionless, clad in leather armor, holding a wand in one hand and the basilisk bone sword in the other. The article went into shocking detail about the events of the previous night. It was so detailed that it almost seemed intentional. Key excerpts from the article. According to sources, Mr. Malfoy was deliberately targeted by Harry Potter. In his defense, Mr. Malfoy repeatedly claimed to be under the Imperius curse, but his plea was dismissed as invalid. Azkaban now awaits him. Meanwhile, Mr. Avery remains in critical condition at St. Mungo's. Reports suggest he was poisoned during a duel with Mr. Potter. The venom is said to come from the highly dangerous and malevolent magical creature known as a basilisk. Then came a scathing critique of Harry. We must question the true nature of Harry Potter, the so-called boy who lived, the savior, and the heir of Gryffindor. He is undeniably talented but also deeply troubling. Reports from Hogwarts suggest that last year, Mr. Potter had a violent altercation with the professor, resulting in the professor losing an arm. This incident, however, was covered up by Albus Dumbledore, who is known for his favoritism toward Mr. Potter and tutors him weekly. As a proud member of Ravenclaw, this writer cannot help but ponder, is Harry Potter truly the savior we need? The savior we envision should be more compassionate, more noble than Dumbledore, a true beacon of white magic. Not a wizard skilled in swordplay, poisons, and injuring professors. Harry set the paper down, his expression unreadable. Seems they've got high standards for a savior. They're completely ignoring the facts. Hermione shouted. How can they write such lies? Harry's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. Well, we've always been told that independent thinking is a wizard's greatest asset. Maybe it's time for them to start using it. Enjoying the story? Want to read ahead? I'm now offering an exclusive $30 tier on Patreon that gives you access to 20 advanced chapters for each of my 5 ongoing fics. That's a total of 100 chapters for you to dive into. No waiting, no cliffhangers, just full, uninterrupted access to all the action, drama, and adventure. Join the unlimited archive tier on Patreon now. Patreon.com/MichaelTranslates. Chapter 165, Who is the New Victim? Harry took the Daily Prophet and left the heavy atmosphere of the tent. Ron hesitated for a moment before daring to peek out. He quickly grabbed the newspaper and skimmed through it. How could she write this? He exclaimed. Hermione nodded in agreement. Isn't she afraid Harry might chop her up? Ron added before Hermione could finish nodding. Hermione glared at him. Harry isn't like that. She's just spouting nonsense, Harry said casually as he tossed the newspaper aside. His face remained calm and impassive. It's all pointless babbling. The words didn't hurt him, they were as weak and feeble as Hermione's occasional threat. If you keep this up, I'll report you to the professor. But she's genuinely awful, Hermione said as she picked up the crumpled newspaper, her hand squeezing it so tightly that it crinkled. She needs to be taught a lesson. I'm writing to the Daily Prophet to file a complaint. Complaining won't help, Harry interrupted, waving her off lightly. Don't worry. If I get the chance, I'll rip her tongue out myself. Hermione gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Ron's face twitched, and suddenly, his own tongue felt sore. Harry? Ron asked cautiously. Harry stared at the balled-up newspaper in his hands. I don't care about criticism. But I hate the idea of her trying to put a leash around my neck. What does she think I am? Dumbledore. Ron blinked, startled. Dumbledore. He wasn't bad at all. Ron couldn't even dream of becoming someone like him. Are you really going to rip out her tongue? Ron asked hesitantly, leaning forward. Harry shook his head. You've reminded me, she writes with her hands. Maybe I should break those instead. Ron's eyes widened in horror. That wasn't what he meant at all. She's a witch, Hermione chimed in, trying to bring the conversation back to reason. Then maybe I'll still need to remove her tongue, just to stop her from casting spells, Harry replied, deep in thought. Ron gawked at Hermione in astonishment. Hermione, you used to never go along with this kind of talk. When they left the camp, the group decided not to head home immediately. Instead, they went to Diagon Alley to shop for the supplies they'd need for the new school year. Most of the fourth-year requirements were similar to the previous years, except for one new addition, formal dress robes. Sirius, as always, was enthusiastic. He led the boys to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to get their robes custom-made, while Molly Weasley took Hermione and Ginny to shop for dresses. For the boys, the most traditional and appropriate option was a tuxedo. Harry's physique had improved significantly over the summer. He had grown taller, now standing at 5.6 feet. He didn't need to hide any physical imperfections like middle-aged men often did. Though he loathed formal wear for its tight fit, Sirius had a sharp eye. He picked out a deep blue tie for Ron, which made the nearly 15-year-old look a bit more mature despite his youthful face. For Harry, Sirius chose a gold and red tuxedo trimmed with crimson accents. Instead of a mature necktie like the Weasleys, Sirius opted for a wine-red bow tie, softening Harry's sharp appearance. Harry, already exuding a mature and aloof demeanor, was suddenly more approachable. To complete the outfit, Sirius added a stag-shaped brooch with emeralds for eyes. James and Lily would be so proud to see you grow into the young man you've become, Sirius said, his deep gaze fixed on Harry's reflection in the mirror. His tone was heavy with emotion. Harry didn't respond. He stared at the mirror, trying to soften his expression. But no matter how much Harry changed, the face in the mirror would never be James. The Weasley twins, meanwhile, emerged from their fitting room, laughing and roughhousing. They had already changed back into their wizard robes. This is odd. We've never needed to buy stuff like this before, Ron remarked, glancing at Harry. His eyes lingered on the emerald and gold brooch, a piece clearly worth more than all three of their outfits combined. Lucky it's this year. If it were last year, we'd probably have had to use Dad's old robes, Fred said wistfully as George counted out the galleons to pay for their outfits. They even considered covering Harry's bill. But the cost of Harry's ensemble left them speechless. It'll be worth it, Sirius said, turning to them with a meaningful smile. Trust me. When the time comes, you'll see that this was money well spent. What's happening? Fred asked eagerly. Sirius shook his head. You'll find out when you get to school. Dumbledore will explain everything. Dad said the same thing, George said, clutching his chest in mock despair. Sirius, come on, tell us. Not knowing is killing us. If it does, I'll make sure my dear business partners get the best Graves money can buy, Sirius replied with a smirk, steadfastly refusing to spill the secret. Ron turned to Harry with a pleading look. Harry, you must know something, right? Maybe there's going to be a big event at school this year. Harry guessed. Something involving Ludo Bagman, maybe. A professional Quidditch league hosting a tournament at Hogwarts. The Weasley twins immediately turned their hopeful eyes to Sirius. Sirius chuckled, shaking his head. Not just that. It's bigger than anything you've ever imagined. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and grinned. Harry, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Unable to get a clear answer, the twins tried every trick in the book to coax Sirius into revealing the secret but failed miserably. September 1st. The Hogwarts Express departed under a torrential downpour. In their compartment, Ron slumped in his seat, holding Crookshanks and heaving a heavy sigh. Still no sign of Malfoy. What would you do if you saw him? Hermione frowned, clearly irritated. Harry picked up the ginger cat, playing with its paws. He's been holding in a week's worth of insults. Not finding Malfoy to unleash them on is making him miserable. Hermione gave Ron a sharp look. You're so childish. I'm not Harry, Ron grumbled, clenching his fists. I don't have his talent. Malfoy won't be able to run forever, Harry reassured him. When we get to school, bring a few friends with you, just in case. House points. Hermione hissed, giving Harry a nudge. This year, house points probably won't matter much, Harry replied thoughtfully. Sirius hinted that there'll be a big event this year. Each house might even pick a representative for a competition. Hermione looked intrigued. Then you'd better get bold and learn from the twins. Ron grimaced. The train rolled on through the rain, and by the time they arrived at Hogwarts, the downpour had only worsened. The rain hammered against their heads as they made their way to the castle. High-grade students used magic to shield themselves, but many younger ones were soaked, some even crying. In the Great Hall, Ron craned his neck to peer at the staff table, noting the empty chair where the defense against the dark arts professor should have been. No professor this year? Not yet, Seamus commented dryly. Considering our history, that's not surprising. Professor Lupin didn't have any issues, Hermione countered. Well, Snape subbed last year and lost an arm, Seamus quipped. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 166, They all refused because of Harry. I heard from my grandmother that Professor Dumbledore invited a lot of wizards, but hardly anyone accepted, Neville sighed. It seems that a few people were willing at first, but after Skeeter's article was published, they all turned him down. Why would they refuse? Ron asked, lowering his hand after greeting the Sorting Hat. He looked genuinely puzzled. Neville grimaced. Rumor has it that the Professor Harry had a conflict with was Professor Lupin. They might overlook the curse associated with the position, Angelina said as she leaned in, her head tilted thoughtfully. But I don't think any professor wants to risk getting beaten up by Harry. I didn't do it on purpose, Harry said impassively. They all came looking for it themselves. Angelina's eyes widened. Wait, you actually fought them all? She was only joking. Every single one of them, whether they were permanent or substitute professors, Hermione said, counting them off on her fingers. Angelina stared blankly, scanning the staff table. So, which unlucky professor will it be this year? Her gaze lingered briefly on the empty chair that usually belonged to Professor McGonagall. Then she glanced at Professor Sprout and Flitwick before finally settling on Dumbledore. Looks like Professor Dumbledore is the safest bet. She paused, turning back to Harry. Harry, you can't possibly beat Professor Dumbledore yet, can you? Even if his mind were filled with dung, syrup, and fudge, Harry replied calmly, he's still the greatest white wizard. I'm not ready to beat him yet. Angelina pressed a hand to her forehead. Wait, give me a moment to process that. Her head throbbed, as if she could almost feel herself growing a brain. What exactly was in Dumbledore's head? How could it be so chaotic, even including Cornelius Fudge? While the Gryffindors were puzzling over what strange things might be in Dumbledore's brain, the first-year students, drenched like wet rats, were led in by Professor McGonagall. The portrait of Godric Gryffindor behind Dumbledore smiled warmly as it watched the young wizards. The Sorting Hat began singing a new song. It was an ancient medieval tune, never sung before, with longer lyrics than in previous years. It praised Godric Gryffindor and lamented the past. Its mournful tone confused the first and second-year students but struck a chord with the older ones, bringing a few Hufflepuff girls to tears. Professor McGonagall sorted the new students into their houses and, with a wave of her wand, sent the Sorting Hat flying toward Harry without him even having to get up. Hey, Harry, the Sorting Hat greeted him warmly. Harry looked at the hat. I thought you wouldn't come to me this year. Why not? The hat asked curiously. Wasn't the trial over? Hermione questioned. Or is it not finished yet? The hat froze, its pointed tip twisting as if in thought. That's right, the trial is over. Never mind, Harry said nonchalantly, handing it to Crookshanks, who eagerly stretched his paws toward the hat. You can volunteer to be Crookshanks' scratching post instead. Don't do this to me, the hat protested, trying to push Crookshanks away with its tip, but it was futile. How about like last year? Saturdays, just once a week. Fine. I do have a lot to ask you this year, Harry agreed. I was just wondering how to get you out of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the start-of-term feast began. The Sorting Hat joined in play with Crookshanks, Hedwig, and Bowes, who had flown in and were curiously peering around the hall before hopping over to join the fun. When the feast ended, Ron quickly snatched a lamb chop with one hand while stuffing a large piece of pudding into his mouth. Dumbledore stood up, his tone cheerful. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, it's time to stop and listen to this old man ramble. As always, I have a few announcements to make. Caretaker Filch has asked me to remind everyone that the list of banned items in the castle has grown again this year. Skiving snack boxes, Fang frisbees, Tuntung toffees, what else? I can't quite remember. But you can check the full list, 467 items in total, on the notice board outside Filch's office. George and Fred groaned in unison, lamenting the blow to their business. Most Gryffindors didn't care about school rules, let alone Filch's regulations. But the twins' biggest clientele came from Hufflepuff, who might actually care. Dumbledore paid no attention to their disappointment and continued. On a more serious note, I must remind all students to stay away from the Forbidden Forest. Last year, Mr. Potter had special circumstances. He paused, then added, and for Quidditch fans, I have some unfortunate news. Although we just enjoyed the Quidditch World Cup, this year's House Quidditch Cup will be suspended. All 4 house tables erupted in shock, and George and Fred even stood up to protest. They could bear losing their business, but not Quidditch. This was their second to last year, their chance to secure a three-peat championship. Dumbledore raised a hand. Mr. Weasley, please be patient and let me finish. The twins reluctantly quieted down but remained standing. As I was saying, Dumbledore continued, the Quidditch Cup is cancelled because we will be hosting something even grander. This October, Hogwarts will hold an event that will last the entire school year. It will demand much of our time and energy, but I believe it will bring you immense joy. You'll witness a truly magnificent event. He paused for dramatic effect. Hogwarts will be hosting The great hall's doors burst open before he could finish. All heads turned to see a man in a dark cloak step inside. Though not tall, his presence was intimidating. He pulled back his hood to reveal a scarred, pockmarked face with a glassy, rotating false eye. His gray hair added to his unsettling aura. A claw-like wooden leg tapped sharply on the floor as he moved. His movements were cautious, his gaze sweeping the hall, lingering longest on Harry. "Who is he? Harry, why does he seem wary of you?" Ron whispered. "I don't know him," Harry replied, his eyes locked on the man. A strange, faintly unpleasant scent reached Harry's nose, but it was hard to pinpoint in the hall, where the air was filled with the smell of lamb, sausages, and caramel pudding. "Is he the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor?" Seamus speculated, leaning over. "Harry, don't punch this one too. He looks even friendlier than Lupin." "No promises," Harry replied, his face blank. The men finally reached the staff table, exchanged a terse handshake with Dumbledore, and inspected the Defense Against the Dark Arts seat. After glancing at Snape with clear disdain, he dragged his chair closer to Hagrid. "Allow me to introduce our new professor," Dumbledore said warmly, breaking the silence. "Alastor Mad-Eye Moody. He will be our Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher this year. A seasoned auror, Professor Moody has made significant contributions to the wizarding world. I trust he'll be an excellent teacher, rivaling even Professor Lupin." There was polite applause, though Moody didn't react. Instead, he pulled out a peculiar copper flask, hesitated under Harry's intense gaze, and tucked it back into his pocket. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. "As I was saying, this year Hogwarts will host an event that hasn't been held in over a century, the Triwizard Tournament." Fred's eyes widened. "Professor, you must be joking." "This is no joke," Dumbledore replied, smiling. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 167, This is not good news. The Gryffindors leaned in closer, eager to hear Harry's response. "I probably won't participate," Harry said after some thought. Hermione let out a sigh of relief. "Why not, Harry?" Ron asked, visibly surprised. "If you did, you'd definitely be Hogwarts champion." Harry was concise. "It's a waste of time." After a pause, he added, "Bullying kids isn't fun." The older students covered their faces, suppressing laughter. "Bullying kids? But you're only 14. Hermione said exasperatedly, giving him a light poke on the back of his hand. "You're still a kid yourself. A kid who can beat professors." Harry replied with a ghost of a smirk. The Gryffindors all nodded in agreement. If they hadn't seen Harry start as a small, scrawny first year and grow year by year into the formidable figure he was now, they wouldn't have believed that the Harry Potter who could take down professors was really just 14. 14. Really? The chatter grew louder until Dumbledore had to raise his hand, amplifying his voice magically. "I know many of you are eager to represent Hogwarts as champions and win the Triwizard Tournament," he said warmly, but... He paused meaningfully. "The three schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction this year. Only students who are 17 or older will be allowed to apply." "What?" George exclaimed, hands on his hips. "Professor Dumbledore, that's unfair. Everyone knows Harry's the best student at Hogwarts." "But he's not 17, Fred added quickly, backing his brother. Both twins were 15, still 7 months shy of 17, so the age restriction was bad news for them as well. Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Of course, we considered that there may be some exceptionally gifted young wizards and witches who are far more talented than 6th or 7th year students," he explained. "For those confident in their abilities, underage students may submit an application to their head of house. If your head of house believes you meet the criteria, they can submit your name on your behalf." The students immediately turned their eyes toward Harry. This new clause seemed tailor-made for him. "This measure is necessary," Dumbledore continued, his tone grave. "Even with all our precautions, the tasks in the Triwizard Tournament remain dangerous. Even the most talented 6th and 7th year students will find it challenging to make it through safely." He paused, surveying the crowd. "I will personally ensure that no student bypasses the age restriction without a professor's approval." George and Fred reluctantly sat back down, occasionally sneaking glances at Professor McGonagall and whispering conspiratorially. Dumbledore pressed on. "In addition, the delegations from Demstrang and Beauxbatons will arrive in October and stay with us for most of the academic year. I trust everyone will behave themselves." He stopped for a moment and sighed. "At the very least, let us keep our house points in the triple digits, shall we?" The Gryffindor table erupted in laughter, but Professors McGonagall and Snape both shot cold glares in their direction. "Don't worry, Headmaster," George shouted jovially. Fred added with mock seriousness, "After all, we wouldn't bully someone whose dad just went to Azkaban." At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy slammed his fist on the table, his face turning a blotchy mix of red and white. "How could you say that?" George chided Fred, shaking his head as if truly disappointed. "It's not nice to mock someone just because their father's in Azkaban." Fred shrugged innocently. "Can Death Eaters even get out of Azkaban?" Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall stood abruptly, her tone calm but radiating an unmistakable aura of danger. Do you want detention on the very first day? No, Professor McGonagall. George raised his hand in mock surrender, giving a crisp French military salute. We were simply having a serious discussion. About whether having a father in Azkaban makes someone an orphan, Fred added, also saluting. It's an important question, really. I should teach these disrespectful boys a lesson, growled Moody, who had been sitting silently. He made a move to draw his wand. McGonagall stopped him with a glare. I'm their head of house. Moody grunted and sat back down. McGonagall turned her sharp gaze to the twins. Enough, Mr. Weasley. Both of you. The twins immediately sat straight, looking like obedient schoolboys. Over at the Slytherin table, Malfoy sat rigidly, his face a mask of restrained anger. Even Crabbe and Goyle, usually his loyal lackeys, avoided his gaze and focused on their plates. Draco tried to maintain his composure, sitting as elegantly as he could. But his father's words echoed in his mind, mingling with Fred and George's taunts. Without his father's power and influence, what was he? Even the so-called friends he had trusted had distanced themselves after the scandal. Plans to meet up over the summer were abruptly cancelled after the news broke. And when he visited Diagon Alley alone, he spotted them laughing and chatting together from afar. The cruelty of human nature had never felt clearer. All right, Dumbledore said at last, his tone lightening. Let's sing the school song before heading back to the dormitories. The lyrics appeared in the air, and George and Fred sang boisterously to the tune of an opera aria. They didn't stop at one round, continuing cheerfully until Lee Jordan finished at a deliberately slow pace and the twins reached the end of their fourth rendition. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore opened the great hall doors. The students stood and began filing toward the grand staircase. Potter. Harry hadn't gone far when someone stepped in front of him. Sorry to interrupt, said a warm, polite voice. Harry looked up to see Cedric Diggory, the best student in Hufflepuff. What is it? Harry asked. Cedric took a deep breath. I heard you're not planning to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. I can't guarantee that, Harry replied, glancing briefly at the staff table, where Moody was deep in conversation with Dumbledore. But for now, I have no intention of joining. Cedric followed Harry's gaze before turning back with a faint smile. Looking into our new defense against the dark arts professor already, Potter? Don't worry, Harry said, meeting Cedric's eyes. You're talented. Believe in yourself. Didn't you lead Hufflepuff to win the House Cup last year? Cedric smiled wryly and shook his head. If the Weasley twins didn't always start fights with the Slytherins, the House Cup would still belong to Gryffindor. Good thing I only have to worry about you for one more year, Cedric joked. Next year's Quidditch Cup will be our last clash. Then he took another deep breath and spoke firmly. Potter, whether or not you enter the tournament, I will. But I do hope you decide to join. With that, Cedric waved and walked away. As his figure disappeared, Ron frowned. Diggory's dad, Cedric's dad, is annoying. Harry raised an eyebrow. We shared a portkey with them to the Quidditch World Cup, Ron explained. On the way, Mr. Diggory kept bragging about Cedric, saying he was the one who beat you, Harry. As if it was some big achievement. It was fair play, Harry replied. Why else would it be him and not someone from Ravenclaw? Ron scowled but didn't argue. He just didn't like hearing someone badmouth his best friend behind his back. I've never met Mr. Diggory, Harry continued, but I admire Cedric. He's talented. If Hufflepuff had a true heir, they'd likely choose him. Ron blinked. Is he really that good? If I don't participate, he might become Hogwarts champion, Harry said simply. No 6th or 7th year student matches his skill. Ron glanced back, trying to catch another glimpse of Cedric, but he had vanished. Never mind the Triwizard Tournament, Hermione said as they climbed to the second floor. What's going on with Professor Moody, Harry? You seemed suspicious. Moody. Ron chimed in. He's a bit paranoid, sure, but Dad says he's one of the best. If anyone could be trusted with your life, it'd be him. Harry tilted his head slightly. Your dad's got good judgment. Hermione exhaled, relieved. So maybe you're just overthinking it. Harry shook his head. No, something feels off. What do you mean? Ron and Hermione asked in unison. There's a mix of familiar scents around him, Harry said, frowning. They combine into something I've encountered before, a potion. But the Great Hall smells were too overwhelming for me to identify it clearly. Which potion? Hermione pressed. I'm not sure, Harry admitted. But it doesn't seem like a good one. Ron tugged at his sleeve. Harry, Moody's a good guy. Even when he was younger, he refused to use dark magic to catch wizards, just a few nasty curses at most. I'm just being cautious, Harry assured him. Maybe he's sick and needs dangerous potions to manage his health. Ron hesitated. That doesn't sound like good news. Power stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 168, The Master of Magical Creatures, Hagrid. The rain poured all night. When Ron said goodnight to Harry, he hesitated before adding, Professor Moody really is quite old, Harry. Don't push him too hard. Influenced by his father, Ron had a fairly positive impression of Moody. Harry reluctantly agreed. The next morning, the rain finally stopped. Most of Hogwarts students were sporting dark circles under their eyes. The news of the Triwizard Tournament had kept them awake, and even after a night to process it, the tournament remained the sole topic of conversation at breakfast. Fred and George were furiously calculating their grades and brainstorming ways to create a resume impressive enough to convince Professor McGonagall to allow them, as underage students, to enter the competition. Ron, too, seemed tempted. Harry and Hermione encouraged him. As the third best student in Gryffindor's fourth year, he had every reason to give it a shot. Inspired, Ron joined his brothers in their planning. After breakfast, their busy fourth-year schedule officially began. The first class of the day was herbology. Professor Sprout thoughtfully prepared a plant for her teenage students called Bebotuber. It was a repulsive, writhing plant resembling a slug, emitting a pungent odor. But after Hermione answered a question in class, many students quickly grew fond of it. Its slimy sap, once processed, could be turned into a powerful acne treatment, a blessing for adolescents. Even Hermione had been dealing with acne, thanks to the stress of using her time turner last year and again this term. Even Ron, who rarely worried about appearances, wasn't spared. Only Harry remained unaffected. His face was flawless, devoid of acne or even dark circles under his eyes. Everyone was envious. Being magically gifted was one thing, but perfect skin too. It was enough to make the girls twist with jealousy. After herbology, the students trudged through the muddy grounds to Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest for care of magical creatures. Hagrid was positively brimming with excitement as he revealed a bizarre and grotesque creature. The creatures looked like shelled lobsters that had been skinned alive, their grayish mucus-covered bodies squirming grotesquely. Limbs jutted out at awkward angles, disrupting any sense of symmetry. A foul seafood stench emanated from them, and sparks occasionally flew from their tails as they wriggled in a cramped box. Hermione turned pale, clutching Harry's arm as she backed away. Harry, Ron gagged, stepping back as well, what are those things? I don't think I've seen them in any books. I haven't either, Hermione said, peeking again before quickly retreating. I don't think they're recorded anywhere. Hagrid's face glowed with pride. Raising his hand high, he declared, I'm thrilled to share with you the fruits of my entire summer's labor, a brand new magical creature. Can anyone guess what its parents are? Hermione had a guess but didn't raise her hand. The other students frowned and tossed out wild guesses, shrimp, lobsters, maggots. Hagrid looked disappointed. Some guesses were close but still not correct. Harry, what do you think? Hagrid looked to him expectantly, knowing Harry often came to his rescue in moments like these. Harry pondered briefly before saying, I think part of it has fire crab lineage. Hagrid's face lit up. Aha. I knew you'd figure it out, Harry. You're always so brilliant. Yes, they do have fire crab lineage. And the other part? The students were stunned. These revolting things had fire crab lineage. Fire lizards. Fire ash snakes. Harry ventured. Hagrid shook his head. Fire lizards couldn't create something this impressive. Fire ash snakes. I'm still trying to figure out how to stop their explosive growth. Even Newt hasn't solved that one. After another moment of thought, Harry admitted, I'm sorry, Professor Hagrid. I can't figure out the rest. Hagrid sighed. Well, you're only fourth years. I can't expect too much. But spotting even one lineage is impressive, 5 points to Gryffindor. He then reached into the box and grabbed one of the creatures, letting it writhe in his hands. I've named them blast-ended scruts. I created them over the summer by crossbreeding a manticores and 50 fire crabs. The students were dumbstruck. Even Harry was shocked. Wait. How was that even possible? Setting aside the vast size difference between manticores and fire crabs, breeding one with 50 of another species. This was beyond extraordinary. The students shuffled further from the box, their expressions mixed with awe and disgust. Although I created them, they're still a new species with many unknown and fascinating traits, Hagrid said, lost in his excitement. He even kissed the scrut, causing Ron to nearly lose his breakfast. For our first lesson, we're going to figure out their diet. Are they herbivores? Carnivores? Do they prefer fresh food or carrion? Hagrid explained, pointing to the array of food items he had prepared. Students groaned but obediently followed instructions. Professor, what's the point of these creatures? A Slytherin student asked, raising their hand. Hagrid froze. What do you mean, what's the point? Can they do something useful like dragons? Or magical like unicorns? The student asked sarcastically. Hagrid hesitated. That's for the next lesson. You don't know, do you? The Slytherin sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. The Slytherins burst into laughter. Draco Malfoy, however, stood apart, silent and pale. He didn't laugh, he merely watched indifferently. Harry stepped in. Creating a new species, especially one combining manticores and fire crabs, is a monumental achievement in itself, he said calmly. If Hagrid didn't teach you, you couldn't come close to achieving this in a lifetime. He paused and added, well, maybe not impossible, you purebloods always manage to produce something peculiar, don't you? Ron poked Harry's back and whispered, hey, my family's pureblood too. You're pureblood traitors, Harry replied. It's not the same. Ron puffed his chest proudly. Exactly. The Weasleys were known as blood traitors, and they wore the title like a badge of honor. Potter, a Slytherin hissed, glaring. Hermione interjected, Professor Hagrid, someone is disrupting your lesson and undermining the learning environment. Hagrid snapped to attention. Oh, right. Thank you, Hermione. 5 points from Slytherin. He added, and 2 points to Gryffindor for Harry's contribution to maintaining classroom order. The Slytherins shot daggers at Harry with their eyes. Despite their recognition of the Scrits' uniqueness, the students still found them revolting. As the offspring of 2 dangerous creatures, they were predictably aggressive, stinging with venomous barbs and occasionally shooting sparks from their tails. Hagrid, to his credit, had prepared antidotes in advance. Some Scrits even had suction-like appendages on their bellies, clinging to skin like leeches and drawing blood. Hagrid had to put down several of his beloved creations to free the students. By lunchtime, the students returned to the Great Hall, reeking of the Scrits' foul stench. Other Gryffindors avoided the fourth years, and students from other houses despaired over their own upcoming lessons with Hagrid. The afternoon classes were comparatively better. Ancient runes became more engaging as they experimented with magical properties of runic inscriptions. Divination, with Professor Trelawney, introduced star charts. Despite her reputation for being overly dramatic and occasionally fraudulent, her astrology lessons were solid and well received. Finally, on Thursday, the fourth-year Gryffindors had their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Professor Moody. The atmosphere was starkly different from Professor Lupin's warm and inviting classes. Instead, a heavy, oppressive feeling hung over the classroom as the students filed in. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 169, Harry, I don't think this is okay. The Gryffindor Lions had been eagerly anticipating Moody's class for quite some time. Students who had already attended Defense Against the Dark Arts praised his lessons highly, saying they were almost as good as Lupin's, some even claimed they were better. The room's curtains were drawn shut. For a moment, the students thought they'd accidentally wandered into Professor Trelawney's tower, as the room was filled with an overwhelming and choking scent of incense. Harry, whose senses were sharper than most, found the strong smell nearly unbearable. He struggled to breathe, and his eyes watered. Professor, could we open a window? Hermione stopped in her tracks and asked Moody, who was seated at the teacher's desk. Moody shook his head. I'm afraid not. You'll need this calming incense for what we're about to cover today. Harry fanned the air in front of his face with his hand. This incense is poorly made, Professor. You might want to consult Professor Snape about its preparation. And burning so much at once only worsens its effectiveness. I think I know more about these things than you, Potter, Moody growled, stomping his claw-like wooden leg against the platform with a loud thud. Sit down. We're starting. Hermione frowned as she and Ron followed Harry to the front row and sat down. As soon as they took out their textbooks, Moody waved a hand dismissively. Put the books away, he ordered. When you're face-to-face with dark creatures or dark wizards, books won't save you. If your first thought is to flip through a textbook, you're already as good as dead. The students eagerly stashed their books, thrilled at the prospect of a practical lesson. Theory was all well and good, but nothing beat hands-on experience. Moody hobbled out from behind the podium and stopped by the desk farthest from Harry. You had a good professor last year, he said. I've received detailed letters from Professor Lupin about your progress in this subject. But Defense Against the Dark Arts isn't just about dealing with dark creatures. Most witches and wizards will rarely encounter such creatures in their lifetimes, not even me, despite what you might think. The real threat is dark wizards, and those who aspire to become them. In my class, I'll teach you how to handle the dark arts themselves. The students held their breath. Hermione frowned. Professor, isn't that something we're supposed to learn in 6th year? Moody cut her off with a wave. Patience, Miss Granger. I've reviewed the syllabus, I'm not a fool. But Professor Dumbledore has spoken highly of your courage. I believe he thinks you're ready to learn about these things. He paused and glanced meaningfully at Harry. Besides, I'm sure many of you heard the news about the Death Eaters at the Quidditch World Cup. They summoned the Dark Mark and tortured Muggles. It was a despicable act. Fortunately, Harry here drove them off before the Aurors arrived and even managed to capture 2 of the culprits. The students turned to Harry in amazement. Harry, however, kept his gaze fixed on Moody. Times are tense, Moody continued, his tone sharp. You never know when the Death Eaters might rise again. I've lived through 2 such periods already. He tapped his wooden leg against the floor irritably, then barked at Lavender Brown, who was fiddling with something. Miss Brown. What I'm teaching is important. No distractions. Lavender jumped, quickly stashing whatever she'd been holding. Moody's magical eye swept over the class as his regular eye fixed on them. A dark wizard won't politely bow or announce their spell before attacking you, he warned. They won't stick to harmless spells like Stupefy or Petrificus Totalis. So, who can tell me the most vile spells in our world, those that are punished most severely? Harry spoke up. You're talking about the unforgivable curses, aren't you, Professor? Exactly, Moody said, nodding. Care to enlighten the class? Harry didn't mince words. I don't think this is appropriate. Does Professor Dumbledore know? This is my class, Moody replied, stomping his wooden leg again for emphasis. I decide what's appropriate. Harry fell silent, but the protective charm he wore against his chest vibrated slightly. Moody's magical eye swiveled to him. So, anyone else want to answer? A few hands shot up. You, Weasley. Ron stood up hesitantly. There's the Imperius Curse. My dad told me about it. And Malfoy tried to use it as an excuse recently. Correct, Moody said approvingly. The trouble that curse has caused the Ministry over the years. He flicked his wand, and a glass jar flew from the cupboard to his hand. Inside was a large spider. He unscrewed the lid, letting the spider crawl onto the desk. Ron nearly drew his wand to blast it. Moody pointed his wand at the spider and said, Imperio. A faint, cold magical energy seeped into the spider, binding it to Moody's will. It began dancing in an unnaturally graceful manner, leaping across the room and performing elaborate steps. The students laughed and applauded. You think that's funny? Moody's voice was sharp as a knife. He waved his wand again. The spider suddenly started hurling itself against the wall, smashing its head repeatedly until it collapsed, lifeless. The class fell silent, faces pale. Harry flicked his wand, and the spider's body vanished. Feeling compassionate, are we, Potter? Moody asked, his magical eye boring into him. The students have seen enough, Harry replied coolly. Moody snorted. As you saw, the victim of the Imperius Curse becomes a puppet, completely under the caster's control. And no trace of the curse remains, there's no evidence to prove someone was under it. However, he continued, while the Imperius Curse has no counter-curse, it can be resisted with a strong enough will. I'll teach you how. He turned to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, perhaps you can name another unforgivable curse. Neville rose shakily, barely able to force the words out, Cruciatus Curse. Moody said nothing, summoning another spider instead. He enlarged it to the size of a human head and cast the Cruciatus Curse. The spider writhed and clawed at the desk, emitting sickening sounds. Harry flicked his wand again, silencing the noise. Neville's face turned deathly white as sweat poured down his forehead. Harry leaned over. Neville, if you're uncomfortable, just say so. I don't like it, Neville whispered hoarsely. Louder, Harry urged. I don't like it. Neville shouted, his voice steady despite his trembling. Moody looked taken aback, his magical eye swiveling toward Harry with a strange expression. Anyone know the last unforgivable curse, he asked. Hermione raised her hand. Avada Kedavra, she said grimly when called upon. Indeed, Moody confirmed, his face twisting into what might have been a smile. The killing curse. He aimed his wand at the spider, but Harry intervened again, transfiguring the table into a barrier between Neville and the scene. With a single green flash, the spider collapsed, lifeless. Potter, Moody said sharply. You're being overly cautious. Perhaps, Harry replied, his tone flat. But you'll admit, Professor, that at your age, accidents can happen. Moody grunted. The killing curse leaves no survivors, except for one boy who sits among you now. All eyes turned to Harry. Moody continued, these spells require immense power and strong emotions. Most of you couldn't cast them, even if you tried. But, he added, you must know how to defend yourselves. Let's start with resisting the Imperius Curse. Potter, you'll go first. The charm on Harry's chest vibrated violently. He stood, his gaze locked with Moody's. I don't think that's permissible, Professor. The Ministry forbids the use of unforgivable curses, even in classrooms. Demonstrating them was already pushing the limit. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 170, Mr. Crouch. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense. Moody grinned, his expression menacing. Mr. Potter, I thought you didn't care much for the Ministry's authority. You're now a professor at Hogwarts and a former Auror of the Ministry. Harry calmly tapped the desk, emphasizing Moody's identity. These are rules you should not ignore. This is standard lesson material, Moody replied, his tone sharper. I don't think casting unforgivable curses on students qualifies as standard, Harry retorted firmly. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement. Though some of the Gryffindors looked curious about experiencing the curses firsthand, most of them, being sensible, found the mere idea of unforgivable curses terrifying, especially Neville, who looked completely horrified. I am the professor, Mr. Potter. 5 points from Gryffindor, Moody barked, stomping his wooden leg against the podium with a loud thud, startling the class. Deduct 50 points if you like, Harry said evenly, his hand dipping into the sorting hat on the desk. But I won't sit by and let you cast unforgivable curses on students. Moody's face darkened, his expression grave. Are you threatening a professor? Every defense against the dark arts professor has had a run-in with me, Harry replied calmly. The class froze in shock. True, the statement wasn't false, but saying it directly to the professor's face, on their very first lesson, seemed a bit much. I haven't heard Professor Dumbledore or any other faculty member mention this, Harry continued. If you have their explicit permission, then perhaps we can discuss further. But until I hear from Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall, I won't allow it. Moody stared at him, then stiffly nodded. Very well. Mr. Potter has just demonstrated an important lesson. When unsure, never blindly agree to questionable requests. 5 points to Gryffindor. He waved Harry back to his seat. Now, let's continue discussing how to deal with the dark arts. The earlier confrontation seemed forgotten as Moody resumed teaching. Despite his earlier actions, his knowledge of the subject was undeniable. He quickly captivated the class with his expertise, even making complex magical theories engaging. Hermione frowned, her face twisted in frustration. Ron furrowed his brow, a deep scowl forming. When class ended, the other students left excitedly, buzzing with enthusiasm for the lesson and the homework, an essay on the theory of dark magic and how to counteract it. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, however, left quickly, their expressions grim. Moody isn't supposed to be like this, Ron muttered, shaking his head as they walked down the corridor. Dad always said he despised the unforgivable curses and dark magic. He's the reason the Auror office didn't evolve into a pack of dark wizards. How could he possibly support using those spells now, let alone want to cast them on students? It's as if he's teaching us dark magic. Hermione exclaimed indignantly. And what's with that awful incense? He burned it for the entire class, and he kept avoiding Harry, always keeping his distance. She turned to Harry. You noticed something, didn't you? You were worried he might actually harm the students. Harry nodded but didn't say much. He led them to an abandoned classroom, pulling the Marauder's map out of the sorting hat. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map unfolded, displaying the intricate layout of Hogwarts. Hundreds of names crawled across the parchment. Harry scanned the defense against the dark arts classroom and smiled grimly. As I thought. He's not Moody. What? Ron leaned in, his face almost pressed against the map. He pointed at the defense against the dark arts office. Look, Alastair Moody, he's in his office. No, look at this, Harry said, shifting his finger. In the corridor between the defense against the dark arts classroom and Dumbledore's office, another name was moving slowly. Bartmio's Crouch. Ron exclaimed. The head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Harry confirmed, tapping the map thoughtfully. He could be here for the Triwizard Tournament. But there are too many questions. Hermione rubbed her nose thoughtfully. No wonder he's avoiding you. He's using Polyjuice Potion, isn't he? Harry nodded. He's cautious. He must have learned I have heightened senses and avoided Snape at the feast to keep the potion scent hidden. Even so, he underestimated me. Harry's enhanced sense of smell made it impossible to miss the mixture of potion ingredients. Moody's scent was a peculiar blend of cold, metallic blood and the sharp chill of winter, overlaid with the distinct components of Polyjuice Potion, African tree snake skin, powdered bicorn horn, and saltpeter. So, Crouch imprisoned the real Moody and is impersonating him. Ron asked, stunned. But why would Mr. Crouch do such a thing? Percy always said he was brilliant and honorable. Percy worships him, Ron added with a sneer. If it weren't for his son, he'd probably be Minister of Magic by now, instead of that idiot Fudge. Crouch isn't a saint, Harry said flatly, watching the name Bartmio's Crouch move into Dumbledore's office and stop. Don't forget what Harry said, Crouch's house elf saved the Death Eater leader, Hermione reminded. That elf wouldn't act without a connection to Crouch. But Mr. Crouch doesn't have a family anymore, Ron argued. After his son went to Azkaban, his wife died not long after, and his son didn't last long there either. Harry said nothing, watching as Bartmio's Crouch lingered in the office for over 30 minutes. Once Crouch left, Harry folded the map and led them to Dumbledore's office. Using the password provided by the sorting hat, they gained entry. Dumbledore greeted them with a curious smile. Harry, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, what brings you here? I was just speaking with Alastair. Had you come earlier, you could have joined us. I must admit, I didn't anticipate him being so intense during his lessons. He's never been. Why don't you consider that he might not be Moody at all? Harry interrupted. Dumbledore froze, then watched as Harry unfolded the Marauder's map and pointed to Bartmio's Crouch. This individual was just in your office, Harry explained, and he's now heading toward Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his expression darkening as he studied the map. A fascinating creation, Harry, he murmured. You've never shown me this before. Where did you get it? Harry's voice was clipped. It belonged to my father. Dumbledore looked contemplative, then nodded in understanding. So, Polyjuice Potion, he asked, noticing that the name, Alastair Moody, remained unmoving in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Yes, Harry confirmed. He avoided me and Snape, and even burned incense to mask the potion's scent. And failed, Dumbledore finished, stroking his beard. Remarkable work, Harry. This map is a testament to James's ingenuity. I'd wager not even I could replicate its magic with ease. Now, what shall we do about him? Harry asked coldly. He's casting unforgivable curses on students. I wouldn't be surprised if he's linked to the Death Eaters. Or his son, Harry added. Dumbledore's expression turned somber. Barty Crouch Jr. is long dead, Harry. He was buried under watchful eyes outside Azkaban. Harry raised an eyebrow. You all thought Peter Pettigrew was dead, too. Dumbledore exhaled, then nodded gravely. Let's proceed carefully. Thank you, Harry, for bringing this to my attention. I'll handle it. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 171, Mr. Crouch is dead. Dumbledore's face carried a tinge of regret. But Alastair is exceptionally skilled in defense against the dark arts. In this regard, he surpasses me by far. Hermione and Ron looked skeptical. The Death Eaters may be planning something, Harry said, tucking away the Marauders map. At the Quidditch World Cup, their target was me. Although, apart from their leader, the others didn't seem all that resolute. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. Harry, you should have told me sooner. I thought it was just an act of revenge. Harry waved it off, his tone light. After all, I drove their master away, forcing them to scurry like stray dogs, just like their master, skulking away to survive. But it's clear now that's not the case. They must have a scheme in motion, and even Bartnios Crouch has become their accomplice. Dumbledore fell into thought. It seems the Death Eaters have not abandoned their master. Voldemort isn't dead, after all, Harry said, finishing his milk. Dumbledore noticed that, unlike most others, Ron and Hermione didn't flinch at the mention of Voldemort's name. Instead, they remained calm, a reaction that surprised him. Next time, you can prepare me some vodka or whiskey, Harry said, setting his glass down. Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head. Give it a few more years. Otherwise, one day, you'll end up like me, scolded for being an incorrigible old fool. He escorted them out and returned to his desk. Sitting down, he placed his hand on a sheet of parchment. After a long pause, his finger moved, and a quill floated up, writing a message. Are you seriously going to inform the Ministry? Godric Gryffindor's portrait leaned forward, reading the letter with a disapproving tone. You're the headmaster of Hogwarts. Hogwarts business should be resolved by Hogwarts. But wizards need order, Dumbledore replied calmly. Mr. Crouch is a Ministry official. You're shirking responsibility, Godric retorted bluntly, not hiding his disdain. The other portraits watched in silence, some nodding in agreement with Godric. Dumbledore remained steadfast. Responsibility corresponds to authority. I'm merely a headmaster. Ministry affairs should be left to the Ministry. Godric snorted in disdain. The other portraits hesitated, and only Armando Dippet cautiously added his support to Godric's plea. Finally, Fawkes delivered the letter. In the Auror office. The room was abuzz with activity. Rufus Scrimgeour looked as though he might tear his hair out in frustration. The head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Bartnios Crouch, accused of imprisoning the former Auror Alastair Moody, using Polyjuice Potion, and infiltrating Hogwarts. It sounded absurd. Scrimgeour gathered his team, preparing a report. As he was about to send it to Fudge, he hesitated, recalling the fallout from the Quidditch World Cup incident involving Winky. Fudge had chewed him out gleefully for hours, and the incident even took up a page in the Daily Prophet. The damage wasn't catastrophic, but Scrimgeour and Crouch's reputations had taken a hit, while Fudge's approval rating soared. Leaving his office, Scrimgeour rode the lift from level 2 to level 5. Stepping out, he spotted Percy Weasley struggling to carry a pile of files. You're a Weasley, aren't you? Scrimgeour asked, recognizing Percy's bright red hair. Yes, sir. Percy replied eagerly. Where's Mr. Crouch? Percy turned towards the office at the end of the corridor. He's in his office, sir. You know, with all the preparations for Demstrang and Beauxbatons. Scrimgeour cut him off with a wave. Are you sure he's in there? Yes, sir, Percy nodded confidently. Ignoring Percy, Scrimgeour walked briskly to the office and knocked. A familiar, weary voice called out, "Come in." Scrimgeour entered. Mr. Crouch. Since when have we become so formal, Rufus? Crouch set aside his paperwork. What brings you here? Is this about Fudge still suspecting Winky? She's already cooperated with your investigations countless times. No. I was just thinking it's been a while since we caught up. How about a drink at the Leaky Cauldron tonight? Scrimgeour offered. Crouch's face shifted briefly before his sharp gaze returned. If you've got something to say, Rufus, just say it. Scrimgeour shook his head and launched into a casual conversation, reminiscing about their past. They talked about Crouch's tenure at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement when Scrimgeour was a young Auror and one of Crouch's most trusted subordinates. Crouch's sharp mind soon picked up on the underlying tension. You think I'm not myself, don't you? Bartmioz, forgive me, but someone claimed you've imprisoned Alastair Moody, taken his place, and infiltrated Hogwarts, possibly with ties to the Death Eaters. Crouch's hands trembled, and his breathing grew heavy. After several moments, he steadied himself. Was it Potter who reported this? No, Dumbledore himself, Scrimgeour replied. Crouch's face darkened further. Then has this supposed Crouch already been captured? Not yet, Scrimgeour admitted. Dumbledore wrote to inform us and requested we handle the arrest. He's being cooperative. Crouch's jaw tightened. You're being careless, Rufus. This is Dumbledore we're talking about. If he wrote to you, he has evidence. Even if the culprit isn't me, someone may be impersonating me. Scrimgeour chuckled. You haven't changed, Bartmioz. Well, I'll head to Hogwarts to clear this up. Want to join me? That's Auror business, Crouch declined curtly. I only manage the Department of International Magical Cooperation now. Scrimgeour left, leaving the door ajar. Inside his office, Crouch's composure shattered. He slammed his hands on the desk repeatedly until the pain forced him to stop. After a moment, he snapped his fingers, summoning Winky. At Hogwarts. During astronomy class, the serene stargazing was interrupted by loud explosions and flashes of light from the castle grounds. The students scrambled to the battlements, peering into the darkness. What's happening? Ron whispered anxiously. Harry pulled 2 telescopes from the sorting hat, passing one to Ron and another to Hermione. Still carrying these around? Ron asked, surprised. You kept yours too, Harry teased. With the telescopes, they saw Moody being pursued by several Aurors. The commotion continued until late into the night. When the class ended, Harry received a message from Dumbledore via Fawkes, summoning him, Hermione, and Ron to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Inside, the room was packed. Dumbledore, McGonagall, several Aurors, and a frail, trembling Moody were present. Mr. Potter, Moody rasped. Thank you. I failed terribly as a professor. Where's Bartmioz Crouch? Harry asked, scanning the room. Scrimgeour, pale and shaken, muttered, Crouch is dead. Dead. Harry was startled. Did you kill him? Scrimgeour bristled. We're Aurors, not Death Eaters. He died resisting arrest, his own spell rebounded and killed him. And Winky. Dead too, Scrimgeour sighed. Killed by Crouch himself. A single killing curse, flawlessly executed. After the meeting, Harry checked the Marauders map. No trace of Bartmioz Crouch or Winky remained. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 172, Potter, Detention. Mr. Crouch is already dead, Ron said in a strangely sorrowful tone. Percy always looked up to him. He saw Mr. Crouch as a role model, he added, shaking his head. Hermione leaned closer to Harry, squinting as she examined the Marauders map. She lacked Harry's sharp vision, so she had to carefully check. Harry. Do you think Crouch isn't actually dead? Just confirming, Harry said as he put the map away. The Ministry isn't as thorough as they'd like us to believe. But I haven't even finished looking, Hermione protested, grabbing Harry's arm. Sighing, Harry retrieved the map and handed it to her. By sunrise, news about Professor Moody's incident had already spread across the school, thanks to the gossiping Gryffindors. The so-called curse of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor seemed to have struck again. And this time, it came swiftly. Moody had barely begun his term and already faced accusations, confrontations with Potter, and a ministry investigation that very night. When Moody reappeared in class to teach third years, the rumors were dispelled. Moody explained it all as a misunderstanding, a simple difference in teaching philosophies and a brief discussion with old colleagues at the ministry. Despite the explanations, Moody significantly altered his teaching style. He swapped lengthy black magic lectures for practical Auror training. The lessons were undeniably useful but left the students in agony. Not everyone is Potter. The students grumbled. They had no plans to wield swords in combat, so why were they being pushed to train their bodies? For most, the incident seemed to pass, but Harry remained cautious. He frequently checked the Marauders map, ensuring no suspicious names appeared before relaxing his guard. Interestingly, the Daily Prophet did not report on the event. Mr. Crouch's death, and rumors of his collusion with Death Eaters, left no traceable evidence, and the ministry swept the matter aside. Early Saturday, Harry got up, grabbed the sorting hat, and went for his usual jog. After 2 laps around the castle, he stopped by the Black Lake to catch his breath. You've been training like this all along, the sorting hat asked, perched on a rock beside Harry. It was the first time the hat had been brought along on Harry's runs, and it seemed astonished. Harry opened his arms, facing the sunrise. How's the view? It's been ages since I last saw a morning, the Sorting Hat mused, twisting its pointed tip. Put me on, I want to feel the moment. Harry obliged, placing the hat on his head. The hat took a deep, exaggerated breath despite not needing to breathe. Ah, what a glorious feeling. So, Harry, what's on your mind? Why bring me out here? Harry removed the hat and set it on a nearby stone. I wanted to ask for your advice. Advice, the hat echoed, surprised. Shouldn't you be asking Dumbledore for that? Before it could finish, Harry pulled a small pouch from his pocket. With a wave of his wand, a large motorcycle shot out of the pouch and landed steadily on the ground. You've got an undetectable extension charm, the Sorting Hat exclaimed. Quick, transfer everything inside me, other than Gryffindor's sword, into your pouch. I don't want to hold onto all your junk anymore. Harry ignored the complaint, sitting beside the motorcycle. I've been considering, he began, giving this thing a mind of its own. The hat tilted, its tip moving like a quizzical eyebrow. And what exactly is this thing? A motorcycle, Harry explained. It's a muggle vehicle, faster than a horse and easier to modify. I've already added flight, underwater travel, and dust-repelling charms. The Sorting Hat swayed its tip thoughtfully. A magical vehicle. But why give it a mind? Harry smirked. Because the best steeds are those you share a bond with. Besides, wouldn't a talking motorcycle be cool? The hat hesitated, then said, You shouldn't be asking me. I'm just a hat, I don't know magic. Harry gave it a playful jab. Actually, I was thinking of copying your consciousness and embedding it in the motorcycle. My consciousness, the hat asked, shocked. Harry nodded. You're an interesting companion, but I'll graduate in 3 years. I thought it'd be nice to keep a piece of you with me. The Sorting Hat paused, then said excitedly, I wouldn't mind at all. But if my consciousness is copied, would I still be me? We'll see. Maybe there's a spell for linking minds. I'll check the restricted section, or just ask Gryffindor himself. At the mention of Gryffindor, the hat's tone brightened. You mean I'd still be able to show off to Godric while adventuring with you? Harry gave a small smile, saying nothing. That's brilliant, the hat declared, spinning in place. Godric loves bragging about all the places he's been, St. Mungo's, the Ministry, even Godric's Hollow. But now, I'll be able to outshine him. A talking motorcycle, huh? Imagine the look on his face. Harry raised an eyebrow. You're saying Gryffindor argues with his own hat? It's called camaraderie, the Sorting Hat sniffed. Just like you teasing Dumbledore or your godfather, it's all love. Harry rolled his eyes. You don't have to use such sappy words. That evening, Harry discussed his idea with Gryffindor's portrait in the Gryffindor common room. Godric was enthusiastic, offering several suggestions and methods for copying the hat's consciousness into the motorcycle. While the process required rare materials, Harry wasn't concerned. It was just a matter of spending a few galleons. By the second week of term, Harry's schedule became even busier. His detention sessions with the professors continued. Though Dumbledore had already taught him the 2 advanced spells he'd requested, Harry still visited him on Monday nights, where Dumbledore seemed prepared with new lesson plans. With McGonagall, Harry tread carefully. Advanced transfiguration lessons demanded his full attention, and he couldn't risk her noticing the mandrake leaf tucked in his mouth. Sprout, of course, had announced in the first week that both Harry and Neville would serve detention with her for the entire year. Hermione had sulked for days, upset that she hadn't been included. It was now well known that year-long detentions weren't punishments but privileges reserved for top-performing students. As the lesson ended, the students gathered their belongings, preparing to head to Charms. Mr. Potter, stay behind, Snape called out from the podium. The class froze. They remembered the rumors from last year. Snape had once called Harry to stay after class, and by year's end, the two had gotten into a full-blown fight. One by one, the students hurriedly fled the room. Professor? Harry asked cautiously. Snape approached him, his wand drawn but held low. I'm not going to curse you. I'm going to check your physical condition. Harry nodded. Snape cast a diagnostic spell. As magic flowed through Harry, Snape's scowl softened, barely. You're lucky. That potion didn't harm you, despite its toxicity. Hermione stiffened. That potion, Snape continued, is practically poison. Only a lunatic would brew such a thing. It grants immense power but kills most within minutes. Only someone as unique as Potter could survive it. Hermione glanced at the Sorting Hat, dumbfounded. It's that dangerous. I only cut off your hand, not your eyes, Harry deadpanned. You should see it had no adverse effects on me. No need to scare Hermione with exaggerated warnings. Hermione bristled. Her potion's grade was an O. How dare he imply she lacked knowledge? Don't talk back to your professor, Potter, Snape sneered. Since you're free from Quidditch this year, you'll serve detention with me. Twice a week. He paused. Did you read my letter over the summer? Yes, Harry said. Thank you for the birthday gift. That wasn't a gift. Snape snapped. It was an attempt to prevent you from creating more toxic waste. Potions are an art, Potter, not a dumping ground for rare ingredients. Harry silently produced a new vial of Thunder Potion, darker and more potent than before. Snape's face darkened. Potter, you're insane. Relax, Professor, Harry said. I've accounted for the toxicity. You reckless fool. Snape snarled, snatching the potion. Consider this confiscated. Don't forget to prepare detention content, Harry said casually as he left. Snape scowled but didn't reply. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 173, Harry, I beg you. After nearly a year, Harry found himself back in Snape's detention, and oddly, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Since losing an arm, Snape seemed even more serpentine, his verbal barbs sharper than ever, as if he'd taken a summer crash course in venomous wit. The tension between the two, already heavy, grew colder after their first detention session that term. Once it became clear their philosophies on potion-making diverged greatly, their silent standoffs made the atmosphere even more forbidding. Few dared to approach the two when they occupied the same space. Snape understood why Harry was willing to endure such intense side effects in pursuit of potions with extreme efficacy. But that didn't mean he liked it. After all, Dumbledore was still around, as were Sirius, Lupin, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout. Though Harry was undeniably exceptional for his age, he was still only 14. Blasted Albus, with his insistence on trusting in that prophecy. Despite his personal reservations, Snape offered Harry unreserved assistance. Someone needed to keep an eye on him, to prevent Harry from concocting another dangerously flawed creation like the first iteration of his Thunder Potion, a potion Snape considered unworthy of its risks. Yet Harry had a knack for innovation. He devised concepts for potions that could restore stamina and magical energy over extended periods, enhance the effects of Felix Felicis, provide instant healing and restore physical vitality. Each idea could revolutionize potion making, but they all shared one alarming characteristic: they were rooted in the use of potent toxins. Snape feared that if left unchecked, Harry would one day poison himself with his own concoctions. By the 4th week of September, on Tuesday the 20th, Harry caught a stroke of luck with a clear, cloudless sky. That evening, cloaked in his invisibility robe, Harry slipped out of the dormitory. Under the Whomping Willow, he retrieved the leaf he'd kept in his mouth for a month. Thanks to the ritual's magical properties, it hadn't decayed, it remained as fresh as if it had just been plucked, emanating an ever-shifting aura of Harry's magic, the mandrake's essence, and the pull of the full moon. Positioning himself under the full moon's light, Harry dropped the mandrake leaf into a glass vial and filled it with his saliva. The moonlight seemed to solidify, piercing the mandrake stem like a silvery blade. Slowly, the leaf and saliva absorbed the moon's power, taking on a shimmering silver hue. Once fully imbued, Harry added a single hair from his head, a teaspoon of dew gathered over 7 sunless days in the Forbidden Forest, and the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. Carefully sealing the potion, Harry stored it in the passage under the Whomping Willow, ensuring it remained untouched by sunlight. To further secure the vial, he transfigured several small clay guardians to watch over it. Now all he needed was a thunderstorm. Weather charms wouldn't do the trick. A wizard in the past had attempted to use magic to replicate the required conditions, only to meet a tragic end. His potion appeared successful at first, but after consuming it, he transformed into a mindless beast, human in form but entirely animal in nature. The lesson was clear: magic allowed no shortcuts. The weeks passed, and no thunderstorm came. Harry buried himself in his studies. Gryffindor House grew unusually calm. With Ron realizing he wouldn't gain McGonagall's approval to enter the Triwizard Tournament, he directed his mischief toward Malfoy instead. This didn't cause much trouble for Gryffindor, as Malfoy had been abandoned by his own house. Without his father and with the stigma of Azkaban hanging over his name, Malfoy's status as a Slytherin leader vanished. Even when Ron or Lee Jordan provoked him, Slytherins merely watched indifferently. Meanwhile, Fred and George appeared reformed, at least on the surface. Though their usual antics were absent, they studied diligently, impressing McGonagall enough for her to approve their early applications for the Triwizard Tournament. Upon receiving her approval, the twins immediately reverted to their mischievous selves. Their first order of business: stuffing Malfoy into a sack and giving him a thorough beating in a bathroom as a celebration. Other students, particularly those nearing 17, began receiving permission to apply as well. Yet Harry remained silent. Though McGonagall wasn't one to meddle, her curiosity got the better of her. After one of Harry's detentions, she broached the topic. "Mr. Potter, I noticed you haven't submitted an application for the Triwizard Tournament. Have you made a decision?" Harry answered without hesitation. "Professor, I'm not planning to participate." McGonagall blinked, clearly startled. "Why not?" "It's an incredible opportunity to prove yourself." "I don't need to prove myself," Harry replied, packing his belongings. "Besides, it wouldn't be fair. Bullying children isn't very appealing." "You're still a child yourself, Potter," McGonagall pointed out. Harry said nothing, merely fixing her with an unwavering gaze. McGonagall sighed. All right, perhaps you're not an ordinary student. But I hope you'll reconsider. She hesitated before adding, I'd like to see Gryffindor win. It's been over a century since our house held the tournament's honor. Harry nodded. I'll think about it, Professor. McGonagall wasn't the only one to urge Harry to compete. Letters arrived from Sirius, enthusiastically encouraging him to join, and even Lupin, though more restrained, expressed support. In October, as rains fell but storms stayed away, McGonagall tried again during detention. Potter, have you made up your mind? So many people are excited about this tournament. It'd be rude of me to refuse, Harry said. McGonagall smiled. But if I do compete, I'll need extra time to study, Harry continued. Perhaps we could add 2 more detention sessions on Saturdays and Sundays. McGonagall froze. 2 more. Saturday afternoons and evenings are for Professor Snape, Harry explained. Sunday mornings belong to Professor Sprout, and Sunday evenings to Professor Flitwick. They've all approved my request. They all agreed. McGonagall's voice faltered. Harry nodded. Very well, she managed. Thank you, Professor. Harry beamed. Watching him leave, McGonagall sighed deeply. What have I gotten myself into? By October 30th, Hogwarts stood ready to welcome Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Students lined the Great Hall, with each house led by their top students, Cedric Diggory for Hufflepuff, Cho Chang for Ravenclaw, and Harry Potter for Gryffindor. Against McGonagall's advice, Harry wore both of Gryffindor's swords strapped across his back. They're a sign of respect, Harry insisted, much to Godric Gryffindor's enthusiastic approval. McGonagall could only shake her head and sigh. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 174, Look, it's Harry. Unable to persuade Harry to change his mind, Professor McGonagall reluctantly relented, especially with Godric Gryffindor himself backing Harry's decisions. However, she did make a last-minute adjustment by pulling Hermione forward to stand beside him. Since the start of the term, Hermione had changed noticeably. Subtle adjustments to her hair and teeth had transformed her appearance, making her look far more striking. Many students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were smitten and had even mustered the courage to pursue her. Unfortunately for them, Crookshanks proved to be a formidable barrier. Though part cat, part Kneazle, and thoroughly protective, he was classified as a XXX level dangerous magical creature. The few who managed to get past Crookshanks met an even greater obstacle, Hermione's wand and her formidable spell work. Her newfound beauty and charm complemented her intelligence and strength, making her an ideal partner to offset the commanding and intense aura Harry exuded. Snape, on the other hand, took a more dismissive approach. He selected 2 of his more presentable students as Slytherin's representatives, fully aware that even his best students couldn't hold a candle to Harry, or even Cedric. The students filed out of the Great Hall in orderly lines and stood outside the castle in neat rows. The crisp autumn air carried a biting chill as night descended, and a half-moon glimmered faintly above the treetops. Ron peered out from behind Harry and grabbed his arm to check the time. It's 6 o'clock. How do you think they'll get here? By the Hogwarts Express. Unlikely, Hermione said, shaking her head. If that were the case, we'd have gone to the train station to meet them. Apparition or a portkey, maybe. Ron guessed. Harry shook his head. Hogwarts is protected by magic. Apparition and portkeys don't work here, at least not for humans. Ron frowned thoughtfully. They wouldn't come on broomsticks, would they? That seems like something Krum might do. It would look cool, Harry replied. But they'd freeze halfway. Here. Suddenly, Harry looked skyward. They're here. At the same time, Dumbledore raised his voice. If I'm not mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons has arrived. Excited chatter erupted among the students as they craned their necks to look into the distance. Those standing near Harry followed his gaze and spotted something immense approaching from the sky. Is that a dragon? A young Gryffindor squealed in excitement. Ron clung to Harry's robes, his eyes wide. No, it's Abraxan horses pulling a carriage, Harry explained. Ron's excitement deflated. Not a dragon. That's disappointing. Abraxan winged horses are impressive, Harry added, shaking his head. But they're not as cool as a motorcycle. The colossal carriage descended heavily, sending up a plume of dust and causing the nearby Hufflepuffs to jump in alarm, their neat rows nearly breaking apart. As the carriage settled, a large door painted with 2 crossed wands, each emitting 3 glowing stars, swung open. A Beauxbatons boy stepped out, his light blue robes fluttering. With a wave of his wand, a shimmering golden staircase unfurled from the carriage. The crowd collectively gasped when a woman taller and broader than Hagrid emerged, her imposing figure cutting an unforgettable silhouette against the twilight. Harry's expression remained impassive as he watched. So, apparently, such massive physiques are considered normal for humans, just rare. Following her, a dozen or so students descended the golden staircase. Dumbledore greeted her warmly. It's been far too long, Madame Maxime. Welcome to Hogwarts. The students, however, were far more interested in a silver-haired Beauxbatons girl who stepped delicately out of the carriage, holding the hand of a younger girl who looked like a miniature version of her. "Harry, look at her," Ron whispered, tugging at Harry's sleeve and pointing discreetly. "She's gorgeous." Hermione glanced at the girl, then shot Ron a sharp glare before nervously glancing at Harry. Harry calmly batted Ron's hand away. "Don't bother. She's not fully human." Ron blinked. "What do you mean?" "She's part Vila," Harry explained. "She has an avian scent." Hermione stifled a laugh, her expression neutral but her shoulders trembling slightly. Ron clenched his fists, taking a deep breath as though wrestling with an internal dilemma. "Even if she's part Vila, she's still stunning." Hermione rolled her eyes, her disdain palpable. Men. Why couldn't Ron learn from Harry? Meanwhile, the Beauxbatons students were also stealing glances at Harry. News of his exploits at the Quidditch World Cup had reached even France, how he had fended off dozens of dark wizards single-handedly and captured 2 Death Eater leaders. Their scrutiny was brief, though, as Madame Maxime led her students into the castle. The Hogwarts students turned their attention to the next visitors. "How do you think Demstrang will arrive?" Ron mused aloud. "On Abrazans. Or maybe Thestrals or other winged creatures." "They're here," Harry said again, this time looking toward the Black Lake. The students followed his gaze, staring at the still surface of the lake. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a noise, like a toilet flushing, echoed across the water. The lake began to churn as massive waves formed a whirlpool in the center. A mast emerged first, followed by billowing sails. A large, eerie ship surfaced, dripping with seawater, its weathered wood creaking ominously. Fred stared in awe. "We had no idea the Black Lake could hold something like that." George nodded solemnly. "Think of all the treasure we've missed out on." Harry smirked. "It's not from the Black Lake. It smells like the sea. Sirius told me he explored the lake as a student. There's no treasure, only merpeople." Fred sighed. "Sirius is a legend." George agreed. "We should consult him during the holidays. There's so much about Hogwarts we haven't discovered." "Too bad we're in our 6th year," Fred lamented. "Only a year and a half left." 1.5 years is plenty of time, George corrected. "We should start planning now." The Demstrang students descended from the ship, their fur cloaks billowing as they strode forward. Their leader was tall and thin, his frame swathed in a polar bear pelt that did little to make him appear robust. "Dumbledore, my dear old friend," the men called out enthusiastically. "It's been too long." "Igor Karkaroff," Dumbledore replied coolly. As Karkaroff approached, his sharp gaze swept over the Hogwarts students, lingering briefly on Harry. However, he made no mention of him in his conversation with Dumbledore. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Demstrang entered the Great Hall with the Hogwarts students. Ron was beside himself with excitement. "Harry, that's Victor Krum. He's really here." "Calm down," Hermione said, her tone clipped. "He's just another student." "Just a student?" Ron gasped. "He's the best seeker in the world." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "He's not better than Harry." Ron hesitated. "Well, he's one of the best." Hermione smirked. "And likely Harry's competition." "Are you really going to ask for an autograph from Harry's rival?" Ron froze, staring at Harry, then at Krum. "She's right. Krum might be Harry's opponent." Harry, sensing his friend's turmoil, handed Ron a quill and a miniature golden snitch figurine. "Go ahead and ask. It's just a signature." Ron wavered, then shook his head. "No. I'll wait until after the tournament, when you've won. Then I'll ask him." Harry laughed softly and put the items away. As the students sat for dinner, Fleur Delacour, the silver-haired Beauxbatons girl, approached Ron and lightly tapped his shoulder. "Excusez-moi, may I sit here?" she asked sweetly. Ron turned, his mouth agape as he stared into her dazzling blue eyes. "Of course, miss, whatever you want." Harry grabbed Ron's sleeve and turned to face Fleur. His piercing, cat-like gaze met hers, sharp as a blade. Fleur recoiled, stumbling back into a nearby Ravenclaw boy, who looked utterly smitten. Harry's tone was calm but firm. "Using Vila magic on students from a rival school, isn't that a bit much?" Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 175, Call Me Potter. Harry Potter. The silver-haired witch quickly regained her composure and smiled politely. "You're even more impressive than the rumors say. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Fleur Delacour. You may call me." "I'm not interested in what you're called," Harry interrupted her, his voice calm. "And right now, self-introductions shouldn't be your priority." Fleur paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Her charm wasn't working. Was this boy really this straightforward? She had assumed that this was just the British way of being coy and reserved. After all, her grandmother always said the British were a bit stiff. "And what should my priority be?" Fleur asked playfully, tilting her head slightly. Should we exchange cheek kisses, then? An apology, Harry replied bluntly. Fleur blinked, clearly caught off guard. For a moment, she appeared genuinely surprised. An apology? Harry repeated, his tone unwavering. A faint ripple of magic emanated from his eyes as he gently waved a hand. Axii sigil. Fleur's expression grew hazy for a moment before she turned to Ron, bending slightly in a polite bow. I'm sorry, monsieur. I shouldn't have. She suddenly snapped back to clarity and gasped. A wandless, wordless charm. And at this level of precision. Harry didn't respond. Fleur let out a delighted laugh and, without waiting for an invitation, strode to the other side of the table. She gracefully persuaded two nearby Gryffindor students to make space for her with nothing more than a charming smile. She then sat directly across from Harry. You're quite fascinating, Potter, she said. Now, can we formally get acquainted? Hermione's voice was sharp, cutting into the exchange. Are all Beauxbatons students this forward? French women are known for their directness, Fleur replied smoothly, sparing Hermione a glance. And, as it happens, I'm likely to be Beauxbatons champion. Surely you, Potter, will be Hogwarts champion. Nothing has been decided yet, Harry said coldly. Fleur leaned forward slightly, her gaze intent. You don't have confidence in yourself. Hermione cut in before Harry could respond. Harry recognizes the strengths in others and doesn't resort to flaunting himself like some strutting peacock, spreading charms everywhere. And why shouldn't I flaunt it? Fleur countered with a sly smile, twisting a strand of her silver hair around her finger. After all, charm, when wielded well, can be utterly irresistible. By the way, Miss Granger. Hermione's voice was frosty. Fleur sighed, her tone tinged with mock disappointment. Only a surname. I was hoping to call you by your first name. Ron, seemingly entranced, blurted, I'm Ron Weasley. You can call me Ron. Or Little Ronnie, Fred chimed in mischievously. George. Ron snapped, glaring at him. That's Fred, Harry corrected helpfully. Fleur chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You lot are delightful. May I befriend you all? Though she said, you all, her eyes were fixed squarely on Harry. Hermione bristled, ready to retort. Harry silenced them all by tapping the table lightly. I'd suggest you stop talking now. Dumbledore is about to speak. Up at the staff table, Madame Maxime and Karkaroff were already seated, with the latter sitting next to Snape. Only Dumbledore remained standing. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore began, his smile warm. Nearly headless Nick floated higher into the air, showing off his almost detached head as he always did during such occasions. Oh, and our ghosts, of course, Dumbledore added with a chuckle. And a special welcome to our esteemed guests who've traveled far to join us. Let's not delay dinner with too much talking. Enjoy, he concluded cheerfully, taking his seat. Food appeared instantly on the plates, some dishes familiar, others exotic, likely prepared to cater to the visiting school's tastes. Fleur blinked in surprise. Does Dumbledore always keep his speeches this brief? Ron, already digging in, nodded. Yeah, he prefers to get to the point when food's involved. Fleur hesitated with her utensils, feeling as though she had missed a golden opportunity to steer the conversation back in her favor. The momentum had slipped from her grasp. Hermione, sensing Fleur's frustration, hummed a cheerful tune, a song she had recently learned from the Sorting Hat, earning herself a glare from the French witch. Despite Fleur's initial dominance in the conversation, it was clear she had lost this round. Harry, Fleur suddenly asked, her tone deliberately casual, I heard you cut off a professor's arm last year. Call me Potter, Harry corrected her, his voice flat. And does Beauxbatons thrive on baseless rumors? That professor over there does seem to be missing an arm, Fleur said, glancing at Snape. Snape, ever observant, caught her gaze immediately. His sharp eyes narrowed, brimming with menace. Fleur shivered slightly. Your professor is intense. You should be glad you're not a Hogwarts student, Hermione muttered with a smirk. Fleur tilted her head. Why's that? Because Professor Snape is a brilliant Podiwunner, Hermione said, her voice adopting Harry's signature detached tone. And you're exactly the type of person he'd love to tear apart in his classroom. The tension between the two girls was palpable. Even the nearby Gryffindors began to take notice. The verbal sparring between Hermione and Fleur lasted the entire meal. Despite Fleur's natural charm and confidence, Hermione's sharp wit and cutting retorts gave her the upper hand. Neville, watching from the sidelines, could only shake his head in sympathy for Fleur. Why would anyone think they could outsnark a Gryffindor lioness? The meal lasted over an hour. Once dessert was cleared away, Dumbledore stood again, drawing everyone's attention. Now that we're all well fed and content, it's time for the moment we've all been waiting for, he said, his tone light with excitement. The Triwizard Tournament is finally upon us. But before we dive into the details, I must first introduce two distinguished guests from the Ministry of Magic. He gestured to the first guest, who stood up immediately. This is Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. His efforts have been instrumental in reviving this historic event. Bagman greeted the students with enthusiasm, his cheerful demeanor infectious. Dumbledore then gestured toward the second guest, a squat woman dressed in an offensively pink outfit. And this, he continued, is Dolores Umbridge. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, Umbridge interrupted in a shrill voice, standing abruptly. Dumbledore paused, his eyes briefly flickering toward her. Indeed. She will serve as a ministry-appointed judge for the tournament, alongside myself, Madame Maxime, Professor Karkaroff, and Ludo Bagman. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore caused the area in front of the staff table to clear, revealing an empty space. Another flick of his wand brought forth a gilded wooden chest, encrusted with jewels. This, Dumbledore said as he tapped the chest 3 times with his wand, contains the object that will select our champions. The chest creaked open, revealing a rough-hewn wooden goblet. Inside, blue-white flames flickered and danced. This is the Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore announced. Over the next 24 hours, any student who wishes to compete may submit their name into the goblet. Tomorrow night, the goblet will choose the champions. He raised his wand again, casting a spell that created a glowing white line around the goblet. Remember, only those 17 and older can submit their names. This line will prevent anyone younger from cheating, though exceptions have been made for those given special permission by their professors. Krum was the first to approach, confidently placing his name into the goblet. Fleur followed soon after, striding to the goblet and dropping her name inside without hesitation. Finally, McGonagall stepped forward, clutching 3 pieces of parchment. She carefully placed them into the goblet, names that everyone knew without needing to look. George Weasley. Fred Weasley. Harry Potter. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 176, Potter, Potter, and Still Potter. Most of the young wizards retired to bed early. Many of them, like Ron, were scheming ways to invite Victor Krum to their dormitories, and a few overly bold Gryffindor girls even had similar ideas. Krum, however, didn't get a chance to even consider their invitations. Karkaroff swooped in protectively like a mother hen. All right, Victor, time to return to the ship. Don't interact too much with these girls. They're just like your fangirls back home, here to distract you, trying to throw you off your game in the Triwizard Tournament. Krum nodded blankly, not entirely sure what was happening. The rest of the Demstrang students obediently followed their headmaster back to the ship, their enthusiasm effectively doused. Madame Maxime, in contrast, was much more lenient. She allowed her students to explore the castle and even granted them permission to stay out until midnight. Fleur had intended to rope Harry into giving her a tour of the castle, or at the very least, charm the red-haired boy into helping her, but when she turned around, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had already vanished. The next morning, Harry stuck to his usual routine, morning exercise. The presence of visiting students didn't change much for him. The only exception was Victor Krum. The Quidditch star rose early as well but trained differently. He stripped off his outer robes, revealing a lean and fit physique, perfect for a seeker. Without hesitation, he dove into the cold waters of the Black Lake. When Harry finished his first lap around the castle grounds, Krum was still in the lake. By the time Harry completed his second lap, Krum had only just emerged to start strength and endurance exercises. It wasn't until Harry finished practicing with his swords that Krum finally disappeared back onto the Demstrang ship. That morning, Hogwarts was unusually lively. Many students woke up earlier than usual, eager to submit their names to the Goblet of Fire before the crowd grew. However, everyone seemed to have the same idea, leading to a bottleneck near the goblet. When Harry walked into the Great Hall, he found a cluster of Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws, and even a few Slytherins, standing nervously around the goblet. They glanced at one another, their smiles polite but strained. Hearing approaching footsteps, they turned and saw Harry. Their faces turned pale, panic flashing in their eyes. It was as if they'd been caught red-handed doing something they shouldn't. The Gryffindors, in particular, reacted poorly. Some tripped over their own feet and landed in a heap, accidentally tossing crumpled slips of parchment into the goblet. The Hufflepuffs also looked uneasy, as though worried that Harry might notice their efforts. Only the Slytherins and Ravenclaws maintained their composure, calmly lining up to deposit their names. Harry paid them no mind. Without sparing them a glance, he walked to the Gryffindor table, picked up his breakfast, and carried it back to the common room. There, he found Hermione reading and Ron still asleep, muttering in his dreams about French lamb chops, German sausages, and Swedish meatballs. Throughout the day, the castle buzzed with excitement, but Harry and Hermione were unaffected. After breakfast, Harry went to Professor McGonagall's office for his usual lessons, spent part of the afternoon at Hagrid's hut, and then headed to Snape's office for more private instruction. The Halloween feast. When it was time for the evening feast, Harry and Snape reluctantly made their way to the Great Hall. The hall was decorated with the usual pumpkins and bats, a classic Halloween aesthetic. However, no one cared about the festivities this year. The professors, especially Professor Sprout, seemed slightly disappointed. She had prepared an abundance of candy, but no one had shown any interest in it. Even Ron grumbled, "Why do we even need a dinner right now? Can't they just announce the champions already?" The feast dragged on. Harry, where were you today? Fleur Delacour asked as she twirled her fork, her gaze fixed on Harry, who was seated across from her. I waited for you in the Great Hall. Call me Potter, Harry replied, as curtly as ever. Does Beauxbatons teach Delacour how to use magic but not proper manners? Hermione interjected coldly. Harry's already corrected you 3, or is it 4, times now? Why are you still so presumptuous? Miss Granger seems to have quite a low opinion of me, Fleur said as she sipped her pumpkin juice. As someone who is practically guaranteed to be a champion, I believe it's important to get to know each other better. Hermione smiled faintly. Are you so insecure in your abilities, Miss Delacour? Fleur returned the smile. I simply thought you made a fair point last night. I should take the time to recognize the strengths of others. Well, you don't need to strain your eyes looking for Harry's strengths. He's brimming with them, Hermione said, tapping her plate lightly with her knife. Is Potter really that exceptional in your eyes, Miss Granger? Fleur teased, a mischievous glint in her eye. Hermione's cheeks turned crimson as she glared at Fleur, flustered. What was with this woman? Did she always have to make such suggestive comments? Oddly enough, the banter seemed to soften the tension between the two girls, much to Ron's confusion. Women really are strange creatures, he thought. Finally, the feast ended. Dumbledore stood and approached the goblet of fire. Thank you all for waiting. The goblet is ready to make its decision. In just a moment, we'll know who our champions are. He raised his wand and extinguished every candle in the hall. Even the jack-o'-lanterns dimmed, leaving the starry night sky outside as the only source of light. The students held their breath. The goblet's flames flared suddenly, blue-white at first before turning red. With a whoosh, the first slip of parchment shot out. Dumbledore caught it deftly. The Durmstrang champion, he announced solemnly. Victor Krum. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. From the Slytherin table, Karkaroff cheered loudly, waving his arms as if his own child had been selected. Victor. Fantastic. I knew it would be you. Krum stood, his expression modest, and walked through the doors behind the staff table. The goblet flared again, and a second slip of parchment emerged. The Beauxbatons champion, Dumbledore read, Fleur Delacour. Fleur rose gracefully from the Gryffindor table. She gave Harry a subtle nod. I'll be waiting for you in the next room, she said before tossing her hair dramatically and walking toward the door. Hermione glared daggers at her retreating figure, teeth clenched. The goblet ignited a third time, and the hall fell silent. The Hogwarts champion, Dumbledore declared with a smile, Harry Potter. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Fireworks, prepared by Fred and George, shot into the air, forming a golden griffin that soared around the hall. Harry rose, donning the sorting hat, and walked toward the staff table. Give us a Patronus, Harry. Fred called. Harry raised an eyebrow but obliged. Expecto Patronum. A massive silver griffin burst forth from his wand, flying alongside the fireworks. The room roared with excitement. Even the Slytherins clapped politely. As Harry neared the door, the goblet flared again, spewing out a fourth slip of parchment. Dumbledore caught it, his expression growing puzzled. Harry Potter. Harry froze. Dumbledore clarified, No, Harry, not you again. The goblet has produced another slip, also with your name. The hall fell into stunned silence. Before anyone could react further, the goblet erupted for a fifth time. Another slip of parchment flew out. Harry Potter, Gryffindor, Dumbledore read, his tone growing stranger. The hall descended into a bizarre mixture of disbelief and confusion. Even the professors were at a loss for words. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Don't worry about this for now. Proceed to the champion's room. We'll handle this. Harry hesitated but nodded, walking through the door. This can't be a good sign. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 177, Well, look who it is. Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was warmly lit by a roaring fireplace, and the walls were adorned with portraits of Hogwarts headmasters and notable alumni. Among them, Godric Gryffindor stood proudly in a new outfit, though it retained a medieval style, complete with a sword in hand and white stockings on his legs. The Sorting Hat had mentioned before that Godric was particularly fond of such attire. Mr. Potter, what took you so long? Fleur frowned, turning from her place by the fireplace. There was a bit of an incident, Harry replied softly. An incident? Fleur raised an eyebrow, and Krum tilted his head curiously. Harry nodded. The goblet of fire seems to have lost its mind, it spat out my name on 3 separate slips. Fleur blinked, stunned. Krum, too, looked baffled as he dug at his ear, as if wondering whether his limited English had led him to misunderstand Harry. The door swung open again. In walked the 3 school heads, Dumbledore, Maxime, and Karkaroff, accompanied by 2 ministry officials, Ludo Bagman and Dolores Umbridge. Dumbledore, you owe us an explanation. Karkaroff snapped, his tone sharp and shrill. His expression darkened as he turned toward Harry. This is simply outrageous. I admit, Potter is exceptionally skilled, he can summon a magical creature Patronus, and the rumors about him overpowering a professor may not be entirely false. Maybe, just maybe, there are few students his age who can rival him in strength. But this isn't just about magical power. Karkaroff's voice grew louder. The Goblet of Fire also evaluates character. Is Hogwarts so desperate to win the Triwizard Tournament that it's resorted to such underhanded tricks? 3 slips of paper with his name. 3. Mr. Karkaroff, Harry interrupted, fixing the men with an icy stare. Am I to understand that you are questioning my character? Karkaroff froze, his face momentarily stiffening. From his portrait on the wall, Godric Gryffindor began to shout, "You! The headmaster of Demstrang, what are you insinuating? Harry passed my tests, both in ability and in character. When Hogwarts rose to become the finest magical school in all of Europe, your founder's ancestors likely sought our protection. And now you dare question the heir I chose." Karkaroff unconsciously shrank back, his confidence faltering. Ludo Bagman stepped forward, forcing a smile to break the tension. Now, Karkaroff, I'm sure Dumbledore and Gryffindor wouldn't make such a mistake. There's probably been some kind of misunderstanding. You seem to know something, Mr. Bagman, Harry said, his piercing gaze locking onto him. Bagman stiffened, his grin becoming noticeably strained. What do you mean, Mr. Potter? Why would you think that? Harry calmly pulled out his wand. I can tell you're hiding something. Wait. Bagman's expression shifted to one of alarm. He raised his hands in surrender. All right, fine, I do know something. All eyes turned to Bagman, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Bagman let out a defeated sigh, glancing at Harry. It's true. I wanted to see you in the tournament. But when I heard you weren't planning to participate, I prepared a slip with your name on it and cast a Confundus charm on the goblet. But I swear, I only submitted one slip, he added hastily, raising his voice. Just one. I promise. Dumbledore pulled out the 3 slips of parchment bearing Harry's name and handed them to Bagman. Which one? Bagman examined each slip carefully, his brow furrowing. Finally, he shook his head. The slip I wrote only had Harry Potter on it, nothing else. I used the Confundus charm to trick the goblet into thinking there was a school named Potter, with you as its student. He separated one of the slips. This one should have been mine. But, this isn't my handwriting. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and took the slip back. Bagman reached into his pocket, pulled out a pen, and scribbled a few words on the back of another slip to compare the handwriting. See for yourself, Professor Dumbledore. It was clearly not his handwriting. That means there were at least 2 others who wanted me to participate, Harry remarked, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. Professor Dumbledore, I suggest we cancel the tournament. I'm afraid that's impossible, Bagman interjected quickly. We're bound by the rules. Even when past tournaments resulted in fatalities, they were never cancelled. The contract has already been formed, Harry, Dumbledore said with a sigh. Harry frowned. The moment the Goblet of Fire had released his name, he'd felt a magical thread slither out of the flames and wrap around his wrist. And not just once, 3 times. The bond he felt was stronger than the connections Fleur and Krum had to the goblet, combined. Besides, the Ministry had invested too much time and money into the event to let a small misunderstanding derail it. Luckily, it's all just Harry Potter, Maxime said, trying to lighten the mood. If it were someone else, Hogwarts might have ended up with 2 champions, which wouldn't have been fair. Karkaroff said nothing, his head turning toward the fireplace as if to avoid drawing further attention. The Ministry will thoroughly investigate this, Umbridge croaked, her sharp voice cutting through the air. Rest assured, we'll uncover the culprit behind this interference. Her words were met with silence. Even Dumbledore only gave her a faint nod before turning away. Umbridge's toad-like face twisted into a pout as she muttered angrily to herself, retreating to the corner. Well, since we still have 3 champions, the results haven't been affected, Bagman said brightly, his cheerful tone returning. Now, let's talk about the first task. The first task will test your courage, he explained. But, we won't tell you what it is. Facing the unknown is a crucial part of being a wizard. Fleur clicked her tongue in annoyance, Krum's expression darkened, but Harry remained impassive. Bagman continued, during the tasks, you won't be allowed to accept help from professors or anyone else. You'll only have your wand, along with any potions or weapons you've created yourself. His gaze briefly flicked to the sorting hat at Harry's side before continuing. You'll receive the clue for the second task only after completing the first. This will be a challenging year, but as a small consolation, you're all exempt from end-of-year exams. Neither Fleur nor Krum said anything. Harry, however, subtly turned his head, his eyes scanning a shadowy corner of the room. He could feel it, a familiar presence. Well, that's all for now. Bagman concluded. Good luck in the Triwizard Tournament, and do your schools proud. As the champions and their respective heads of school began to leave, Harry lingered. Professor Dumbledore, may I have a word with you? There's something I need to discuss. Of course, Harry, Dumbledore replied, nodding kindly. I've been meaning to speak with you as well. Together, they walked toward the ground floor. But instead of heading to Dumbledore's office, Harry veered into a nearby classroom and pushed the door open. Harry? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. Wouldn't my office be a more suitable place? Before he could finish, Harry raised his wand. The classroom desks twisted and transformed, not to attack Dumbledore but to coil around Harry himself. Harry. Dumbledore's tone sharpened, though he didn't intervene. Suddenly, a small beetle buzzed frantically out of Harry's robes. With a quick flick of his wand, Harry sent a wooden slat spiraling toward the insect, trapping it. His wand pointed at the beetle, and he cast another spell, its tip glowing with pale blue light. Animagus Revelio, show me who you are. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. He raised his own wand, casting a spell to seal the room tightly. The beetle twisted and expanded, transforming into a woman with carefully coiffed hair, a sharp chin, and garish jewel-encrusted glasses. Rita Skeeter, Harry, and Dumbledore said in unison. Well, isn't this a surprise? Harry muttered, his brows furrowing. Rita, still bound by the wooden slats, gave a nervous smile. Good evening, Mr. Potter, and Professor Dumbledore. Was it you who submitted my name to the Goblet of Fire? Harry demanded, his wand still trained on her. No, no. Rita exclaimed, shaking her head. I swear I didn't. I was just gathering material for tomorrow's front-page article. Harry didn't trust her words. He raised his wand again, chanting legilimens. You're lying, he murmured as he sifted through her recent memories. Rita stammered as Harry finished his inspection. Dumbledore sighed, adjusting his glasses. Harry, I must say, your skill with legilimency is startling. Harry ignored the comment and turned to Dumbledore. It wasn't her. She's telling the truth. Her memories confirm it, she didn't submit the slips. Dumbledore's frown deepened. Then this mystery is even more troubling. Harry turned his gaze back to Rita. So, what should we do with this beetle? Rita's face paled. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 178, A Fair Trade. Rita Skeeter stared at Harry in sheer terror, her mind racing. This wasn't the response she had anticipated. Stiffly, she turned her gaze to Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the age, known for his near-complete acquiescence to the Ministry. Yet, at this moment, Dumbledore offered no objection to Harry's cutting remarks, only a helpless, wry smile. Harry, you always know how to strike right at this old man's heart, Dumbledore sighed. Harry remained expressionless. If you don't like hearing the truth, next time I can try flattering you like Lockhart. That would make me feel even worse, Dumbledore said with a small laugh, shaking his head. Harry raised his wand, pointing it at Rita's face. Didn't you pose a question in one of your articles about me? Well, here I am, in the flesh, to give you an answer straight from Mr. Potter himself. Rita flinched, her trembling head nodding uncontrollably. I've never considered myself some sort of chosen one, nor do I plan to emulate Professor Dumbledore. I am simply a revenant. Understand, Miss Skeeter. Rita nodded so vigorously she seemed about to shake loose her glasses. I've said before, Harry continued, that if I ever caught you, I'd cut off your hand and rip out your tongue so you could never spin your lies again. He pulled Godric Gryffindor's sword out of the sorting hat as he spoke. Dumbledore took 2 steps back, looking as though he were more concerned about blood splattering on his robes than anything else. Rita's terror deepened. But I think we can strike a deal. Harry rested the sword's edge against her throat. Help me with a few tasks, and I won't report your status as an unregistered animagus to the Ministry. What do you want? Rita blurted out in panic. I can write glowing articles about you and Professor Dumbledore for tomorrow's front page. We've outgrown the need for that kind of juvenile flattery. Harry tapped the flat of the blade on her shoulder. I need you to handle tasks that fit someone of your unique animagus form. A bad feeling crept over Rita. Find me any records from 70 to 50 years ago about a wizard named Tom Riddle, Harry said softly. Tom Riddle. Rita blinked, confused. I've never heard of him. Would you like me to explain who he is? Harry asked, his smile sinister and brimming with danger. No, Rita blurted, shaking her head furiously. I don't think that's something I want to know. Good instincts, Harry replied, his smile vanishing. Second, look into the Crouch family. Confirm if Barty Crouch Jr. is truly dead, and investigate who Mr. Crouch has been in contact with these past few months. Ideally, find out what they discussed. The Crouch family? Rita's confusion deepened. But isn't it common knowledge that Mr. Crouch died in an accident? I even checked with the Ministry, everyone said the same. If you bring me the information I'm asking for, I might tell you the truth, Harry said, withdrawing the sword but keeping it in hand. Rita nodded rapidly. Of course. No problem at all. Harry continued, third, compile a list of former Death Eaters who once worked for the Ministry. Once you have it, deliver it to me. Rita's face turned ghostly pale. Her mind replayed Harry's earlier words, I'm just a revenant. Relax. I'm not about to paint the Ministry red with blood. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't approve of that, Harry said, shaking his head as though reading her mind. I just want to uncover the truth. So, what do you think? Does this arrangement sound fair? Harry asked, his tone calm yet unyielding. Rita took a deep breath and forced a smile onto her face. Absolutely, Mr. Potter. These are small matters. She added hastily, I mean, I often handle tasks like these. Harry sheathed the sword back into the sorting hat. Well then, good evening, Miss Skeeter. With a wave of his wand, the wooden slats binding Rita transformed back into desks. Dumbledore dispersed his magic as well. The two wizards exited the room, leaving Rita sprawled on the floor, gasping for air, her terror still palpable. A fourth-year boy. Rita cursed every person at Hogwarts under her breath, wishing she could fling dirt in their faces. A fourth-year boy. The pressure Harry exuded was greater than that of any Ministry bureaucrat she'd ever dealt with. As Harry and Dumbledore climbed the grand staircase, Harry glanced at the older wizard. Weren't you worried I'd actually cut her hand off? I trust you, Dumbledore said with a soft smile. And besides, you're still young. You're allowed moments of impulsiveness. As long as you didn't kill her, I could clean up the mess, and you'd learn a valuable lesson. You don't like her much either, Harry observed, nodding as though suddenly understanding. Dumbledore chuckled. I can't deny that. She tends to fabricate nonsense. Half the wizarding world probably thinks I'm a madman, and that's thanks to her. They entered the third-floor gargoyle entrance. Dumbledore's tone grew more serious. You're still suspicious of Crouch? Yes, Harry said. It's hard to believe he'd go to such lengths to replace Professor Moody just to relive his school days in peace. As he spoke, Harry pulled out the Marauder's map. Dumbledore leaned over to take a look. Amidst the clusters of names dotting the map, they quickly located Rita Skeeter, still in the classroom they'd just left. Elsewhere, Dolores Umbridge and Ludo Bagman were marked speeding away from the castle in a carriage. The kitchens were overcrowded with the names of house elves, while the dormitories and common rooms were teeming with students. Near the Forbidden Forest and Black Lake, students from Beauxbatons and Demstrang wandered about. Hagrid was loitering near the Beauxbatons carriage. But there wasn't a single name on the map that seemed out of place. And aside from Bagman, it seems there were two others who wanted me in the Triwizard Tournament, Harry mused, frowning. If Crouch hadn't been discovered, he might have added my name as well. We could make a bold assumption, Harry continued, that Death Eaters want me in this tournament, too. Dumbledore's expression grew more somber. But why? Harry asked. They entered the headmaster's office. Harry placed the Marauder's map on the desk, swiftly snatching Fawkes into his arms before the Phoenix could react. Fawkes let out a soft squawk but eventually settled comfortably in Harry's embrace. Surely it's not because the Death Eaters are die-hard alumni who want Hogwarts to win the cup, Harry said dryly, sitting down. Dumbledore flicked his wand, summoning a glass of milk for Harry. Whiskey, please, Harry said, deadpan. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore turned the milk into butterbeer. Harry sighed, drained the glass in one gulp, and asked, Professor, do you have any thoughts? Dumbledore shook his head. I examined the goblet of fire earlier. It's been confunded at least 3 times, possibly more. Unfortunately, the magical traces are faint. They seem to have been cast last night. I shouldn't have gone to sleep last night, Harry muttered, frustrated. You can't blame yourself, Dumbledore said. No one could have foreseen this. As they spoke, Dumbledore began working on a new map of Hogwarts, using the Enchanted Book of Admittance and the Quill of Acceptance, artifacts created by the founders of Hogwarts. Their magic brought the castle's layout to life on parchment, a detailed and updated map that would rival the Marauder's map. Why make this map now? Harry asked, downing another butterbeer. Dumbledore replied with a smile, as headmaster, I ought to leave something useful for my successor, something Minerva might appreciate. Harry smirked. The students are going to hate you for it. Dumbledore paused. You're probably right. I should add some leniency. With a few deft wand movements, Dumbledore enchanted the map to exclude certain students' names after curfew, unless they were caught by staff. Satisfied, he added a security feature, the map would issue a warning if non-staff or non-students appeared on the grounds. At his request, Fawkes let out a loud, clear cry to test it. Perfect, Dumbledore said, pleased. As Harry stood to leave, he asked Fawkes, mind sharing a few feathers, tears, or even some blood for a potion I'm working on? Fawkes squawked indignantly until Harry offered to supply 10 pounds of Hedwig's favorite owl treats. Fawkes let out a cheerful trill, and the deal was struck. 1 hand for the goods, 1 for the payment, the Sorting Hat quipped as a translator. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 179, Gregorovitch should learn from goblins. Aunt Petunia's cooking was getting better and better. Hedwig's circle of friends was also steadily expanding. After saying goodnight to Fawkes, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, only to find chaos reigning. With Percy having graduated, there was no one left to reign in George and Fred, not that Percy ever truly succeeded. At most, his presence as an older brother kept their antics somewhat in check. As Harry climbed into the common room, a strong smell of alcohol hit him like an arrow. The long table was cluttered with bottles and crates of drinks. Some belonged to seventh years, some to George and Fred, and some were the drinks Harry had told them they could bring out for celebrations. The crates were now mostly empty. The majority of Gryffindors were thoroughly drunk. George and Fred had grabbed Ron, making strange woo-woo sounds as they ran around the table with him. Others were either dancing wildly or lying flat on the ground. There were hardly any who still had their wits about them. "What's going on?" Harry asked, walking over to Hermione, who was sitting in a corner with a book. "They're celebrating for you," Hermione replied succinctly. Harry sat down. "I just got back." "They got impatient and started celebrating early," Hermione said with a hint of helplessness. "At first, they tried to pace themselves, but eventually, they couldn't control it, and it turned into this. Why are you so late? Did you find out who put your name in the goblet of fire?" Harry shook his head. At least 3 people were involved. One of them was Ludo, and he's already confessed. On the way back, I caught someone else. Hermione blinked in surprise, furrowing her brow. "Someone else who put your name in?" "Rita Skeeter," Harry revealed, causing Hermione to look utterly shocked. She closed her book. "Her? Wasn't she uninvited from Hogwarts?" "She's an animagus," Harry explained. "She transforms into a beetle. That night when we spoke to Scrimgeour in the tent, was she there, listening as a beetle?" Hermione's expression turned dark. The thought of someone eavesdropping, even as an insect, was deeply unsettling. Harry nodded. "Yes. I sensed her presence in that small room. I set a bait, and she took it." "You handled her. Is that why you were late?" Hermione asked, a note of concern in her voice. "Did you make sure it's cleaned up?" Harry looked at her with mild exasperation. "Hermione, what do you think I am?" "You didn't take care of her?" Hermione asked, startled. Harry shook his head. "Dumbledore was with me at the time. And her animagus form is quite useful. I made a deal with her." "What kind of deal?" Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. "She'll help me gather some information, and I'll keep her secret for now," Harry said. "Like with Ragnarok?" Hermione asked thoughtfully. "Something like that, but not quite so quickly," Harry admitted. The common room remained noisy, with someone finally noticing Harry's return. A few drunken Gryffindors staggered or crawled over to him, raising empty cups and bottles. Before Harry could even refill their drinks, they collapsed unconscious. Harry shared a few drinks with the remaining semi-coherent students, and by the end of the night, the entire common room was out cold, except for Hermione. He sighed, gave Ron a potion to help him recover, and dragged him off to bed. Hermione summoned the house elves to help clean up and take care of the sleeping Gryffindors. The next morning, Gryffindor's common room was filled with slumbering students wrapped in blankets. The alcohol stench had been completely removed, and the scattered bottles were neatly arranged on the table. Any unfinished drinks had been packed back into crates. Harry carefully stepped over the sleeping forms of his housemates as he headed out for his morning run. Hogwarts was bustling with changes. By Black Lake, a crowd of students had gathered, most of them 4th to 6th-year girls. The sight of Harry made them squeal. "See. I told you, Potter gets up early to train." A Hufflepuff girl clutched a Gryffindor sword replica in excitement, the ruby on the hilt glowing faintly. "He's so cool. Should we ask for his autograph?" You go," they whispered and giggled among themselves, eager but too shy to approach Harry. Harry's aloof demeanor added to his mystique, and his reputation over the years made him seem unreachable, like someone who existed on a different level. Many of the girls clutching Harry-themed items also held Victor Crumb posters from the Quidditch World Cup, depicting his dramatic dive to catch the golden snitch. In the background, the unfortunate Irish seeker's head could be seen, inadvertently resembling celebratory fireworks. Harry ignored the crowd, jogging past without a word. The girls sighed wistfully as they watched him disappear, then returned to waiting by the lake for Crumb to emerge from the Demstrang ship. Later, George and Fred, now fully awake, created new fireworks. When launched, these fireworks depicted Harry clad in leather armor, with dual swords strapped to his back. They even proposed erecting a statue of Harry in the Great Hall, but the idea was quickly vetoed by both Harry and Professor McGonagall. Even within the common room, such ideas didn't gain traction. Every time the twins brought it up, Harry would end the discussion with a quick vanishing spell. As much as Harry appreciated the twins, their wild ideas could sometimes be overwhelming. Meanwhile, the professors became more dedicated to Harry's training. Professor McGonagall no longer had any complaints. Professor Flitwick began discussing advanced magical theory with Harry. Professor Sprout reduced other students' detention sessions to focus more on Harry. Only Cedric and Neville continued to receive her guidance alongside him. Professor Snape didn't say much but shifted his lessons and detentions toward antidotes, curse removal, and healing magic. Rita Skeeter, after her encounter with Harry, had become more cautious, at least when it came to writing about him. While she still churned out gossip about Krum and Fleur, her articles about Harry were filled with effusive praise, extolling his embodiment of all the noble traits of Gryffindor. By Friday, the school was abuzz. 2 back-to-back potions classes left many students groaning. Professor Snape introduced them to a versatile antidote that neutralized most non-magical poisons. Though Snape considered it straightforward, the students struggled with the complex preparation, much to his frustration. Suddenly, there was a knock at the dungeon door. Snape flicked his wand, and the door creaked open, revealing a nervous second-year student standing in the doorway. "What is it?" Snape asked, frowning. The student, looking pale, took a shaky breath before stammering, "Professor Snape, I've been sent to fetch Harry Potter." "You're aware this is class time?" Snape asked coldly, his voice softening in a dangerous way. "It's from Mr. Bagman," the student stammered. "All the champions have to go upstairs. It looks like it's for photos and interviews." Snape waved his wand dismissively. "Then go. Potter, due to your absence, Gryffindor loses 5 points. And after your next detention with another professor, you'll spend an additional 2 hours with me." The second-year student glanced at Harry with sympathy. After Harry packed his things and exited, the student hastily apologized. "Sorry, Potter. I didn't mean to." "It's fine," Harry reassured him before following him to a classroom on the first floor. Inside, Fleur and Krum were already seated in a corner, quietly chatting. They greeted Harry when he entered. The classroom was small, with a long table in the center. Rita Skeeter was seated at one end, scribbling notes for her next article. Nearby, a rotund man was enthusiastically photographing Fleur, occasionally snapping a few shots of Harry and Krum. Krum looked particularly sullen. Harry, though handsome, was intimidating to approach. And Rita Skeeter had learned better than to fabricate stories about him. Fleur, as the only female champion and a Vila hybrid, was a magnet for attention. Her beauty and mystique ensured she was the center of the photographer's focus. At the head of the table, Ludo Bagman was chatting with Ollivander, who looked as sharp and timeless as ever. When Dumbledore and the other 2 headmasters entered, Bagman rose to his feet with a smile. "Since Madame Umbridge had to return to the ministry, the wand inspection will now be conducted by us 4 judges," he announced. Rita Skeeter's expression grew uncomfortable. Umbridge's departure likely had something to do with her. Bagman continued, "Wands are a wizard's lifeline. Ensuring they're in perfect condition is crucial for your safety during the tournament. To perform the inspection, we've invited the renowned wand maker, Mr. Garrick Ollivander." The elderly wand maker stood, his sharp eyes lingering on each champion, pausing longest on Harry. Seeing Harry dressed neatly with no distracting items save for a peculiar hat at his waist, Ollivander nodded approvingly. "I'll leave it to you, Mr. Ollivander," Bagman said, sitting back down. Ollivander approached Fleur first. "Shall we begin with Miss Delacour?" Fleur promptly handed over her wand. Ollivander examined it with care, running his fingers along its length. 9.5 inches, made of rosewood. "Ah, and the core is a Vila hair." "My grandmother's," Fleur replied calmly. "Family ties are the strongest bonds," Ollivander remarked. "Personally, I avoid using Vila materials, they tend to be overly temperamental. But it seems this wand suits you perfectly." With a flourish, he cast a spell. Orchideas. A bouquet of flowers burst from the wand. Ollivander plucked the bouquet and handed it to Fleur along with her wand. "It's in excellent condition. You've taken great care of it. The finest flowers for the finest champion," he said warmly. Fleur blushed faintly as she accepted the bouquet. "Thank you." Next, Ollivander turned to Krum. Krum handed over his wand without a word. "Ah, a typical Quidditch player's wand," Ollivander remarked as he examined it. "You've maintained it well, but Quidditch inevitably takes a toll." Krum nodded silently. Turning the wand over, Ollivander muttered, "Gregorovich's craftsmanship. I've never been fond of his work, too focused on brute power. He believes the stronger the wand, the better the wizard. Perhaps he should take lessons from goblins. Still, this is one of his better creations. 10.25 inches, hornbeam wood, with a dragon heartstring core. A strong and reliable combination." He waved the wand. "Avis." A flock of birds erupted from the wand, flying out through the open window. Returning the wand, Ollivander turned to Harry. "And now, Mr. Potter. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 180, Something's Off About Hagrid. Harry handed over his wand. Ollivander accepted it, noting its pristine condition with a smile. "Harry, it feels like just yesterday you bought this wand from me." "It's been over 3 years, more than 1,200 days," Harry reminded him kindly. Ollivander pursed his lips. "I know you're the master of a cedar wand, you don't need to remind me." He paused, ensuring Harry had nothing more to say, before continuing. "It's remarkable, there's no sign of wear or damage. Hard to believe for a Quidditch player like you." "I usually tuck it into my hat during games," Harry replied. The Sorting Hat spoke up loudly, he means he shoves it into me. Fleur jumped in surprise. It talks. Of course. Little Vila girl, surely you've heard of Hogwarts' talking hat, the Sorting Hat grumbled. I'm the famous Sorting Hat of Gryffindor. Fleur scrutinized it, hesitating before saying, I always thought Gryffindor's hat would be more. She struggled to find a word that wasn't insulting but accurately conveyed her expectations. It does look like an old, dirty, and worn-out hat, Harry said, finishing her thought. The Sorting Hat yelled indignantly, Harry. But that doesn't change the fact that it's the best hat in the world, Harry continued calmly. The Sorting Hat let out a smug hum. That's right. I'm the best hat there is. Fleur opened her mouth but hesitated again. She wasn't sure what to comment on first, how easily the hat was flattered, or the fact that it didn't even seem like a hat anymore. Ollivander coughed lightly to regain focus. Harry, you've taken excellent care of your wand. I was always a bit worried, considering the rather unusual request you made when you bought it, but it's clear you haven't let it down. It works harmoniously with you. 11 inches, cedar wood, phoenix feather core. A wand for those of sharp perception, Ollivander described as he flicked the wand gently. Aguamenti. The wand reluctantly obeyed, releasing a small burst of water. It's not very fond of me, Ollivander observed with a sigh. And I'm its creator. The wand seemed to bristle in Harry's hand, its magic rippling defiantly. Ollivander quickly handed it back. An excellent wand, treat it well. He turned to leave but stopped when Harry called out. Wait, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander turned back, puzzled. My situation is a bit unusual. I have 2 more items I'd like you to inspect, Harry said calmly. Ollivander's heart sank. You didn't secretly buy more wands from other wand makers, did you? Harry shook his head and pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. No, but in addition to my wand, I also have close combat weapons. Could you inspect them for me? Gryffindor's sword, Ollivander murmured, recognizing the blade. He sighed, his expression complicated. Ah yes, I recall when you first asked me where to have a sword made. And now, you've gone and acquired one. The sword of Gryffindor is truly remarkable. He began but trailed off when Harry pulled out another weapon. It was the basilisk bone sword. Harry now held both swords, one in each hand, while his wand, sensing betrayal, wrapped its magic tightly around Harry's wrist in a sulky protest. Ollivander's jaw clenched. He could almost hear the wand's silent outrage. How dare you? Ollivander gritted his teeth. I don't specialize in these clumsy, brutish weapons, he spat. Mr. Bagman, you should have brought in a goblin for this. I'm a wand maker, not a blacksmith. Bagman leaned forward curiously. But Mr. Ollivander, I've heard tales of you in your younger years. Ollivander cut him off. Baseless rumors. I have only ever worked with wands. Well then, should we summon a goblin for the inspection? Bagman asked, disappointed, as he reached for his wand to summon one. Karkaroff coughed sharply. No wizard would use such weapons in a tournament. I don't see why they need inspecting. Should I bring Gryffindor's portrait here to explain? Harry asked, his face expressionless. Karkaroff instinctively flinched. Harry, do you suspect your weapons are in poor condition? Dumbledore asked gently. Harry shook his head. I'm confident in their state. Dumbledore turned to Bagman. Then there's no need to trouble a goblin. If I recall, one of Harry's swords was crafted by Ragnarok. Harry nodded. That goblin. Bagman's eyebrows rose. The ministry had to blackmail him into working for them last time. How did you manage to convince him, Harry? Bagman hesitated before adding suspiciously, you didn't threaten him with Gryffindor's sword, did you? Harry interrupted flatly, do I look like someone foolish enough to do that? Bagman paused, then nodded reluctantly. Fair enough. But if you're sure, I can still summon Ragnarok to double-check. Bagman, Madame Maxime interjected, her tone sharp with disapproval. You're showing Mr. Potter too much favoritism. Don't forget your role as a judge. You must remain impartial. Bagman sighed and relented. All right then. Ollivander handed Gryffindor's sword back to Harry but awkwardly attempted to return it to the sorting hat. Not like that, the sorting hat protested loudly. Be gentler. Line it up properly. Oh, forget it, just let Harry do it. Harry took over, sliding both swords back into the hat with practiced ease. Ollivander seemed relieved, his sense of propriety restored. That's more like it, he thought. A wizard should wield a wand, not a sword. The wand inspections didn't take long, but the group photos afterward dragged on. Karkaroff insisted Crumb should be in the center, while Maxime and the rotund photographer argued for Fleur. Bagman and Rita sided with Harry. After much bickering, Dumbledore intervened, and they settled on placing Bagman in the center, flanked by the 3 champions. The headmasters stood behind them, with Maxime dominating the rear center due to her towering stature, and Karkaroff and Dumbledore on either side. The photoshoot wasted the entire afternoon and caused Harry to miss a potions class. He was in a foul mood by the time he returned to the Great Hall for dinner. His plate already held a few of his favorite dishes, though it was clear Ron and Neville had sampled them first. Why did it take so long? Hermione asked, glancing at the staff table where the late arrivals, including Rita Skeeter, were just settling in. Pointless things, interviews, photos, and the like, Harry replied, tearing a piece of lamb off the bone. Honestly, I think the Ministry's usefulness has run its course. Hermione raised an eyebrow. The Ministry was ever useful. Her disdain for the Ministry was evident. After the Quidditch World Cup fiasco, where they showed up late to the chaos Harry had already resolved, her opinion had hit rock bottom. That Ludo Bagman faced no consequences and still oversaw the Triwizard Tournament only cemented her views. Maybe, Harry said, glancing at the cheerfully chatting Bagman. Halfway through dinner, Hagrid snuck into the hall, hunched over to appear less conspicuous, though his massive frame still towered over the students. He approached Harry's seat. Harry, congrats. How's it feel to be a champion? A bit annoying, Harry admitted honestly. Wherever I go, people stare. Professor Sprout was too lenient last time. 30 people crowded into the greenhouse to watch me during herbology. That's the price of fame, lad. Hagrid patted him on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Tomorrow night at midnight, come to my hut. Bring that invisibility cloak of yours. I've got a surprise for you. Harry studied Hagrid's large, bearded face, which radiated excitement. Does it have to do with the first task? Hagrid hesitated, his surprise betrayed. Harry. So it is, Harry murmured, nodding thoughtfully. But isn't it against the rules for professors to assist champions, Hagrid? Hagrid beamed at being called professor. Officially, yes. But just like Hogwarts rules, every school's professors do their best to help their own champions. Midnight tomorrow, don't forget the cloak. Make sure no one else sees. Let me guess, Harry interrupted, the first task is dragons. Hagrid looked stunned. How'd you know? Charlie sent me a birthday gift over the summer, mini dragon models and a book on dealing with dragons, Harry said, deadpan. He knows I prefer dragon materials, especially since they're cheaper than the models. Hagrid blinked in disbelief, then nodded. Blimey, Harry, you're sharp as ever. It was supposed to be a surprise. Well, I'm certainly surprised, Harry replied dryly. Only the Triwizard Tournament would kick things off with dragon slaying. Hagrid hesitated. Well, you might have the strength to slay a dragon, but the other champions don't. I don't think the task will be that extreme. Harry shrugged, leaving Hagrid puzzled. Hermione clarified, what Harry means is that no matter what the task is, for him, it'll still end up being dragon slaying. She tapped Harry's robes. Dragon hide is better than basilisk hide, right? Hagrid looked at them in horror. Are you coming tomorrow night, Harry? There'll be dragons, Hagrid asked weakly. Of course, Harry replied cheerfully. Ron leaned over, his mouth full of pudding. What are you talking about? Hagrid struggled to keep the discussion vague, his face red with the effort. Want to see something cool tomorrow night? Harry asked Ron casually. Ron nodded eagerly, too distracted by food to ask further questions. Hagrid left, beaming as he headed toward the staff table and began chatting animatedly with Madame Maxime. Hermione watched him go, expressionless. Oh no, Hagrid might be in love. Hagrid deserves some happiness, Harry said, glancing at Maxime. They might be a good match, not many people have their size in common. What are we seeing tomorrow? Ron asked, his curiosity piqued again. You'll find out, Harry replied, placing a lamb chop onto Ron's plate. Ron grinned and dropped the subject. On Sunday night, Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak, covering himself, Hermione, and Ron before sneaking out of the castle. They arrived at Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door. Hagrid opened it and glanced around at the seemingly empty space outside. Lowering his voice, he asked, Harry. It's me, Harry answered calmly. Hermione and Ron stared at Hagrid in amazement. Even though there was nothing to see, they felt the trip had already been worth it. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 181, wow, it's actually dragons. Hagrid was acting very strange tonight. Very strange indeed. Normally, he was disheveled and carefree, dressed in his oversized fur coats with his hair and beard resembling a tangled mess. He usually smelled of magical creature dung, and lately, there was an additional scent of blast-ended squirts clinging to him. But tonight was different. His hair and beard were neatly combed, and he wore a zebra-striped suit adorned with a bright rose pin to his chest. He even smelled strongly of cologne, which made Ron sneeze twice in a row. Follow me, Hagrid said, trying to slow his speech and sound more refined. And don't make a sound. Are you planning a romantic rendezvous with Madame Maxime? Harry asked casually. Hagrid froze, turning to look at Harry in panic. His left foot tripped over his right, and he nearly tumbled down the steps. Hermione quickly flicked her wand, casting a levitation charm to keep him upright. Hagrid caught his balance and clutched his chest in relief. Oh, thank you. I thought all the effort I put into tidying up this afternoon was going to go to waste. I'm not going on a date, he added, blushing. I just thought Madame Maxime might enjoy seeing these creatures too. Hermione raised an eyebrow and said pointedly, helping the Beauxbatons champion learn about the first task, are we? Ron nodded. Exactly. Hey now, Madame Maxime is one of the judges, Hagrid defended her. Harry spoke in a calm tone, but you did say earlier that every school's professors do their best to help their champions. Hagrid froze, frowning as he hesitated. It was true, this was supposed to be a competition between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. Was what he was doing essentially betraying Harry? Harry lightly patted Hagrid's arm and said reassuringly, we were only joking, Professor Hagrid. Don't you trust your best student? Just being in the tournament is already an unfair advantage for me. If the others don't even know the first task, that would be too cruel, wouldn't it? Hagrid let out a long breath. You're sure, Harry? Really? Of course, Harry replied with a nod. Then, remembering he was under the invisibility cloak, he gave Hagrid another light push. Go ahead. It's not every day you meet someone as well matched for you as Madame Maxime. Hagrid scratched his head bashfully. You really think we're well matched? Hermione muttered under her breath, her tone icy. Harry, I still find it hard to believe he's the magical creature expert you've described. I find it hard to believe too, Harry admitted, but the facts are undeniable. Hermione sighed. Even Ron seems more like a magical creature expert than Hagrid. Ron, the innocent bystander, looked completely bewildered. What did he do wrong? He was only 14. They followed Hagrid as he knocked on the door to the Beauxbatons carriage. When Madame Maxime stepped out, Hagrid visibly stiffened. Though Hagrid was completely unaware of his status in the magical world, he was visibly nervous and awkward around Madame Maxime, more so than when he faced Dumbledore after a mishap. He tried to act casual, taking her on a long moonlit stroll around the Forbidden Forest. They walked so far that the lake and castle were no longer visible. Harry's gaze shifted to the distance, where he sensed 3 incredibly powerful and fiery presences, along with several wizards and witches. The wind carried faint sounds to his ears, rushing air, roaring flames, and angry growls. We're here, Hagrid finally announced, pointing ahead after they rounded a grove of trees. Madame Maxime's eyes widened as she took in the sight. Ron nearly gasped aloud. Dragons. 3 dragons were confined in a massive wooden enclosure. Thick iron chains bound their necks, wings, and limbs, but the dragons were still restless. They snapped at the wizards outside the enclosure, occasionally spewing jets of flame to force them back. Hagrid went to speak with the wizards gathered near the enclosure. Among them was Charlie Weasley, who stood out as the most capable, staying closest to the dragons while maintaining his spell work to keep them subdued. However, even Charlie's magic seemed to strain against the dragon's strength. Harry studied the dragons carefully. A Chinese fireball, a Swedish shortsnout, and a common Welsh green. He felt a pang of disappointment. These dragons were among the more temperate breeds. The Chinese fireball, with its red scales and golden fringe, was known to be one of the few dragon species willing to share territory with its kin. The Welsh green, a peaceful herbivore by dragon standards, rarely attacked humans and usually preyed on sheep. The Swedish shortsnout was the most dangerous of the 3. Its sleek silver-blue scales shimmered under the moonlight, and its flame, a brilliant blue, could incinerate stone and bone in an instant. Hagrid was utterly captivated by the dragons. It seemed he had completely forgotten about Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Madame Maxime, who was now being somewhat ignored. After watching for a while, Harry tugged Ron and Hermione's hands, signaling it was time to leave. They slipped away unnoticed. On their way back, they bumped into Karkaroff sneaking toward the Forbidden Forest. He hadn't even bothered with the disillusionment charm and was openly heading in the direction of the dragons. It was clear that no one intended to follow the rules Ludo Bagman had set. Everyone was covertly gathering intel. When they returned to the common room, Ron's excitement was still palpable. He paced in front of the fireplace. Harry, did you see that? Dragons. Real dragons. And Charlie said your first task is to face the dragons and retrieve a treasure from their nests. We heard, Hermione said coolly. Ron frowned. But how do you deal with dragons? They're some of the most dangerous creatures alive. Let me think, conjunctivitis curses. That's supposed to be one of the best spells against them. He stopped mid-sentence as Harry silently drew the basilisk bone sword from the sorting hat and placed it on the table. Then, with a serious expression, Harry pointed both hands at the sword. Ron's words faltered. Oh, right. I guess it's not a problem for you, Ron muttered, sitting down sheepishly. You've already killed a basilisk, after all. We should still prepare, Hermione said, ticking items off on her fingers. Fireproof potions are a must. Harry pulled out 2 dark vials from the sorting hat. Healing potions? Hermione asked. Harry placed 2 bright red vials on the table. Hermione nodded. Anything else? Runes, Harry said, pulling off his robes to reveal the basilisk hide armor underneath. I'll inscribe some fireproof runes onto the armor. And weapons. He unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat. The basilisk bone sword is venomous, but it might damage the dragon materials. I'll use this instead. He then added, I'll also prepare new sword oil. The oil he currently used was basic, made from powdered ergot seeds and rendered dog fat. And potions, Harry continued. The Animagus ritual was still ongoing, and he couldn't risk pausing it by summoning rain with a weather spell. Snape and Harry had made significant progress in their research, and the potion was almost complete. I'll need to skip other detentions and focus on Snape's, Harry concluded. The days leading up to the first task flew by. While Harry was often nowhere to be found, even skipping divination and history of magic, Fleur was no longer wandering the castle with her hanger-on. Late nights spent in Snape's office finally yielded results. The dragon oil Snape concocted, using powdered unicorn horn, basilisk stomach acid, and silver, allowed blades to slice through dragon hide with ease. On the day of the first task, McGonagall arrived at lunch to summon Harry from the Great Hall. All eyes followed as he left the castle with her. They arrived at the same clearing Hagrid had brought them to earlier, but it had been transformed. The wooden enclosure was now a massive arena with 2 entrances. Students crowded into one entrance, jostling for the best seats. The other entrance led to a large tent, where Ludo Bagman stood waiting. Harry. Professor McGonagall. Over here. Bagman waved enthusiastically. Inside the tent, Fleur and Krum were already there. Fleur sat anxiously on a bench, while Krum paced restlessly. Now that everyone's here, Bagman began with a clap of his hands, let me explain the first task. He pulled a purple drawstring bag from his robes and opened it. Each of you will draw a model representing the creature you'll face. Your goal is to retrieve a golden egg from the creature's nest. He paused, looking at Fleur. Ladies first. I'll go first, Harry interrupted, stepping forward. Bagman blinked in surprise but said nothing as Harry reached into the bag. With a quick glance inside, Harry located his target and pulled it out. In his hand was a silver-blue model of a Swedish short snout. Fleur and Krum both visibly relaxed, relieved the most dangerous dragon was no longer an option. Harry glanced at them, then at Bagman, who looked startled. Remembering that the champions weren't supposed to know the task beforehand, Harry feigned surprise and said flatly, wow, it's actually dragons. Fleur and Krum blinked in confusion, then followed suit with exaggerated exclamations of shock. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 182, Wait, Mr. Potter. Ludo's eyelid twitched. The Triwizard Tournament had always carried a certain cheating tradition, and he was well aware of it. But couldn't they at least put on a convincing act? Couldn't they show some semblance of actual surprise on their faces? At the very least, some expressions that could be interpreted as shocked. Krum and Fleur, you can't just learn bad habits from Harry like this. Yes, such adorable little creatures, Ludo said, nodding stiffly. He pretended not to notice their exaggerated reactions and continued reading from the script. Next, who will go? Mr. Krum or Miss Delacour? Fleur glanced at Krum, who hesitated before awkwardly stepping forward. He reached into the bag and pulled out a model of a red dragon writhing in his palm. The Chinese fireball. Among the remaining dragons, it was the most dangerous. The result is in. Miss Delacour, it's your turn to pull your dragon, Ludo said, looking at Fleur with a complicated expression. In his original plan, Harry was supposed to go last. Fleur stepped forward gracefully and drew the Welsh green, the least aggressive of the dragons and the easiest to deal with. She frowned slightly. Her draw had an advantage, but also a drawback. She glanced at Harry, she would now have to contend with the pressure of his likely outstanding performance as the first competitor. Then, looking at Krum, she worried about whether he, as a Quidditch star, might perform even better than her. It was a good draw, but also a nerve-wracking one. Well, everyone now has their dragon, Ludo said, clapping his hands. Look at the numbers tied to their necks, that's your order of appearance. Harry pulled the little cloth tag from the neck of his Swedish short snout. The number 1 was written on it. He would go first. Fleur frowned again. Her number was 2, which she found unsatisfactory. The first or last position would have been preferable. Now everyone, into the tent. I'll need to host the opening segment outside, Ludo instructed, lifting the tent flap. Listen for your name, Mr. Potter. When I call you to enter, you can come out. The 3 of them nodded. Ludo added a few more instructions before finally turning to Harry and saying, Mr. Potter, I'm looking forward to your performance. With that, he hurried out of the tent. Fleur let out a disdainful snort. Krum's expression grew darker. Harry, on the other hand, remained impassive as he sat down on a bench. Outside, drums roared, cheers erupted, and applause thundered. Ludo, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and even that toad-like woman from the Ministry each delivered lengthy speeches. The longer the wait dragged on, the more anxious Fleur and Krum became. They paced nervously, as if the small tent was a cage imprisoning them. But Harry waited patiently. He checked his potions, wands, and the 2 swords he carried. The craftsmanship of the goblins ensured the blades were razor-sharp and didn't need much maintenance. The ancient runes etched into the hilts would allow Harry to channel even greater power when wielding them. As a precaution, he applied another coat of Snape's high-grade dragon oil to the sword of Gryffindor. His armor was in perfect condition, new and untested in real battle, but flawless nonetheless. Finally, after half an hour, the words they had all been waiting for came. Ludo's voice boomed from outside the tent. Now, let us welcome the first champion to challenge the dragon, Hogwarts' very own Harry Potter. Harry stood, letting his robe fall to the ground. He slung both swords over his back and adjusted the sorting hat on his hip before stepping out. Ludo continued his enthusiastic introduction. The youngest competitor, personally authorized by his professors, and widely regarded as the most outstanding student in Hogwarts history. At just 13 years old, he became the heir to the great Gryffindor legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a roaring cheer. The crowd erupted into deafening applause and cheers. Students lit fireworks purchased from George and Fred, filling the sky above the arena with images of griffins, lions, and Harry himself. Under Hermione's leadership, Gryffindor had created a massive griffin statue modeled after Harry's Patronus. Its colors alternated between gold, red, and silver, dazzling and vibrant. Potter. Potter. They chanted his name in waves of excitement. Harry stepped through the tent flap and into the arena. It was even larger than it had appeared from the outside. The stands were packed with students, and Harry even recognized some familiar faces from Hogsmeade. They all watched him intently, their expressions a mix of excitement and awe. Harry stood at one end of the arena. In the middle lay a forest of jagged stones and scattered dead trees. At the far end crouched the Swedish Shortsnout. The dragon noticed Harry immediately, its silver-blue body tensing with cautious hostility. It bared its teeth, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Few humans had ever given it such a sense of unease. Harry studied the dragon intently. It was his first time seeing an adult dragon up close, and it was magnificent. Its silver-blue scales gleamed like a river of stars, though its somewhat flat head made it less ideal as a trophy. Witcher lore taught that true dragons were never hunted, they were intelligent beings capable of speech and transformation. But dragon-like beasts were another story entirely. These fire-breathing creatures, for all their majesty, lacked true intelligence. To Harry, they were nothing more than powerful beasts. He raised his hand. Quen sign. A golden shield enveloped him. He waved his wand, casting the shield charm for extra protection. On the judge's podium, Ludo's voice rang out. Potter begins with an excellent casting of the shield charm, a high-level spell that less than a quarter of wizards can perform. And, he hesitated, turning to Dumbledore for help. Dumbledore stepped in smoothly. That is Harry's own invention, a wandless, non-verbal protective spell similar to the shield charm but even stronger. It not only blocks magical attacks but also withstands physical blows. A wandless, non-verbal spell. Ludo exclaimed. Potter is even more remarkable than we imagined. A fourth-year student with his own spell, unbelievable. Incredible. I'll admit it, I'm no match for Mr. Potter. The Swedish Shortsnout remained crouched over its nest, unwilling to leave. Sparks crackled from its nostrils, ready to unleash fiery destruction on the intruder. Harry reached into the sorting hat and pulled out a dark purple potion. He popped the cork and downed it in one gulp. This was Thunder Brew. Although it wasn't a stormy day and couldn't unleash its full potential, it still caused his magic to surge. His muscles tingled as electric energy coursed through them, making him feel stronger. Ludo stammered again. Potter just drank a potion I don't recognize. That's one of Harry's own creations, Dumbledore interjected. He calls it Thunder Brew. It significantly boosts both magical and physical power. Ludo's astonishment grew. A self-developed potion, too. Even our potions master, Professor Snape, didn't create his own potions as a student. In the stands, Snape's expression darkened, his gaze sharp and icy. But Ludo only had eyes for Harry. Harry raised his wand, transforming dead trees and stones into enormous snakes that slithered toward the dragon. Sensing danger, the Swedish Shortsnout roared and launched a stream of blue fire, reducing one snake to ashes. With a sweep of its tail, it shattered the second. Harry seized the moment. Conjunctivitis curse. The curse struck the dragon's eye, eliciting a pained howl. Chains erupted from the ground, binding its limbs and neck. The dragon thrashed but couldn't break free, the magical restraints dragging it closer to Harry. Ludo shouted excitedly. An outstanding display of transfiguration. Gryffindor has always produced masterful transfigurists. As the dragon struggled, Harry acted swiftly. He plugged its nostrils with stones and cast Axii Sign, freezing the beast in place. Using another spell, he levitated it closer, its enormous body resting on a makeshift stone tray. Ludo continued his commentary. Potter has single-handedly subdued the most dangerous dragon. All that's left is for him to retrieve the golden egg. But his words faltered as he saw Harry draw the sword of Gryffindor. Wait, Potter, what are you? Too late. Harry swung the blade. With one clean stroke, the dragon's head fell. Blood sprayed like a fountain, but Harry swiftly conjured magic to gather every drop into shimmering crimson orbs, wasting none of the precious material. Ludo finally shouted, the dragon wasn't supposed to die. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 183, Mr. Potter, you can't do that. The arena fell into complete silence. Hermione was the first to break it with a loud cheer. Ron quickly followed, lighting several fireworks, which exploded with resounding booms in the sky. The cheering and celebration built up steadily, soon surging like a tidal wave. Harry, his expression blank, waved his wand. Bottles emerged from the sorting hat, and streams of dragon blood flowed into them, siphoned in an instant until every last drop was collected. He then reached under his breastplate and pulled out the bag containing his motorcycle. Under the watchful gaze of thousands, he stored the dragon's body and severed head inside the bag. Finally, he made his way to the dragon's nest, where he picked up the golden egg. Excellent. We see Mr. Potter has successfully retrieved his golden egg. Ludo Bagman stammered, his voice lacking its earlier fervor. What a brave performance. A true Gryffindor. That last remark was laden with complicated undertones. Now, Mr. Potter, please proceed to the medical tent to receive. Ludo hesitated mid-sentence, realizing Harry had sustained no injuries at all. In fact, the dragon was the one in need of treatment, if a decapitated dragon could be treated, that is. Please rest for a moment, Mr. Potter, while we deliberate and score your performance. Each judge can award a maximum of 10 points, with the combined total determining your score. Harry returned to the tent. Madame Pomfrey yawned as he entered, pulling out a calming draft. Care for a sip? You've just fought a dragon. Well, if we can even call that a fight. No, thank you, Harry declined. Pomfrey observed the restless magic emanating from him. How about a vial of sedative? Your magic seems. No, thank you, Harry repeated, shaking his head. It's the effect of the thunder brew. It'll settle down soon. Pomfrey sighed and put the potion away. If only the next two champions could handle themselves as well as you. Hermione rushed in, followed closely by Ron, who was carrying Crookshanks, along with Hedwig and two other owls. Harry, you were amazing. Ron exclaimed excitedly. You actually killed that dragon. The Dragon Slayer, now that's a cool title. Even Professor McGonagall was stunned, Hermione added, clenching her fists in excitement. She kept marveling at your transfiguration skills and telling the 7th years to learn from you. She said even reaching half your level would guarantee an O in their exams. That's setting the bar way too high, Ron muttered, shaking his head. Turning a boulder into something like that. As they chatted, Ludo's amplified voice rang out. We've reached a decision. Let's begin scoring, starting with Madame Maxime. Sitting at the far right of the judges' table, Madame Maxime raised her wand. A silver ribbon shot out, twisting in the air to form the number 9. What rubbish. Hermione's face darkened. She didn't even give you full marks after that performance. Ron, equally indignant, tightened his grip on Crookshanks. The cat swiped at his face in retaliation, making him yelp and let go. Next was Dolores Umbridge. She raised her wand, and a pink ribbon emerged, forming a large 10. Finally, someone sensible, Hermione muttered under her breath. Dumbledore followed, his wand emitting a gold and red ribbon, displaying an unquestionable 10. Ludo was the fourth to score, and his wand produced the same gold and red ribbon, another 10. Lastly, it was Karkaroff's turn. His expression darkened as he raised his wand. A black ribbon snaked out, twisting until it formed a 4. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare he? Only 4 points for a performance like that. Rubbish. Fred yelled, his face flushed with anger. He leaped onto George's shoulders from the stands. This is rigged. Absolute bias. How could Harry only get 4 points? Other students echoed Fred's outrage, shouting curses at Karkaroff. Fred's temper flared even further. He pulled a dung bomb from his pocket, calculating the distance to the judges' table. Realizing he couldn't throw it far enough, he drew his wand and sent the bomb hurtling toward Karkaroff like an arrow. Before it could hit its mark, Dumbledore intervened. Without drawing his wand or even raising his hand, he simply glanced at the projectile, and it vanished midair. Silence. Ludo bellowed, amplifying his voice with his wand. Quiet down. I assure you, we're committed to fair scoring. The students, however, were unconvinced. Mr. Karkaroff, the audience demands an explanation, Ludo said sharply, his tone laced with irritation. Karkaroff cast a spell to amplify his voice, speaking languidly. Mr. Potter's performance was indeed exceptional. However, this competition is meant to test courage. I saw no trace of bravery in his actions, only impressive mastery of magic and transfiguration. Hence, I awarded 4 points. I believe my assessment is fair. While Potter may be highly skilled, we mustn't lose sight of the competition's true purpose. His words further enraged the students, especially the Gryffindors. To claim their house champion lacked courage was akin to accusing a Ravenclaw of being unable to solve riddles or a Hufflepuff of not knowing where the kitchen was. Rubbish. More dung bombs were hurled at Karkaroff. George even began selling them on the spot. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes, muttering to herself, "I'm asleep. I see nothing." Despite the outcry, the scores stood. Karkaroff showed no intention of revising his decision. Ludo gritted his teeth and spat, "Very well. Since Mr. Karkaroff insists, we must respect his judgment as a judge. Let's congratulate Mr. Potter on earning a total of 43 points in the first round. Though we all know he deserved a better score." Hermione snatched Crookshanks back, holding him up toward Karkaroff and whispering, "See that, man? Stick with Hedwig and your other friends. Make sure to give him some trouble. That despicable man. How could he be so unfair?" Ron cradled Pigwidgeon, muttering instructions to the small owl. Meanwhile, the arena was being prepared for the next round. The Welsh Green was escorted into the field, and Ludo announced Fleur's turn to compete. As Fleur entered the arena, Charlie Weasley stepped into the medical tent, accompanied by a ministry official. "Harry, long time no see." Charlie ruffled Ron's hair affectionately before turning to Harry. "You've caused us quite the headache this time." "It was a dragon," the ministry official said, balling his fists in frustration. He lowered his voice, almost whining. "Mr. Potter, how could you kill it?" Harry looked at him, his expression indifferent. Mr. Bagman never mentioned any rule against killing the dragon in the Triwizard Tournament. That was a dragon, for Merlin's sake. Charlie sighed, pulling up his robes to reveal a burned scar on his abdomen. "Do you see this? It's from that very short snout. Without a dozen wizards, it's almost impossible to subdue a creature like that. We never expected a student to actually take one down." He paused, adding, "and certainly not so swiftly that we didn't have time to react." "Well, now you have time to think," Harry replied earnestly. Charlie rubbed his forehead. "It's a bit late for that." The ministry official interjected impatiently, "We're not here for idle chatter. Let's cut to the chase, we're here to ask you to return the dragon's body to us." "It's my trophy," Harry replied flatly, refusing outright. "That dragon belongs to the Romanian Dragon Reserve," the official protested. "Then you should have clarified that rule before the competition," Harry said, rising to his full height, nearly matching the official. "Springing this on me afterward is unfair. Do you have any idea how much I prepared for this?" The official blinked, stunned. Harry continued, "That potion I drank costs 100 galleons per bottle. The dragon oil I applied to my sword required extensive research and over 400 galleons. A single batch is practically priceless. Do you know how rare 1,000-year-old basilisk venom is? And this armor." He gestured to his serpentine armor. "Made from the skin of that very basilisk." He paused thoughtfully before adding, "And let's not forget the other potions I didn't even use. In total, I've spent at least 2,000 galleons preparing for this dragon fight." Charlie winced visibly. The ministry official looked utterly flabbergasted, his lips moving silently as if trying to calculate how long it would take him to earn that kind of money. "Even if this was an unforeseen incident, it's your oversight," Harry said, patting the official's shoulder. "Take responsibility instead of shifting the blame onto a 14-year-old student." The official opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Charlie chuckled softly. For him, the loss of the dragon was less concerning, it was just another transaction. Outside, cheers erupted. Ludo's voice boomed again. "Let's congratulate Miss Delacour. After a hard-fought struggle, she secured her golden egg." Soon, Fleur entered the tent, looking far worse for wear. Her elegant dress was scorched to her knees, and her hair was singed. She had a few scratches on her face and immediately demanded Madame Pomfrey treat her facial wounds first. During this interlude, the ministry official finally recovered his composure. "You're right, this oversight is on us. But Mr. Potter, that dragon's body should still be turned over to the ministry." "It's my trophy," Harry interrupted coldly. The official nodded hastily. "Of course, it can be your trophy. The ministry can even recognize it as such officially." "Then contact my godfather or Uncle Remus," Harry said. "I'm just a 14-year-old wizard. These matters should go through my guardians." The official turned pale at the mention of Sirius Black, a name that struck fear even in the ministry. "Mr. Potter, perhaps we can negotiate." Harry remained silent, staring him down with an icy gaze. The man sighed deeply, shoulders slumping as he exited the tent. Negotiating with Black and Lupin would surely bleed the ministry dry. As Charlie clapped Harry on the shoulder in congratulations and left to deal with the dragon's remains, applause thundered once more from outside. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 184, Who Is It? Fleur's scores were announced quickly. Compared to Harry, her performance was subpar. Although her Vela magic was remarkable, enough to charm a dragon, wild beasts only see beautiful prey as food rather than something to cherish. Madame Maxime awarded her a perfect 10, drawing curses and complaints from the Hogwarts students. How could she give Harry a 9 and then give Fleur a 10 for that? Ludo and the ministry officials gave her fair scores, both awarded 6 points. Dumbledore, ever lenient with students, gave her 7. But when Karkaroff's score was revealed, the Gryffinder's curses grew louder. Stink pellets rained down again toward him. Karkaroff gave Fleur 5 points. That score was still considered low, but the students were furious because Harry had only received 4. What makes her performance worth 5? Karkaroff remained stoic, unmoved by the angry students. Still, the final outcome brought some satisfaction to the Hogwarts crowd. Fleur's final score was only 34, putting her 9 points behind Harry. Krum was the last to compete. He was met with boos, thanks to his headmaster, who had turned a once popular champion into someone less well received. Krum, however, wasn't fazed. As a Quidditch superstar, his mental resilience was exceptional. He completed the task faster than Fleur and remained unharmed, but he provoked the dragon enough to make it crush several eggs in its nest. This left a ministry official red-faced with anger. Each crushed egg would cost the ministry several hundred galleons. Madame Maxime gave Krum 7 points, clearly upset over Karkaroff's low score for Fleur. Umbridge hesitated for a moment and awarded 8 points. Ludo showed no mercy and gave him a 4, which upset Krum's diehard fans. However, they didn't dare make too much noise, as the Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors were cheering loudly. Dumbledore, fair and objective as always, gave Krum 8 points. He took his role as a judge seriously, never abusing his authority, even if it was temporary and lasted only a year. Karkaroff, as expected, was blatantly biased, not even bothering to hide it. No one else set off fireworks for Krum, so Karkaroff did it himself. A massive 10 exploded in the sky. Jeers and curses followed. Even with Karkaroff's obvious favoritism, Krum's final score was only 36, just 2 points ahead of Fleur, giving him a narrow second-place finish. Ludo quickly returned to the tent. He wore a radiant smile. Congratulations to all 3 champions. Your performances were excellent. Fleur pursed her lips, while Krum's expression darkened. Compared to Harry's effortless display, they clearly fell short of the mark. Ludo's eyes were fixed solely on Harry, completely ignoring the other 2 champions. But remember, the first task is just the beginning. I can promise you that the second task will be even more challenging, Ludo said with a grin, clapping his hands together for emphasis. The next task will take place at 9:30 a.m. on February 24th of next year. You'll have over 3 months to prepare. Of course, in keeping with tradition, I can't give you any direct clues about the second task. However, a little hint never hurt anyone. Take a look at the golden egg in your hands. You'll notice it can be opened. Inside, you'll find a clue about the next task. But it won't reveal itself easily. You'll need to use your brain, exercise your wits, and solve the puzzle. Understood. The 3 champions nodded. Ludo glanced at Harry, hesitating as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he sighed and left the tent without another word. Harry walked out with Hermione and Ron, taking a route that circled around the Forbidden Forest toward the castle. Krum and Fleur also intended to return and rest. But unlike Harry, they didn't have the luxury of a peaceful walk. Before they could leave the tent, Rita Skeeter intercepted them, her quill and notebook in hand, wearing a fake, oily smile. Champions, please wait. I have a few questions for you. Could you spare a moment for an interview? What are your thoughts on your performance in the first task? And how do you feel about your competitors? Do you believe the judges' scoring was fair? Fleur shot her a disdainful look. You should be asking Potter these questions, not us. He's the winner of the first task. Krum said nothing but nodded in agreement. Rita's smile stiffened. It wasn't that she didn't want to ask Harry. She just didn't dare. Please, answer my questions first. We can discuss Mr. Potter later, Rita said sweetly, pretending not to hear Fleur's words. As Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked back to the castle, they avoided the crowded main path and took a quieter, less traveled route. Ron placed Crookshanks on his head and took the golden egg from Harry, examining it closely. So this is the golden egg. It doesn't even look like it's made of gold. It's brass and silver, Harry said casually. The ministry wouldn't splurge on real gold. Ron looked disappointed. I thought it was solid gold, considering you had to get past a dragon to get it. Dragons are worth far more than gold, Hermione said, then turned to Harry with an eager expression. Harry, could you sell me some of the dragon blood? It's used in so many potions and alchemical processes. Harry pulled out his wand and was about to tap the sorting hat when he suddenly froze. His head snapped up, his gaze fixed ahead. A faint presence. His expression shifted as he pulled out the Marauder's map. Hermione and Ron also sensed something amiss, drawing their wands and scanning their surroundings. The map showed a dense cluster of names near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, heading toward the castle. Harry extended a finger, tracing the direction. But the faint presence he detected wasn't on the map. It lingered just beyond its range, on the forest's edge. Were they deliberately avoiding detection? Did they know about the map? Or was it a coincidence? The figure remained stationary, seemingly unaware that Harry had noticed them. What's wrong? Hermione whispered. A Death Eater from the night of the Quidditch World Cup, Harry said softly. He waved his wand, and vines sprouted from the ground, creeping toward the presents. It might be the one who put my name in the goblet of fire. As the vines approached, they shot forward with a hiss, forming a net that ensnared the presents. Harry flicked his wand again. Anti-apparition jinx. It was a spell he'd learned from Professor Flitwick to counter disapparition. Though the Ministry claimed Winky was dead, who knew if another house elf might be involved? The presents didn't vanish or move. It remained still. No resistance. Harry drew the basilisk fang sword and approached cautiously. Hermione and Ron started to follow, but Harry raised a hand, signaling them to stay back. He crept forward, finding the net covering nothing. The presence was still there, but it was invisible to the eye. Trusting his instincts, Harry transfigured a branch into a hand. It reached into the net, lifting something unseen, a patch of invisibility cloth. It bore traces of the Death Eater's magic. They had clearly used it for a long time, but it had been discarded here for weeks, maybe even months. Harry bound the cloak with a spell and levitated it behind him. No one there? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. Just this cloak. It belonged to that Death Eater. I don't know why it was left behind. Does that mean the Death Eater has been in the castle this whole time? Ron asked, his face pale. Harry shook his head. I check the map every day. No unexpected names have appeared. Could they have used magic to hide their name? Hermione suggested. It's hard to believe the map wouldn't detect them, especially since Dumbledore is creating his own map. It's possible but unlikely, Harry replied thoughtfully. They might not even know I have the map. And hiding a name requires extremely advanced magic, beyond most wizards, even Moody. Hermione frowned deeply. And this cloak has been here for a long time, Harry continued. At least a month, maybe longer. Does anything come to mind? Hermione's eyes lit up. The night of astronomy class. Ron added, when the fake Moody was captured. I was thinking of that night, too, Harry said, glancing at the cloak. Someone else was there besides the Ministry, Barty Crouch, and Winky. Ron gritted his teeth. Did they use the Imperious Curse on Mr. Crouch and make him take the blame? Maybe there are 2 Barty Crouches, Hermione speculated. 2 Crouches. Ron's jaw dropped. Yes. One in the Ministry and one in the castle, Hermione explained. That would explain why they could both command Winky. And if one of them died that night? Harry murmured, his gaze shifting toward the Forbidden Forest. Ron still looked bewildered, muttering about how impossible it seemed. As they walked toward the castle, Harry glanced back at the forest. Deep within its shadows, something, or someone, was watching. Later that night, well past midnight, the Gryffindor common room was quiet. Most students had gone to bed after their celebrations, leaving only Harry, Hermione, and Ron by the fire. A small beetle flew in and landed on Harry's armrest. Transform, Harry said softly. The beetle fluttered to the floor and morphed into Rita Skeeter. She looked at Harry nervously. You promised not to tell anyone. They're not anyone, Harry replied calmly. Hermione blushed slightly. Ron, however, showed no reaction. He had always considered himself part of Harry's inner circle. And I only promised not to tell the Ministry, Harry continued. His amber, slitted eyes reflected the firelight, making Rita look away uncomfortably. Trusted friends deserve to know. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 185, Tom is Voldemort. All right, but Mr. Potter, you really mustn't tell anyone else, Rita said weakly, staring pleadingly at Harry. Harry didn't agree outright. That depends on your performance. Rita turned pitifully to Hermione and Ron for support. Hermione showed no reaction. Ron, imitating Harry, said awkwardly, that depends on your performance. Rita gritted her teeth in frustration. What was wrong with these kids? How's the investigation going on the things I asked about? Harry asked. Rita took a deep breath. That wasn't easy to dig up. Harry, his expression calm, gestured downward, motioning for her to sit. Which means you did manage to find something. Rita froze. She increasingly felt that Harry wasn't like any other fourth-year student. How could someone his age be so sharp, as if he could see right through people's minds? Could his legilimency have become so advanced that she didn't even notice? I didn't use legilimency, Harry said plainly, waving his hand again. Sit down. Let's talk. Rita's face turned pale. He'd guessed her thoughts so precisely and claimed he wasn't using legilimency. These legilimency masters were the worst. Still, she sat down reluctantly, taking out her wand. Mr. Potter, why don't we make an unbreakable vow? That way. Harry said nothing, but the cold, steady gaze he fixed on her made her words trail off. Her hand, which had been raised in a flourish, dropped limply. Fine, I get it, she said quietly. Taking a deep breath, Rita waved her wand. With a few quick swishes, a stack of papers flew out from her small handbag, piling up to the height of a fist on the table. These are the names of ministry employees who were once Death Eaters, Rita said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Discussing gossip seemed to reinvigorate her. Honestly, it's shocking how nearly a third of former Death Eaters are still working in the ministry. Ron gasped audibly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even Hermione appeared startled. If this were published in the Daily Prophet, it would cause an absolute uproar, Rita said, flushed with excitement at the thought. Harry casually picked up one of the papers. Augustus Rookwood, Ministry Department of Mysteries official. The document included a brief description of him. Harry picked up another sheet. Walden McNair, Ministry Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures official. The topmost sheets listed former Death Eaters still employed by the ministry. Lower down were those who had left and found other ways to make a living. Not bad, Harry said with a nod. What about the second matter? Rita grimaced. Mr. Potter, your requests are truly troublesome. That's Azkaban we're talking about. Even as an animagus, the Dementor's presence was unbearable. I took a huge risk. Harry tapped his fingers on the table, signaling her to continue. Rita hesitated before switching her tone. I checked Barty Crouch Jr.'s grave. His remains were inside. While his face is unrecognizable, I can confirm it was the body of a young man. Hermione and Ron froze mid-flip through the Death Eater files and scooted their chairs slightly away from Rita. Rita glared at the two of them. What's that supposed to mean? It's not like I just dug up the grave and came straight here. I've bathed countless times since then, cleaned myself thoroughly inside and out. And I used magic to dig, not my bare hands. There's no way I'd be carrying any trace of corpse odor. Besides, I'm doing this for Harry. For your Harry? Are you sure it was Barty Crouch Jr.? Harry asked. Was there any way to identify his face? Rita hesitated, shaking her head. Of course not. He's been dead for over a decade. The body was thoroughly decomposed. Are you suggesting the dead man might not be Barty Crouch Jr.? Her expression brightened with excitement, and she instinctively pulled out her quill and notebook. She placed them on her lap before realizing this wasn't the time to record anything. Sheepishly, she put them back in her bag. Harry nodded. I need you to investigate the Crouch household further. Confirm whether the deceased truly was Barty Crouch Jr. Rita, ever the eager reporter, agreed immediately. Of course. I'd be happy to. For a journalist, uncovering a scandalous mystery like this was thrilling, low risk and high reward. And the third matter? Harry prompted. Rita's face fell. Tell me your progress, Harry said, his brow furrowing slightly. She sighed. This one is truly difficult. Tom Riddle is such an ordinary name, boring, even. There aren't any students at Hogwarts with that surname. I can't imagine why you're so interested in him. She was still fishing for information. Harry didn't respond, simply fixing her with a steady gaze. Rita adjusted her demeanor, suppressing her natural inquisitiveness. At first, I couldn't find anything about him at the ministry, no trace of his existence at all. But since you insisted, I figured he had to be real. So I dug deeper, venturing into areas of the ministry where classified archives are kept. Places I wouldn't have dared to go before. That's where I found some records. She paused for effect. But those files are magically protected. I couldn't take them out, so I memorized what I could to report back to you. Harry gestured to her bag. Write it down with a quill. Rita rummaged through her belongings and took out her notebook and quill. But just as she was about to start writing, she hesitated. Mr. Potter, may I borrow one of your quills? Mine is charmed for journalism, it might not accurately record what I'm saying. With a flick of her wand, Hermione sent a quill flying from the table toward Rita. Smack. It hit Rita squarely in the face, knocking her glasses askew. Sorry, I didn't aim well, Hermione said flatly, withdrawing her wand. Rita adjusted her glasses, plastering on a smile. No problem. Internally, she fumed. You think I don't recognize you? Hermione Granger, the brightest fourth year in Gryffindor, even approved to use a time-turner by the ministry. And you can't control your wand work? As if. Rita enchanted the quill to record her words. Tom Marvolo Riddle, born December 31, 1926, in Little Hangleton. He was an outstanding student at Hogwarts, sorted into Slytherin. He reported Rubeus Hagrid during the Chamber of Secrets incident and received a Special Services Award for it. As a Riddle, his mother was part of the renowned Gaunt family. It's shocking to learn the Gaunts had intermingled with Muggles. Almost no one knows he's a Gaunt descendant. She paused, hoping to elicit a reaction from Harry. But his expression remained calm, as did Hermione's. Only Ron's face betrayed a flicker of emotion, but it wasn't shock or awe. His brows furrowed in a look of distaste, almost disgust. What? Why that expression? Even if the Weasleys weren't fond of pure-blood elitism, surely they wouldn't find it this offensive. Still puzzled, Rita continued, despite his pureblood heritage, he was abandoned and grew up in a Muggle orphanage. But that didn't stop him from excelling. With 12 OWLs, he graduated with offers from the Ministry, including positions in the Department of Mysteries and Magical Law Enforcement. Yet he declined them all and chose instead to work at a shop in Nocturne Alley. After that, there's no further record of him. It's as if his life simply stopped. Rita hesitated, then added, I was curious, so I transformed and snuck into the shop, but there was no employee named Tom Riddle. What's the shop called? Harry asked. Borgin and Burke's, Rita answered immediately. Harry nodded. Rita's curiosity got the better of her again. Initially, she thought this Tom Riddle might be dangerous, but her investigation revealed an unimpressive, albeit academically gifted individual. She hesitated, then asked cautiously, Mr. Potter, who exactly is Tom Riddle? Why are you so interested in him? Harry's tone was calm. You seem genuinely curious, so I'll tell you. Rita sat up straight, her quill poised to record. After leaving the shop, Tom Riddle disappeared for 10 years. When he returned, he had transformed himself through magic, so thoroughly that no one could recognize the brilliant, handsome student he once was. He even changed his name. Rita blinked in surprise. You know the name well, Harry continued, his voice steady. It's Voldemort. That's the name he adopted after his transformation. Rita froze, a shiver running down her spine. She stared at Harry in horror, feeling as though she had been plunged into icy water. Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood, was the same person as the Dark Lord Voldemort, the extremist advocate of pure-blood supremacy. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 186, we confirm, Tom Riddle. Rita stared blankly at Harry, utterly shaken. She couldn't process this. It felt as though her throat had been filled with cement, the air around her thick and suffocating. She struggled for what seemed like an eternity before her voice finally broke free, hoarse and raspy, startling even herself. Mr. Potter, you're joking, right? I'm not. Harry shook his head expressionlessly. Would you like me to repeat it? Rita was petrified. It felt as though someone had grabbed her by the hair and forced her to stand. But her legs were weak, and without the support of the chair, she crumpled to the ground with a resounding thud. Ron reacted swiftly, pulling out his wand, ready to cast a spell. Flashes of the Daily Prophet headlines darted through his mind. Hermione's expressionless face, so similar to Harry's, flashed before him. Essays on potions, spells, and transfiguration swam through his head. And then he froze, lowering his wand. He could only watch as Rita hit the ground with a loud, dull thump. It was a good headfirst fall. But Rita didn't feel any pain. The sharp, twisting sensation in her chest drowned out all other feelings. She cursed herself furiously, wishing she could borrow a time-turner from Hermione, go back a minute, and knock herself unconscious. Harry had warned her. Warned her so clearly that Tom Riddle was a dangerous person best left alone. And yet, she'd gone and pried. Why couldn't she keep her mouth shut? For years, she'd thrived as a journalist, navigating the highs and lows of her career by knowing what to write, what not to write, and how to strike a balance. Sure, she sometimes stretched the truth for the sake of sales, like suggesting Dumbledore was senile and erratic, but she'd never faced retaliation. Granted, that might have had something to do with her connections, like Cornelius Fudge. But now she'd forgotten all her instincts. She'd trade her entire fortune for a fresh, uninformed brain that hadn't heard a word of this. Rita painfully lifted her head and looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, You already know the truth, Harry said gently. Rita clawed her way up, clinging to the chair, and collapsed back into it. I'm not scared. The Dark Lord is dead. Yes, he was killed that night. By you, our world's savior. Even if I know, it doesn't. He's not dead, Harry interrupted, still speaking gently. He's still alive. Just very weak. Rita's hollow eyes met Harry's feline ones, and her voice trembled. Mr. Potter, what are you saying? For 11 years, everyone believed he was gone, that his Death Eaters were defeated. He's not gone. Harry's tone remained calm. He's alive, just hiding. Surely you've heard some of the rumors about Hogwarts. The things that happened after I enrolled. Rita nodded slowly. Of course, she knew. As a journalist, she had a natural sensitivity to events. But she hadn't been able to piece everything together, only snippets from other students, mostly exaggerated or confused. The real facts were locked away in the minds of the professors and Harry himself. Though she cared more about sales than accuracy, after all, rumors often sold better than facts, those stories couldn't make it to print. Because Dumbledore didn't allow it. For simple words, Dumbledore didn't allow it. Those words loomed over the press like an immovable mountain, crushing her chances at breaking major stories. In my first year, Voldemort possessed Professor Quirrell, our defense against the dark arts teacher, and tried to steal something. I caught him in the act and stopped him, Harry said casually. In my second year, Voldemort struck again. He reopened the Chamber of Secrets. Harry paused, watching Rita's expression shift. He nodded. Yes, he's the true heir of Slytherin. I can't believe how foolish everyone was to pin that crime on Hagrid. Rita's expression barely changed. The only emotion visible was her growing fear of Voldemort's name. Compared to the venomous criticism she had for the Ministry, her reaction now was muted. There weren't even any F words. I've seen him with my own eyes and fought him multiple times, Harry concluded. He's alive. I know it, and so does Professor Dumbledore. Rita looked uneasy. What about your third year? Was he behind that, too? I heard you got into a fight with the professor. Harry shook his head. No, he didn't appear in my third year. As for Professor Snape, that was a matter of old family grudges. You really attacked your professor? Rita shrieked. She'd been convinced it was a rumor. Harry waved dismissively. That's not important. Rita shook her head instinctively. No, that's very important. At least to her, it was crucial. Her estimation of Harry had always been confined to his role as a student. No matter how talented, he was still just a student. At most, she thought of him as someone at the level of an exceptional graduate, like Percy Weasley, who was barely making waves in the Ministry. Now, she had to adjust her perspective. He wasn't just a student, he defeated a head of house. Not just any head of house, either. Snape was the youngest potions master in history and the head of Slytherin. If not for the terror paralyzing her, she might have slapped herself in frustration. She now wished she could rewind time further, maybe by 6 months instead of a mere 10 minutes. Oh, Rita, you fool. How could you have dared provoke someone like him? Wouldn't it have been better to write a few more articles roasting the Ministry, mocking Fudge, or slyly criticizing Dumbledore? Voldemort isn't dead. He's likely plotting something big, Harry said softly. The realization hit Rita like lightning. Her face turned pale, her body limp. The Quidditch World Cup, was that his doing? Harry didn't answer. He wasn't sure. To Rita, his silence was confirmation. The Triwizard Cup spitting out your name 3 times, that was also orchestrated by the Death Eaters, she whispered, her throat dry and parched. Most likely, Harry said, nodding. Then, after a pause, he added, here's an interesting tidbit for you. Do you know why I suspect Barty Crouch Jr. is still alive? Because at the start of the school year, I discovered that Professor Moody had been replaced by someone impersonating him, a man named Barty Crouch. And when Mr. Scrimgeour verified that the real Barty Crouch from the Department of International Magical Cooperation was still alive and well in the Ministry. But when he came to Hogwarts to arrest the impostor, he found that the 2 Barty Crouches were one and the same. During the pursuit, there was a mishap, and Mr. Crouch was killed. Rita froze, her mind racing. Another bombshell. So that's how Barty Crouch had died. If this went public, it would sell an unprecedented number of papers. But why suspect Barty Crouch Jr.? Rita asked, frowning. You haven't even seen the impostor, have you? What if the one in the Ministry used a spell or a house elf to impersonate him? While house elves can't take Polyjuice Potion, other magic might work, she added. Harry nodded. That's possible. But during the Quidditch World Cup, the Death Eater leader could command Crouch's house elf. He wasn't the elder Barty Crouch. And at the site of Barty Crouch's death, I found an invisibility cloak stained with the Death Eater leader's scent. Meaning the leader was likely there when Barty Crouch died. Rita felt as though she were suffocating. This tangled web of events was trapping her like a moth in a spider's web. Why are you telling me all this? She finally asked, her voice trembling. Harry smiled faintly. Because you wanted to know, Miss Skeeter. Rita clutched her chest, the pain twisting inside her. This bond is stronger than any unbreakable vow, Harry continued. When faced with imminent danger, people often discover strength they never knew they had. I believe in your potential, Miss Skeeter. Rita ground her teeth, lamenting her choices. She'd give anything to be less capable right now. But it was too late. She'd heard it all. Taking a deep breath, she asked, will you protect me? Professor Dumbledore and I both will, Harry assured her. You're clever, Ravenclaw's brightest. I trust you know what to do and what not to do. Of course. Rita exclaimed, her voice loud and firm. I've already made one mistake. I won't make another. Harry nodded. 2 tasks for you. 1. Investigate the Crouch household. Look for any trace of Barty Crouch Jr., he said. What's the second? Rita asked, frowning. Had she missed something? It's still about Tom Riddle, Harry explained. He likely researched the founders extensively, collecting their relics. He may have also sought items tied to the Gaunts or other legendary witches and wizards. I need you to figure out what he was interested in, what he collected, and where he might have hidden them. Rita's newfound resolve crumbled instantly. You want me to investigate the Dark Lord himself? Are you trying to kill me, Mr. Potter? Harry shook his head. Don't worry. He's so weak now that even you, or Ron, or Crookshanks could defeat him, if you don't fear him. Harry. Ron hissed, scandalized. I can definitely beat Crookshanks already. Really? Rita asked skeptically. Absolutely, Harry affirmed, pulling out a vial of shimmering gold potion from the sorting hat and placing it beside Rita. This will protect you. Felix Felicis. Rita gasped, her face lighting up with delight. The potion wasn't from Snape's stock, Harry had brewed it himself during his studies. For me? Rita asked, clutching the vial like a treasure. Harry nodded. You'll be facing Voldemort. Your animagus form is rare and invaluable. You're a rare gem, Miss Skeeter. Clutching the potion tightly, Rita said, it might take me a while to gather information on the Dark Lord, but I'll have the Crouch report ready before Christmas. As a journalist, she'd never dreamed of possessing Felix Felicis. But now, holding it in her hands, she couldn't help but see Harry in a new light. Before leaving, Rita handed Harry the notes she'd made and prepared to transform into her animagus form. Just as she was about to leave, Harry stopped her. Oh, Miss Skeeter, he called. Rita turned back, confused. Professor Dumbledore and I have confirmed, Harry said, his tone calm but deliberate. Back when Tom Riddle was a student, he had a peculiar habit of sneaking into the girls' bathroom. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 187, Hermione, you understand. Rita's face turned pale. This was an utterly terrifying revelation. More frightening than anything she had ever heard before. In a panic, she transformed into a beetle and flew away, unwilling to linger in this horrifying place for even a moment longer. To her, the Gryffindor common room was far scarier than Azkaban. She left in such a hurry, Ron remarked with a hint of regret as he carefully set the sleeping Crookshanks down on a chair. I was going to tell her something even more shocking. Rita's already at her limit, Hermione said, shaking her head. She reached out, grabbed Crookshanks by the scruff, and roughly picked him up. If you told her that, she might stick her head straight into the fireplace. Her ability to handle pressure is really pathetic, Ron scoffed. I wasn't even that panicked. She's not the third best student at Hogwarts, Harry said, patting Ron on the shoulder. Ron looked pleasantly surprised. Harry, are you complimenting me? Harry and Hermione fell silent. Apparently, staying up late really did lower one's IQ. They'd have to keep that in mind going forward. They all went back to their dormitories to sleep. By Friday night, Fred and George had procured another batch of drinks, claiming it was to make up for the subdued celebration earlier in the week. Since they'd had class the next day, they hadn't celebrated as thoroughly as they would have liked. The golden egg was brought out again. It made its way around the Gryffindors, each passing it with curiosity. This thing looks like it can open. Fred said as he examined the seam on the egg, his tone cautious. Harry nodded. It's a magical artifact. Fred immediately ignored George's eager expression and handed the egg back to Harry. Then, Harry, open it up and let us see what's inside. It's so heavy, it might actually be solid gold, Ron suggested, his excitement evident. It's a clue for the second task, Hermione said flatly, dashing Ron's and several other students' fantasies of it being gold. You heard Harry mention it the other day. Maybe the clue itself is made of gold. Ron muttered, still hopeful. Harry pulled out his wand and gave the egg a gentle tap. The shell split open, revealing an empty interior. But as soon as it opened, an ear-piercing, screeching wail erupted, echoing through the common room. It was far more grating than a banshee's scream, more like 1,000 banshees screaming in unison. Harry was quick to shut it. The younger students were left pale-faced, and the older ones wore expressions of unease, staring at the egg as if it were cursed. It looks so fancy on the outside, but what kind of horrifying sound is inside, one first-year murmured, frozen in shock. Seamus, wide-eyed, speculated, that sounded like a banshee. Harry, the next task must involve passing through a horde of banshees to steal some treasure they're guarding. No. Neville, looking equally pale, shook his head. That was the sound of someone being tortured. Harry, you might have to endure some kind of punishment. That's ridiculous. Torture would harm the students, George said, placing a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder and speaking in a soothing tone. But banshees. That might be accurate. They're no joke. Except Harry knows the Patronus charm, Fred interjected. Those things wouldn't last 5 seconds against a griffin's claw. The Gryffindors burst into laughter, their mood instantly lightened. But Hermione frowned, dismissing their theories. That wasn't a banshee's scream. A banshee's wail is longer, more somber, and far more haunting. You've seen a banshee, a skeptical older student asked. Before Hermione could answer, Harry spoke up to clarify, it wasn't a banshee. That was a merperson's call. Merpeople. The students looked confused. Though they were aware that merpeople lived in the depths of the Black Lake, most had never given them much thought. Yes, I interacted with them frequently last year, Harry said with a nod. Ron chimed in, I've seen them too. During Christmas, when we went underwater with Sirius, we met the merpeople. They can speak. That's underwater, Harry explained further. Above water, they can't speak, only emit that kind of sharp call. Merpeople don't usually leave the water, do they? George asked cautiously. Over the years, he and Fred had rarely seen merpeople surface, except on a few drunken nights when hazy memories recalled seeing ripples in the lake. Harry stayed silent, not answering directly. Under normal circumstances, merpeople wouldn't leave the water. But exceptional circumstances always arose, especially when one's magical experiments led to accidents involving the lake. We haven't learned Mermish, Hermione said worriedly, scanning the group. Does anyone here speak Mermish? A second year hesitantly raised his hand. You do? Hermione asked, surprised. She hadn't expected any Gryffindor below their year to show such dedication to academics. No, the student stammered, shaking his head. But Mr. Bagman said that the champions can't receive outside help. Not if nobody finds out, Fred interrupted, slinging an arm over the boy's shoulder. How did someone like you end up in Gryffindor? Since when do we have such rule-abiding students? Lee Jordan joined in, pinching the boy's cheek. Looks like we'll need to teach you how to become a proper Gryffindor. Hermione sighed in disappointment and glanced around at the older students. George furrowed his brow. Percy knows Mermish, but he's graduated. Should I write to him for help? No need, Harry said. It's simple. With a flick of his wand, he transformed an empty bottle into a clear glass basin. Aguamenti. Water surged from his wand, quickly filling the basin. Then, with another swish, he conjured 3 water earmuffs connected to the basin. He placed one over his own ears and handed the other 2 to Hermione and Ron. Finally, he dropped the golden egg into the basin and opened it. Some students instinctively covered their ears, expecting the awful scream again. But this time, no shrieking emerged. Instead, a soft, peculiar song filled the air. Outside the water, the sound was faint, but through the earmuffs, Harry, Hermione, and Ron could hear it clearly. The mermaid's song was strange, its melody alien. It wasn't entirely unpleasant, just odd, slightly better than the ghost orchestra's music. Thankfully, the song wasn't long. Once it looped back to the beginning, Harry quickly closed the egg and banished the water-filled basin with another flick of his wand. What did it say? Fred asked eagerly. Ron's expression turned odd, and he glanced toward the castle grounds. Harry, his face blank, replied, "The second task requires me to dive into the Black Lake and retrieve what they've taken from me within an hour." The merpeople are bold, Ron remarked. They're actually going to steal your stuff. The other students shared Ron's surprise. What nerve? Hermione shook her head. It's probably the Ministry, not the merpeople. Ah, even worse than merpeople, George said in mock amazement. And the Ministry should know better than anyone what Harry's capable of. Fred pinched the second-year boy's cheek again, amused. Not even the Aurors could steal Harry's belongings. Not even the entire Auror office, Seamus added, tilting his head proudly. Harry nodded calmly. I'm curious to see how they'll manage it. In his mind, he began to calculate. What could they take from him that was truly precious? His 2 swords. His potions and magical materials. His nearly finished enchanted motorcycle. The Ministry didn't know about the motorcycle. Which meant they'd target the sorting hat. The hat sat on the table, swaying its pointed tip as it hummed along to the mermaid's song. It suddenly had the brilliant idea of using the tune for next year's sorting ceremony. After all, a little change could be refreshing after a millennium of the same style. Noticing Harry's gaze, the hat wiggled its tip excitedly. Harry. Are you saying I'm your most precious treasure? Hermione's expression remained neutral. After all, it was just a hat. All my most valuable things are inside you, Harry replied. So they'll likely come after you. The sorting hat waved its tip dramatically. This is when you should be saying nice things to comfort an old hat like me. How can a young man not know sweet words? You're nearly 15. If you don't learn this skill, how will you woo girls in the future? Godric made the same mistake. Hermione's gaze turned dangerously sharp. The hat froze, then loudly changed the subject. Kids, let me tell you about Godric's first love. The Gryffindors eagerly gathered around. Ron stayed behind, more interested in food than love stories. I'm starting to think the second task might not even happen, he muttered. Clearly, the stealing treasures part of the task was going to be a logistical nightmare. Despite their concerns, the Gryffindors weren't worried about Harry. If anything, they eagerly anticipated the Ministry trying, and failing, to mess with him. But the clash they hoped for never came. The Ministry left Harry alone, and even Ludo Bagman seemed to have all but disappeared from Hogwarts. Time flew, and December brought deep winter. Snow blanketed Hogwarts, piling up as if falling in 2 unbroken stretches, one from the start of the month to mid-month, and another from mid-month to the end. In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry circled a red date on his calendar, Thursday, the week before Christmas. That cryptic letter from Dumbledore's old flame had stayed on his mind. Before Harry could approach Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall made an announcement in class. Her stern face betrayed a flicker of amusement she couldn't quite suppress. Christmas is nearly upon us, she said. But this year's holiday will be a little different. Because of the Triwizard Tournament, we'll be hosting a Yule Ball, a tradition of the tournament and an excellent opportunity for the 3 schools to socialize. The ball is open to students in 4th year and above. If, however, you wish to invite someone younger, such as a 3rd-year student, you may do so. That being said, I expect no first-years to appear. The Gryffindors erupted into laughter. McGonagall then paused, her eyes locking meaningfully on Hermione. And, Mr. Potter, this next part is specifically for you. As the Hogwarts champion, and as Gryffindor's champion, you are required to bring a partner to the Yule Ball. Hermione's face flushed as she caught McGonagall's subtle glance. Harry, his expression blank, replied, Professor, I'm only 14, 15 in a few weeks. I'm far too young to think about marriage. The Gryffindors burst into even louder laughter. No, not that kind of partner, McGonagall said with a smile, shaking her head. I mean a dance partner for the Yule Ball. As a champion, you'll be expected to join the other champions in opening the first dance of the evening. So, you must find a partner by then. You have 2 weeks to decide. And if any of you believe you're suitable, you're welcome to ask Mr. Potter yourselves. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 188, But Why Can't Girls Take the Initiative? The moment Professor McGonagall finished her announcement, Hermione sharply noticed a few eager gazes darting toward Harry. Turning around, she saw a mix of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw girls, all looking determined. And among them, a Ravenclaw boy also appeared to be contemplating his chances. Hermione could understand the girls, but a boy. What was he thinking? McGonagall clapped her hands together. That's all. I hope you all prepare well and enjoy a pleasant Christmas Eve. The students began packing up their things, chattering excitedly as they left for their next class. The center of their discussion, of course, was Harry, the Hogwarts champion. Alongside him, they spoke of Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion, who had been called a once-in-a-century beauty by the Daily Prophet. Even though the Triwizard Tournament had been on hiatus for over a century, this year's contestants had reignited the school's excitement. Hermione, lost in thought, nearly forgot about her next class until Harry reminded her. She pulled out her time-turner and, blushing slightly, disappeared into another classroom. When she returned, she overheard Ron grumbling to Harry, "You don't even have to think about it." But who am I supposed to ask? The red-haired boy was counting on his fingers, trying to figure out who he could ask. Hermione didn't need to think hard, she already knew she wasn't on his list of candidates. But as Ron went over his options, it hit him. The girls he interacted with most were Hedwig, the female house elves in the kitchen, and the female blast-ended scrits from Hagrid's class. The realization left him stunned, frozen in place. What had he been doing with his life for the past 3.5 years? Meanwhile, his 2 best friends, Harry and Hermione, had both achieved so much in both academics and extracurriculars. And what about him? His academic performance was barely passable, he had gained a bit too much weight, and he couldn't think of any real accomplishments to his name. I can't ask Hedwig, Ron groaned, throwing his hands up. She's just an owl. You could invite Ginny, Hermione suggested. Ginny. Ron blinked, as though he'd forgotten he even had a sister. Yes, his younger sister was one of the few girls he frequently talked to, though she was barely on par with the blast-ended Scruts. But she's my sister, Ron frowned. Mom would kill me. Hermione rolled her eyes. What are you even talking about? Just invite her as your dance partner. Ginny's only a 3rd year, she can't attend unless someone invites her. Ron's eyes lit up. Hermione, you're a genius. I won't even have to look for a date now, and Ginny will get to join in. Perfect. He seemed relieved and quickly returned to his carefree self. For Harry, it was the most socially taxing day of his Hogwarts life. From the end of Transfiguration to the time he returned to the Great Hall from the greenhouses, at least 20 people, boys and girls alike, had approached him to ask him to be their date to the ball. Some of them were boys, which gave Harry a sharp reminder of just how inclusive British wizarding society could be. None of them received a yes. Hermione employed a simple but effective tactic, letting Ron, now somewhat capable of standing his ground, act as a buffer. By the time dinner rolled around, Harry's repeated cold rejections and the increasingly chilly aura surrounding both him and Hermione finally discouraged any further interruptions. Ginny, chatting and laughing with her friends, approached their table. Between bites of lamb chops, Ron turned to his sister and casually asked, "Hey, Ginny, how about being my date to the Yule Ball? I'll bring you along so you can." "Sorry, I've already accepted someone else's invitation," Ginny said politely, cutting him off. Ron froze, a piece of lamb halfway to his mouth, his jaw hanging open. He stared at her in shock, setting down his fork for once. His face turned serious. "Someone already asked you." It dawned on him, some boy out there had decided to make a move on his little sister. "Come on, Ron," Ginny said with a playful sigh, rubbing her face. "I might not be as smart as Hermione, but I think I'm at least decent looking, right? A lot of people have asked me. More than you'd think." As she spoke, she glanced at Hermione, a faint hint of resignation in her eyes. Last year, Ginny might have said she was prettier than Hermione, at least by a little. But after Hermione had fixed her teeth and started taking better care of her hair, those small changes made her undeniably more attractive. Her last bit of hope had vanished. The prince on the white horse had been swept away by another princess. Who is it? Ron demanded, his face darkening. Who's the guy? Beside him, Neville flinched slightly, his hand tightening around his fork. It's Neville, Ginny answered calmly. Didn't he tell you? Neville. Ron wasn't the only one shocked. Seamus, Dean, and even George and Fred, who were craning their necks from farther down the table, all turned to stare at Neville in disbelief. Why would you agree to go with him? One of the older Gryffindors blurted out. When I asked you, you didn't have a date yet. George's head whipped around, his eyes narrowing. Kenneth, are you saying you also tried to ask out my sister? She's only a third year. Fred growled, pulling a small firework from his pocket. Kenneth went pale. No, Fred, my dear friend, you've got it all wrong. I was just. His words were cut short as the twins tackled him, pinning him to the table. George transfigured a cup into a set of sturdy shackles, binding Kenneth's hands. Fred slid the firework under him, pointed upward. With a flick of his wand, he lit the fuse. With a sharp whoosh, the firework launched, the force jolting Kenneth upward as he let out a startled howl. The firework exploded in midair, leaving behind a sparkling image of Kenneth's shocked face. Meanwhile, Neville sat trembling, sneaking nervous glances at Ron. You idiot. She's only a third year. Ron hissed through clenched teeth. Neville, in a small voice, replied, I'm only a fourth year. They were practically the same age. Ron froze, realizing he couldn't exactly criticize Neville on that front. After a moment of internal conflict, he leaned in closer, his tone deadly serious. All right, then. When did you start liking Ginny? You know what I mean. Neville squirmed. Well, when Professor McGonagall said we'd need dates, I thought of Ginny. No, not that, Ron interrupted, gripping Neville's shoulder tightly. I mean before that. When did you start liking her? You know what I'm asking. Ginny sighed, exasperated. Ron, stop intimidating him. You're already defending him, and he's not even your boyfriend yet. Ron snapped, turning to scold his sister like a proper older brother. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze, his gaze darting between Ginny and Neville. His eyes widened in shock. George and Fred stopped mid-firework, their focus now fully on their little sister. Ginny's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head fiercely. Of course not. What are you even thinking? Ron finally relaxed, relieved. Neville silently pushed his untouched plate of lamb chops toward Ron. Mr. Longbottom, we're going to have a little talk tonight, Ron said, his tone grave as he accepted the plate. George and Fred stepped forward. We'll join you, Mr. Longbottom, they added in unison. The way they kept calling him, Mr. Longbottom, made Neville go pale. After dinner, as the Weasley boys discussed what punishment would be fitting for Mr. Longbottom, whether it be tossing him into the Black Lake or hanging him from Gryffindor Tower, Harry and Hermione quietly slipped away to return to the common room. At the base of the grand staircase, they ran into Fleur. She stood there with a serene smile, graciously turning down the endless stream of invitations from boys, girls, and even a ghost. But her gaze wasn't on any of them. It was fixed on the entrance to the Great Hall. As soon as she spotted Harry, she strode toward him. Good evening, Monsieur Potter, Fleur greeted warmly. Harry nodded in return. Don't you have something to say to me? Fleur asked, her expression expectant, her eyes sparkling. Harry looked at her, deep in thought. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. After a moment, Harry said, the wound near your ear hasn't healed yet. You should visit Madame Pomfrey to avoid scarring. Fleur's face turned pale with alarm as she raised her hand to cover her right ear. The other side, Harry helpfully added. Fleur quickly switched hands, her expression fraught with concern. As Harry moved to step around her, Fleur stopped him again. Monsieur Potter, that's not what I meant. Harry tilted his head, puzzled. I'm talking about the Yule Ball, Fleur explained with a gentle smile, still holding her ear. Traditionally, the boy invites the girl, but why can't a girl take the initiative? Would you like to be my date for the ball? She deliberately used the word companion, a more intimate term than dance partner. Hermione clenched her fists, her teeth grinding. No, I refuse, Harry replied firmly, without hesitation. Why? Fleur asked, tilting her chin up proudly. Is there a girl at Hogwarts more exceptional than me? Whether in beauty or ability? Harry opened his mouth to reply, but Fleur interrupted, pressing on. And I heard you don't have a date yet. I sincerely suggest you reconsider. You were never an option, Harry said flatly. So that means Granger is? Fleur said, turning her gaze to Hermione, her expression thoughtful. Before Harry could respond, Hermione stepped forward, her tone less harsh but still resolute. Miss Delacour, you're being overly aggressive. I'm simply helping Mr. Potter make the best choice, Fleur replied with a small smile. Hermione's fists clenched tighter, her cheeks tinged red. Fleur's earlier words, "But why can't girls take the initiative?" echoed in Hermione's mind, growing louder and louder until they filled every corner of her thoughts. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 189, Fleur, the Matchmaker. Hermione turned to look at Harry. They stood close, so close that they were nearly touching. And yet, they were also so far apart. She had been chasing after Harry's footsteps for years, but even when she stood on her tiptoes, all she could ever catch was his shadow. Who didn't dream of a fairy tale romance? Of course, she did too. She had been waiting with the quiet, shy anticipation of a young girl. It didn't have to be grand or extravagant. Maybe it would happen by the Gryffindor common room fireplace, after they had finished their day's assignments. She would have just finished reading her book. Crookshanks would be curled up on Ron, napping. Harry would have just wrapped up his latest research. The firewood would crackle in the hearth. The moonlight and the evening breeze would slip through the castle windows. And in that quiet moment, Harry would say, almost offhandedly, "Hermione, want to go to the ball together?" Then she would smile, cheeks tinged pink, and nod. That would be enough. But, would it really? Hermione's eyes flickered. Day after day, it was easy to overlook the changes in the people closest to you. But now, she realized, Harry had grown taller, nearly a full head taller than her. Gone was the frail boy who had entered Hogwarts at 11, now, he was strong, broad-shouldered, like a shield standing before her. There was the faintest hint of stubble near his lips, a sign of maturity creeping in. His eyes remained as deep as ever. And on his face, faint, shallow scars. Not deep enough to mar his features, but striking enough to remind her of the battles he had fought. Hermione clenched her fists. Why was she waiting for Harry to ask? Harry was different from her. He carried so much, too much. Voldemort was still out there. The Triwizard Tournament was rigged against him. He was powerful, but he had always walked alone. Snape, Dumbledore, and the professors, they were his mentors, his guides. But not his companions. Why couldn't a girl take the initiative? Harry already carried so much. She wanted to be by his side, to walk this path with him, not just for a year or two, but for as long as possible. And if she truly meant that, shouldn't she take some of that burden upon herself? Hermione took a deep breath. Then she looked up at him, eyes serious, voice steady. Harry, I'm asking you. Let me be your partner for the Yule Ball. Will you? Her voice trembled slightly. So did her hands. It was just one simple sentence, but in saying it, she poured all her courage onto him, like a tidal wave crashing forward. Fleur's smile widened, her delight evident as she watched expectantly. The nearby students, sensing the moment, cautiously inched closer. Fred and George pulled something from their pockets, extendable ears, rolling them out across the floor to listen in better. Harry gazed at Hermione, expression unreadable. He said nothing. Hermione felt her nerves tighten. Then, after what felt like an eternity, Harry finally spoke. Are you ready for this? Hermione didn't hesitate. I have been, 4 years. Harry extended his hand. Then I'd be honored, Miss Granger. Hermione reached out and took it. It was almost like a contract, a promise, solemn and unwavering. It's just a dance, Fleur grumbled, a tinge of sourness in her voice. Why are you two acting like this? Hermione's entire face flushed crimson, spreading from her ears to her forehead. She shot Fleur a glare. Fleur, unfazed, tilted her head, looking innocent. You should be thanking me, dear Hermione. Hermione pressed her lips together, then begrudgingly muttered, mm. From a distance, Gryffindor students erupted into cheers. Harry ignored them and walked Hermione upstairs toward the common room. The younger students followed behind, chanting and laughing. When they reached the 5th floor, Hermione finally snapped. She pulled out her wand and started flinging them out the windows, one by one. Enough was enough. Did they want to lose their homework privileges? By the time Harry and Hermione had finished their assignments, Ron came rushing into the common room, dragging Neville along. Breathless, he slammed his hands onto the table, nearly knocking Crookshanks and the Sorting Hat aside. What happened? We were gone for barely an hour. Ginny told me. Hermione, did you confess to Harry? Ron looked devastated. They had always been together, the three of them, inseparable. How could something this big happen the one time he wasn't there? As his best friend, he should have witnessed it firsthand. Don't listen to their nonsense. Hermione snapped, her face still red. Crookshanks smacked Ron across the arm with his tail. It's just the Yule Ball. That's all. Ron squinted at her. So, there's still a chance I'll see you confess to him for real. Ronald. Hermione's voice turned dangerously low. Ron flinched. And no, I just meant, hypothetically. Like, what if one day, Ginny confesses to some moron, and I need to know how to handle it? Harry, without looking up, deadpanned, So you're saying you'd compete with Ginny for a boyfriend? Ron's eyes bulged. Neville also stiffened, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable. He glanced at Ron, clutching Trevor tightly, then shuffled a few inches away. I would never. Ron shouted, horrified. Harry, come on. You know I. Hermione arched a brow. Ron clamped his mouth shut. Her tone was too sweet. What exactly have you two done? Ron shook his head furiously, like a weather vane in a storm. Hermione tapped the table, then turned to Neville. Neville, you share a dorm with them. You must know what they've been up to. Neville instinctively opened his mouth, then caught Ron's glare. The silent, looming threat of an older brother. Without hesitation, Neville mimicked Ron's frantic head shaking. Hermione smiled gently. You know, Neville, Professor Snape's next class includes a difficult essay. I heard even I had to ask Harry for help. Neville's expression wavered. Hermione pressed on. And I also heard Professor Snape might be testing his latest potion on the weakest student. Neville turned pale. But he held firm, because Longbottoms were loyal to their friends. Hermione, still smiling, delivered the final blow. Also, Professor McGonagall did say that anyone who fails this assignment won't be allowed to attend the Yule Ball. Neville caved instantly. It's just magazines, he blurted. You know, the kind you only look at in private. Ron always manages to get rare ones. Ron's face turned as red as his hair. He bolted for the exit. I'm going to the Black Lake to, check it out for Harry. Hermione cleared her throat. Ronald Weasley, she said sweetly. It's very late. Where are you going? Ron gave her a nervous grin. Just, you know, making sure it's safe. Harry knows it better than you. Her tone cooled. Come back. I have questions for you. Ron gulped. 10 minutes later, he and Neville were on their knees, weeping apologies. They should never have shown Harry those magazines. The Gryffindor common room was as lively as ever. The next day, Hermione found herself the subject of many whispered conversations. Girls envied her. She was Harry Potter's dance partner, the partner of the most outstanding Triwizard champion. The Lion had chosen. With Harry and Hermione paired, the rest of the school turned to the other champions. But Fleur had no luck finding a partner. At dinner, she approached the Hufflepuff table. Cedric, she said, smiling. Would you be my date? But Cedric politely declined. Sorry, Miss Delacour, but I already have a girlfriend. He stood, walked over to the Ravenclaw table, and reached for Cho Chang's hand. A beat of silence. Then, Cho, blushing, took it. And in that moment, a new couple was born. Fleur was stunned. She had been rejected, again. She stomped over to the Gryffindor table and stabbed her fork into a sausage. Hermione smiled sweetly. Congratulations, Miss Delacour. Fleur scowled. Damn these British wizards. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 190, We Go Together. Fleur's predicament only added to her mystique. Even Hagrid couldn't hold back his curiosity, flipping through books and occasionally consulting Fleur about her supposed love blessing. He was even considering a Christmas visit to Newt Scamander, the legendary Magi-zoologist. As Christmas approached, Victor Crumb found a dance partner, a senior Slytherin girl. Only Fleur remained without one, struggling to find a suitable match. She was so close to giving up that she even considered pairing up with Hagrid. Thursday, December 22nd. The moment Harry woke up, the magical presence wrapped around his wrist stirred, itching with urgency, reminding him that the date was near. Every half hour, the sensation returned, restless and insistent. He ignored it, following his usual routine, training, classes, and later, serving detention with Snape. Only when night fell did he don the sorting hat and set off for Dumbledore's office. On the Marauder's map, Dumbledore's footsteps were erratic, moving about restlessly. Harry spoke the password, pushed the door open, and entered. Harry. It's not Monday, and it's quite late, Dumbledore said, surprised. If you're worried about dancing for the ball, you should ask Professor McGonagall for lessons instead. The moment Harry stepped inside, the magic on his wrist dissipated. Dumbledore's sharp blue eyes locked onto Harry's wrist, eagle-like in their intensity. What's wrong? Harry asked, expression calm. Dumbledore hesitated, shook his head, and examined Harry's wrist again, as if to confirm something. Must have been my imagination. I thought I sensed something. Harry nodded and casually took a seat. I came to talk to you about something. What is it? Dumbledore asked, settling down across from him. With a wave of his wand, a glass of milk appeared in front of Harry. Harry picked up the glass, took a sip, and said, recently, I had Rita Skeeter gather some information. I think she may have found the location of a Horcrux. Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted slightly, his voice tinged with skepticism. Rita Skeeter. Harry nodded. How did you get her to cooperate? Dumbledore looked genuinely astonished. She's not exactly a beacon of righteousness. I just told her that Tom Riddle used to sneak into the girls' bathroom when he was in school, Harry replied impassively. I thought it was just a minor detail she'd find interesting, but she seemed absolutely terrified. Dumbledore opened his mouth, then sighed deeply. Poor Skeeter. So, what did she find? Tom Riddle's mother was from the Gaunt family, Harry explained. I suspect there might be a clue in the old Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. He paused. I also asked her to look into the Gaunt family's mysterious demise. I strongly suspect it's connected to Riddle. Dumbledore nodded. You and I had the same thought. I've been meaning to investigate, but today's been particularly busy, so I plan to go later. And now here you are. Harry's gaze darkened. He thought back to that cryptic letter. Go to Albus on Thursday night and tell him you're going with him. The prediction had been eerily precise. Could divination really be this accurate? I'm going with you, Harry said firmly. If the first part of the prophecy had been correct, then the rest needed to be taken just as seriously. Dumbledore hesitated. You have classes tomorrow. And if Tom left protections? Harry interrupted, do you think I'd slow you down? Dumbledore blinked, then shook his head. Of course not. But we may not return tonight. It could take a while, and I wouldn't want you to miss the Yule Ball. That's an important night for you and Miss Granger. Harry stared at him. Then why not wait a few days? It's only a short delay, he added. Dumbledore smiled faintly. You're not usually one to invite trouble so eagerly. Harry's expression remained neutral. He lifted his hand and brushed back his hair. I wouldn't call this inviting trouble, he said flatly. I've been feeling a faint burning in my scar lately, not strong, but persistent. Occlumency helps keep it at bay, but the problem hasn't been eliminated. That still concerns me. Do you have a solution for the Horcrux issue? Dumbledore sighed. He didn't respond, but his silence spoke volumes. Horcruxes were an immensely advanced form of dark magic, even for him. And the fragment inside Harry had fused with his soul for over a decade. For now, occlumency was the only safeguard he could offer. If I had realized this 14 years ago, Dumbledore murmured, perhaps it could have been resolved. Harry shook his head. Dwelling on the past won't help us. We need to focus on solutions. If there is a Horcrux at the Gaunt Shack, this could be a valuable opportunity to study it. Dumbledore considered this for a moment, then slowly nodded. Very well. After the ball, then, December 27th. You should at least have a day to enjoy your date with Miss Granger. Harry hesitated. Professor, could you do me a favor? Dumbledore chuckled. I'm just an old man, Harry. What kind of help could I possibly offer? Harry's eyes gleamed. Tell me about your old flame. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from your experience. Dumbledore's smile froze. His usual light-hearted demeanor dimmed, and after a long pause, he said quietly, perhaps, someday. But not now. I'm not ready yet. Harry finished his milk. Was he a seer? Was he better than Professor Trelawney? Dumbledore didn't notice Harry's choice of pronouns. Instead, he nodded, his expression wistful. He was extraordinary. Sybil Trelawney has the ability to channel prophecies, but only under specific conditions, when fate chooses to speak through her. But he was different. It was as if fate itself spoke to him directly. Harry's eyes flickered. It really is him. Dumbledore tilted his head. What do you mean? Professor, Harry said, standing up. Your youth was far more eventful than I imagined. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Oh, it was quite eventful, indeed. Then I'll see you on the 27th. Dumbledore waved a hand. Harry, you must leave this old man some mysteries to cherish. Harry said nothing. At that moment, Fawkes fluttered over and landed on his head. The Sorting Hat translated, Fawkes wants to know when you'll be making another deal. He's nearly out of his favorite food. That was 10 pounds of it, Harry deadpanned. Fawkes tilted his head, letting out a guilty chirp. It was too delicious. I couldn't help myself. Harry sighed and plucked the phoenix off his head, setting him back into his perch. Then he turned to Dumbledore, his voice cool. Professor, you really shouldn't be so indulgent, especially not with your own phoenix. 10 pounds. That was 10 pounds of premium ingredients. And it's only been a month. Back in October, they had made a trade before the first task. Harry had been planning to use the remaining materials to develop new potions with Snape after Christmas. Clearly, that plan was now useless. Dumbledore mumbled to himself, while Fawkes cooed pitifully. After Christmas, you should at least let Aunt Petunia rest, Harry muttered, scratching the bird's head. Food doesn't appear out of thin air, you know. Fawkes sighed dramatically. December 25th. Christmas arrived in a heavy snowfall, blanketing Hogwarts in white. By nightfall, the long-awaited Yule Ball was about to begin. Dressed in a deep red tailcoat with gold trim, Harry fastened a stag-shaped brooch onto his chest. The Gryffindor common room was bustling with excitement. Tonight was a night to remember. And when Hermione finally descended the stairs, looking breathtaking in her gown of shimmering lilac, even George and Fred, ever the pranksters, were momentarily stunned into silence. For a moment, no one said a word. Then, George blurted, "Blimey, Hermione." Fred pinched his own cheek. "Damn," he whispered. "If I didn't know better, I'd think we had a new Gryffindor princess tonight." Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 191, Hurry Up and Get Dressed. Youth is a fleeting and beautiful time. Professor McGonagall watched them, and for a moment, she seemed to see a reflection of her own 15- or 16-year-old self. Harry's transformation pleased her the most. Dressed in formal robes, his hair neatly combed, and carrying himself with a scholarly air, this was how Hogwarts' top student should look. His usual demeanor made him seem more like a knight, someone who would blend seamlessly among the castle's armor displays. Hermione was the same. She had always been an adorable girl, yet she stubbornly refused to dress up. Just like Harry, two of a kind. From the shadows, Snape stood watching, his gaze locked onto Hermione rather than Harry. In his dark eyes, another 15-year-old girl flickered, her image superimposed upon the young Gryffindor before him. As the other students, led by their professors, entered the Great Hall, they were met with an unfamiliar arrangement. Instead of the usual 4 long tables, the hall was set up with round tables. Once everyone was seated, Professor McGonagall led the 3 Triwizard Champions and their partners through the doors. All eyes were on them. They stepped onto a long red carpet, walking slowly forward as the Sorting Hat hummed a soft tune. George and Fred, each with a dance partner, craned their necks, their hands itching to play a certain famous piano piece. But they didn't dare. If they so much as hummed a note, Harry and Hermione would have them strung up and hexed before the night was over. At the far end of the hall stood a larger round table. The judges and professors were already seated, and 6 vacant chairs were clearly reserved for the champions and their partners. "Please take your seats, champions," McGonagall instructed as she moved toward her own place beside Dumbledore. Without hesitation, Harry led Hermione to the seat furthest from Karkaroff. Fleur sighed in disappointment. She had wanted to sit beside Harry, but wearing high heels made it impossible to keep up with his pace. Instead, she abandoned her own partner and claimed the 3rd furthest seat. Karkaroff wasn't having a good night. Even Fawkes had taken a swipe at him, burning off his sleeve, a wound that no repairing charm could mend. He had to use transfiguration to piece together a temporary fix. And that lingering stench of bird droppings. It still hadn't faded. No matter how many times he waved his wand and muttered "Scour Jiffy," the offensive odor clung stubbornly to him. Who knew how Crookshanks and Hedwig had managed it? Everyone at the table found him unbearable. Gryffindor students had already begun spreading rumors that Karkaroff prefers to sleep in chicken coops. Dumbledore stood up, gave a long-winded speech about the beauty of youth, far longer than usual, before finally announcing the start of the feast. The Hufflepuffs and Ron had been waiting impatiently, but no food appeared on the table. Instead, a small golden menu materialized in front of each student. Dumbledore picked up his menu, pondered for a long while, and was about to speak when McGonagall swiftly cut him off. "Please do not order cockroach clusters. This is a Christmas feast, let's not ruin the atmosphere." Dumbledore sighed, deliberated a moment longer, then reluctantly said, "Pork chops." A plate of sizzling pork chops instantly appeared before him. Hufflepuff's and Ron's eyes gleamed with excitement. They could order their food tonight. No more rummaging through heaps of dishes just to find something they liked. The hall instantly erupted into lively chatter. "Harry, you look fantastic tonight," Dumbledore complimented him warmly. "You really should dress like this more often." McGonagall nodded in agreement. "It's too much of a hassle," Harry replied flatly, ordering a simple steak. "I wasted over an hour just for this look." "Even if not so formal," Fleur interjected, "at least put in some effort on normal days." "You both should, actually," she added, eyeing Hermione. "I have to admit, you do look quite beautiful tonight." Harry shook his head. "It's impractical for combat. I feel like my clothes would tear if I had to roll on the ground, and they wouldn't even block a single spell." Fleur blinked in surprise. Krum also turned to look at him, clearly startled. Why is he even thinking about combat? This is school. McGonagall's expression stiffened. She coughed lightly. Hogwarts is a safe place. Mr. Potter just lacks a sense of security. Harry nodded. Professor McGonagall is right. Karkaroff sneered. Maxime grinned broadly. A few glasses of gin later, the 4 younger attendees relaxed, chatting more freely. Fleur and Krum's partners barely spoke, clearly out of place at this table. Krum shared stories about Demstrang, Fleur boasted about Beauxbatons. Before long, they were arguing over which school was better. Dumbledore and the professors exchanged jokes, particularly ones involving rabbits. Finally, Hermione realized what Dumbledore had tried to say that day. She shot him a deadly glare. Old pervert. Then she turned to Harry. At least he was serious and proper, not one for such nonsense. The feast ended with an astonished gasp from the Hufflepuffs. Dumbledore gestured for the students to rise. With a wave of his wand, the tables transformed into elegant decorations surrounding the now empty dance floor. The teachers' area shifted and rose into a stage where the renowned Weird Sisters took their places. Despite their misleading name, the 8-member band consisted entirely of wizards, and their style was surprisingly calm. A gentle melody, like a flowing stream, filled the hall. Harry extended his hand. Hermione, blushing, placed her hand in his. Together, they stepped onto the dance floor. Krum and Fleur only seemed to react then, politely inviting their partners before following suit. Dancing was not Harry and Hermione's strong suit. Despite McGonagall's lessons, they were still clumsy. Hermione's high heels and elegant dress didn't help, her steps were hesitant, and they moved awkwardly, far less graceful than the other two champions. Yet all eyes were on them. Unlike Fleur and Krum, who kept a courteous distance from their partners, Harry and Hermione, despite their obvious inexperience, moved together as one. They embraced the moment, fully immersed in the music, their awkwardness somehow endearing rather than embarrassing. As the song ended, Hermione let out a soft laugh, breathless but happy. Harry, I was terrible. I must have stepped on you so many times. At least it was the top of my shoe and not the heel, Harry noted. Hermione playfully nudged his chest. If I had worn stilettos, I wouldn't have made it across the floor. Ron came bounding over, then stopped abruptly, reconsidering. He waited until the second dance began before finally joining in with Lavender. After 3 songs, Hermione was exhausted. Harry helped her to a seat, and Ron, after some hesitation, followed suit with Lavender. You two were amazing. Lavender gushed excitedly. Hermione smiled, shaking her head. We were so clumsy. But the feeling was perfect, Lavender insisted, eyes shining. Professor Trelawney once predicted you two were soulmates, and she was right. Ron scoffed. I don't think you need a seer to figure that out. But Trelawney predicted it first. Lavender turned to Ron with wide eyes. Ron frowned. We didn't even take divination until 3rd year. Lavender blinked. She turned back to Harry and Hermione, suddenly confused. Had they always been this way, even before 3rd year? Fleur, still unwilling to admit defeat, approached to invite Harry for a dance. He refused outright. One after another, others followed, some witches, a few wizards, but Harry turned them all down. Even Ron barely got a word in. Harry leaned toward Hermione, whispering, feeling better. Much. Hermione blushed, nodding. She leaned in slightly as well. Want to go for a walk? Harry nodded and pulled out his wand. With a flick, her high heels transformed into comfortable flats. Hand in hand, they slipped out of the hall. Ron made to follow, only for Lavender to yank him back into the dance. George and Fred clapped him on the shoulder. Let them be, mate, George said sagely. Yeah, Fred added. They've got something way more important going on. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 192, Don't Follow Their Example. Is Potter really that sharp? Karkaroff anxiously kicked at a chunk of snow on the ground. I noticed that little girlfriend of his was giving me strange looks. And today, I was even attacked by their pets. Snape sneered. Karkaroff, you've always been a fool. But your foolishness never ceases to amaze me, it keeps setting new lows. What were you thinking, giving Potter a score of 4? Even Madame Maxime, as nitpicky as she is, knew to give him a 9. Did you really think Krum could be a match for Potter? Why not? Karkaroff stubbornly countered. Snape reached out and jabbed him in the chest. And now you regret it. Trying to play the good headmaster, like Dumbledore. Karkaroff's expression soured. I have to find a way out for myself. You're no different, Severus, you're just Dumbledore's lapdog now. It's a transaction, Snape said coldly. Now tell me, what has you, the esteemed headmaster of Demstrang, so frightened? What's happening with the mark? You haven't felt it. Karkaroff looked shocked. Snape narrowed his eyes. So, not only is your brain useless, but now your eyesight is failing, too. He pulled back his sleeve, revealing an empty left arm. I heard Potter did this. Karkaroff muttered in disbelief. He reached out to touch it, but his fingers passed through nothing. No disillusionment charm, no invisibility, it was truly gone. Snape nodded, his sneer deepening. So, you're not completely ignorant of everything. I despise Potter. He annoys me, and I annoy him, Snape said with icy calm. Last year, I finally had enough. I wanted to kill him. But I'll admit, under Dumbledore's guidance, Potter has picked up some skills. Karkaroff swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You didn't go all out. I wanted him dead, Snape corrected. Karkaroff, have you lost your hearing as well? I just told you that. Karkaroff's nerves frayed. But you're so powerful, how could you fail? 14 years ago, Snape had been one of the strongest Death Eaters. Now, after all these years, his growth was unimaginable. Now isn't the time to discuss Potter, Snape said impatiently. No matter what he's capable of, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Right now, immediately, tell me what's happening with the mark. And what exactly are you all scheming? He paused, then added, I am far more capable than the lot of you combined, and I understand Potter better than anyone. No one wants him dead more than I do. Under the invisibility cloak, Hermione gritted her teeth and clutched Harry's arm tightly. How could he? She had believed Snape was a good man. But now he was speaking like this. Did he think that just because neither Harry nor Dumbledore was around, he didn't need to hide his true face? Harry gently squeezed her hand in reassurance. Karkaroff furrowed his brows, his voice heavy with fear. It's been growing more active, ever since a month or two before the Quidditch World Cup. It sent us a signal, telling us to gather. But it wasn't from the Dark Lord himself, it came from someone else, someone he had entrusted with authority. Snape's expression turned grim. What were they planning at the World Cup? I don't know. I wasn't in Britain at the time, and I didn't dare go. Karkaroff shuddered violently. But lately, it's been growing stronger, waking up. You understand what that means, don't you? The Dark Lord, he's coming back. And the Triwizard Tournament. Snape pressed, his wand now at Karkaroff's waist. Karkaroff flinched. Severus, what are you implying? You don't know what they're planning with the Goblet of Fire. Karkaroff hesitated. The night I arrived at Hogwarts, when I returned to the ship, there was a letter waiting on my bed. I didn't recognize the handwriting. But it bore the dark mark. The writer told me to put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire. Under the invisibility cloak, Harry's eyes narrowed. So, the second person who put his name into the goblet had now revealed himself, Karkaroff, a Death Eater. It was exactly as he had suspected, these people were plotting against him. You obeyed. Snape pressed. Karkaroff's voice turned shrill. How could I not? They know my secrets. They're very likely one of us, perhaps even one of those the Dark Lord personally granted authority to. Severus. Snape's voice remained eerily calm. If you're so scared, then run. I won't tell the Dark Lord about this. Karkaroff paced frantically, deep in thought. But if you want to survive, Snape continued, cold and steady, I have a kind suggestion for you. Karkaroff stopped and looked at him desperately. Severus, my friend, I knew you would help me. Snape's lips curled cruelly. Now is the Dark Lord's weakest moment. He will rise again, undoubtedly, and reclaim his place of power. But, Igor, now is now, and the future is the future. You're suggesting I go to him? Karkaroff's face paled. If the Dark Lord favors you, your life will be safe, Snape said dismissively. Look at Bellatrix, no one likes her, yet she remains one of his most beloved followers. Karkaroff's face twisted in thought. Besides, Snape continued, his voice devoid of warmth, thanks to Potter, I've lost my chance to contact our master. That boy severed my arm with that sword, and I need the Dark Lord's blessing to restore it. Under the invisibility cloak, Hermione stiffened. Wait, what? Snape had just said, what? Harry had cut off his arm with the basilisk bone sword. But she clearly remembered, Harry had used the sword of Gryffindor. She turned to Harry. Even in the dim light, she could see something in his expression. Not surprise, not confusion, something closer to satisfaction, a quiet thrill, like a hunter watching its prey walk into a trap. She thought she understood. I see, Karkaroff murmured, exhaling heavily. Severus, let me think it over. Snape smirked but said nothing, watching Karkaroff's shadow stretch under the glowing fairy roses as he walked away. Then, he turned sharply toward Harry and Hermione's hiding spot. Miss Granger. His voice was as smooth as silk. And perhaps Mr. Potter as well. Do you always use this cloak for your dates? Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak, expression blank. Sorry, we just happened to stumble upon your date with Karkaroff and got curious. Hermione's face burned red. Did you enjoy the conversation? Snape asked coldly. Harry shook his head. I was hoping to hear more about him. Among the Death Eaters, who exactly did the Dark Lord entrust with authority? Snape thought for a moment. There were 3 I knew of. Bellatrix Lestrange, a fanatical, utterly devoted lunatic. She's currently in Azkaban, and there's been no word of her escape. Corban Yaxley, a quiet but immensely powerful man, even stronger than I was back then. He became one of the Dark Lord's most trusted enforcers. He's still free. I suspect it's him. He's smart, and he has the capability. Harry nodded. And the third? He's dead, Snape said flatly. Barty Crouch Jr. He was exceptional. Even among the most talented young Death Eaters, he was unique. The Dark Lord permitted him to address him as a father. Again. Barty Crouch Jr. Hermione's brows knitted together. You suspect him? Snape's eyes widened slightly. Harry nodded. The leader at the World Cup commanded the Crouch family's house elf. You know what that means. Does Yaxley have any ties to the Crouch family? Snape frowned. Not at all. Barty Crouch was single-minded, he despised people like Yaxley. Then, Professor, Harry said gently, I'm afraid we have a favor to ask of you. Snape sneered at him, then scoffed at the stag brooch on Harry's chest. Who picked this ridiculous trinket? Black. Harry glanced down. Don't like it, Professor. I thought you'd appreciate the emeralds. The gemstones are fine, Snape said icily. But a stag. A doe would suit you better. Thanks, but I like it as is. Snape let out a harsh laugh. Go finish your date. And stay out of my sight, before I. For talking back to a professor, Potter, 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry and Hermione nodded, barely even pretending to be obedient. Snape turned toward the castle. Then, just as Harry and Hermione clasped hands again and headed for the Black Lake, he called out. Potter, don't follow the example of those two idiots from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Harry answered seriously, of course not, Professor. Snape quickened his pace and disappeared. Hermione punched Harry's shoulder. Without his armor, it felt quite satisfying. Tonight felt unusually eventful. They walked carefully, as if afraid of running into more people. Only when they reached the lakeshore did they finally stop. The cold wind carried swirls of snow, and Hermione shivered. Harry flicked his wand, casting a warming charm around her. I thought for a moment Snape really wanted to hurt you, Hermione murmured, exhaling a puff of white mist. But now, it seems like he's trying to uncover more information. Harry nodded. Karkaroff is more of a coward than I expected. Will he take Snape's suggestion? Hermione asked, a little worried. Trust Snape, Harry said, leading her toward the lake. Hermione opened her mouth to say more. But Harry pulled her gently into his arms. Do we really have to keep talking about this tonight? Hermione froze. Her cheeks burned hotter than ever, and her body softened in his embrace. She leaned into him, slowly closing her eyes. Their foreheads touched. The moonlight shimmered over the rippling surface of the Black Lake, reflecting their intertwined shadows like mistletoe upon the water. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 193, I Must Show Off to Godric. They stayed by the Black Lake until the ball ended. When they returned to the castle, Ron was still waiting outside the Great Hall, while Lavender leaned sleepily against the wall, yawning. Harry, Hermione, you're finally back, Ron grumbled. Where did you go? Out on a date, Harry answered simply. Maybe a trio isn't quite suitable. Ron froze, then flushed bright red, waving his hands. That's not what I meant. I wasn't thinking that. It's just, you two were gone for a while, and you missed a lot of stuff. He was about to continue when they stepped into the light, and he finally saw them clearly. What's with you two? Ron looked surprised. Hermione, your face is so red, are you sick? Lavender instantly perked up, fully awake now. Then Ron turned to Harry, his expression even more shocked. And Harry, what happened to you? Your lips are. Lavender stomped on his foot before he could finish. Ron yelped in pain. What was that for? Just tell them what happened at the ball, Lavender nudged him sharply. Stop asking things you shouldn't. Ron limped after Harry as they headed up the grand staircase. Harry, you really missed a lot. Delacour's dance partner got beaten up, pinned to the ground and thrashed. Lavender took over, her tone lively. By his girlfriend, well, his ex-girlfriend now. They were supposed to attend the ball together, but the moment Fleur invited him, he ditched her. Then he got drunk and started shouting about how he wished Fleur would be his girlfriend instead. And, well, his ex heard him. Even Professor Flitwick couldn't stop it. In the end, it was Professor McGonagall who stepped in and sent the guy to the hospital wing. Harry and Hermione exchanged surprised glances. Ron, energized by their reaction, kept going. And Hagrid? Did you two see Hagrid while you were outside? Harry shook his head. He had sensed Hagrid and Maxime's presence, but he hadn't wanted to disturb them, or himself. That's a shame, Ron sighed. Hagrid came back crying his eyes out. He downed at least a dozen barrels of mead, enough that the house elves had to bring him more. He was so drunk that he just clung to Dumbledore, sobbing. The weird sisters couldn't take it anymore and hit him with a silencing charm, took several tries before it actually worked. Hermione frowned sympathetically. It sounds like Hagrid's confession didn't go well. Confession? What confession? Lavender's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry answered simply, Hagrid likes someone. You mean you haven't noticed? Practically the whole school knows. He wasn't trying to expose Hagrid, it was just that Hagrid's behavior was far from subtle. In every Care of Magical Creatures lesson, he found ways to bring up Madame Maxime, endlessly praising the Beauxbatons Abrazans. Even the Thestrals helping with his classes had grown jealous, nipping at him for attention. Madame Maxime. Lavender mused, a bit slow on the uptake. Ron suddenly clapped his hands together. That explains it. No wonder Professor McGonagall wasn't mad, she was comforting him instead. Lavender shook her head, displeased. He should have prayed to Lady Delacour first before confessing. Fleur was furious tonight, her partner embarrassed her completely. There's no way she'd grant blessings to anyone right now. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look but decided against commenting. Ron sighed. I don't think Vela magic works that way. They just haven't discovered it yet. Lavender said stubbornly, hands on her hips. Fleur Delacour has already proven it, Vela do have this power. She even brought you and Hermione together. Harry's voice was calm. That was Hermione's doing. Hermione blushed and squeezed his hand. Lavender hesitated, then started counting on her fingers. So, I succeeded because I'm Hermione's roommate. Meaning I've already absorbed some of her luck. Ron covered his face with his hands. He had only been worried about finding a dance partner, someone asked him, and he accepted. Lavender wasn't bad looking, either. Among the girls, she was one of the prettier ones, just maybe a bit odd. She was one of the few at Hogwarts who was a die-hard fan of Trelawney. They made their way back to the common room. Hermione was reluctant to end the night. She stayed with Harry by the fire until the flames flickered low, then finally said goodnight and went to bed. The next morning, she woke early, waiting for Harry to return from training. They curled up by the fireplace, reading together. Ron woke up at noon, dragging his homework over. He wrote for a while before looking up, his expression suspicious. Something feels off. Just your imagination, Harry said, concise as ever. Hermione nodded in agreement. Focus on your homework. You still haven't finished that essay for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Ron groaned and went back to writing, looking miserable. That evening, Harry led Hermione and Ron out of the common room, sneaking into an empty classroom. He removed the sorting hat and set it on a table. Then, reaching into his magically expanded pocket, he pulled out his motorbike. After all the preparations, it was finally time for the final step. The sorting hat was ecstatic. Harry, it's finally happening. But be gentle, I've never done this before. Harry pressed it flat against the table. Does Godric know you talk like this? Ron and Hermione were completely lost. The sorting hat chuckled. Godric was the same, Salazar was even more proper than him. Harry raised his wand, aiming at the hat. Stay still. The sorting hat obediently froze. As a magical artifact imbued with the consciousness of 4 founders, it was extremely resistant to spells. Even for Harry, who had consulted both Godric and Dumbledore multiple times, it had taken careful study to reach this point. A gentle tap of his wand. A complex, ancient alchemical array flared to life. Runes covered the surface, so dense that just glancing at them made Ron dizzy. Harry worked carefully, making sure not to disrupt any layers of the spell. It was like extracting a memory. A silver thread-like wisp emerged, drawn out by his wand. He whispered an incantation. Within the sorting hat, another alchemical array activated, duplicating the thread of consciousness. Soon, the duplicate wove itself back into the hat's core, just as Godric had planned long ago, in case a replacement was ever needed. This saved Harry a lot of trouble. With the essence safely stored, he placed it in a vial and handed it to Hermione. Then, moving to his motorbike, he activated one enchantment after another, igniting each alchemical circuit. At last, all that remained was the core. Hermione passed him the vial. Carefully, Harry poured the consciousness into the motorbike's core. A deep, ancient energy surged into the machine. It's done, Harry said softly. The sorting hat opened its eyes, wiggling slightly. That's it. I barely felt anything, like a mosquito bite. Then, looking at the motorbike, it murmured, so, this is my new body. Want to try it out? Harry extended a hand, inviting it. A swirl of magical energy shifted. With a whoosh, the sorting hat's consciousness flowed into the motorbike. With a click, the headlights flickered to life. Huh, this perspective is weird. Too bright. Try the low beams, Harry suggested. Give me a moment to figure this out. Ahem. Then, suddenly, the bike lurched forward, straight toward Ron. Harry reacted instantly, flicking his wand to suspend it midair. Ron slammed into the wall, clutching his chest. What the bloody hell? I wash you, you ungrateful hat. Sorry, just getting used to it, the sorting hat muttered. So this makes it go forward, what about this? A horn blared. Aha. That's loud. It started experimenting with other buttons, turn signals, headlights, everything. Just then. Bang. The door burst open. Let's see which little troublemaker is, Filch cackled, stepping inside. Then he froze, staring blankly at them. Oh. Mr. Potter. You. Ron instinctively hid behind Harry. Sorry to disturb you, Harry said smoothly, without a hint of guilt. Just a small experiment. I'll be showing it to Professor Dumbledore tomorrow. Dumbledore, you say? Filch's expression softened. Well then, I won't interfere. With that, he shut the door and left. Harry patted the motorbike. Let's wait until tomorrow. You make too much noise. Filch was easy to handle, but if we attract other professors, you won't be using this body for a while. The Sorting Hat grumbled but relented. As its consciousness returned to the hat, it sighed, my new body is magnificent. Harry packed everything away. Then, just as they were about to leave. Wait, the Sorting Hat called out. Take me to the headmaster's office. I must show off to Godric. Harry smirked. Tomorrow, you'll be there anyway. With a flick of his wand, he summoned his Patronus and sent the hat on its way. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 194, Which Way is South? When Harry knocked on the office door and got permission to enter, Dumbledore was still in his night robes, yawning repeatedly. The Sorting Hat was still enthusiastically describing the motorbike to Godric, its deep, roaring engine, its brilliant headlights, its sleek, streamlined body, and its wind-like speed. Godric was utterly envious. They've been going on about this all night? Harry asked, expressionless. Dumbledore stretched and nodded. Yes, all night long. Godric even wanted Fawkes to summon you so you could bring the bike here to show it to him, but Fawkes didn't dare. Fawkes let out a proud squawk. The Sorting Hat was about to translate, but Fawkes immediately flew over and stomped on it, urgently screeching. When are we leaving? Harry asked, studying Dumbledore. Dumbledore hesitated, then sighed. I was hoping to get a bit more sleep. You're a bit early. Harry stared at him, deadpan. You didn't stay up all night listening to the hat too, did you? Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly. Rest for a bit. We'll leave at noon, Harry said, settling into a chair and summoning a book from the shelf. Dumbledore shook his head. Harry, I'm not that. If there really is a Horcrux there, it will definitely be trapped, Harry said calmly, flipping through his book. Tom might even be there himself. Maybe with a dozen Death Eaters. Dumbledore was about to nod in agreement. Harry continued, and your brain already doesn't work properly. If you're too tired, your head might start growing dung stones. That's not a very nice thing to say to an old man, Dumbledore grumbled, shaking his head. But after a breakfast with more sugar than pastry, he finally returned to his quarters. The headmaster's office, however, remained anything but quiet. Harry couldn't even concentrate on his book. A hat, a painting, and a phoenix all pestered him to take out the motorbike. Godric was desperate to see it. The Sorting Hat probably knew less about the bike than Fawkes did. It had only seen it once, while Fawkes had at least 7 or 8 encounters. After all, Sirius's old bike had been with Hagrid for years. And while Hagrid cared more about magical creatures, he did take it out for rides occasionally. After all, besides Abrazans, the Forbidden Forest had no creatures large enough to support him. The hat's descriptions were all over the place. Even Godric, after circling the motorbike a few times, could tell that 9.5 out of 10 things it said were nonsense. The only truth was its praise of Harry's magical skill. Harry had to explain everything to his 3 centuries-old, overly curious audience. From mechanical structure to physics. Godric was amazed. Muggles had advanced this far. They could create transportation that traveled hundreds, even thousands of miles without magic. In his memory, Muggles still wore rough linen clothes and brandished pitchforks, hissing at him like frightened cats. Fawkes, for some reason, looked a little melancholic. It was nearly 3 hours before Harry could finally relax. But just as he picked up his book again, Dumbledore emerged from his quarters, now dressed in a deep blue robe and a wide-brimmed, pointed wizard's hat. 4 hours. Harry set down his book. Dumbledore shook his head. I would have liked more, but I'm over 100 years old. Sleep for the elderly is like water in the desert, precious and scarce. And hard to come by, Harry added. Dumbledore smiled slightly, then noticed the motorbike. A magnificent machine. I remember Sirius had one. There are 3 now, maybe 4. Harry thought of Sirius's last letter. Crossing the Pacific had been harder than expected, and the American magical authorities were ridiculously paranoid. They had spotted him from 300 miles offshore and chased him all the way to Canadian waters before finally giving up. He had planned to return before Christmas, maybe even see his godson and his godson's girlfriend at the Yule Ball. Now, he wasn't even sure if he'd be back before the new year. Are we taking this? Dumbledore asked, stepping closer. It's been with Hagrid for years, but I've never actually ridden it. I don't want to apparate. I don't want a portkey. And definitely not the night bus, Harry said firmly. Dumbledore sighed. Apparition is an excellent spell, you know. I'd rather not, unless absolutely necessary, Harry said, his tone unwavering. The Ministry might, Dumbledore hesitated. Harry shook his head. Don't worry. I asked Arthur about it. As long as no Muggles see us, we're not breaking any laws. Dumbledore paused. Arthur has one too. Harry nodded. Dumbledore chuckled. Harry, you mustn't pick up Arthur's habit of creating his own laws. Arthur knows what he's doing, Harry shot back. And he's smarter than you. Braver too. At least he doesn't fear the power he holds. Dumbledore let out a weary smile. I really shouldn't have brought it up. They had lunch in the office. Afterward, Dumbledore waved his wand, morphing the windows into a large door. With another flick, the newly made door swung open, letting a sharp gust of cold wind rush inside. Harry and Dumbledore climbed onto the motorbike. The Sorting Hat called out, "Harry, wait. Let me do it, I need to get used to this body." Before either rider could protest, the hat transferred its consciousness into the bike. The engine roared. The tires screeched. And the motorbike jerked violently, skidding in place, leaving a deep black streak on the stone floor. What happened? The hat sounded confused. The handbrake. You need to release it, Harry said dryly, flicking the lever on the right handlebar. The hat made a noise of realization, then released the brake. The motorbike blasted out of the office, shooting through the snowy sky. Dumbledore quickly turned back and waved his wand, the window reverted to its original form. That was fast. I almost didn't have time to seal it, he muttered. How does this compare to a firebolt? Normally, about 1.5 times its speed, Harry answered. The hat interjected, wait, there's an abnormal speed too. There is, Harry admitted. But you don't get to know yet. Not until you learn to handle this body properly. The hat hummed in disappointment, then cheekily twisted the throttle again. Harry smacked the dashboard. One more thing. The hat made a questioning noise. When we get back, I'm giving you a map of Britain. Memorize it. Harry's voice was deadpan. You're flying the wrong way. We're headed south. The bike froze in midair. The hat hesitated. Which way is south? Harry blinked. He suddenly questioned whether making the hat his vehicle had been a mistake. What kind of ride didn't know directions? Harry, I used to be just a hat, the hat protested, catching on to his thoughts. I didn't need to know directions. Why would I know where south is? But I am very smart. The smartest hat. And now, the smartest motorbike. I know left from right perfectly. Harry sighed and pointed. That way. The hat promptly adjusted course. To its credit, it was quick to learn. After asking Harry how to determine directions, it picked up the skill almost instantly. Though the heavy snowfall sometimes threw it off, once corrected, it never made the same mistake again. After about half an hour, the hat suddenly asked, why doesn't this feel like flying? On broomsticks, the wind really hits you, the hat mused. Is the bike too slow? Dumbledore agreed. Harry, I think so too. Harry's face remained blank. You really think so? Both wizard and bike confirmed. Harry pressed a small button. A protective spell dissipated. The wind howled. Dumbledore's face contorted instantly. The hat wobbled in the air, hastily slowing down. The wind is too strong, the hat yelped. Turn it back on. Dumbledore shouted, one hand holding his hat, the other shielding his face. Harry, turn it back on. It was only 10 minutes later that Harry finally hit the button again. The firebolt tops out at 150 miles per hour. This bike does 230, he said mildly. And we're at high altitude. The hat vowed, I will never touch that button again. Shift a bit east, Harry instructed, checking the ground below. We're heading to Little Hangleton first. But the Gaunt Shack is in Great Hangleton, Dumbledore pointed out. The Riddle Manor is in Little Hangleton, Harry said calmly. It's on the way. No harm in stopping by. With that, he pressed another button. Magic spread outward. Repelling muggles. Dumbledore observed. And an invisibility charm, and something else. It blocks infrared detection, Harry explained. Arthur and I developed it. Muggles have advanced photography tech. Over 100 years ago, they were already taking clear pictures of the moon. Dumbledore looked skyward. The moon. Harry nodded. That moon. Dumbledore fell silent, his expression thoughtful. 10 minutes later, Harry tapped the dashboard. We're here. Land. The motorbike, still a bit clumsy, made a rough landing, skidding to a halt. As they passed a worn sign reading Welcome to Little Hangleton, Harry glanced up through the snowfall. On the hill ahead, the Riddle Manor loomed in ruins. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 195, Did Voldemort Have a Kid? Riddle Manor stood at the far end of the village, utterly out of place in Little Hangleton. It seemed frozen in time, stuck 4 or 5 centuries in the past. Even the paved roads didn't reach it, only a narrow, muddy path now buried under layers of snow. The hat grumbled the entire way, repeatedly begging to take off and fly. Harry refused. He didn't trust the hat's piloting skills yet, he was more concerned about it nosediving straight into Riddle Manor. Not because he cared about the decrepit old house, but because Voldemort might have left magical traps inside. As the hat carefully rolled closer, they noticed something strange. This house was not as abandoned as it appeared. Someone had lived here for an extended period, though the traces were old. The most recent signs of activity were at least 6 months old. They stopped at the entrance. Harry drew the sword of Gryffindor and cast Protego Totalum on himself, while Dumbledore waved his wand, cloaking them both in protective enchantments. "I sense no magic," Dumbledore observed, eyeing the dilapidated mansion. Harry nodded. "Neither do I." He lowered his gaze. The snow at the entrance had piled up past the steps. There were no footprints, no signs of disturbance. He knelt and waved his wand, sweeping away the snow layer by layer. Dumbledore watched in silence, unsure of his purpose. No one has passed through since the first snowfall, Harry concluded after exposing damp soil beneath the final layer. He dusted off his hands and stood up. No footprints. The snow is undisturbed, no one has cleared it. So Tom never came here at all? Dumbledore speculated. Harry nodded. If he never showed up, even better. I'd love it if he forgot to clean up his family's dirty history. Dumbledore blinked, surprised. He followed Harry to the door before speaking again. You seem particularly invested in Tom's past scandals. Words are powerful weapons, Harry replied, tapping the door with his wand. Second year, I got under his skin, and he lost his temper. That gave me an opening. You already know quite a bit about his history, Dumbledore murmured. Harry paused at the doorway, his gaze deep and calculating. He glanced past the staircase, toward the dim depths of the house. The more I know, the more weapons I have at my disposal. And I think we came to the right place. As soon as the door creaked open, a foul stench hit them. Rotting wood. Decaying fruits and vegetables. And beneath it all, the unmistakable remnants of human decomposition. Dumbledore swept his wand, sending waves of magic surging through the house, probing every crevice. No magical traps, he confirmed. Harry strode straight for the second floor. The master bedroom door stood ajar. The stench was strongest there. Or more accurately, it was no longer a corpse, just a skeleton. The flesh had long been gnawed away by various creatures, which had since dispersed, leaving behind only scattered bits of remains. Dead for at least 3 months, Harry muttered, slipping on dragon-hide gloves and picking up a bone fragment. Still has some color, no more than 6 months. He died over the summer. Dumbledore summarized. Harry nodded, setting down the humerus. He snapped off a small piece of rib bone and easily crumbled it between his fingers. Severe osteoporosis. Very old. He might have been as old as you. When I die, will I end up like this too? Dumbledore mused. Harry shook his head. No. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. You'll at least have a coffin. Or an urn, Harry continued, examining the floor around the skeleton. And a proper gravesite. I promise, even if your relatives refuse, I'll make sure of it. Dumbledore chuckled. That's the best news I've heard all year. Harry dropped the bone. 60 or older. Male. Unknown whether he was a wizard. There's no visible external trauma. Those marks are post-mortem decay and scavenger bites. Unfortunately, he's been dead too long to check for poison. But if it was him, he wouldn't have bothered with poison. Dumbledore's eyes darkened. The killing curse? Most likely. Harry sighed. But that's just a guess. Too many traces have faded. I can't gather much from this. He continued searching the room. Whoever had lived here hadn't bothered cleaning. That was good news for Harry. The untouched layers of dust preserved the scene from 3 months ago. But what he found next stunned him. Professor Dumbledore, you won't believe what I just discovered. Harry knelt by the sofa, shaking his head. Dumbledore's interest piqued. More of Tom's dark history. Possibly worse than that. Harry's expression turned peculiar. There's only one set of adult footprints in this house. And that person was pushing a 4-wheeled cart. Constantly. And on this sofa, there was once a basket, about 30 inches long. You know what that means. Dumbledore's eyes widened. He adjusted his glasses, staring at the couch in disbelief. You're saying, a child? 4-wheeled carts weren't common. Ones that required constant pushing, even rarer. And when paired with a basket exactly the size of an infant's crib, there was really only one conclusion. Harry nodded. Maybe. Maybe this person just had a strange habit, he needed to push a baby carriage to walk. And for some reason, he couldn't sit on a normal couch without placing a heavy basket on it first. Of course, like you, I find it more likely that he was caring for a baby. He straightened up and moved toward the bed. Thick dust covered the mattress. Harry lifted it carefully. Underneath, the surface was smooth, untouched by an adult sleeper. Only tiny tracks from small creatures scurrying across it. Cold weather had driven them inside after they finished feasting on the corpse. But there was no sign of an adult ever sleeping here. Dumbledore hesitated, frowning. Harry walked to the window and pushed it open. Cold wind rushed in, whipping against his face. I have 2 theories, he said. The first, a woman, having just given birth, took refuge here with her baby. But someone, perhaps a family member, an agent of the child's father, or someone else trying to separate them, found her. She had no choice but to use the killing curse to eliminate the threat and flee with her child. Dumbledore joined him at the window, letting the cold air sting his skin. That would make for a fascinating story, Harry. If you ever decide to write, you might rival Lockhart's novels. Then there's the second theory. Harry's voice lowered. Our dear Tom Riddle, in his years of absence, fathered a child. An heir. And he cherished this child, raised it with great care. Dumbledore's face turned icy. As unbelievable as it sounds, if your findings are true, it's not impossible. Whose child? Harry pressed. Dumbledore hesitated. You know him better than I do. Who do you think the mother is? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. At Hogwarts, Tom was quite popular. But he never pursued a relationship. As for his life afterward, I know nothing. His expression suddenly grew strange. Unless, sometime after his first defeat, he needed to recover and sought out an old lover. This is an important lead. Harry, I will. I'll have Rita Skeeter investigate, Harry interrupted smoothly. She's far more experienced than you in this area. Dumbledore nodded without hesitation. They searched the house further, but after years of changing ownership, there was little left from the original Riddle family. Outside, they found a small cabin, more lived in than the mansion, though still covered in months of dust. As for the old man in the master bedroom, they had a strong suspicion of who he was. But they did nothing. Instead, Dumbledore placed a subtle suggestion in a villager's mind. Soon, that person would coincidentally discover the body, ensuring the men received a proper burial. Then they left for Great Hangleton. The hat obeyed traffic laws, cruising at a modest 50 miles per hour. With the protective charms removed, it enjoyed the exhilarating rush of wind. If Tom did have a child, what would you do? Harry asked suddenly. Dumbledore had no time to answer. The hat slammed the brakes, nearly throwing them both off. What did you say? That man had a kid. Harry sighed, rubbing his temple. This was going to be a long drive. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 196, A Treasured Artifact. Compared to Little Hangleton, Great Hangleton had the air of a modern town. There were more people on the streets, many of whom cast puzzled glances at the odd pair, one young, one old, performing what looked like performance art in the middle of a snowstorm. Dressed in strange clothing, riding a motorcycle. Still, no one reacted too strongly. In recent years, so-called avant-garde artists had been popping up everywhere, doing things far stranger than strolling through a snowstorm in long robes on a motorbike. Wizards often liked placing their homes in remote, desolate locations. The Gaunt family home was no exception. But unlike most wizarding residences, which were protected by spells, it stood as forlorn and unguarded as the Riddle House, perhaps even more so. At least the Riddle House had been maintained at some point. This shack, however, had been utterly abandoned. Overgrown weeds poked through thick layers of snow, and the weight of winter had collapsed sections of the roof, leaving deep, jagged depressions. As the hat cautiously carried them up the hill, a faint magical pulse emanated from the shack. It was old but weak. Harry swept his gaze across the building, quickly identifying the source of the magic. It came from the door. Unlike the rest of the decrepit shack, the oak door was pristine, untouched by time or weather. It stood firm, guarding the crumbling structure. A dead snake was nailed to the wood. It was the core of the enchantment. As he had done at the Riddle House, Harry knelt to examine the layers of snow. Someone was here before the snowfall, he noted, brushing away the last few disrupted layers. But the snow is too thick, the traces too muddled, I can't determine exactly when. After the snow began, though. No activity. Dumbledore nodded but said nothing. Raising his wand, he pointed at the door. The dead snake writhed, its mouth opening in a silent, anguished hiss. It was not speaking Parseltongue, it was merely screaming. A moment later, the serpent turned to ash, collapsing into a foul-smelling pool of black sludge at their feet. A recent curse, Dumbledore concluded. Cast within the past 2 months. But weak, so weak it couldn't even hide itself properly. At best, it might have trapped an unwary aura. Harry agreed. That's pretty pathetic. With a flick of his wand, the dead weeds in the courtyard shot up through the snow, twisting into a skeletal hand. The hand reached forward and pushed the door open. A spell shot out from inside. It struck the conjured hand, exploding it into splinters that rained down in all directions. Not exactly a warm welcome, Harry smirked, whistling softly. We are uninvited guests, Dumbledore admitted. Unbothered, he stepped inside first. It was like stirring a hornet's nest. A cascade of magical traps triggered in succession, spells of every color streaking toward them. The spectacle was grand. But that was all it was. Dumbledore lazily lifted a finger and gave a small tap in the air. He didn't even bother to say finite incantatum. Instantly, every single dark spell dissolved into nothing. It was weak. Laughably so. Even Harry could have handled it alone. A house like this hardly needs magical protection, Harry observed. In his heightened Witcher senses, the inside and outside felt nearly identical. Wind and snow had invaded freely, covering most traces of activity. They moved forward. With every step, a new trap activated. By the time they reached the stairs to the second floor, they had lost count of how many flimsy spells they had dispelled, 30. Maybe 40. The second floor was different. Fewer traps, but much more dangerous. Every so often, a curse would strike, highly advanced, radiating pure malice. Dumbledore remained composed, intercepting them all with ease. Harry followed closely, calculating. If he had come alone, he could have handled everything on the first floor. But up here? 2 or 3 of these curses might have been unavoidable, forcing him to rely on Quen to survive. He revised his earlier assessment. Even in a weakened state, Voldemort was still far beyond Ron's league. At minimum, they'd need someone like Hagrid or Lupin. They neared the master bedroom. He wasted so much effort. Harry glanced back at the battered, curse-scorched hallway. Just to make sure you wouldn't be bored. If it weren't us, no one else would get through so easily, Dumbledore mused. He raised his wand and gave the door a gentle tap. The old, creaky wood groaned as it slowly swung inward. No spells came. Dumbledore stepped inside first. Harry followed. Even after reaching the center of the room, no traps activated. Harry examined the surroundings. Still evidence of a baby carriage, a cradle. But a lot more footprints. Judging by the prints, 2 men and a woman. The woman kept her distance, staying mostly in the corners. The 2 men. Close, very close. Harry looked up, his face expressionless. Dumbledore, can wizards make men pregnant? Dumbledore blinked. He pursed his lips. Generally speaking, no. So there is a way. Harry tilted his head and resumed his search. Magic is fascinating. Dumbledore sighed. Magic can solve nearly any problem, except bringing back the dead. Harry's eyes flickered briefly. Witchers were sterile. That was his only real regret. If he could. If he ever started a family someday. Something he had never had, if he could finally experience it, even as the giver instead of the receiver. Since Christmas night, the thought had crossed his mind often. But now, hearing this, he realized he had been worrying too much. If magic could let 2 men conceive, then surely it could let a witcher and a normal person do the same. Hell, even Hagrid was possible, his parents weren't even the same species. And he was at least still mostly human. Yes. When he got back, he needed to research this. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. So you suspect Tom and another man? Harry didn't answer immediately. He moved to the wardrobe. But he was your student. Dumbledore sighed. I had many students. But he was your most special one. Harry's words cut off abruptly. Inside the wardrobe, placed precisely in the center, sat a small, delicate ring. A line from the letter flashed through his mind. Stop him from wearing that ring. He had been puzzled by it before. Why a ring? Now, at last, he saw it. A gold band, set with a deep black stone. Harry. Dumbledore noticed his change in demeanor. He stepped closer, about to place a hand on Harry's shoulder. And then he saw it too. The ring. A mundane piece of jewelry, at first glance. Worthless to men like them, Harry, who lacked for nothing, and Dumbledore, who had long ceased caring for material wealth. Yet they could not look away. The black stone shimmered. In its depths, their reflections flickered, amber eyes, blue eyes, mingling with the gold like a kaleidoscope. The resurrection stone, Dumbledore whispered. The resurrection stone. Harry repeated, suppressing the unease rising in his chest. One of the Deathly Hallows, Dumbledore's voice grew hollow, distant. A legendary artifact, with the power to bring back the dead. And as the words left his lips, a voice whispered in Harry's ear. Do you want to bring your parents back? He saw them. James Potter. Lily Potter. Not a photo. Not a memory. Real. Put it on, the voice cooed. There's no price to pay. You can have them back. Your family will be whole again. To bring back the dead. A temptation like no other. Harry reached forward. He wanted this. He needed this. Then, suddenly. Harry. Hermione's voice. His vision shifted. Hermione, grabbing his hand, eyes filled with worry. Harry, don't. Don't even think about it. The memory changed. Their kiss by the lake, under the moonlight. He snapped back to reality. His fingers hovered mere inches from the ring. He withdrew his hand. But Dumbledore. Dumbledore reached forward, his expression stricken. His lips trembled. Ariana, wait for me. I'm coming. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 197, Dumbledore, You Need to Wake Up. Ariana. A name he had never heard before. Was she Dumbledore's old seer lover? It sounded more like a woman's name. Besides, that man had sent him a letter just recently, very much alive, lively enough to curse him with a spell and set him up without even blinking. Who was she? It was important. But right now, it didn't matter at all. He had to stop Dumbledore. Professor, snap out of it. Harry grabbed his hand. Maybe it's real, but we need to verify. Dumbledore didn't seem to hear him. His ears were filled only with the voice of Ariana. His strength surged unnaturally, stubborn as an ox. Step by step, he pushed against Harry's resistance, moving closer and closer to that ring. His fingers nearly touched it. Harry frowned. This old man wasn't listening to a word. He swung his hand. Ard. A shockwave of magic burst forth, weak, but forceful. He wasn't trying to fight Dumbledore, just push him back. The cabinet rattled violently. But Dumbledore didn't budge. He was the greatest white wizard of the century. That title wasn't just flattery, he had earned it through sheer power. Even though he had leashed himself like a dog and handed over the reins, magic was still ingrained into every fiber of his being. As natural as breathing. He didn't even raise his hand. His body's magic reacted instinctively, forming a soft barrier that effortlessly dissipated Ard's force. But it did nothing more. The magic blocked the spell but made no move to retaliate, just like its owner. Axii. Harry wasn't done yet. He cast another sign. It was useless. Dumbledore was also a master of occlumency. Even though his mind was currently a mess, his magic naturally dispelled Axii's influence. Magic wasn't working. Sorry, Professor. Harry took a deep breath, stepped in close. And punched Dumbledore hard in the stomach. He didn't hold back. The 100-year-old wizard was knocked straight to the ground. But he still wasn't awake. His eyes remained locked on Ariana. Even as he retched and stumbled, he crawled forward, still trying to reach for the ring. A second punch. Again to the stomach. Dumbledore gagged, bile spilling from his lips. His vision cleared a little, but even while retching, he kept whispering her name. A third punch. Again. The pain exceeded what any normal body could endure. Finally, Dumbledore snapped out of it. Just as Harry was about to deliver a fourth punch, the old man weakly raised his hands. All right, Harry, he gasped. That's enough. I'm awake. Harry stared at him, voice steady. Looks like this method works well. If you ever get confused again, I'll treat you the same way. Dumbledore coughed, spitting out the last traces of bile. Thanks, he groaned. But I think I'd rather take one of Severus's poisons. Harry waved his wand. His robe stretched, wrapping around the cabinet doors and sealing them shut. With another flick, Dumbledore floated onto the bed. Harry pulled 2 potion bottles from the sorting hat. Drink these. A healing potion, and this, Skeelgrow. I broke 3 of your ribs. Dumbledore accepted them, obediently downing the potions while muttering complaints. Harry, you hit far too hard. Harry didn't respond. He walked to the window. Outside, the hat was leaping around excitedly, enjoying the freedom of movement. Only after Dumbledore finished drinking did Harry speak again. That was a pathetic enchantment. He was talking about the magic on the ring. It really was pathetic. Barely even dark magic, just something a top-tier 7th-year student could pull off. Give Hermione a month of practice, and she could probably do the same. We're different, Harry. Dumbledore fell silent. He only spoke again when the wind and snow lashed against the window panes, rattling them violently. Harry, you still have so many people, so many things, to cherish. He hesitated. Then, quietly, so quietly it was almost a whisper, he added. This may sound cruel, but James and Lily, they were gone when you were very young. You have family now. Sirius, Lupin, even Severus, in his own way. And you have love. Hermione is a remarkable young woman. Another pause. Dumbledore's blue eyes lost focus, staring blankly at the ceiling. A poor little jumping spider had built a thick, cocoon-like web there. And I have nothing. His voice cracked. The Great White Wizard. The Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. The Headmaster of Hogwarts. He didn't care about those titles. If he could, he would trade them all, he would have traded them all, for Ariana's life. He wouldn't even hesitate to add more to the bargain. His magic. His wealth. Even his own life. From the moment she died, he had no right to be alive. Hogwarts, then? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. Minerva runs the school beautifully. Harry sighed. What a shame. I really wanted you at my wedding. Dumbledore froze. You were one of the people I most wanted to invite, Harry continued, turning back to the window. But the ones I most want there probably won't be able to come. Dumbledore watched him. He assumed Harry meant James and Lily. But in truth, Harry was thinking of Kaer Morhen. Most people, Dumbledore included, saw Harry as someone with a tragic fate. Harry used to think so, too. But now, he realized he was the luckiest person in the world. Gerald, like a father. Vesemir, like a grandfather. Eskel, like a mother. And Lambert, who always insisted on being called uncle, even though, to outsiders, Harry seemed more like the older brother. Kaer Morhen was his first home. If he could, he would have invited them to his wedding. Witchers rarely married. But even if they never did, at least they could witness it once, see what a wedding was like. Even if they were separated by worlds, Ciri had left clues. Maybe, just maybe, he still had a chance to see them again. And even now, he was still happy. Serious, reckless and affectionate, trying his best to love him like a father. Remus, always there for him. And, of course, Hermione, the brave girl who had chosen to stand beside him. Witchers were supposed to be solitary creatures. But when Harry looked down at his hands, he realized he was holding a handful of gems. He had so much worth cherishing. Sirius might do well as a father, but Snape would be furious, Harry continued, his voice lighter. I wouldn't want them brawling at my wedding. Only you could keep them in check. Dumbledore chuckled softly. And here I thought you wouldn't want to invite a senile old man like me. You being an idiot doesn't change the fact that you're one of the people I respect most, Harry said, conjuring a chair and sitting by the bed. And besides, while you may feel empty, there are still people who treasure you. You. Dumbledore chuckled dryly. Harry shook his head. Your old seer lover. Dumbledore blinked. Harry repeated, your old seer lover. Him. Dumbledore hesitated. Maybe, he admitted. But you've never even met him. He sent me a letter for my birthday, Harry said calmly. A precise prophecy. He told me, whatever happened, I must stop you from putting on that ring. The magic on his wrist faded. Harry took that as permission to reveal this much. Dumbledore didn't react right away. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, utterly silent. Not going to tell me? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Dumbledore still said nothing. It's about Ariana, isn't it? Harry rubbed his knee, thinking aloud. She seems to be the person you cherished most. Dumbledore flinched. He stared at Harry in shock. How do you know that name? You said it yourself. Harry gestured. When I was punching you, you kept calling for her. Dumbledore's brows furrowed. He sighed. Ariana was my sister, he admitted. She was an obscurial. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 198, The Biting Cabbage Pries Open Your Brain and Leaves in Disappointment. As if to prove a point. Dumbledore quickened his speech, adding, even when I dueled him, he could still cast a Patronus charm, his Patronus was still a phoenix. Those were probably the happiest years of my life, he sighed, his face as withered as the dead trees outside the window. I was happy, but I only remembered that I was Albus. I forgot that I was also Dumbledore, Ariana's brother. I didn't take care of her. Aberforth blamed me for failing her. He was right, he had always been right. But back then, I didn't see it that way. Gellert defended me. He said Ariana was holding me back, that I was meant to be the greatest wizard, not a failure forced to stay home and care for his sister. He was right, too. I did become the greatest wizard. Harry flicked his wand, conjuring a glass, then pulled a bottle of vodka from the sorting hat and poured half a cup, handing it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore took it, sipping lightly. The three of us argued. The shouting enraged Ariana, and her magic exploded. Then everything spiraled out of control, a spell, I don't know whose spell. You know exactly whose, Harry said, pouring himself a drink. Dumbledore flinched, raising a hand to touch his crooked nose. It was my fault. That spell took Ariana's life. That day, I lost the three most important people in my life. My lover. My family. Harry downed his drink. You wanted to resurrect Ariana so you could reunite with your brother, so your family could be whole again. So you could continue being lovers with the men who killed your sister. No. Dumbledore's voice was unusually firm, almost fierce. The one who killed Ariana was me. Harry pressed on. But that doesn't seem like the real reason you became so weak. Dumbledore drained his glass in one gulp. After that day, I returned to Hogwarts and became the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Gellert, meanwhile, continued to shake the magical world, pushing forward with his ideals. Collecting the Deathly Hallows. Establishing wizard rule over muggles. Harry mused, an ambitious politician. He was far better than the likes of Cornelius, Dumbledore countered, shaking his head. His methods were just too extreme. He was strong, charismatic. He believed he could stand above all rules, and he made many mistakes, broke many laws. I made a blood pact with him. We swore never to harm each other. At this, his expression softened, as if he had returned to his youth. We were so confident back then. We thought such a thing could never happen. Dumbledore's voice grew tender. We loved each other, no less than anyone else. Then, his expression dimmed. But in the end, I still broke that vow. I challenged him to a duel. He loved me, yet he lost to me. He locked himself in Nurmengard, the fortress he had once been so proud of, one he believed rivaled Hogwarts. Harry, I have never truly succeeded at anything. I have made so many fatal mistakes. Just now, I almost made another. Thus, he summed up his life. The greatest white wizard. A lifetime of failure. No, you have succeeded, Harry interrupted, shaking his head. Dumbledore looked at him, then smiled bitterly. If you mean just being the greatest white wizard. You have taught many outstanding students, Harry interrupted again. Like me, Hermione, Ron, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Wood, okay, maybe not all equally outstanding, but it's these young wizards who shape the wizarding world, isn't it? Dumbledore managed a weak smile. Harry, given our age difference, shouldn't I be the one comforting you? Well, you're about to die, Harry replied bluntly. Still want to put on that ring? Dumbledore didn't answer, but the flicker in his eyes gave him away. He wanted to. He longed for it. If Ariana could come back, he could regain what he had lost, both his love and his family. Harry stood up and looked at him. Well then, Professor Dumbledore, would you accept a commission from me? Witchers typically only accepted contracts to slay monsters. But occasionally, there were exceptions, like resolving people's domestic disputes. Gerald often found himself involved in such matters, and Harry had had his fair share of similar experiences. A commission. Dumbledore was startled. A contract, Harry emphasized, where your payment is staying alive until you officiate my and Hermione's wedding. In return, I will find a way to resolve your troubles. Dumbledore stared at him, his dull eyes gradually lighting up, tears shimmering behind his glasses, blending with the darkness. Harry smirked. Even though Professor Snape and I always say your brain is full of dungstones, I sincerely hope there's at least one in there right now. Dungstones, an antidote. Dumbledore sighed. That sounds awfully difficult for such a generous reward. Harry whistled. This is the first time I've met someone who complains about being paid too much. Since you feel that way, Professor Dumbledore, you should start taking your teaching duties more seriously. One lesson a week is too little. Dumbledore's tone lightened. All right then, when shall we start next week? Harry thought about his schedule. How about Thursday? Transfiguration ends at 10, and the next class isn't until 2, Defense Against the Dark Arts. It's close to the 3rd floor. We can run the lesson until 1:50. Dumbledore stiffened. Harry, I think we still need time for lunch. No time for lunch. I'm young, I don't have the patience for that. Harry shook his head decisively. 3 hours and 50 minutes is already tight. Lunch would waste another 10. I think 20 minutes for lunch is reasonable. Dumbledore tried to negotiate. Harry said nothing, simply watching him. Dumbledore sighed, tugging at the blanket. Why had he let himself get talked into this? Is the contract set? Harry held out his hand. Dumbledore hesitated, then extended his own, lightly clasping Harry's. Should we seal it with an unbreakable vow? We can call the hat over. You could still kill yourself even if a spell stopped you. Harry shook his head and sat back down. Now that we're done with the grim stuff, let's talk about something more interesting. Tom. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Harry nodded. Does Tom know as much about you as you do about him? He should, Dumbledore admitted reluctantly. Back when he was in school, Grindelwald was at his peak. Tom must have heard some rumors. This was a trap for you, Harry looked toward the sealed cabinet. That unknown person impersonating Professor Moody, they let Voldemort know they'd been discovered. Voldemort still has some brains. He must have heard about the diary being destroyed in 2nd year. He'd assume you knew about Horcruxes. If you knew about Horcruxes and were aware of the Death Eater's schemes, you'd definitely investigate. The Gaunt Shack couldn't stay hidden. Harry paused, glancing at the worn-out floor. They used it as a hideout once. But once their spy was exposed, they abandoned it, leaving the Horcrux behind. The feeble traps were meant to wear you down, make you lower your guard in the bedroom, where the ring would tempt you. The moment you put it on, maybe it would curse you, or maybe it was part of some ritual. The second you wore it, your head was already under death's scythe. Dumbledore sighed. Good thing you were with me. Harry cut him off. You should be thanking Mr. Grindelwald. You locked him up in Nurmengard, yet he still deeply worries about his old lover. He wrote to me to warn me. The greatest dark wizard, using the most sincere tone, begged an ordinary 4th-year student to save you. Dumbledore opened his mouth. Then closed it again. Then sighed. Harry, you are far from ordinary. Harry snorted. You can't even focus on the main point. Has your brain been eaten by biting cabbages? Dumbledore coughed exaggeratedly. Then, softly. Harry, let me destroy it. Harry smirked. The biting cabbage pries open your brain, then leaves in disappointment. We can't destroy it yet. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 199, Harry punched a professor again. Harry's punch was heavy enough to snap Dumbledore back to his senses. Only after the potion fully took effect, healing his injuries, did they finally step out of the old house. Harry carefully used transfiguration to wrap the ring up, not even daring to toss it into the sorting hat. Instead, he placed it in the bag he had previously used for the motorcycle, keeping it separate from everything else, just in case it brought about some unforeseen disaster. As they left the house, the hat had been waiting obediently by the door, even using its built-in cleaning charms to remove any dirt from its body. It looked as if it had stayed there the entire time, quiet, well-behaved, a perfect motorcycle. No one saw you, right? Harry patted it. The sorting hat immediately responded, of course not, I was very careful. I just pressed that one. Halfway through, it realized something was off, and its voice grew flustered. Hey, Harry, I definitely didn't go zipping around showing off like some reckless little wizard. Sure, you stayed here the whole time, good as gold. Harry nodded absent-mindedly, helping Dumbledore onto the motorcycle. Of course. I am a very responsible hat, no, now I suppose I'm a very responsible motorcycle. The sorting hat muttered, caught in the deeply philosophical question of self-identity. But soon, it abandoned the thought. The four founders certainly hadn't designed it to dwell on such matters. Besides, whether it was a hat or a motorcycle didn't matter, so long as it could brag to Godric. What happened to Albus? It was more concerned with this issue. Dumbledore looked weak, his face pale, his robe stained with dust, blood, and some strange, vomit-like substance. You know how it is, he's getting old, Harry replied, carefully positioning his feet on the footpegs. Took a tumble going up the stairs, nearly cracked his head open. I think it's his stomach. The hat flashed its headlights a few times before taking off steadily into the air. Are we going anywhere else? Back to Hogwarts. Harry glanced at the gaunt shack. Perhaps, a few months ago. Tom Riddle had stood in that doorway too, gazing in the direction of Hogwarts. What had he been thinking? What would he have thought? The hat soared, its practice throughout the day allowing it to fully master its new body. It flew smoothly and swiftly through the air, no longer hesitating or jerking like before. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, the sky was already dark. Outside the castle, many students were still engaged in a spirited snowball fight. This was the liveliest Christmas in Hogwarts history. Most students had chosen to stay at school after the Yule Ball. After all, the most important celebration was already over. Why go home when you could run around the castle all day, playing without a care? Inside the headmaster's office. As soon as they entered through the window, Dumbledore, not even bothering to sit down, immediately said, Harry, bring it out. Harry ignored him and flicked his wand. A silver stag burst forth, a Patronus messenger. After a brief hesitation, he decided to include Snape in the summons. Although, in Harry's eyes, Snape was just as much a risk as Dumbledore, he might lose his mind upon seeing the ring, just like the old man had. Still, as the only dark arts master at Hogwarts, his presence was necessary. You don't trust me, Dumbledore sighed, settling against the wall as the sorting hat continued chattering endlessly to Godric about its first real outing. I do trust you, Harry shook his head and pulled out the bag. I just don't trust your brain. Dumbledore blinked. What's the difference? That ring holds nearly a century's worth of your obsession. Harry met his gaze, his voice calm. You've done incredibly well to resist it for this long. You're nearly there, I'm not going to let you fail at the last step. Controlling desire is one of the hardest things in the world. And yet, Dumbledore had resisted for over 100 years, locking himself away in this small office, refusing to indulge in it. He wasn't weak. He had always been steadfast. Of course, suppressing his emotions so thoroughly had left him exhausted in every other aspect of life. Now that Harry knew the truth about his past, he almost felt guilty for insulting him before. You're actually praising me. Dumbledore looked pleasantly surprised. This is so rare, I should take a picture for posterity. Before he could finish his sentence. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking on the door. Before anyone could respond, the door was pushed open. Minerva. Dumbledore looked surprised. McGonagall's face was stern. Harry told me you nearly did something stupid, and that he had to knock some sense into you. He was worried, so he asked me to come check on you. Dumbledore was stunned. He turned to Harry. That's how you worded it in your Patronus message. You actually believed Harry? Dumbledore took a deep breath. McGonagall nodded. Harry is usually very reliable. Besides. She gave him a long, knowing look. You doing something stupid wouldn't be surprising. Dumbledore sighed, tugging at his beard. Was he really that unreliable? So it's true. McGonagall frowned. Harry really punched you, I mean, you really almost did something that foolish. What foolish thing? She had trouble believing it. But since Harry was the one who said it, the claim had some credibility. And besides, she could picture Harry punching the headmaster. He had yet to hit this year's defense against the dark arts professor, perhaps he had simply redirected his annual act of violence toward Dumbledore instead. Let's wait until everyone arrives. Dumbledore sighed. McGonagall sat down, and it wasn't long before the other three heads of house arrived, their expressions grave. They had worked alongside Dumbledore long enough to know parts of his past. They understood what kind of man he was. The story sounded ridiculous. But not impossible. Dumbledore poured drinks for each of them, offering Harry a whiskey as thanks, then began recounting the events of the day. Voldemort has a child. Flitwick was shocked. Does he even seem like the type? Sprout cradled her head. But that would still be his child. He's over 70, he'd be an old father. McGonagall wanted to join the discussion. But Snape cut through the chatter coldly. Does it matter whether he has a child? He said icily. The focus here is the Horcrux. The one that even Albus couldn't resist. Dumbledore turned to Harry, his voice steady. Harry, bring it out. I promise I won't lose control again. Harry glanced at Snape, then opened the bag. With a flick of his wand, the box containing the ring floated out. As it opened, the ring's magic pulsed. And in the same instant, every professor who laid eyes on it went completely still. Sprout reacted the quickest, she shook off the spell almost immediately. Dumbledore's expression was vacant. This time, he was slightly more in control, his body remained still, his hand did not reach for the ring. But he did not want to break free from the illusion. Even if it was a mirage, a trick of the mind, he wanted to see Ariana just a little longer. Snape's reaction was more complicated than Harry expected. Unlike Dumbledore, his face was twisted, not just with longing, but also regret, guilt. He wanted to reach out. But he hesitated. His lips parted. Yet he couldn't bring himself to say her name. And, surprisingly, McGonagall and Flitwick were caught as well. Unlike Snape, there was no guilt, only the pure, unrestrained desire to see what they had lost. Both reached toward the ring. Professor Sprout. Harry shouted. He drew his wand, pointing it at the ring. Got it. Sprout nodded. She reached into her pocket, tossing a handful of seeds. Herbivicus. Instantly, vines erupted from the ground, lashing out, grabbing the other professors, restraining them before they could touch the ring. Harry worked quickly to dispel the enchantment. But it was intricate, resisting his efforts. As Flitwick broke free, reaching again. Just as Sprout hesitated, debating whether to summon a biting cabbage. Harry finally broke the spell. The magic dissipated in a puff of smoke. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 200, so good he could even have a child. Dumbledore froze, looking at Harry in confusion. He told me you can't wear this ring, Harry said calmly, pressing Dumbledore's hand down. The ring made a crisp clink as it touched the table. Dumbledore hesitated. Harry continued, besides, you're a little too eager. We should check again. Only then did he let go, waving his wand to conduct another inspection. Snape joined in. At first, they didn't take it too seriously, merely using the opportunity to study the resurrection stone. But in the second round of checks, more traces of dark magic leaked out, dripping onto the table like tar, corroding small, bean-sized pits into the surface. They nearly broke out in a cold sweat. There was a deeper curse hidden inside the ring. Like peeling an onion, one layer wrapped around another. Without needing Harry's reminder, they immediately started a third round of checks. This time, even with their extensive knowledge of the dark arts, neither of them found anything else. But it was enough to make Dumbledore wary. He waved his wand, sending the ring back into its box, where it sat like a delicate piece of artwork. Aren't we destroying it? Snape asked, swallowing hard, his voice a little hoarse. Not yet, Dumbledore shook his head. Harry has a piece of a Horcrux in his head as well. We need to study. What did you say? McGonagall shot to her feet, staring at him in shock. Harry is a Horcrux. Flitwick and Sprout also widened their eyes in disbelief. It was an accident, Dumbledore said, waving his hand to calm them. His voice was gentle, reassuring. Don't worry, Harry has mastered occlumency. It hardly affects him. McGonagall's face darkened. Hardly. Dumbledore fell silent, looking at Harry with a plea for help in his eyes. Harry stepped in smoothly. Professor, you can relax. Not hardly, completely. Besides, now we have a Horcrux to study. With Dumbledore and Snape here, two dark arts masters, they're sure to find a way to remove the one in my head. Flitwick immediately chimed in, and me, Harry. You can't forget me. I am your charms professor. No offense to Severus, I may not match him in the dark arts, but when it comes to spell work, I'm superior. Unexpectedly, Snape didn't argue. He actually nodded in agreement. I may not have the magical expertise of Minerva or Phileas, Sprout added thoughtfully, but if you need any rare magical plants for potions, just say the word. There isn't a plant I can't grow. Harry smiled, genuinely. Snape flinched. Flitwick noticed his reaction. Harry smiles just like his mother, doesn't he? Snape turned his head sharply, letting out a soft humph, the emotion behind it unreadable. The Horcrux research will take time, Dumbledore said, closing the box. But right now, I'm more concerned about you, Harry. The professors frowned. Now. Harry had a piece of Voldemort's soul in his head, and only now was Dumbledore worried. The Triwizard Tournament. Harry drained his drink. That reminder hit them all at once. Oh, right. The Death Eater's conspiracy, that was even more urgent than the Horcrux. Their frowns deepened. Dumbledore nodded. Tom may be in better shape than we expected. So good that he could even have a child, Harry said flatly. Dumbledore blinked, he hadn't meant that, though it was an interesting side note. Flitwick smirked, as if suppressing laughter. And he has more Horcruxes than I imagined, Dumbledore continued, staring at the box. Leaving one behind as a trap. If it weren't for you two, I fear. Perhaps he would have resisted the first temptation. Perhaps he would have thought to check the ring once. But he would never have checked twice. What worried him the most was how easily Voldemort had sacrificed a Horcrux. He had nearly succeeded in exchanging one piece of his soul for Dumbledore's life. The 4 Founders' relics, Harry counted on his fingers. Leaving out Gryffindor, that's 3. Add this ring and the diary, that's 5. Yes. Maybe more, Dumbledore said grimly. I originally thought there were only 2 or 3 at most. Creating Horcruxes requires ripping the soul apart, it's an exceptionally evil and exceptionally painful process, unbearable just to imagine. But Tom is determined. I wouldn't be surprised if he made 7. 7, a number with great magical significance, frequently mentioned in the Standard Book of Spells. So that makes me number 8? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. I don't know. Severus. I do, Snape muttered, still refusing to turn around. He was staring intently at Godric's portrait, nodding impatiently. McGonagall's expression hardened. Harry, I was going to let you have the holidays off, but it seems we don't have time for that. From now until the end of the break, you'll have daily tutoring with one of us. How does that sound? Flitwick, for once, didn't object. His face was as serious as McGonagall's. Unsurprisingly, Harry agreed at once. Of course. Is Moody still at Hogwarts? I'll convince him, McGonagall nodded firmly. That way, you'll have 1 free day each week. Dumbledore gets 2 lessons per week, Harry interrupted. McGonagall beamed. Even better. Albus is an excellent teacher, you should learn as much as you can from him. Magically speaking, of course. Dumbledore sighed. But I still need to research the Horcrux with Severus. Albus, you'll only be teaching 2 days a week, Flitwick said with barely concealed amusement. You still have 5 other days. Plenty of time. Snape's tone was ice cold. Albus, now is not the time to be resting. You need to stop wasting time on foolish distractions. I'll write to the Wisengamot, Dumbledore sighed. Cancel all my upcoming evening events. He clapped his hands. All right, everyone, go get some rest. And have the house elves prepare dinner. We've missed mealtime, haven't we? Then, his gaze settled on the wooden box. As for this, Pomona, I think we'd all feel safest if you kept it. Sprout grinned. Finally thought of me. I'll take good care of it. She waved her wand, and a vine slithered out from her robes, not a transfigured object, but a living magical plant. It wrapped around the box and whoosh, retracted. A moment later, a massive mouth opened up, swallowing the box whole. They left. The Sorting Hat bid Harry farewell, wanting to stay behind in the office, eager to keep boasting to Godric. Nothing compared to the thrill of flying freely through the sky. Harry allowed it. He didn't need the motorcycle anytime soon. McGonagall was still worried about Harry, personally escorting him back to Gryffindor Tower, reassuring him that the professors would solve everything. Until Harry casually admitted that he had known about the Horcrux in his head since first year. McGonagall was furious. Dumbledore had known and hadn't told her. This was her student. She spun on her heel and stormed off, straight back to the headmaster's office. Inside the Gryffindor common room, most students were still outside playing in the snow. Only the older students remained, mostly 5th and 7th years, studying by the fire. Ron was by the fireplace, tending to his bruised face and nose. Hermione sat beside him, absorbed in a thick book. She was the first to notice Harry's return, looking up with a delighted smile. Harry. I thought you'd be gone for days. Everything went smoothly, Harry sat beside her. No surprises. What happened to Ron? Got in a fight with Malfoy, Ron muttered. Harry sighed. Of course he did. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 201, he took a 4-month leave. Ron spoke loudly, brimming with confidence. Back in first and second year, Harry used to say he might not be able to beat Malfoy in a duel. But now, he could easily win, if not for that one careless mistake. You seem a little off. Hermione put down her book and scooted her chair closer to Harry. Did you not find anything when you went? There were still other students in the common room, so Harry lowered his voice. Not exactly nothing. There was a little surprise, enough to solve some problems. Hermione nodded and leaned in further. The fireplace crackled softly again as they returned to their reading. Ron, having finished applying his salve, hunched over his desk and resumed his homework. Occasionally, a few sparks would jump from the fire, which Crookshanks would chase playfully. The cat had lost interest in the sorting hat now. It no longer talked or moved, making it useless as a scratching post. The Christmas holiday was an incredibly busy time for Harry. Every day, he was off to another lesson. But it was productive. Professor McGonagall was stricter than ever, though still not as harsh as Harry was on himself. Professor Sprout began teaching him how to handle even more dangerous magical plants, the kind that made biting cabbages look tame. Professor Flitwick, obsessed with understanding the mechanics of his hand sign magic, was desperately trying to unravel its secrets. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he was determined to develop more hand sign spells for Harry to use. Professor Moody had never conducted extracurricular detentions before and seemed somewhat out of his element. He wasn't quite as skilled as the heads of house, so instead, he shared everything he knew about fighting dark wizards, real-world combat experience. That was extremely useful. Harry paid close attention and even had Hermione and Ron join him. After all, this knowledge wasn't technically beyond their curriculum, it was just within their grasp. But of all his lessons, only one was second in usefulness to Dumbledore's, his detentions with Snape. The blizzard potion Harry had been longing for was finally complete. Based on Felix Felicis, it used fire ash snake eggs, phoenix blood, and unicorn blood as its core ingredients, extracting their purest essence to create a potion. The effects were terrifying. Snape tested it on a white mouse. Then, he released Crookshanks, Hedwig, and Bose into the room. All three hunted it together. For 15 minutes, they couldn't catch it. And the only reason it stopped at 15 minutes was that, after the potion wore off, the mouse went completely brain-dead, staring blankly into space like a vegetable. A truly terrifying potion. Snape hesitated for a long time before letting Harry try it. He monitored him closely throughout the test. Once it wore off, and he confirmed that Harry's only side effects were a slightly elevated heart rate and a tense facial expression, not permanent brain damage, he finally relaxed. And that wasn't the only surprise. There was also Swallow. If there was one type of potion that Witchers valued above all else, it was regeneration potions, Swallow and Goldfinch. Because, at the end of the day, you only have one life. Swallow was a potion that allowed wounds to heal continuously over time, even during combat. It prevented reopened wounds unless the injury was struck again, ensuring sustained healing. Snape, being the brilliant potions master he was, not only recreated Swallow's effects, but also combined it with Goldfinch. Using Phoenix Tears, Mandrake Extract, and Unicorn Blood, he brewed a golden potion under a full moon at midnight, completing it by noon the next day. It was perfect for Harry. But for anyone else, it was still poison. Snape tested it on a white mouse, slicing it open. Then, he fed it a single drop of Swallow. Within 10 minutes, its organs and flesh rapidly regenerated. But the potion didn't stop there. It continued working. New flesh kept growing. After half an hour, when the effects finally subsided, the mouse had turned into a fist-sized ball of meat rolling around the table, squeaking happily. Once again, a potion that only worked for Harry. Right now, you have 3 extremely powerful potions, Snape told him after one lesson, staring at the bottles on the table. With your current body, you can take 2 at most within an hour. I know, Harry nodded. Snape sneered, waving his empty sleeve. Potter, I've tolerated you for 1 full day. Now, kindly leave so I can. Professor, I have another request, Harry interrupted. Snape froze. Harry reached into the sorting hat, pulling out a parchment. He placed it on the table. A potion formula. But I'm not sure if it's viable. I need you to check it. Snape took it, glanced at it. And his entire expression changed. His sharp gaze turned murderous. With barely controlled rage, he hissed, Potter. If you don't want your brain, give it to Dumbledore instead of wasting it like this. What are you trying to do? Kill yourself before the Dark Lord even gets the chance. Or has your brain finally rotted, like every other Potter in your family? He slammed the parchment back onto the table. The formula was completely insane. It called for dragon heart, dragon blood, dragon eyes. No extraction. No purification. Just boiling them whole. It even included acromantula venom. The toxicity alone was greater than all 3 of Harry's other potions combined. Harry's voice remained calm. Professor, I know my limits. Dragon parts of this quality shouldn't go to waste. Snape's tone was icy. This is wasting them. This is the only way to maximize their properties, Harry insisted. Witchers had 2 types of brews. Potions, low toxicity, short duration, 30 to 40 minutes. Decoctions, high toxicity, long duration, measured in days. What Harry had given Snape was a decoction formula. But unlike his previous decoctions, he couldn't use the same ingredients from his world here. So, he had to adapt. Snape took a deep breath, resisting the urge to pull out his wand. Potter will always be a Potter, he muttered. Thank you, Professor. Harry caught the hidden meaning, nodded, and turned to leave. Snape pulled out his wand, flicking it. A chair flew across the room, blocking the door. Professor. Harry turned back. The ingredients. Snape's voice was deathly cold. Leave them. No matter how great a potions master is, they can't make anything without materials. Professor, you could have just said that. Harry flicked his wand. Jars and bottles floated out of the sorting hat, landing on the table. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to drink something I don't fully understand. Snape scoffed. Potter, I see no proof of your wisdom. Harry reached for the door but hesitated. Oh, right, Professor, what about Karkaroff? No news. Snape's expression darkened. He scowled. That coward. That corpse of a man still walking around. He still hasn't decided. Snape clenched his jaw. And another thing, he growled. Do you remember Corban Yaxley? Harry nodded. Snape's eyes narrowed. I suspect him. He's working at the ministry, but I can't reach him. 4 months. Snape nearly shouted. He took a 4-month leave. And somehow, his entire department is still running smoothly. Harry frowned. Something was definitely wrong. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 202, This is bad, really bad. Malfoy wasn't afraid. But he was becoming more and more withdrawn. He was like an unnoticed bud in the corner of Hogwarts, still yet to bloom. Right now, the entire school's attention was on Harry. Days passed, flipping through the calendar. Amidst the relentless pace of study, they all anticipated, longed for, February. Because at the end of this month, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament would take place. During this time, Harry continued his daily training. Occasionally, he would pull out the Marauder's map, searching for any sign of Barty Crouch or Corban Yaxley. But he found nothing. Though he did frequently see Karkaroff's name appearing in Snape's office. The man was visiting often, yet still too cowardly to make up his mind about contacting the Death Eaters. Then, 1 week before the second task, an unexpected visitor arrived at Hogwarts. Inside the Gryffindor common room, Crookshanks led in a large black dog. Though disguised well enough, anyone with even the slightest knowledge of him could recognize. It was Sirius Black. Fred and George immediately greeted him, warmly offering him a chocolate bar and a glass of vodka. By the time Harry and the others returned, the twins were dancing with the dog. Harry wordlessly flicked his wand, transfiguring a piece of parchment on the table into a collar. Snapping it around the dog's neck before hoisting him up. Oh, Harry. You're back. Fred grinned, waving him over. Want to join us for a drink? Harry shook his head. No thanks. If my godfather came all this way, he must have something important to say. Dragging Sirius by the scruff, Harry turned and walked out. Hermione and Ron quickly followed. The twins, still tipsy, just nodded in confusion. Then Fred glanced to the side, blinking in surprise. Wait. Where'd Black go? Outside the tower, cold winds howled. The biting chill quickly sobering up Sirius from his drunken haze. He blinked at Harry, then at Hermione and Ron. Let out a big yawn. And shifted back into human form. Harry. Long time no see. He greeted enthusiastically. Harry nodded. It's been a while. But why didn't you let me know before coming? Sirius grinned slyly, rummaging through his magically expanded pockets. Wanted to give you a surprise. After some digging, he finally pulled out something round, radiating a powerful, untamed energy. Harry froze. It was an egg. Not a dragon egg. But it felt just as alive. And very familiar. A Thunderbird egg. Harry inhaled sharply. Sirius proudly held it aloft. Bingo. Took a hell of a lot of effort to get this. American wizarding authorities are a nightmare. They're nothing like their Muggle counterparts, way too diligent and paranoid. He then launched into a wild tale of his 4-month adventure. How he crossed the Mediterranean, trekked through Africa, nearly got swallowed by a whale in the Indian Ocean, and recuperated in Australia before finally embarking on his Pacific crossing. The MACUSA, Magical Congress of the United States, was too well guarded. So, he spent a few days hiding in Hawaii before sneaking in with a group of smugglers. Stealing the Thunderbird egg was the hardest part. He had to outwit an entire flock of Thunderbirds, all while dodging American Aurors before making his grand escape. Ron was enthralled, eyes full of admiration. What an adventure. You didn't leave any loose ends, did you? Harry asked when Sirius finally finished. Sirius smirked, winking. Loose ends. Me. Come on, kid, I'm a professional. The MACUSA Aurors might be diligent, but they're not that good. A simple transfiguration charm is enough to keep them spinning in circles. Good, Harry sighed in relief. I really don't want to have to rescue you again in a few months. Sirius shoved the egg into Harry's arms. No chance. Though, I did want to steal a Thunderbird care manual too. But their security was too tight. British Aurors aren't like that at all. Harry looked down at the egg in his hands, feeling its energy. Are you asking me to raise it? Sirius blinked. Ah, yeah. Thunderbirds are incredibly powerful creatures, right up there with phoenixes. And their blood and feathers are almost impossible to get, usually sold before I even hear about them. Harry sighed, running a hand over the egg's smooth surface. This is great, really. But where am I supposed to raise it? At school. Sirius stroked his chin in thought. Or, maybe I could set up a space at Grimmauld Place. Harry nodded. That would be safer. But we should get the proper permits. I'll ask Dumbledore, he might have a way. Sirius grinned. I'll pull some strings at the Ministry too. Harry's eyes flickered. Speaking of the Ministry. He handed the egg back to Sirius. This thing was too tempting for his potion-making instincts. Godfather, I need you to investigate some people for me. Sirius' eyes darkened immediately. We're going after the Ministry. No, Harry shook his head and explained. Everything that had happened since Christmas. My main suspect is still Barty Crouch Jr. But right now, the most suspicious person is Corbin Yaxley. Sirius' expression turned dangerous. I know him. Fought him plenty of times. Harry sighed. I also haven't heard from Rita Skeeter recently. She's gone completely silent. No articles in the Daily Prophet, no contact, she might be in trouble. If you get a chance, look into her too. Sirius blinked. Wait, Rita Skeeter. That Rita Skeeter. Harry nodded. The Daily Prophet journalist. Sirius reeled. She's on our side. She doesn't seem like the type. Harry shrugged. Just a transaction. But when it comes to exposing Death Eaters, she'll definitely back us. Sirius hummed thoughtfully. Guess I misjudged her. Always figured she was just a gossip-mongering parasite. You figured right, Hermione deadpanned. She is exactly that. After some more discussion, Sirius transformed back into a dog and ran back into the Gryffindor common room. Just in time to continue drinking with Fred and George. His howling was loud enough to rival merpeople singing. A perfect reminder of what awaited in the second task. Then. The day of the competition arrived. It was a cold, eerie Friday. Spring was near, but winter had one last gasp of icy defiance, biting through the air. Harry woke up early. A tournament wasn't going to disrupt his routine. After his morning training, he returned to the common room. And noticed something strange. Hermione wasn't there. He didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she was sleeping in for once. She needed the rest. But by 8:30 a.m., most students were up. And by 9:30 a.m., when the second task would begin, she was still missing. Brown, Harry stopped Lavender. Have you seen Hermione? Lavender blinked. She got up early. Harry's expression darkened. Did you see her wake up? Or was her bed already empty when you woke? It was already empty, Lavender admitted. Is something? Harry's brows furrowed. He didn't wait for her to finish. He bolted out of the common room. At the same time, he pulled out the Marauders map. She wasn't in the dorms. Not the library. Not the bathrooms. Nowhere. Then, finally. He found her name. She was with several others. Ludo Bagman. Albus Dumbledore. Madame Maxime. And two names he didn't recognize. Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's little sister. Ivanescu, a Demstrang student Harry had seen around their ship. Harry's fists clenched. So that was it. The second task's treasure was Hermione. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 203, It's Him, Get Him. Hermione's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head in shyness, like the budding willow shoots beginning to sprout by the Black Lake. Ludo turned to her. Miss Granger, did you tell Mr. Potter about this? We agreed that. Hermione shook her head. Of course not, but I did mention to you all that Harry is very perceptive. If I take Hermione away now, does that mean the second task is over? Harry asked, his tone light. Ludo's face turned slightly pale. Karkaroff scoffed, turning his head aside, while Maxime frowned and glanced at Gabrielle thoughtfully. I don't think that would work, Ludo shook his head. Of course, we must acknowledge that Mr. Potter is indeed very talented and values Miss Granger highly. But a task is a task. I believe you should still participate, otherwise, it would be difficult for the judges to score you, especially Mr. Karkaroff. Karkaroff scoffed again. Difficult to score. If he didn't participate, then a 0 was the obvious answer. What's there to hesitate about? Harry, don't worry, Dumbledore spoke up, teasingly reassuring him. I will personally cast the spells to ensure that Hermione remains completely safe. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione smiled at him. Harry, I told you, I've been prepared for this for a long time. Harry nodded, waved goodbye to them, and left the room. Inside, Ludo lowered his voice and continued giving instructions to the 3 champions' treasures. At 9 o'clock, the students, under the supervision of the professors, entered the stands one after another and took their seats. The Gryffindors already knew about the task's contents and were enthusiastically, almost arrogantly, explaining it to the others. In the champions' waiting tent, Harry sat quietly with a book in hand, while Fleur and Krum had yet to arrive. Ron peeked inside, carrying Crookshanks in his arms. Seeing Harry, he let out a sigh of relief. Harry, you're here. Harry looked up. Ron stepped in hastily, sounding much more relaxed. Has Hermione been with you all this time? Harry shook his head. Ron froze, his brow furrowing as he clutched Crookshanks tighter. She wasn't with you. Brown said she's been missing since early morning. I even asked Crookshanks, but he just lazed around and tried to claw me. Harry didn't respond, only watching him calmly. He didn't look the least bit worried about Hermione. The tent flap lifted, and Fleur walked in, frowning. Ron glanced at her, then suddenly thought of something, pointing outside and lowering his voice to whisper a single word, treasure. Harry nodded. Ron was completely at ease. All right, so that's what's going on. Fred was just saying he was wondering why you weren't out there fighting with the Ministry. Fighting? Why would he be fighting? Fleur leaned in curiously. Having suffered from her charms before, Ron resisted her allure this time, looking at her warily. Nothing, just a little Gryffindor joke. With that, he quickly turned away. Harry, I'll be going now. Good luck with the competition. In a flash, he was gone. Is he avoiding me? Does he hate me? Fleur frowned, her mood worsening. He doesn't hate you, but he is avoiding you, Harry nodded. Fleur crossed her arms and turned to Krum, who had just entered. Why? Do all British people? If you could control yourself and not overuse your Vila charm, I think he wouldn't be avoiding you, Harry interrupted. Krum completely agreed with Harry. Before the Yule Ball, Fleur had invited him, though it was a half-hearted invitation, as she had used her Vila magic to entice him. Fleur huffed and turned her head away. They waited in silence for 30 minutes until, just before the competition began, Ministry officials called them outside. By the lake, a long table in red and gold was set up for the judges. Ludo raised his wand to his throat. Look. Our champions are coming out, all brimming with confidence. It looks like they have all successfully solved the golden eggs riddle. Now, for those in the audience who still don't know the content of the second task, allow me to explain. The wicked merpeople have taken the champions' treasures. From the Black Lake, a merperson let out a sharp, displeased screech, though it was drowned out by the deafening cheers of the students. Sirius was seated among the Gryffindors, waving his wand to control a lifelike hippogriff. Ludo gave his wand a flick. The 3 massive screens in front of the stand shimmered with light and displayed 3 images. 3 people submerged in the water, unconscious. The Gryffindors gasped in shock. They recognized one of them, Hermione. This competition will take place underwater, Ludo continued excitedly, waving his wand to set off a burst of fireworks. Our champions will face an unprecedented challenge. Their first difficulty will be figuring out how to dive underwater. Then, they must deal with the magical creatures of the Black Lake, some of which are rather dangerous dark creatures, as well as the interference of the wicked merpeople. And they have only 1 hour. If they fail to overcome these challenges and complete their mission within the time limit, they will lose their. At this point, Ludo hesitated, noticing Harry's unwavering gaze and expressionless face. He swallowed and continued, they will lose their chance at glory in the second task. Of course, to prevent us from sitting here like fools for an hour staring at a dark lake, the Ministry has stationed wizards underwater to provide a live broadcast. Now, let's have the champions take their positions at the lake's edge. Harry and the others stepped forward. Ludo pulled a Weasley firework from his pocket and set it off, forming a brilliant Triwizard Tournament cup in the sky. 3, 2, 1. Champions, go forth and fight for your glory, and for your treasures. On the screens, the view immediately switched from the lakebed to the 3 champions. Ludo resumed his commentary. Oh, we see Mr. Krum casting an advanced transfiguration spell to turn his head into a shark's. Very clever, it allows him to move through the water and provides offensive capabilities. Miss Delacour has used a bubblehead charm. I imagine most wizards in this situation would think of using that spell. Now, let's see Mr. Potter. Oh, he's taken out another potion. We learned during the first task that Mr. Potter is exceptionally skilled in potions. This time, he's using another potion I've never seen before. Professor Dumbledore. He smoothly handed over the commentary to the white-bearded elder beside him. Dumbledore nodded and spoke, his voice as amplified as Ludo's. Yes, this is another new potion developed by Mr. Potter. I've heard Professor Snape mention it. This potion not only allows him to breathe underwater but also grants him unrestricted movement as if he were on land, and it even enhances his magic. As he explained, Harry leaped into the water. Unlike Fleur and Crumb, who had to paddle with their arms, Harry shot forward like an arrow. The wizards providing the underwater broadcast could barely keep up. Luckily, they had wizards positioned at different depths, so they managed to capture glimpses of Harry through quick camera cuts. Ludo was stunned silent for a moment before exclaiming, "We see Mr. Potter soaring through the water. Yes, he's flying. This potion is truly incredible. He's already far ahead of the other two champions, and he's heading straight in the right direction. Oh, he's flying." Meanwhile, deep in the Black Lake, a merperson suddenly pointed at Harry and shouted, "It's him. Get him." Harry barely dodged as a spear shot toward him. "I was playing near the surface before, and he was the one pranking me." Harry tried to explain, but all that came out were a string of bubbles. He waved his wand, forming words in the water. "That was an accident. I'm here to retrieve my treasure." The merperson clapped its hands. "Oh, so you're a champion. That's great. I just overheard that fat, old wizard up there call us evil. Well then, let's show them how evil merpeople can be." More than a dozen merpeople charged toward Harry, wielding spears. From above, Ludo's face turned pale. This wasn't in the plan. "Professor Dumbledore, shouldn't we stop them? They promised us they'd only send one merperson to test the champions." Dumbledore chuckled. "They're just playing with Harry." "Playing?" Ludo gaped in disbelief. 10 merpeople ganging up on a single young wizard, this was a joke. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 204, Fleur. Well, it's not impossible. The Gryffindors let out gasps of amazement. Fred and George were the first to curse out loud, protesting the rigged competition. At first, they hadn't thought much of it, just a bunch of merpeople, nothing Harry couldn't handle. But judging from Ludo's words, there wasn't supposed to be a group battle against merpeople in this task. This unexpected development was disrupting the Hogwarts champions' rhythm. This would cost him time. Ludo wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down, turning to Dumbledore. "Should we inform the merpeople? Perhaps they could save the jokes for after the competition." His expression was growing increasingly uneasy. Karkaroff jumped at the chance. "Mr. Bagman, I know you favor Potter, but don't forget your role, you're a judge." "I think you're the last person who should be reminding me," Ludo shot back, uncharacteristically sharp. Karkaroff scowled. "I've always been fair." Maxime let out a snort. "That was a rather amusing joke, but I agree, we shouldn't interfere with the natural course of the competition. This is the Triwizard Tournament, not some children's game. This situation may be unexpected, and Mr. Potter is a bit unlucky. But that's the nature of the Triwizard Tournament, it's always full of surprises. A true champion should fear nothing, face every challenge head-on, and achieve success." As she spoke, an abrupt change occurred on Fleur's screen. Vila were not an aquatic species, and the Black Lake was far deeper and more eerie than an ordinary lake. She was struggling underwater. And now, she was in trouble. Ludo shot to his feet. "Oh no. Just 10 minutes in, our first major crisis. It's Miss Delacour from Beau's Batons. This is terrible, she's been caught by Grindillos. The water demons ambushed her from the lakeweed, grabbing her ankle. Let's see how she handles it. A stunning spell. Aha, I'm afraid that wasn't a good choice." As expected, the spell missed. Wait, has Miss Delacour not even noticed the Grindillo? While Grindillos are dangerous creatures in the water, they're only covered in 3rd and 4th year coursework. This shouldn't be. Madame Maxime's face darkened. Ludo's voice grew more animated. "Miss Delacour's situation is worse than we thought, there's a second Grindillo. Her bubblehead charm has shattered, can she recast it?" "No, she can't. The Ministry wizards have intervened. Based on their assessment, Miss Delacour is no longer qualified to continue." "What a pity. It's almost unbelievable, the first champion to be eliminated, and so soon. We can only offer our regrets to Miss Delacour. She's a talented witch, but perhaps luck wasn't on her side." Encountering Grindillos, well, they were a planned part of the second task. The Ravenclaws erupted in cheers, mostly from the girls. They had disliked Fleur from the start, ever since she arrived, at least 20 couples at Hogwarts had broken up. Madame Maxime's face was thunderous. She hadn't even had a chance to laugh at Hogwarts before the tables had turned, and she became the laughingstock instead. And it was a much bigger joke than Harry getting ambushed by merpeople. Fleur was quickly rescued by the Ministry wizards. After coughing up some water, she regained consciousness, only to immediately attempt to dive back in. But she didn't even need the Ministry wizards to stop her, she lacked the strength. Every time she tried to stand, she collapsed back into the mud. After a few futile attempts, she could only clutch her head and cry. The audience, however, was mostly focused on Harry's scream. The merpeople had never actually intended to harm Harry, they just wanted to mess with the familiar young wizard a little. But after just one encounter, they found themselves bound tightly by transfigured lakeweed. Harry flew to the merperson who had first attacked him and waved his wand to form glowing words in the water. "You good?" "I'm not good at all," the merperson gritted out. "How about a little surprise?" Another line of words appeared. The merperson's expression and voice turned panicked. "What are you doing?" "Wait, you can't." Harry smiled politely and flicked his wand. Aguamenti. A powerful jet of water erupted beneath the merperson, sending it rocketing to the surface like a geyser. It let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Dumbledore's face twitched. He understood Mermish and knew exactly what that scream contained, Harry's name, accompanied by several choice curse words beginning with C and F. Harry continued toward the merpeople's village. These aquatic beings had a structured society, more so than many humanoid magical creatures. They even had their own civilization. A proper village stood before him, complete with a stonemason shop, a clothing store, and even a pub, though how merpeople drank water while submerged in water was a mystery. In the village center was a small plaza, featuring a massive merperson statue. It held a thick trident, its face more human-like than merfolk. Tied to the merpeople's tails were 3 individuals. All of them radiated a peaceful magical aura, Dumbledore's enchantments, keeping them safe underwater. The 2 younger girls even had additional warming charms to protect them from the biting cold. It was late February, and while the weather was warming, the lake remained frigid. Harry waved his wand. A severing charm precisely cut through Hermione's bindings. He caught her in his arms and nodded toward the merpeople. The merperson he had blasted out of the water earlier shuddered as it watched him. After hesitating, it spat angrily in Harry's direction before scrambling away, disappearing behind a nearby house. Harry glanced at his wristwatch. 9:55 a.m. He still had plenty of time. By the time he surfaced with Hermione, he was surprised to find that he wasn't the only one back on shore. Fleur had already returned, wrapped in a blanket, sobbing pitifully. Madame Pomfrey, who had been about to hand them blankets, hesitated, then waved her wand to put them away and instead brought over 2 cups of hot cocoa. Ludo was ecstatic, pulling out another Weasley firework. This time, a silver hippogriff soared through the air. The first champion to successfully retrieve their treasure has emerged. Hogwarts' very own Harry Potter. And in just. He glanced at his watch. 29 minutes and 52 seconds. An astonishing time, he didn't even take half an hour. Far beyond our expectations for the champions, cutting the time limit by more than half. And our only remaining champion still in the competition is wandering aimlessly, searching. Maxime and Karkaroff ground their teeth. Sitting in the mud, Fleur looked up at Harry. She stumbled to her feet and ran over. "Potter, did you see my sister?" "Gabrielle, the little girl." Harry nodded. "Of course. What happened to you? Did you forfeit?" Fleur clenched her fists, her face full of shame. "I couldn't handle the Grindylows. They dragged me down, and I lost consciousness." Hermione stared at her in shock. That was 3rd-year level content. "Don't worry, your sister is fine." Dumbledore enchanted her. Harry's voice was calm. "Besides, the 1-hour limit is only for us. The Ministry may be dumb, but they wouldn't be stupid enough to use lives as tournament stakes." Fleur exhaled in relief. Harry hesitated before amending, "Then again, the Ministry never ceases to surprise me." "Who knows?" Hermione elbowed him. "Harry, don't scare Miss Delacour." Fleur's face paled. "Harry, can I ask you to retrieve my sister? Even if the Ministry isn't that foolish, it's still dangerous underwater." Harry studied Fleur, thoughtful. Hermione sighed, looking resigned. "Of course, I don't mind," Harry said. "But Miss Delacour, this would count as a commission, wouldn't it?" Fleur blinked. "Are you prepared to pay the reward?" Harry asked smoothly. Fleur gaped at him, then glanced at Hermione, perplexed as to why the usually fiery Gryffindor stood so calmly. She took a deep breath, bit her lip, and hesitated. "If Miss Granger doesn't mind, then I suppose I—" Hermione cut her off, deadpan. "You're overthinking it. Harry's probably asking for some Vila materials." Harry nodded. "That's right. Magical materials from Vila, how about it?" Fleur stared at him in disbelief. "What? Is that a problem?" Harry asked patiently. "Is it a psychological thing, like, as a Vila, you feel?" Fleur interrupted, "No, of course not. Hair, nails, beak, even blood, that's fine. Just, hurry up and get my sister. Harry agreed and turned to Hermione. Wait for me a moment. Before the ministry officials could stop him, he dove back into the lake. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 205, A Few Words. Karkaroff stared intensely at the screen, as if afraid that damned Potter would do something to sabotage Krum. But the thing he feared was never going to happen. In fact, by the time Harry smoothly made his way to the Merpeople's village, greeted them warmly, and took Gabrielle away, Krum was still wrestling with the Grindylows. By the time Harry brought the little girl back to shore, Krum had only just reached the village at the bottom of the lake. The situation was far from ideal. At least, that's how it looked to Krum. Underneath the merfolk statue, there was only one empty, swaying figure, his treasure, bobbing slightly with the water. It made him even more anxious. The odds were already against him. Other school heads were doing their best to support their champions, but his own headmaster was different. Karkaroff was actively dragging him down. From hundreds of supporters to just a dozen, all thanks to Karkaroff. But that was off the battlefield. When it came to the competition, real skill was what mattered. Harry beating him to rescuing his treasure was understandable, he had anticipated that from the start. But Fleur, that arrogant, naive little princess, had also managed to rescue her treasure before him. He hadn't even caught up to her yet. Impossible. At the start, he had left her far behind. Doubt crept into his mind. At first, he had believed that he was only second to Harry Potter. And what kind of figure was Harry Potter? You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone like him in all of wizarding history. But now, Fleur seemed more capable than him. The audience laughed. The gap was too obvious. Harry had gone back and forth twice, while Krum had only completed half the task. Now, he was facing the Merpeople's challenge. To retrieve his treasure, he had to battle an elite merperson. These underwater dominators were far more dangerous than the audience assumed. Harry had easily handled dozens of merpeople, making it seem like they were no trouble at all. Just wave your wand, cast a spell, and they'd be bound by transfiguration, completely immobilized. But Krum's spells weren't as effective as Harry's. The net he conjured was fragile, easily torn apart by the merperson. His spells hit only a few times, but the water resistance weakened them significantly, barely pushing the merperson back a few feet. Krum's shark-like face twisted with frustration. Underwater, a wizard's wand wasn't as reliable, at least, not for someone like Krum, who had only undergone a little over a month of underwater training. So he simply abandoned his wand and bit down. As a professional athlete, even as a seeker, the leanest position on the team, his physical strength and close combat skills were far superior to the average wizard. With one last up-close stupefy, he took down his opponent. The merperson collapsed, eyes wide in disbelief. You little wizard. You have no sense of chivalry. They had all come to a mutual understanding not to use magic. And yet, this sneaky little human launched a surprise attack. The other merpeople were displeased by Krum's tactics but didn't intervene. This only reinforced their view of wizards, weak, yet devious and cunning. Even goblins weren't as sly as them. Exhausted, Krum dragged his treasure, which was bigger than he was, through the water, struggling to the surface. He collapsed onto the shore, too drained to reverse his partial shark transfiguration. Madame Pomfrey had to step in to prevent him from suffocating on land. He turned his head and saw Harry and Hermione sitting by the lake, looking as if they were on a vacation, both perfectly dry. And Fleur, cradling Gabrielle and soothing her. His eyes dimmed. So, he really was the slowest. Ludo's voice rang out, our final champion has surfaced. Krum showed the resilience expected of a true champion, he fought bravely to the very end. However, he exceeded the time limit, taking 1 hour and 5 minutes to complete the task. Krum's heart sank further, not only was he last, but he was over time. And now, let's score our champions. Ludo took a deep breath and waved his wand toward the 3 massive screens. We'll begin with the first to finish, the lovely Fleur Delacour. Krum looked at Fleur in disbelief. Just what was going on with this Vila girl? Was she really that powerful? Even faster than Harry? Fleur lowered her head in shame, oblivious to the gazes directed at her. Although Miss Delacour was unable to complete the competition, being eliminated just 15 minutes after the start, Ludo said regretfully. His words cleared up Krum's confusion. No wonder Fleur finished so quickly, she hadn't finished at all. But a new question arose in his mind. If Fleur didn't complete the task, then how did her treasure get saved? Nonetheless, Miss Delacour still displayed her grace, a very fine bubblehead charm. Ludo struggled to scrape together words of praise. On the screen, Fleur's only highlight replayed, her standing by the lake, casting a bubblehead charm on herself. Madame Maxime's face turned an ugly shade of green. Fleur buried her head even deeper, wishing she could just dig a hole and sink into it. There was no need to humiliate her this much. And now, let's score Miss Delacour. Madame Maxime, you first. Ludo swiftly passed the problem on to someone else. Maxime hesitated for a long moment, then sighed heavily and raised her wand. A large 6 appeared in the air. She still had some shame. Unlike Karkaroff, she wasn't willing to be that biased. Umbridge was next, coldly raising her wand and displaying a 3. She didn't even complete the task. No amount of flowery words could change that. Ludo raised his wand, producing a 6, a consolation score. Dumbledore followed suit. A failure still deserved some comfort. Fleur was already guaranteed 3rd place, there was no need to rub salt in the wound. Karkaroff, however, had no such mercy. He shot a 3 into the sky, letting it hover for an unnecessarily long time. The fact that he didn't give a 0 was his version of generosity. This, of course, enraged the Gryffindors. You bastard. Harry completed the first task spectacularly, yet you only gave him a 4. But Fleur performed the worst this round, didn't even finish, and you still gave her a 3. What the hell? Ludo cleared his throat and announced, Miss Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons, final score, 24 points. Not a particularly impressive score, I must say. Miss Delacour, you'll have to be careful. And now, let's move on to Hogwarts champion, Harry Potter. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 206, Roasting Over the Fire. Ludo's voice rang out, flamboyant as ever, drawing thunderous cheers from the audience. A majestic griffin soared through the air, smashing through a sunken ship, tearing apart a thestral, and finally snatching up a pitiful little green snake before stretching its neck and swallowing it whole. The Slytherins' faces turned green. Fine, they could understand targeting Demstrang and Beauxbatons as a spectacle for the Triwizard Tournament. But what the hell was that snake at the end? What did Slytherin have to do with this tournament at all? Stupid Gryffindors. Ludo continued his dramatic praise. We must admit that Mr. Potter's performance exceeded all our expectations. A fully developed, masterful potion, one I can already see becoming a commercial success, if the cost isn't too outrageous. Dumbledore suddenly chuckled. His execution was outstanding, completing the task in under half an hour, successfully rescuing his treasure, none other than Gryffindor's own Hermione Granger. And he displayed true chivalry. When he saw Miss Delacour eliminated, he immediately extended a helping hand, retrieving her treasure in record time. Even with 2 trips underwater, his total time still did not exceed the 1-hour limit. Krum felt his face burn. Another mystery solved. So that's why Gabrielle was on shore despite Fleur's elimination. Potter had saved her. But that only deepened his humiliation. 2 round trips. He did 2 round trips, and his total time was still shorter than Krum's 1. Madame Maxime was just about to raise her wand for scoring when Ludo, taking a deep breath, continued. I understand, some of you may be confused by Mr. Potter's actions. The rules clearly state that once a champion exits the water, they are not allowed to re-enter. He cast a meaningful glance at Karkaroff. But Mr. Potter's situation is different. The rule exists to maintain fairness. Each champion gets only 1 chance to rescue their own treasure. But he had already retrieved his treasure. When he went back in, it wasn't as a Triwizard Tournament champion of Hogwarts, it was as a true hero, saving another's treasure. You all saw how dangerous the lake was. The Slytherin scoffed loudly. Dangerous? Was there a single moment where the Black Lake had actually been dangerous for Harry Potter? Not even a dozen merpeople could take him down. Did Ludo even believe his own nonsense? Ludo remained completely serious. Mr. Krum's experience underwater speaks for itself. His struggle was intense. Even a powerful witch like Miss Delacour nearly met disaster in the lake. This is the limit of what young wizards can endure. But Mr. Potter? He was willing to risk that danger, to risk possibly violating the tournament rules, to save someone else's treasure. That is the true spirit of a champion. That is the courage and conduct worthy of the title. His words ended to thunderous applause. With the exception of the Slytherins, everyone, students, Hogwarts visitors, and Hogsmeade spectators, cheered wildly. He's so over the top, Hermione muttered, looking exasperated. Is this just to make sure Karkaroff doesn't give you a low score? I'm wondering how many galleons he's bet, and on what exactly. Harry's voice was flat. I have no idea how someone like him is still allowed to run the Triwizard Tournament. It was supposed to be Crouch, Hermione reminded him, blinking innocently. But he just had to go for the defense against the dark arts position instead. And then, well, you two didn't exactly get along. Harry swiped at her playfully. Hermione giggled, dodging him. Harry, stop it. And now, let's begin the scoring. Ludo announced, bringing his grand speech to a dramatic close. We always start with Madame Maxime, but this time, how about we begin with Karkaroff instead? Karkaroff's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and slowly raised his wand. He desperately wanted to give Harry a low score. But all the excuses he had prepared had been preemptively shut down by Ludo. He couldn't even come up with a fake reason. Even he knew how to spell, barely justified. Karkaroff, sir, did you fall asleep? Ludo asked, his tone overly kind and genuinely concerned. Or are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to call Madame Pomfrey? His sonorous charm was still active, Everyone in the arena heard him crystal clear. Karkaroff flinched, turning his head away. His wand trembled slightly. A tiny 8 appeared in the sky, flickering so briefly that the wind almost immediately blew it away. My apologies, Karkaroff sir, I didn't quite see that. Would you mind redoing your score? Ludo's face was all innocence. Karkaroff's body tensed. He flicked his wand again, conjuring the same tiny 8, this time holding for 3 seconds before dissolving. Excellent. Even under Karkaroff's extremely high standards and uncompromising expectations, Mr. Potter has still earned a commendable score of 8 points. Ludo applauded enthusiastically, voice filled with warmth and admiration. He heavily emphasized perfect performance and no time overage. The audience booed. 8. 8. That's all. Was Karkaroff judging with his brain or his ass? Dumbledore, still smiling pleasantly, raised his wand and conjured a brilliant 10. Ludo and Umbridge both followed suit. Madame Maxime hesitated, glanced at Fleur, still holding Gabrielle, sighed heavily, and finally, also gave a 10. Unbelievable. Ludo shouted, raising both hands triumphantly, face flushed with excitement. 48 points. Mr. Potter has achieved an almost perfect score, 48 points in the second task. And now, let's move on to scoring Mr. Crumb. Although he exceeded the time limit, his performance underwater was still impressive. He displayed the courage, responsibility, and skills of a true champion. Madame Maxime. Before Ludo could finish, Karkaroff impatiently raised his wand. A massive 8 appeared in the sky, lingering dramatically. Ludo froze. The audience erupted in loud boos, while Crumb buried his face in his hands. After a long pause, Ludo sighed and continued, Karkaroff has given Crumb a generous score of 8 points. Perhaps there's some extraordinary quality in Crumb that truly moved him. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 207, Harry, I'm begging you. The crowd erupted in boos, their contempt completely unfiltered. 8 points. Karkaroff, that bastard, really had the audacity to give such a high score, the same as Harry. A champion who exceeded the time limit, struggled the entire time, and was lapped once by another competitor, how could he possibly deserve the same score as the tournament's best performer? To prevent Karkaroff from getting torn apart by the enraged Gryffindors, Dumbledore raised his wand. A burst of gold and crimson fireworks shot through the air, shattering Karkaroff's score before reshaping into a new, slightly messy-looking number, 5. Ludo seized the moment. We see that Professor Dumbledore has made a fair judgment. He has objectively given his score. Professor Dumbledore has always been known for making the most just and correct decisions. As he spoke, he lifted his own wand and aimed it at the sky. I'm more than willing to acknowledge that Mr. Crumb is an excellent young wizard. His performance certainly proved that. But, this is a competition. We may occasionally witness the radiance of human nature in the smallest moments, but in the end, everything must return to the competition itself. Mr. Crumb's performance was commendable, but exceeding the time limit is exceeding the time limit, even if only by a few minutes. If he had defeated the Grindillo sooner, if he had dealt with the Merman faster, the result could have been completely different. But there are no ifs in competition. Ludo's expression was sincere, as if he were genuinely praising Crumb, offering an almost tragic tribute, as one would to a noble but ill-fated hero. But as he continued, Karkaroff and Crumb's faces only grew darker. Revenge. This was absolutely revenge. All this just because I gave Potter a few low scores. Wasn't he still ranked first regardless? What difference did a few points make? Ludo kept his dramatic enthusiasm, but when he finally raised his wand, the number that appeared was a cold, merciless 3. And it was the exact same font as the 3 Karkaroff had originally given Fleur. Karkaroff gritted his teeth. Fleur clutched her chest, a pained expression on her face. Why? Why am I getting hit too? From every possible perspective, Potter versus Crumb, Bagman versus Karkaroff, I am completely uninvolved. So why do I keep getting dragged into this? It hurts. This number hurt her more than anything else today. From now on, 6 would no longer be her most hated number. Her new most hated number was 3. Umbridge lifted her wand, smiling graciously at Crumb. A 6 appeared in the air. Unlike Fleur, Crumb had connections. He was a sports star, a rising legend in the wizarding world, the youngest and most talented seeker in professional Quidditch. Maxime was the last to score. She showed no mercy. She gave him a 4. Mr. Crumb's final score for the second task is 26 points. Crumb buried his face in his hands. 26. Only 26 points. 10 points lower than the first task. He had expected at least 30. Ludo pressed his wand to his throat, thrilled beyond words, his excitement far surpassing even that of Sirius Black. Now, let's review the first 2 tasks. In first place, representing Hogwarts, Harry Potter. His fearless dragon slaying in the first task, coupled with his unwavering chivalry in the second task, have earned him a total of 91 points. Of course, we all know, he could have gotten an even better score. The crowd cheered and booed simultaneously. In second place, representing Demstrang, Victor Crumb. With his strong performances in both tasks, he has earned a total of 62 points. Crumb looked up. The Demstrang supporters were stunned. They had expected Crumb to trail behind Harry, but they never imagined the gap would be this huge. One champion in the 90s. The other barely in the 60s. A gap of over 30 points. Ludo cleared his throat. This means that the gap between Crumb and Potter is only 29 points. The young wizards in the audience froze. Wait. A 90-point score and a 60-point score. Wasn't the difference 30 points? Then why was Ludo saying 29? They started counting on their fingers, then quickly gave up. Never mind. Math is a Muggle invention. Just one more point and it would have been 30. Ludo sighed dramatically, deeply regretful that such a milestone had not been reached. Then, realizing how awful that sounded, he hurriedly tried to cover up his true feelings. But despite the large gap, there is still one more task to go. Nothing is set in stone yet, anything could still happen. In third place, representing Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. Unfortunately, her difficulties in the second task significantly impacted her final score. Her total across both tasks is 58 points. 33 points behind Harry. The audience gasped. This time, it really was a difference of 30+ points. But like I said, there is still one final task. And as for what that task will be. Ludo dragged out his words, teasing the audience. The young wizard squirmed in anticipation, groaning at the suspense. Then, finally, he continued. I can only tell you this, it will take place on the evening of June 24th. And unlike the first two tasks, where champions had little preparation time, this time, they will be given a full month's notice. Yes, you heard right. And not just a vague clue like in the second task, a full, detailed explanation of what they will face. This alone should tell you, the third task will be the most dangerous yet. The champions must be fully prepared. At times, even the Ministry's wizards may not be able to intervene in time. He paused, glancing at Harry, who was still casually chatting with Hermione. Ludo cleared his throat. Of course, I must also remind the champions, if you encounter a rare or protected magical creature, and you are able to handle it, please consider showing some restraint. Some of these creatures deserve mercy. The students burst into laughter. Everyone knew exactly who that warning was meant for. Harry turned his head slightly but didn't seem to care. As the summary concluded, the students gradually dispersed. On their way out, Harry and Hermione ran into Ludo, George, and Fred. Counting stacks of galleons. Harry, get over here. Fred waved enthusiastically. We need you to check this, we can't believe it's real. A bag full of glittering galleons. Harry inspected it briefly and nodded. All real. Ludo grinned smugly. Maybe I pulled some tricks at the Quidditch World Cup, he admitted, swaying slightly. But this time. I played it smart. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 208, I'll give you 20%. George carefully counted the galleons, one by one. Mr. Bagman, we don't believe a word you're saying. Harry, take another look. This fat guy was broke not long ago, and now he suddenly has this much money. Something's fishy, Fred added. Ludo cut in, nothing's impossible. I told you, I've learned my lesson. I wouldn't be as reckless as I was during the Quidditch World Cup. Harry took the galleons George handed him and examined them closely. They're real. The goblin magic is intact. Fred, now grinning, pressed on. So how'd you make so much money? That's a trade secret, Ludo said smugly, shaking his head. I couldn't possibly. You made money by setting odds on how far ahead I'd be, didn't you? Harry interrupted, his voice flat. Ludo's face stiffened. If Karkaroff had given me even one more point, or if you had given Crumb one less, you would have made even more money, Harry continued. Ludo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Harry. You don't understand, that damn woman, Umbridge. I only won 3,000 galleons. If she hadn't suddenly lost her mind, I was ready to give Crumb a 3, but she gave him a 6. If she'd just given him a 5, and you had led by 30 points, I would have won 5,000 galleons. George and Fred's eyes widened in disbelief. 3,000. That much. How exactly did you do it? George asked. Fred cut in before Ludo could dodge the question. And don't give us that trade secret nonsense. You made money off Harry, you owe him an explanation. Ludo glanced at Harry, his shoulders slumping. All right, fine. It's not really a secret anyway. I actually have a great reputation. George and Fred both scoffed loudly. Ludo sighed. All right. But it's true. My mistake during the Quidditch World Cup was giving you too high a payout. But other than that, I've always been fair. Harry interjected, "You don't scam adults, just kids." Ludo flinched, then swallowed his retort when he saw the sorting hat dangling from Harry's belt. "Besides that, there's also my position. Head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." George and Fred let out another synchronized scoff. I get it, Ludo said, waving them off. "You're all exceptional young wizards, and in your eyes, the Ministry is a joke. To be fair, it is a joke. But to the average wizard, the Ministry still carries some weight. Even a capable kid like Percy is obsessed with playing the political game." He paused, rubbing his face. "Anyway, back to the point. I used my title to gain credibility and opened a betting pool even bigger than the one at the Quidditch World Cup. I bet that Harry would beat the second-place contestant by at least 10 points. If he exceeded 10 points, I'd take 20% of all bets placed. If he exceeded 20 points, I'd take a third. If he exceeded 30 points, I'd take half. If he won by 40, I'd get 80%. And if he won by 50 points..." Ludo's eyes gleamed. "The entire 10,000 galleon pool would be mine." Harry nodded. "No wonder you were so excited. Umbridge still owes me 2,000 galleons." Ludo growled, punching the air. "That damn woman, what was she thinking?" George frowned. "But how did you convince people to bet against Harry? 10,000 galleons, that's a fortune. What would you have owed them if you lost?" Ludo looked nervous. "That's not important. What matters is, I won." George and Fred were practically drooling at this point. Hermione, however, just shook her head in exasperation. Harry finally spoke. "Mr. Bagman, I'm curious too." Ludo sighed. "It was simple, money. I promised that if Harry didn't win by more than 10 points, I'd double their bets. If he didn't get first place, I'd pay out 5 times their bet. You know how it is, people will take risks when the reward is big enough." George was incredulous. "That's at least 20,000 galleons, maybe even 50. How did they believe you had that kind of money? A department head's salary? Come on, we all know the Ministry is broke." Fred chimed in, "Unless they're subsidizing goblins, centaurs, or Vila." "I did have the money." Ludo protested, though his voice lacked conviction. "Look, my scheme wouldn't have fooled Harry, but it was enough to trick a bunch of ordinary, dull-witted wizards." Fred gasped. "So if you lost, you were going to scam them just like you tried to scam us?" Hermione shot Ludo the same exasperated look she gave Ron when he once misread Flipendo as Flip for 7 days. Ludo shook his head. "Of course not. I already bought a ship ticket to Burkina Faso. I wasn't going to back myself into a corner." Harry stared at him coldly. Ludo quickly straightened up and saluted. "Of course, Harry, you can trust me. I swear I'll use my winnings to pay back your godfather before I leave. I'm an honest man." Even Hermione couldn't hold back. "How can you call yourself honest when you're openly planning to run away?" "I am honest," Ludo insisted. "If I weren't, would I be telling you all this?" Then he turned to Harry. "I really want to tell you about the third task right now. But as a Ministry official, I'm magically bound by a contract. I can't break it." Harry reached out, his fingers closing around something unseen in the air. Just for a moment, he felt something tangible, a wisp of magic, but it vanished before he could grasp it. Ludo didn't notice and kept talking. "But I can tell you what the betting odds will be. I'm opening a new pool, betting on how long it'll take you to reach the Triwizard Cup. The minimum bet is 20 minutes. If you can do it in under 10, even better." Harry remained silent. Ludo hesitated, then reluctantly raised 2 fingers. "I'll give you 20% of the profits." "Deal." Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 209, Take Hagrid Down. Ludo's so-called generous offer was met with nothing but Harry's cold silence and an icy, piercing stare. That was enough to make him realize that a mere 20% wasn't going to cut it. Ludo grimaced in pain. "That's already a lot." "I'm not interested," Harry replied. "I don't even know what the third task is yet. How could I possibly make any promises?" He paused for a moment, then glanced meaningfully at Ludo. "You're so eager to drag me into this. If the bet goes south, are you planning to make me share the losses?" Ludo let out an awkward laugh. "I would never." Harry didn't respond. Neither did George, Fred, or even Hermione, who merely sighed. How could this man have such a completely warped self-image? "Harry, you really won't reconsider?" Ludo asked again, unwilling to give up. Harry simply shook his head, rejecting him outright. Sure, it sounded like easy money, but he had no interest in getting entangled with a compulsive gambler, especially one as desperate as Ludo, who would do anything for money. Ludo frowned. This was exactly what he had feared the most. "Well then, Harry, would you at least?" Ludo hesitated, struggling to find the words. Harry cut him off. "Don't worry. I'm not that indecisive." Ludo nodded, deep in thought. Once the galleons were counted, Ludo clinked his coin purse and hurried away. George and Fred swung their bags of galleons around like meteor hammers. Let's head to Hogsmeade. I've been dying to taste Madame Rosmerta. George abruptly stopped, his expression turning complicated as he looked at his brother. No, you can't. She's way too old for you. Even Dad wouldn't approve, let alone Mum. The Madame Rosmerta they were referring to was the owner of the Three Broomsticks, the best pub in Hogsmeade. She was a woman of undeniable charm. Her looks weren't extraordinary, certainly not as striking as Hermione's. Even among ordinary people, she wouldn't stand out as exceptionally beautiful. But she had presence, both in personality and figure. A mature and successful woman, she was the dream of many Hogwarts students in their 5th, 6th, and 7th years. Whenever the older students had a bit too much to drink, they would gather around and discuss their grand schemes to win over Madame Rosmerta and make themselves the lord of the Three Broomsticks. Fred frantically shook his head, realizing the absurdity of what he had just said. He opened his mouth to explain, no, that's not what I meant. Madame Rosmerta is very charming, of course, but I would never. George looked even more horrified. No. That makes it worse. Madame Rosmerta is a respectable woman. I was talking about dragon's blood whiskey. Fred's ears burned red as he shouted. A single bottle of dragon's blood whiskey costs a whole galleon. George squinted. Really? What else could I have possibly meant? Fred snapped, launching a handful of galleons at George as a distraction. George, unwilling to back down, countered with his own attack. The two wrestled playfully, dragging Hermione along with them to meet up with Ron outside the Three Broomsticks. As soon as they stepped inside, the Weasley twins dramatically slammed 2 golden galleons on the counter. Madame Rosmerta, 2 bottles of dragon's blood whiskey. Dragon's blood had 12 documented magical uses, but being turned into an alcoholic drink wasn't one of them. This so-called dragon's blood whiskey was just a creation of drunkards for their own amusement. It was one of the most infamous whiskeys in the wizarding world, dangerous, especially when undiluted. Madame Rosmerta retrieved 2 bottles from her cellar. She took out 5 tiny shot glasses, then, after glancing at Harry, hesitated before swapping one for a full-sized mug. After another glance at Hermione and Ron, she sighed and put 2 of the glasses away entirely. The whiskey poured out thick and viscous, almost like mucus. Its sharp alcohol scent mixed with a strong, metallic tang of blood, making Hermione's eyes water instantly. Tears rolled down her cheeks. George and Fred also looked a little uneasy. This might have been a mistake. Harry, however, remained unfazed. He swirled his glass lightly and took a sip. A scorching heat burned down his throat, carving through his esophagus like a blade, threatening to set his insides ablaze. A flicker of interest flashed through his eyes. Okay, maybe I should stop saying wizarding alcohol is weak. In terms of raw intensity and sheer burn, this could rival even White Seagull. Harry's face turned red. George and Fred turned green. They knew Harry could hold his liquor. He could chug an entire bottle of vodka or whiskey without breaking a sweat. It usually took an entire house of Gryffindors working together just to get him tipsy. Yet here he was, flushed after one sip. You're not drinking. Madame Rosmerta teased, seeing their hesitation. No shame in that, after all, this is dragon's blood whiskey. Even the most hardened men rarely order it, let alone a pair of young wizards. George and Fred had been ready to surrender, about to push their drinks over to Harry. But then Madame Rosmerta sighed dramatically and turned to Harry. A shame, really. You're still too young. And besides. She didn't finish her sentence. She simply smiled at Hermione. If only I could meet a man who can handle dragon's blood whiskey, she mused wistfully, resting her chin in her hands. Hermione's eyes went wide. George and Fred exchanged glances. They took a deep breath. Then, seeing the determination in each other's eyes, they lifted their glasses and downed the whiskey in one go. The room spun. The world in their vision suddenly put on clothes. Within moments, the two of them started rambling nonsense, something about how, once they made their joke shop successful, they would marry Madame Rosmerta and make Lee Jordan her husband instead. The relationships in their drunken fantasies became so convoluted that even Hermione and Madame Rosmerta, despite trying to count on their fingers, couldn't make sense of it. Harry reached into George's pocket for money, planning to get them out of there before they embarrassed themselves beyond Gryffindor's walls. Just then, the door swung open. Hagrid walked in. His face was full of gloom, his shoulders slumped. Without even glancing around the pub, he trudged straight to a familiar corner and waved lifelessly toward the counter. Madame Rosmerta flicked her wand, sending over a crate of pre-prepared liquor. Harry stole a quick glance, it was all high-proof alcohol. What's going on with Professor Hagrid? Harry asked, momentarily abandoning George and Fred. They were now giggling stupidly, inching forward like oversized caterpillars. I'm not sure, Madame Rosmerta said, shaking her head. He's been like this ever since Christmas, coming in 2 or 3 times a week. During the holiday break, he was here every day. Not that I'm complaining. He's my best customer now. In just 2 months, he spent over 100 galleons here. The 3 broomsticks wasn't that expensive, especially since it catered to Hogwarts students. Even if someone came in every single day, they'd be hard-pressed to spend 100 galleons in a year, let alone in 2 months. I'm really worried about him, Rosmerta admitted. He's strong, sure, but at this rate, something bad's bound to happen. Hermione tugged on Harry's sleeve. I heard it's because of romance. Madame Rosmerta whispered. Do you know anything about it? Apparently, he was trying to court Madame Maxime. Ron cut in, we all know. Actually, at this point, everyone in Hogwarts knows. Rosmerta sighed again. What was he thinking, going after Madame Maxime? She's the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Harry interrupted, she's just an ordinary headmistress. Rosmerta blinked in surprise. A headmistress of one of Europe's top 3 magical schools, ordinary. But after thinking about it, considering who Harry Potter was, maybe it wasn't such an exaggeration. Hagrid is more than worthy of her, Harry said firmly. Then, standing up, he tossed 2 galleons onto the counter and walked over to join him. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 210, Hagrid, Potter, Detention. He sobbed uncontrollably, just like he had on the night of the Yule Ball. Harry, Hagrid mumbled, I can't. You can't keep drinking. Harry pressed down on his arm before he could grab another bottle. Cry as much as you need. It'll help. Hagrid only cried harder. It took a long while before his sobs finally began to subside. The 3 broomsticks had emptied out, most of the remaining patrons had been scared off by the sound of a half-giant weeping his heart out. Madame Rosmerta quietly pulled up a chair and sat nearby, watching in silence. With over 30 years of experience as a pub owner, she knew this was prime eavesdropping material. Harry, Madame Maxime hates me, Hagrid groaned, covering his face in misery. Madame Rosmerta pulled out some freshly washed prunes. Harry flicked his wand, floating a few over to Hagrid. Didn't you two get along well before? Even if she turned you down, that shouldn't. It wasn't just that, Hagrid sniffled. Harry, do you remember what you said when we first met? Harry didn't need the reminder. He repeated it effortlessly. Is Hogwarts a school that still accepts non-human students? Hagrid nodded heavily. With each nod, his massive head drooped lower. Harry, I lied to you back then, he sighed, slamming a fist onto the table. Madame Rosmerta flinched, but she wasn't too worried. If he broke anything, Hagrid was rich enough to pay for it. You're a half-giant, Harry stated flatly. Hagrid's eyes widened in shock, his head snapping up. When does everyone? First year. I've known since first year, Harry replied calmly. Hagrid looked even more stunned. You know I'm not someone who trusts easily, Harry explained. When I was reading about magical creatures in first year, I came across information on giants. Hermione knows too, and probably some of the older students, especially the ones you favor. Hagrid blinked rapidly. You mean Diggory and the lot? Harry nodded. Hagrid liked Harry a lot, but it was a friend-to-friend bond rather than a professor-student one. Among the students, the one he favored most was undoubtedly Cedric Diggory. Just as Gryffindors were known for excelling in transfiguration, Hufflepuffs had a natural affinity for magical creatures, whether it was herbology or care of magical creatures. Cedric had a talent for it. He could pick up on Hagrid's meanings as intuitively as Harry did, and he took Hagrid's lessons seriously, excluding the parts where Hagrid said things like, "Aren't these Thestrals adorable?" Outside of his students, only 4 people truly recognized Hagrid as a master of magical creatures: Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Cedric. But Cedric always respected me, Hagrid muttered, shaking his head, unwilling to accept it. He shouldn't know. He does, Harry interrupted. Do you really think people would turn on you just because they know you're half-giant? Madame Rosmerta chewed on her prune, eyes widening. Who isn't a freak in some way? Harry chuckled. Back in first year, he had asked a question. Now, he had found his answer. Hogwarts was a school that welcomed all. It didn't reject anyone willing to learn: werewolves, half-giants, witchers, even bald-headed mushrooms. Hagrid sat dumbly, staring blankly at Harry. But forget that for now. What exactly happened between you and Madame Maxime? Harry waved his wand, vanishing the fruit pits from the table and floating over a few more prunes. She's a half-giant too, isn't she? Madame Rosmerta leaned in slightly. Hagrid nodded. She is. But she hates that part of herself. I told her how I felt that night, and as soon as I brought it up, she flew into a rage. She hasn't spoken to me since. What should I do? Professor Dumbledore tried talking to her, but she wouldn't listen. Harry handed him a few more prunes. Hagrid, you're putting too much weight on the fact that you're half-giant. It might be important, but for the two of you, right now, it doesn't matter. Hagrid tilted his head, carefully holding the prunes as if afraid of crushing them. He didn't understand. How could it not matter? All his life, he had been mocked for his size. Even now, the jeers hadn't disappeared completely. When you have nothing else, being a half-giant is all you have, Harry explained patiently. But you have so much more now, things far more valuable than just your heritage. Hagrid hesitated. You mean my job at Hogwarts? That's just because Professor Dumbledore felt bad for Sylvanus and needed someone with thicker skin to take over. Harry cut him off. No, not that. Hagrid, you are a master of magical creatures. That's why Diggory respects you. Me. A master. Hagrid jabbed a finger at himself, his expression twisting as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. Harry nodded. Yes, you are. That's impossible. Hagrid shook his head frantically. A half-giant expelled in third year. A master of magical creatures. That would be the laughingstock of the Daily Prophet. You admire Professor Dumbledore the most, right? Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. Hagrid nodded. Harry sighed again. You should stay away from him for a while. You're already a little dense, and if you spend too much time around him, his way of thinking will rub off on you, and you'll... Hagrid blinked. Wait, is Professor Dumbledore sick? Madame Rosmerta buried her face in her hands. Honestly, after hearing all this, she had serious doubts about Hagrid's intelligence. No, he's not sick, Harry clarified bluntly. For the next 6 months, don't talk to him at all. Don't stay near him for more than 3 minutes. I'll explain it to him for you. Spend more time with Professor McGonagall or Professor Sprout instead. Hagrid shuddered. Harry, Professor Sprout is fine, but Professor McGonagall. Even as a professor himself, McGonagall still scared him. All right, if you don't want to deal with her, you can spend more time with Professor Snape, Harry said impassively. Hagrid immediately agreed. No problem. I'll work hard to be as reliable as Professor McGonagall. If you still don't believe you're a master, write to Newt Scamander for advice, Harry continued. Your friends, right? Norbert is still with him. He'll give you an answer. Hagrid nodded, carefully committing it to memory. And one more thing, Harry tapped the table. Professor Hagrid, you should give me and Hermione detention. Why would I do that? Hagrid looked stunned. You're both excellent students, and Hogwarts doesn't forbid romance, if you two want to go on a date. No, not a date, Harry interrupted. It's for your lessons. My lessons. Hagrid looked incredulous. We need to teach you how to talk properly, Harry said, exasperated. Your classes are great, but sometimes no one understands what you're saying. Even Hermione needs me to translate for her afterward. I do speak English, Hagrid insisted. But not precisely enough. You need a larger vocabulary and better grammar, Harry said firmly. Madame Rosmerta nodded. I agree with Potter. We've been friends for years, but I still struggle to understand you sometimes. Hagrid scratched his head. Is my English really that bad? Crookshanks and Hedwig communicate better than you, Harry said flatly. Hagrid crushed a prune in his fist, juice splattering into his beard. By Monday morning, Hogwarts was buzzing. Professor Hagrid had given the top 3 students in 4th year detention every Tuesday afternoon until the end of term. No one believed it was tutoring. Except Cedric Diggory. He wished he could join. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 211, Hurry inside, I can't wait any longer. Hagrid was now experiencing the most painful period of his life. Despite their packed schedules, Hermione and Harry carved out time to teach him how to read and write, starting from the very basics, phonetics. Ron, who had initially planned to slack off and just play with Fong, was forcibly dragged into the lessons as well. Hogwarts didn't offer language classes. A wizard's proficiency in language depended almost entirely on their upbringing. And, aside from Muggleborns from educated families who recognized the importance of proper language skills, most young wizards simply went with the flow. Some, like Ron, got lucky, meeting friends who could help them learn. Others, like Hagrid, weren't as fortunate. Learning was painful. Language learning was even worse. Hagrid's long idle brain creaked and groaned under the strain. His vocabulary was a mess, making progress excruciatingly slow. When someone unaccustomed to thinking suddenly had to use their brain, the result was terrifying. Ron was tempted to hit Hagrid with an obliviate, turning him into a mindless idiot. At least then, their lessons might progress faster. It was slow going. But it worked. A month later, the students of Hogwarts were astonished to realize that Hagrid's speech had become somewhat more structured. At the very least, they could finally understand what he was saying. His explanations about blast-ended scroots, their habits, attack methods, and level of danger, caused an uproar. For the first time, students truly understood just how dangerous these creatures were. Their faces turned green. For half a year, they had been caring for a species as dangerous as trolls, merfolk, or Occamies, without any real precautions. Fortunately, Hagrid had already figured out how to handle them and taught the students just in time, barely avoiding an onslaught of howlers. February and March passed. With the arrival of spring, the ice and snow melted, and the lingering cold carried the warmth of the approaching season. Students began stepping out of the castle more often, eager to enjoy the change in weather. Harry, however, was in a foul mood. Rita Skeeter had vanished without a trace. He had even asked Dumbledore to inquire at the Daily Prophet, but their response was that they hadn't been able to contact her for months either. Apparently, this wasn't unusual. Witches and wizards often had strange habits, and disappearing for a while was nothing out of the ordinary. Though, this time did seem a bit long. But Skeeter was supposed to be investigating Barty Crouch Jr. for him. Even if she had found nothing, she should have at least reported back. Maybe she ran. Like Ludo Bagman, who had bought himself a one-way ticket to some unknown corner of the world, never to be seen again. But Sirius hadn't written to him in 5 days either. That was unusual. Unless something extraordinary happened, like the time Sirius crossed the Pacific, he always let Harry know in advance. Sirius wouldn't just disappear like Skeeter. Frowning, Harry sent Hedwig with a letter to Sirius. Then, borrowing Ron's owl, Pigwidgeon, he sent another letter to Lupin. By noon, both owls had returned. Hedwig gently placed a letter on the table, looking unusually subdued. Pigwidgeon, on the other hand, hooted excitedly and dropped a letter in front of Harry. Harry's frown deepened. He didn't even need to read the contents. Just sensing the residual magic on the parchment, he already knew. His letter to Sirius hadn't even been delivered. The envelope was the exact same one he had sent, still carrying traces of his magic. Hedwig had spent the whole morning flying around and had even taken the time to catch a mouse. At least Lupin had responded. Harry tore open the letter from Pigwidgeon. Lupin's handwriting was hurried, the note brief but clear. 3 days ago, Sirius had picked up a lead on Skeeter. She had been captured. At the time, Lupin was busy handling a batch of ministry orders for Weasley's wizard wheezes, so he asked Sirius to wait until he was free so they could go together. Sirius had agreed at first. But the moment Lupin turned his back, Sirius had left a note and set off alone. Ignoring everyone's warnings. Since the day before yesterday, there had been no news. Not from Harry. Not from Lupin. Reading those few lines, Harry's grip on the letter tightened. He's gone missing. Hermione leaned over, noticing the familiar handwriting on the envelope. Her heart clenched. Harry nodded and handed her the letter. Yeah. Cover for me with Professor McGonagall. You're going after him. Hermione grabbed his wrist. Harry's tone was firm. Of course. He's my godfather. He's in trouble. The letter mentioned that Skeeter had disappeared inside the Crouch estate. The woman was cautious, she had left behind a coded message. But Sirius never found it. Lupin had to visit the scene himself before uncovering the clue. She went in. She never came out. Shouldn't you tell Dumbledore? Hermione refused to let go. He's not my babysitter. Harry's response was blunt. Besides, Sirius is my godfather. Not his. Hermione still didn't let go. Harry turned his hand over and squeezed hers. If I don't come back in 3 days, then go to Dumbledore. 2 days, Hermione countered. Harry smiled. All right, 2 days. If I'm not back by then, go to him. At last, Hermione let go. She watched his back disappear into the distance, feeling helpless. She wished she could stand up right now and say, I'm coming with you. But she didn't. She knew her limits. She was an exceptional student. But she wasn't yet strong enough to stand beside Harry in battle. At the very least. She had to surpass that insufferable Fleur first. Hermione pushed aside her plate and stood up. Hermione, you haven't finished eating, Ron called after her. Hermione shook her head, ignoring him. She entered an empty classroom, took a deep breath, and hid inside a cabinet. Then, she pulled out her time turner and began turning it back. If 24 hours a day weren't enough to catch up to Harry, then she'd use 25. Or 26. Or as many as it took. In the Great Hall, Ron stared blankly at his half-eaten lamb chop. With a sigh, he put it down, stood up, hesitated, then went back to grab it before heading to his next class. He needed to work harder too. It wasn't the weekend. The iron gates leading to Hogsmeade remained closed. A few nifflers clung to the bars, trying to escape. If they couldn't steal from Hogwarts, they'd steal from Hogsmeade instead. Harry slipped through the Whomping Willow's secret passage and emerged in the village. Using the Fleur network at the 3 broomsticks, he returned to the Potter home. The Crouch estate was also in Godric's Hollow. This was the fastest route. Harry. Fleamont Potter's surprised voice greeted him. Harry flicked his wand, brushing off the soot. I thought it wasn't the holidays yet, Fleamont mused. Something wrong? Yeah. Harry nodded. Where's Uncle Remus? This morning, an owl arrived, and he rushed out immediately. Hasn't been back since, Fleamont sighed. No idea what he's up to. Half a day and still no word. Harry's frown deepened. With a flick of his wand, he transfigured his robes into a loose-fitting coat and stepped outside. Fleamont sighed, muttering about young people never staying put, and the house getting quiet again. Godric's Hollow was a mixed community of wizards and muggles. The Crouch estate, like most wizarding homes, was tucked away from muggle residences, warded with repelling charms. Though neglected for half a year, the magic hadn't yet faded. The house looked old, like an overexposed photograph. The yard was overgrown with knee-high weeds. A narrow path leading to the door had been trampled, the grass flattened. More than one person had walked this way. Lupin's scent was still fresh. Sirius's was there too, faint, almost completely gone. But Skeeter's? Nowhere to be found. Harry stepped carefully up to the front door. Inside, it was eerily silent, too silent. Even if Northwest battle was taking place, there should have been the sound of conversation, some form of confrontation. But instead, there was nothing. Something was very wrong. Even if they weren't fighting, there should at least be voices. This complete and utter silence meant only one thing: something unnatural was at work. Harry raised his wand. With a flick, the door creaked open. Inside, the house was pitch black. A spell had been cast, swallowing any light that tried to enter. Even the daylight spilling through the doorway was devoured by the unnatural darkness. Even with a witcher's sight, Harry couldn't see through the void. He flicked his wand again. A withered branch from the yard soared toward the entrance, morphing midair into a rabbit. It hopped inside, only to vanish entirely within seconds. The spell severed his magical connection to the transfiguration. Harry raised an eyebrow. His magic wasn't weak, on the contrary, he was powerful. Yet whatever spell had been cast here could completely cut off his magic inside. That wasn't normal. He tested again. Incendio. Flames roared into existence, surging into the darkness. But just like the rabbit, the fire was swallowed whole. Gone. Not even an ember remained. Magic was useless. Harry narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. Igni. A blast of flames erupted from his palm, shooting straight into the house. Only for the darkness to surge forward, devouring it completely. Even non-magical flames were ineffective. To go in, or not to go in? Harry hesitated for only a moment. From within the darkness, a voice spoke, low, smooth, and laced with amusement. Harry Potter. You're actually here? And not tucked safely inside Hogwarts' little cradle. Harry said nothing, his gaze locked on the black void. He had never heard this voice before. You're here to rescue your godfather? The voice chuckled. That filthy pureblood traitor, Black. Or perhaps that mutt of a werewolf who came running straight into our hands. It was mocking. Harry remained silent. The voice sighed in exaggerated disappointment. Oh, don't tell me it's that ridiculous beetle woman. Did she really think she could get away? So all three of them were inside. Potter, do you want to save them? The voice dropped to a hushed whisper, almost seductive. I'll give you a little hint, they're still alive. For now. But who knows how long that will last. You see, Black has quite the attitude problem. He doesn't like being tamed. He actually tried to transform and escape. But we broke his legs. The voice laughed. Now he can't run even if he wanted to. Harry's eyes turned sharp. Maybe we should see if the werewolf's life is worth more than his pride. He took a slow breath, steadying himself. Hogwarts' little lion prince, aren't you? The voice purred. So calm. Or maybe you just don't care about them. Perhaps you just like playing house, pretending they're family to make up for the ones you lost. Want to prove you care? Come inside, Potter. You have to step inside if you want to save them. Harry scoffed. You're mistaking me for Sirius. I promise, the voice crooned, I'll give you a fair chance. A slow clap echoed from within the void. Let's play a game, shall we? We'll bet on Black's life. And the werewolves. And the beetles, if you care. If you win, you take them all. I swear it, on my honor. Harry let out a cold laugh. What honor does a Death Eater have? Being a Death Eater is the highest of honors, the voice corrected smugly. Only the greatest wizards are worthy of the title. Harry didn't respond. The voice became softer, like a whisper in the dark. Besides, do you really have any other choice? This is one of the Dark Lord's greatest spells, Potter. You're just a boy who got lucky. Survived by accident. You think you can break a spell cast by the most powerful wizard alive? Tom really told you that? Harry interrupted. Silence. You do know his name is Tom, right? Harry's tone was flat. The voice faltered. You dare. You do know, don't you? The Death Eater's voice sharpened in anger. Do not insult our master. Harry smirked. You don't even realize how pathetic he is, do you? He tilted his head. A miserable, half-blood accident created by a love potion. Watch your mouth, boy, the voice snapped, furious. Why? Harry twirled his wand lazily. Because it's true. The man was fuming. The Dark Lord is a fraud, Harry cut in, his voice dripping with mockery. The voice inside the house hissed in rage. But you are right about one thing. Harry's expression darkened. This is an impressive spell. He extended his hand. Magic flared. The ground rumbled. A deep, guttural roar echoed beneath their feet. The earth itself trembled in response. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 212, I don't want to lose another father. Voldemort's curse only protected the house. The yard was left unguarded. The earth arched high, and with a combination of curses and transfiguration, a massive clay figure took shape. It raised its fist and slammed it fiercely onto the roof, bricks and tiles shattered upon impact. What are you doing, Potter? A terrified voice called from inside the house. Harry didn't answer. His idea was simple. If he couldn't break the curse, he would take a more direct approach, destroy the vessel that carried the curse, the house itself. If the vessel was obliterated, perhaps the curse would vanish along with it. Even if that didn't work, opening up the space would at least give him a clearer view of the situation. The clay figure grasped the eaves and exerted its immense strength, tearing the roof off completely. As its fingers inevitably brushed against the darkness inside the house, the parts that made contact were severed cleanly, smoothly sliced away, their magic instantly dissolved. The roof, along with the statue's two hands, traced a beautiful arc through the air before crashing to the ground, sending a cascade of soil tumbling down. Harry swung his wand, restoring the statue's hands. Then, he transfigured several broken stones into smooth, iron spheres the size of a human head and sent them ricocheting violently against the house's walls. The gaps in the house grew larger. Sunlight penetrated deeper, gradually thinning the darkness within. Tearing down the house was proving effective, he should have learned from Seamus sooner. Harry summoned a second clay figure. Bomarda. A blasting curse shot out from inside the house, striking the statue and shattering one of its legs. But it was a futile effort. Within the blink of an eye, the earth reformed, restoring the leg before the figure could even topple over. Hiding inside like a coward. Harry taunted coldly. Just like your master, skulking in the shadows, too afraid to face the light. A third clay figure emerged. 6 hands worked in unison, ripping away massive, thick wooden planks. The darkness inside the house continued to fade bit by bit. Bomarda. The person inside the house kept chanting the same spell, targeting the 3 clay figures repeatedly, as if they were taunting him, forcing him to attack them first. Transfiguration alone shouldn't have such a strong psychological effect. Harry frowned as he maintained the spell. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Even though he considered Death Eaters to be nothing more than bumbling fools, he couldn't deny that not just any dark wizard could become one. At the very least, they needed either intelligence or skill. The person inside had managed to capture Sirius Black, Lupin, and an unknown illegal animagus. That alone suggested he was likely both smart and capable. Yet he was only attacking the transfigured constructs and not the wizard casting them. Was he trying to drag the fight out? Even if he managed to stall for time, he wouldn't gain more than half an hour at best. The word stall suddenly lit up in Harry's mind like a flare. He recalled what the Death Eater had said at the start, you actually came here. Instead of staying safe at Hogwarts. He was stalling. Waiting. Waiting for other Death Eaters, or for Voldemort himself. Did he lack the confidence to hunt Harry alone and was instead waiting for backup, gathering more hunters to take down their prey? Harry raised his hand. Quen sign. A golden shield enveloped his body. He swung his wand again. Protego totalum. The clay figure moved its massive body, targeting the remaining structure. Bomarda. Again, the same spell struck, blasting apart the figure's hand. Harry countered instantly. Ventus Tempestas. A fraction of a second later, another explosion erupted. Dust and debris swirled into a thick, rolling cloud of yellowish smog, obscuring the entrance. Harry drew the basilisk bone sword and lunged forward, stepping onto the doorframe and crossing into the house without hesitation. Darkness swallowed his vision in an instant. Only a faint sliver of light seeped in from the hole in the ceiling above. No wonder Sirius and Lupin had been taken so easily. Umbra Vincula. Harry immediately swung his wand, casting a spell to lock the space. The other person's breathing hitched. A second later, it resumed, quickened, panicked. He couldn't see, but it didn't matter. Harry had already found his target. Potter, you walked right into my trap. The voice, though laced with fear, carried an unsettling glee. I've been waiting for this. In my master's domain, what makes you think? Harry cut him off, sword swinging toward the sound of his breathing. You know I understand your plan, so stop pretending. The blade struck metal, he had blocked it with a transfiguration spell or some other magical defense. Bomarda. This time, Harry was the one using the blasting curse. He couldn't see what was in front of him, but it didn't matter. There wasn't much a well-placed explosion couldn't solve. The enemy's breathing grew heavier. He moved stealthily, trying to reposition himself. Harry slashed again, precisely aimed. Protego. His opponent was quick, casting a shield charm just in time. The sword didn't pierce him, but the force of the impact sent him staggering backward. Harry calculated the distance based on his breathing. He raised his wand. Petrificus totalis. A yellow curse shot out, but the men countered with another shield charm. Harry pressed forward. You can see. The man's voice quivered in disbelief. Even under my master's spell, you can still see. Harry swung his sword, his voice cold. When has Tom's magic ever worked on me? The total darkness affected Harry, giving his opponent a chance to dodge. But even so, every strike aimed for a lethal spot. His enemy's breathing grew even more frantic. Harry, do you want to save Black? He suddenly shouted. Harry ignored him, relentless in his attack. They're in the basement, the men cried. If you don't want them to die, go save them now. He swung his wand. A wave of blistering heat erupted from below, engulfing the house like a raging furnace. Fiend fire. Harry frowned, looking toward the light above. Suddenly, the darkness lifted. The men had dispelled Voldemort's curse, exposing the house completely to sunlight. Fiend fire raged in every corner, a monstrous blaze consuming everything. The man who had been giving him so much trouble was strikingly handsome, though his face was lined with wrinkles, marking him as at least 60. His neatly slicked-back deep gray hair was held in place by what must have been an entire pound of hair gel. He wore a checkered suit, now tattered, bearing the marks of Harry's attacks. A faint trace of purplish potion clung to his lips, an antidote to basilisk venom. He gave Harry a deep look, then tossed the empty potion bottle aside. Well then, Mr. Potter, he said politely, go save Mr. Black. We shall meet again if fate allows. I don't think I'm ready to say goodbye just yet. Harry raised his wand. Accio. A blinding flash of light struck the man. And for a split second, he hesitated. That moment was all Harry needed. With a flick of his wand, wooden furniture in the room softened and twisted into ropes, binding him tightly. The man snapped out of his daze and struggled to cast a spell to escape. But he was too late. Harry stepped forward. Alder sent him tumbling down with a blast, and as he landed, Harry stomped down, crack. The man's wand snapped cleanly in two. You don't, the man's voice trembled with fear, he clearly hadn't been prepared for a life-and-death struggle. Harry remained expressionless as he forced a vial of draught of living death down his throat, ensuring he would remain unconscious. With his source of magic severed, the fiend fire roared out of control. Harry left him behind without hesitation and rushed toward the basement. The flames below were even fiercer, rampaging like a fire dragon. Lupin lay on the ground, one corner of his robe already licked by the fiend fire. Rita Skeeter was floating in a water tank, still alive but barely conscious, her breathing weak. Sirius Black hung suspended with both hands bound, completely unconscious. Harry remained calm as he raised his wand. Finite incantatum. A surge of magic flooded through him, pressing down on the fiend fire like a tidal wave. 1 second. 2 seconds. With a final hiss, the cursed flames were completely extinguished. It was an incredibly useful spell. But Harry wasn't yet skilled enough to wield it as effortlessly as Dumbledore. He needed time to channel it, time that could be deadly in battle. The three remained unconscious. Harry went to each of them, checking their conditions. He unbound Sirius first. Aside from Rita, who had suffered the worst treatment, Sirius and Lupin didn't have many visible injuries. Their unconsciousness wasn't due to dark magic, but rather because they had been given draught of living death. Harry retrieved the antidote and administered it to them. Sirius was the first to awaken. He didn't even open his eyes before yelling. You bastards. Even if you kill me. Harry cut him off expressionlessly. Godfather, it's me. And Remus, stop looking for your wand, it's not on you, it's over there. With a flick of his wand, a nearly charred box flew from the corner of the basement. Another tap of his wand, and 3 wands shot out from within, returning to their rightful owners. Harry. How did you get here? Lupin asked warily as he sat up, gripping his wand tightly. You don't need to worry about Polyjuice Potion, no one could have obtained any part of my body to impersonate me, Harry stated, cutting straight to the suspicion in Lupin's mind. Rest assured. Rita struggled to climb out of the water tank. Mr. Potter. You finally came to save me, she gasped weakly. I was about to be tortured to death. But you weren't, Harry replied indifferently. He pulled a potion bottle from the sorting hat and tossed it to her. Looks like you didn't spill anything about Tom's secrets. Rita gulped the potion down greedily. Thank Merlin I know a bit of a clemency, she shuddered. Damn it, I really almost broke. If it weren't for Black, I would have. They were too preoccupied with him to pay much attention to me. Sirius, now obediently holding out his hands as Harry applied dittany to his wounds, snapped his head up at her words. Harry. You need to be careful. They have a plan. Harry struck his wrist lightly with his wand. Godfather, I've known for a long time that they have a plan against me. You shouldn't have come, they must have. Sirius gritted his teeth in pain but remained firm. Relax. Umbra Vincula is sealing this place. They won't be getting in anytime soon, Harry reassured him. Once I've patched you up, we'll leave. And the person who captured me was, Sirius continued. Harry cut him off again. Corban Yaxley. I know. And I caught him. He's upstairs. Sirius looked surprised. Professor Snape showed me his picture, Harry added calmly. At the mention of Snape, both Lupin and Sirius had complicated expressions. Mr. Potter, Rita, feeling better after the potion, was about to speak. Harry shook his head. Talk later. This place isn't safe. With one hand, he dragged Corban Yaxley like a trophy. With the other, he supported Sirius. Lupin transformed Rita into her animagus form so she could ride on his shoulder. Their steps were hurried as they rushed back to Potter Manor. The moment they arrived, Rita transformed back into her human form and gasped excitedly. Mr. Potter. I found what you asked me to investigate. Harry waved a hand. Miss Skeeter, that can wait, I need to talk to my godfather first. Rita wisely shut her mouth, sat down, and rubbed her eyes, only now realizing she was missing something. She flicked her wand, conjuring a new pair of glasses for herself. Lupin sat beside Harry, arms crossed. Godfather, do you remember what I told you before? Harry's voice was gentle. Sirius lowered his head. I've told you more than once, to be careful. Not to act recklessly. Harry continued patiently, I don't expect you to think of everything. But at the very least, use your head. He tapped his temple. This thing isn't just for show. It's not here just to make you look handsome. Sirius lifted his head defensively. I thought I had a plan. And what was your plan based on? Harry challenged. Instinct. A rush of adrenaline. Or did you actually have a real reason? Sirius opened his mouth, searching for an argument. Godfather, my dear father, Harry said firmly. My father is dead. He's not coming back. You're the only father I have left. If anything happens to you, I won't have a father anymore. Sirius lowered his head in shame. Nothing else matters. I just don't want to lose you. Harry sighed and turned to Lupin. And Remus, the same goes for you. Don't let Sirius drag you into reckless plans. At least wait for me first. Lupin muttered under his breath, I have more sense than he does. I was just worried about him. You should be grateful they kept you alive for a reason, Harry said. With a flick of his wand, 4 glasses of water floated in from the kitchen and landed in front of them. Sirius suddenly sat up straight, his expression serious. Harry, you just reminded me of something. Before I lost consciousness, I overheard something. It was Corban Yaxley, he said, I didn't expect Potter's godfather to walk right into our hands. With him, our master doesn't have to worry about getting that thing. That thing. Harry frowned. What thing? Sirius shook his head. I don't know. That was the only time they mentioned it. They never brought it up again afterward. They might have planned to use me to trade for something from you. Harry's voice turned cold with sarcasm. Godfather, I'm so proud. You finally figured out they wanted to use you as a bargaining chip. Sirius clenched his teeth. That wasn't the point. The real question was, what did they want from Harry? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 213, I don't know. Harry looked at the men he had tossed aside. The draft of living death kept him unconscious. Perhaps he could extract some answers from him. What exactly was Tom so desperate to accomplish? However, Harry didn't rush to administer the antidote. Instead, he turned to Rita. Miss Skeeter, let's hear your findings now. Rita quickly put down her cup and let out a heavy sigh. Mr. Potter, the 2 things you asked me to investigate. Harry interrupted her. Tom. Rita shuddered. Yes, him. I started by looking into that man, but I found nothing. Apart from official ministry records, he has left almost no trace at all. I searched for over a month and came up empty, especially regarding those legendary magical artifacts you mentioned. I couldn't find any leads. Harry nodded. Rita continued, so, I turned to the second lead you gave me and looked into the Crouch household. And I actually discovered something. Someone else had been living in that house, but I'm not sure if it was. She pointed at the unconscious Corban Yaxley on the floor. Or Barty Crouch Jr. And for some reason, he's very sharp at detecting animagi. Just like you, Mr. Potter. I hadn't even begun my investigation when he caught me, locked me up, and threw me in that disgusting water tank. Merlin, I need to go to St. Mungo's. I feel like I'm rotting. Sirius turned his head away in disgust. Lupin covered his nose. Thinking about how he had just helped Rita up, he suddenly wished he could cut off his own hand. Wizards weren't afraid of filth, but it was still unpleasant, and bad for one's reputation if word got out. Meanwhile, Rita had a look of lingering fear, but also a hint of gratitude. She had once considered becoming an animagus to spy on Dumbledore's private life. Thank Merlin she had only thought about it and never actually done it. If Dumbledore had caught her, what would have happened? People came and went occasionally, some of whom I recognized, Rita continued, her voice trembling. They were still working in the ministry. Mr. Potter, we had a deal. You said you would protect me. She was nervous. She had never truly prepared herself to stand against the Death Eaters. She had ended up on this side by accident, and then got captured just as accidentally. She couldn't afford to offend Potter or Dumbledore. But could she afford to offend those ministry officials either? She was the most famous journalist at the Daily Prophet, but compared to those who wielded power or formidable magic, she was nothing more than a tiny insect. Of course, Harry nodded. You'll return to Hogwarts with me later, and you can do an exclusive interview with me and Professor Dumbledore. Rita let out a sigh of relief. The interview itself wasn't important. What mattered was that it happened. She had just escaped, and the next day, she'd have an exclusive article published in the Daily Prophet. Even if it was full of empty platitudes, it would be enough to show those people that she had protection. Mr. Potter is looking out for me. You wouldn't dare touch me. We should go now. Rita stood up. Harry waved her off. No rush. The Death Eaters won't dare come here. How about you take a bath first? You stink. The guest bathroom is on the first floor. Rita froze, raised her arm to sniff her sleeve, and immediately gagged. Her stomach was empty, or she might have actually thrown up. I don't have any female-use potions here. Harry rummaged through the sorting hat and pulled out a bottle of life water and a block of dittany. With a flick of his wand, they flew over to her. Use these for now. They'll help disinfect you. You can buy more later. Rita blankly accepted them, clenched her teeth, and hurried off to the washroom. I should wash up too. Sirius stood up, trying to slip away. Godfather. Harry called him back. Sirius froze. Stay home until my third task, then come to Hogwarts to watch me compete, okay? Harry asked, making a request. Sirius turned, his eyes darting, his brain working to come up with an excuse. You can go to the pub for a drink, Harry offered some leeway. Or invite people over for a gathering. Sirius took a deep breath, ready to argue. But even if you don't care about your own safety, Harry continued, cutting him off before he could speak, they will use you to force me to give something up. The Sword of Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat. Maybe even my invisibility cloak. That's one of the Deathly Hallows. Voldemort might not have pursued them before, but maybe he's changed his mind now. Godfather, please. Sirius sighed and sat back down. Staying put is really hard for me. Harry didn't soften. If you were just a little more like Remus and actually used your brain. Sirius scowled. Thinking like Remus. That was even harder. Can I at least go to Diagon Alley with Remus? He tried negotiating. Harry didn't respond immediately. Sirius raised his hand. I promise I won't wander off, just a drink at the Leaky Cauldron. You can't go alone, Harry said, sighing. Sirius put his hands on his hips and declared, Harry, I'm not a child. You're just as much of a handful, Lupin sighed too. Looking after Harry is easier than looking after you. Sirius shot back immediately, ha. If anything, it's Harry looking after us. You and I are no different, Remus. Lupin turned red, coughing. I'm better than you. When it's just the two of us, I take care of you. Not as well as Harry does, Sirius retorted. You can't leave Weasley's wizard wheezes alone, Harry coughed lightly, cutting off their bickering. Sirius groaned. I won't get lost. Harry and Lupin spoke in unison. We just found you after you got lost. Sirius clutched his head in anguish, unwilling to say another word. Be careful, Harry warned. They might still come after you. Sirius reluctantly agreed. For now, he had to behave and not become a burden to his godson. Lupin dragged him upstairs to clean up. They stayed for dinner. Then, Harry sent a letter to Dumbledore before using the Fleur network to return to Hogwarts directly, avoiding another trip through Hogsmeade. Inside the headmaster's office. The motorcycle had just flown back from outside, excitedly telling Godric about the thrill of provoking a flock of Occamies and hippogriffs in the Forbidden Forest, then barely escaping. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and smiled as he greeted the two stepping out of the fireplace. Harry, you should have let me go with you. I can't afford to pay you to be my babysitter, Harry replied. Dumbledore tilted his head and noticed the other person. Not Rita, but the unconscious man in Harry's grasp. And who is this? Corban Yaxley. Harry dropped him onto the floor. I've seen him a few times, Dumbledore mused. He had quite the reputation at the Ministry. And, of course, among the Death Eaters as well. Good thing I didn't call Severus over. Harry took out the antidote to the draught of living death and forced it down Yaxley's throat. Not that it would matter. You weren't planning to hand him over to the Ministry, were you? The ministry isn't exactly free of Death Eaters, Harry said pointedly. Rita looked around the office in a daze. She shivered, small and pitiful, shrinking into a corner. She pulled out parchment and a quill, not to write an article, but a letter to St. Mungo's. She needed medical treatment. Being trapped in that water tank for months had been absolute torture. Yaxley stirred awake. Harry wasted no time. Accio. Their eyes met. Magic swirled in Harry's gaze. Legilimens. He dove into Yaxley's mind, searching his memories. But Yaxley suddenly opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream. His eyes burst. Harry's legilimens was disrupted. Yaxley's eyes exploded with a sickening pop. Thick pus and blood oozed from his ruined sockets, but his face contorted into a triumphant grin. It's useless, Mr. Potter. Legilimency is a fine spell, but it won't work on me. What a cruel curse, Harry muttered as he rummaged through the sorting hat and pulled out a bottle of potion. Did Tom cast this on you? No, Yaxley said, shaking his head proudly. I am my master's most loyal servant. My mind holds many of his secrets, and I must serve him to the end. Harry raised his hand. Accio. Legilimency required eye contact, but Accio did not. For a brief moment, Yaxley's mind went blank. That instant was all Harry needed. He uncorked the potion and poured it into Yaxley's mouth, a Verita serum, the strongest truth potion available. What is your name? Harry asked as he pulled the bottle away. Yaxley's voice turned distant and empty. Corban Yaxley. Age. 69. Who coordinated the Death Eaters at the Quidditch World Cup? Barty Crouch. Harry frowned. Dumbledore's face reflected the same surprise. But he's dead, Dumbledore murmured. He is not, Yaxley answered. We thought he had died, but he explained to us that his mother took Polyjuice Potion to replace him in Azkaban. For years, he was imprisoned in his father's house. Until last summer, he found his chance, he escaped from Barty Crouch Sr.'s captivity and returned to our master. What chance? Harry pressed. Yaxley spoke softly. Bertha Jorkins discovered that Barty Crouch Jr. had escaped Azkaban. Old Barty had to modify her memory with Obliviate, and in that moment, Barty Jr. managed to seize a wand. Bertha Jorkins. Harry had heard that name before. Arthur and Ludo Bagman had mentioned her in passing before the Quidditch World Cup. Why did you cause chaos at the Quidditch World Cup? Harry asked. Barty wanted to see how many still remained loyal to the Dark Lord. Why didn't you contact Snape? Barty did not trust him. He never showed up at the Quidditch World Cup. Harry took a deep breath, then asked the most crucial question. What are you plotting with the Goblet of Fire? To take the boy, Yaxley replied without hesitation. Harry Potter? Harry asked. Yes. Why? I don't know. Only Barty knows. The Dark Lord did not tell the others. He doesn't know. Harry's frown deepened. How were you supposed to take me? I don't know. What do you know about the Death Eaters' plans concerning Hogwarts or the Triwizard Tournament? I don't know. Barty personally handled everything related to Hogwarts and the tournament. A complete lack of information. Harry sighed, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Do you know anything about Voldemort's child? I don't know. You've never seen them? Harry was surprised. Yaxley nodded. No. Have you seen Voldemort recently? Dumbledore finally spoke, posing his own question. Yaxley shook his head. The Dark Lord never meets with us. He is still weak and only speaks with Barty Crouch Jr. Most of his commands come through him. Where is Voldemort now? Harry gripped his wand tightly. This was the most crucial question of all. Yaxley opened his mouth. The Dark Lord is in. Suddenly, his left arm pulsed with heat. Harry reacted instantly. Quen sign. A golden shield enveloped him. At the same time, he flicked his wand. Protego totalum. Nearby tables warped and twisted under a transfiguration spell, forming a thick barricade. Dumbledore raised his wand, his voice calm yet commanding. Finite incantatum. The spell struck Yaxley, but it failed to stop the dark energy surging within him. With a sudden whoosh, black fiend fire erupted from his body. The flames engulfed him entirely, consuming his flesh in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, all that remained was a pile of charred bones. It was a curse, Dumbledore said grimly, his magic shielding the room from the destructive fire. The moment he attempted to reveal Voldemort's location, the curse activated. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 214, Reporter Rita Skeeter reporting for you. Professor Snape said that he was Voldemort's most trusted man, Harry said in a slow, almost chanting tone, his meaning unclear. Dumbledore shook his head. Tom is not like us. He does not understand love. With a wave of his wand, he carefully gathered Yaxley's charred remains, sealed them with a spell, and placed them in a corner of his office. I've been wondering what exactly Tom wants from me. Harry sat down, flicked his wand, and summoned a bottle of whiskey. Pouring himself a glass, he continued, "At first, I thought he was after Gryffindor's relics." At this, both the enchanted motorcycle and a certain painting turned their gazes toward him. "I didn't expect that what he wanted was me." Harry took a small sip. "It really gives off the feeling of a wicked dragon kidnapping a princess." "Princess Harry, I don't think you should be drinking dragon's blood whiskey." Dumbledore frowned, the strong scent making him a little uncomfortable. "Maybe if the dragon finds out the princess is a drunk, it'll lose interest," Harry joked. Dumbledore sat down and poured himself a cup of thick syrup. Rita watched them with a complicated expression. Do all-powerful wizards have such strange habits? One drank pure sugar, and the other drank pure alcohol. Why would he want me? Harry tilted his head back. Has he found out about the Horcruxes? I don't think so. Dumbledore shook his head. Horcruxes are not that closely tied to their creators. And there's no reason to carry them around. Harry flicked his wand, setting his glass back on the table. Then why does he want me? Dumbledore fell silent for a long moment before offering a theory. Perhaps he wants to study the curse Lily left on you and find a way to break it. Or maybe it has to do with the prophecy. Harry nodded. And that child? He hasn't even seen the child. He hasn't even seen Voldemort himself. Dumbledore said nothing. Rita hesitated. She wanted to cover her ears. She could already tell that what she was about to hear was incredibly dangerous. Every extra word she listened to brought her one step closer to death. But she couldn't help it. This was a massive scoop. She had to listen. So, that child is his and Barty Crouch Jr.'s. After a moment of silence, Harry finally spoke. Dumbledore, caught off guard, choked and coughed violently. Rita turned green. She immediately regretted it. Raising her hand, she slapped herself, loud and crisp. She knew this was going to be something bad. Why did she listen? Why did she listen? No one paid attention to her outburst. I remember Professor Snape saying that Tom allowed Barty Crouch Jr. to call him father. Before Dumbledore could recover, Harry, completely expressionless, added another shocking statement. First, breaking into the girls' bathroom. Then seducing an extremely mature woman. Now, yet another disturbing revelation about Tom Riddle's twisted life. Rita's eyes bulged. She slapped herself again. Mr. Potter, you can't do this to me. Next time, at least give me a warning before dropping bombshells like this so I can cover my ears. Merlin's beard. What have my ears just heard? Dumbledore hesitated, then sighed deeply. Harry, what you're saying makes sense, it's very possible, he admitted. But that child isn't that important. He paused. Actually, I thought of a very old form of dark magic. Harry looked at him. A special potion, Dumbledore said softly, one that requires multiple human lives as its ingredients. It creates a temporary body for souls that have not yet fully crossed into death. It allows them to escape death's grasp and survive. This dark magic is extremely vile, the bodies it creates are fragile and require a constant supply of lives to maintain. Harry suddenly understood and nodded. So Tom doesn't dare show himself. Dumbledore nodded in confirmation. Then what does that have to do with him wanting me? Harry pressed. Dumbledore shook his head. I'll need to go through some books. There's too much dark magic out there, even I don't know everything. Harry stood up and put away his glass. Then I'll go get some rest. Miss Skeeter would like to interview you, she's worried about Death Eater retaliation. Dumbledore nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Of course. Rita stood up reluctantly. Before that, I think I need to visit the bathroom. No, actually, I'd better go straight to Madame Pomfrey. She had been trapped in that water tank for over a month. There was no way Corban Yaxley had been kind enough to change the water. Women were fragile creatures. Some diseases didn't require direct transmission, soaking in dirty water for a month was more than enough to cause an infection. Hygiene was extremely important. Dumbledore, being quite considerate, personally escorted her to Madame Pomfrey. She was an expert at handling such issues. Young people often underestimated the importance of cleanliness. Even with house elves doing the cleaning, it was difficult to maintain true hygiene. Harry returned to the common room. The Gryffindor students were as noisy as ever, his absence today hadn't affected them in the slightest. Ron was curled up with Crookshanks, engrossed in powerful potions. Hermione looked exhausted, her cheeks unnaturally flushed. Harry, you're back. How's Sirius? Hermione lowered her voice, concerned as she approached. He's fine. A little roughed up, but alive. Harry sat beside her. I grounded him for 6 months, Remus is keeping an eye on him. Ron looked up and scooted closer. Sirius doesn't seem like the type to stay put for 6 months. He needs to calm down. Harry shook his head. He's putting too much pressure on himself. He paused, then turned to Hermione. Hermione, what's wrong with you today? What do you mean? Hermione asked blankly. How many times did you use the time turner? Harry asked directly. A flicker of panic crossed Hermione's face. There were no overlapping classes today, so of course, I didn't use it. Last year, you told me not to overuse it. Harry's face was stern. And now you've completely ignored your own advice. Hermione lowered her head, looking pitiful. I know you're pushing yourself too hard, Harry sighed, trying to reassure her. But don't rush. You're an incredible witch, you don't need to force it. Hermione lifted her head, wanting to say something. Take it slow. I'll be right here with you, Harry cut her off, speaking gently. Ron sighed and returned to his book. I shouldn't have joined this conversation. Rita Skeeter had not published an article in months. Many of her loyal readers had sent letters to the Daily Prophet, asking why. And just as they anxiously awaited her return, the top reporter of the Daily Prophet finally came back, bringing with her several explosive reports. The front page featured an exclusive interview with Albus Dumbledore, which shocked everyone. As the greatest white wizard of the century, Dumbledore had always avoided the press. No journalist had ever managed to interview him. But Rita Skeeter did. In this article, Dumbledore spoke about his years at Hogwarts and his time as headmaster. Though he omitted details of his early career, the article still satisfied the curiosity of many. So this is the men behind the legend. But the third page carried something nearly as important, an interview with Harry Potter. As a Triwizard champion, this was his first media interview. The article contained little direct conversation between Harry and Rita. Instead, it quoted many Hogwarts professors and students praising him. Many wizards who had never attended Hogwarts were shocked to learn Harry Potter was the heir of Gryffindor. And that, in Godric's Hollow, a goblin-run forge was now selling Gryffindor sword replicas. However, neither of these stories could compare to what Rita published in a tiny corner of the paper. She revealed the true cause of Barty Crouch Sr.'s death. He had not died of natural causes. He had been murdered. By his own son. This revelation caused an uproar. Rita had almost completely reproduced Corban Yaxley's words in the newspaper. This gave Cornelius Fudge a massive headache. Even the Aurors didn't know about this, so where had Rita Skeeter learned such information? And it didn't seem like a fabricated report. She had described in extreme detail the events of the night Barty Crouch Sr. died, how Dumbledore had informed the Ministry, how Scrimgeour had been dispatched to find Crouch, how he had ended up at Hogwarts, where a battle had broken out, resulting in the deaths of Crouch and his house elf. These details had never been publicly disclosed. Rita had just filled in the gaps for the Auror office. The Ministry was thrown into chaos. Some even called for Rita to be arrested and sent to Azkaban. But that was only talk, no one had the guts to actually do it. After all, her interview with Dumbledore was printed right on the front page. Who knew what kind of relationship they had? Outside of Hogwarts, everything was a mess. Inside, things remained relatively calm. Rita had not exposed the fact that Moody had been replaced, though some sharp students could make an educated guess. But the matter was quickly forgotten, buried in a few days of gossip. Time passed bit by bit, and the school year gradually approached its end. The younger students were overwhelmed with exams, and the only thing keeping them going was the upcoming final task of the Triwizard Tournament. And then, in early June, on June 7th, Harry finally got the thunderstorm he had been waiting for half a year. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 215, Transformation. On June 7th, the sky roared with thunder, and the rain poured heavily. Professor McGonagall wasn't feeling her best. She transformed into a cat, curling up comfortably on a warm cushion near the fireplace in her office. Animagi often did this, shifting into their animal forms at the most relaxed moments. After finishing their last herbology class, trudging through the final muddy lesson of the year, Harry, Hermione, and Ron vanished into the heavy, torrential rain. They made their way toward the Whomping Willow. This tunnel had remained untouched for a long time. The Whomping Willow was an extremely dangerous magical plant. Even Professor Sprout only ever used its saplings in her lessons. Entering the passage, Harry flicked his wand. A small vial hidden in the corner flew into his palm. Its contents had changed over time. What was once a mix of saliva and potion ingredients had transformed, under the influence of time and magic, into a single mouthful of thick, crimson liquid. Its scent was dangerous. Chaotic and wild, much like the thunderstorm outside. Harry stepped toward the tunnel entrance. "You two wait here," he instructed. "If anything goes wrong, get Professor McGonagall." Hermione nodded, gripping her wand, prepared to cast Expecto Patronum at any moment. Ron also had his wand out, standing tense and serious. Becoming an animagus required an open space. No one could predict what animal they would transform into. There were cases where a wizard had attempted the transformation inside a room, only to turn into a blue whale, without the ability to change back immediately. The reinforced walls had prevented escape. The result? Crushed to death. That thick, weapon-like animagus guidebook was filled with countless mistakes from the past. Every seemingly redundant or ridiculous rule had been written in blood, each one representing at least one, if not several, lost lives. Stepping into the rain. Harry raised his wand, pressing it against his chest. He chanted the incantation. Amato, animo, animato, animagus. A sharp pain pierced through his heart. He swallowed the potion. That single small mouthful felt like an entire Cambrian waterfall, flooding into his body with terrifying force. Even with his mutated Witcher physiology, his body creaked under the strain. His bones felt like they were shattering, his organs compressing. It was as if the potion was crushing him down, forcing his 5 feet 3/4 inch frame into the size of a fist-sized tin can. Then, a second heartbeat echoed within his chest. Thump. 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 Strong. Powerful. A creature surfaced in his mind. That's it. Harry was surprised. He had expected his animagus form to match his Patronus, like most wizards. But this was good. The transformation continued. The pain intensified, tearing through his body and mind. For the first time, Harry understood why animagi were so rare. It wasn't just because of the Ministry's regulations. It wasn't just because of the spell's difficulty. After all, even Rita Skeeter had mastered it. How difficult could it really be? The real barrier was pain. He could feel every inch of his body changing. From the tiniest pores and capillaries, to muscles and bones. This wasn't like disassembling and reassembling a puzzle. No. This was like taking a hammer, smashing every single piece of the puzzle to dust, then forcing the broken fragments into a mold to be reshaped into something new. Compared to Witcher mutations, however, this was nothing. Pain stretches time. 10 minutes later. His wand slipped from his grasp. The transformation was complete. At the tunnel entrance, Hermione and Ron watched in silence. A bolt of lightning split the sky, momentarily illuminating the clearing before the Whomping Willow. Under the silver light of the storm, a wolf stood there. A white wolf. It looks like Lupin's Patronus, Ron murmured. Is that a dog or a wolf? So, you didn't read the book I gave you? Hermione countered. Ron blinked, then stubbornly defended himself. I only looked at lions and cats. Who would have thought Harry would turn into this? I figured it'd be a lion. It's a wolf, Hermione stated with certainty. Look at the ears, they're sharp. Wolf ears are pointed. Dog ears are usually more rounded. She pointed to its paws. And there's no dewclaw. That's the biggest difference between wolves and dogs. Dewclaw. Ron struggled with the unfamiliar term. What's that? Wolves don't have rear-facing dewclaws. Dogs do, Hermione explained. Read your book. Or better yet, when Sirius visits, check his paws. Ron nodded, giving up on the details. So Harry's animagus is a white wolf. Hermione nodded. Harry, now a wolf, dug at a puddle, trying to see his reflection. But the relentless rain distorted the surface. Frustrated, he grabbed his wand and trotted back inside. Ron watched enviously, itching to reach out and touch. Hermione, however, locked eyes with those amber, slit-pupilled eyes. Witcher remnants. Even animagus transformation hadn't changed them. She immediately understood. Taking Harry's wand, she cast a spell. A full-length mirror appeared. Harry stood in front of it. A strong, white wolf. His eyes, still slit-pupilled. Wolves don't have slit pupils. Just like other animagi, some personal traits carried over into the transformation. A faint lightning-shaped patch of gray fur marked his forehead. A small, shallow scar traced his left cheek, left by Snape's attack last year. He turned, inspecting himself. Pure white fur, unblemished. Hermione couldn't resist. She wanted to touch. Who wouldn't? A fluffy, majestic wolf, who wouldn't want to pet it? Harry shook off the rain. Compared to the pain and rituals, the result felt disappointing. Animagi were just ordinary animals. No special abilities. He was just a wolf. A normal wolf. The weaker form felt unnatural to him. Still, he focused on remembering his human shape, not rushing to transform back. Slowly, gradually, he adjusted to the magic inside. The first time was always clumsy. Suddenly, a hand touched his fur. Like petting a cat. Harry tensed. His fur bristled. He whipped his head around. Hermione's face was slightly flushed. She withdrew her hand. I couldn't resist, she admitted. Harry sighed. Before she could do it again, he shifted back into human form. Harry, congratulations. Hermione smiled. Ron clapped. Mate, your animagus is insanely cool. But, wolf or dog? Wolf, Harry confirmed. He glanced at the mirror. 3 dim shadows were reflected. And for a brief moment, in that ordinary mirror, it felt like the mirror of Erist. Because he saw one more figure. I never expected to be a white wolf, Harry murmured. But even without expression, the joy in his voice was unmistakable. Hermione tilted her head, observing him closely. There was something off about the way Harry said white wolf. Her instincts told her. He wasn't just talking about his animagus form. He was thinking of someone. A man. Well. That wasn't her business. Harry smiled. A very handsome white wolf, don't you think? If he ever had the chance to meet Geralt again, at least he could finally explain, prove, that he had always been a true wolf school witcher. Even if people mistook him for a viper because of his parcel tongue. Even if everyone who had seen him fight assumed he was from the Griffin school. Even if he was constantly reminded that he was wearing the wrong badge. The truth was, Harry Potter had always been a wolf school witcher. And now, he had the perfect proof. A wolf school witcher's animagus form could only be a wolf. Wasn't that obvious? As they walked back toward the castle, Harry spoke thoughtfully. What do you two think of the name White Wolf, Harry? Sounds cool. Ron's eyes sparkled. Hermione, however, shook her head. She lowered her voice. Harry. You're an illegal animagus. Harry nodded, sighing with regret. Too bad. As they entered the castle, Harry suddenly turned to them. If you ever want to, you could give it a try too. Ron shook his head immediately. Too much work. Besides, there's no guarantee I'd turn into something as cool as you. To Ron, the only point of animagus transformation was looking cool. A white wolf was great. McGonagall's cat was nice. Sirius's big black dog was acceptable. But what if he turned into a beetle like Rita Skeeter? That would be humiliating. Totally useless. And he had no plans to work at the Daily Prophet after graduation. Hermione nodded as well. To her, animagus transformation was symbolic, nothing more. She'd rather spend time reading or attending Harry's dueling classes. Animagus magic isn't just for show, Harry shook his head. Otherwise, only people who mastered animagus would be called masters of transfiguration. It helps you truly understand the essence of transfiguration. During the painful transformation, he had felt every part of his body change. Every muscle, blood vessel, hair follicle, and bone. That kind of understanding was more valuable than any textbook or training exercise. Harry flicked his wand. A piece of pudding flew from Ron's pocket and transfigured midair into a small rabbit. It landed lightly in Harry's palm. It had bright eyes and warm breath, rubbing its little paws against its face. Alive. My pudding. Ron yelped. Hermione, however, was stunned. Your transfiguration. Harry's transfiguration had always been strong among the students. Stronger than even some 7th years. But he wasn't McGonagall level, not yet. Now. His spell casting had become smooth, effortless. And the end result was nearly flawless. In battles, Harry had rarely used transfiguration beyond basic shape manipulation. For example, he often changed objects' forms, but never their composition. Wood remained wood. Stone remained stone. Steel remained steel. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. But in battle, it took too much concentration. Now, he had no trouble doing it instantly. That was the true effect of animagus transformation. The value wasn't in the animal form itself. It was in what you learned from the process. Animagus changes you, Harry explained. He waved his wand. The rabbit turned back into pudding. Ron carefully snatched it back. It was cherry raspberry flavor, rare. Maybe I'll try it over the summer. Hermione mused. Can I come to Godric's Hollow to practice? Harry smiled. Of course. Ron stared at her. That was a good excuse. A really good excuse. He hesitated, then sighed. He wouldn't be their third wheel. Ron, you should come too, Hermione said, expressionless. Me. Ron pointed at himself. Wouldn't that be weird? I could just wait until next term. Sirius and Remus will both be there, Harry added, equally expressionless. We'll all learn together. It's more efficient. Ron reluctantly nodded. All right, but I'm going home that night. We're not short on flu powder anymore. Molly had never approved of Fred and George's business. She believed that Weasley children should have proper careers, in the ministry or at Hogwarts. But the truth was, the Weasley family's life had improved tremendously thanks to Fred and George. New robes every year. Molly's vanity table now had beauty potions she once could only dream of affording. Arthur's hair was thicker than ever. They chatted all the way back to the common room. On the way, Hermione made a request. She wanted to pet the white wolf at least once. She had never gotten a chance to pet a wolf before. Harry agreed. Ron also asked. Harry refused. Being touched by another guy felt weird. The thunderstorm Harry had long awaited lasted 2 full days. The Black Lake swelled, growing larger. When the storm finally cleared, it left behind a brilliant, sunny sky. The younger students, panicked over final exams, had only one other thing on their minds. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament. The hottest topic in Hogwarts. Betting. Would Mr. Potter win the cup in under 10 minutes? Would Mr. Potter take 20 minutes to claim victory? Or would the risk-takers bet on the higher odds? That Delacour or Crumb would win instead. Ludo Bagman's gambling business had spread to every corner of Hogwarts. Even first-years were placing bets. At this point, he had officially become McGonagall's most hated person. No competition. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 216, A Slap. Professor McGonagall was strict, but she was not the type to micromanage every aspect of her students' lives. How they chose to spend their pocket money was their own business. Even when Harry Potter received rare magical materials daily, she never questioned it. There was only one rule: they could not be scammed. Ludo Bagman, however, had no such scruples. To make money, he had been shamelessly promoting his bets, hyping Harry up as an unstoppable force, convincing many students to wager their entire monthly or even bi-monthly allowances on Mr. Potter will complete the task in 5 minutes. Others had placed their bets on Delacour or Crumb will win the Triwizard Cup. Fred and George also wanted to join in. Ludo refused. He had already lost a huge sum to them. Worse, just the fact that they were Harry's friends made him wary. Sure, Mr. Potter was upright and noble, not the type to get involved in dishonorable dealings. But what if? What if Harry teamed up with Fred, George, and his godfather for revenge? Not impossible. By the day before the final task, Ludo had already collected over 3,000 galleons, just from Hogwarts. The most popular bet. Mr. Potter will finish in 20 minutes. Ludo also saw this as the safest bet, so the odds were extremely low, 1 minute and 1.01 seconds. Bet 1 galleon, win less than 5 nuts. The highest payout was on Mr. Potter will take more than an hour to finish. The odds. 1:250. Thanks to Ludo's persuasion, nearly 500 galleons had been wagered on it. Mostly from Ravenclaws and Slytherins. The Ravenclaws had used divination to determine that this option had the best risk-to-reward ratio. The Slytherins. They didn't care about magic or logic. They just wanted to curse Harry Potter. If he messed up, they wanted it to be so bad that the Triwizard Cup at least stayed at Hogwarts. The final task would determine the champion. The Ministry of Magic wanted Hogwarts to open its doors, allowing anyone to attend. Dumbledore refused. The Death Eater's plans were still unclear, he would not risk it. The Ministry pushed back. But Dumbledore's wand carried more weight. In the end, only the champions' families and pre-approved guests were allowed invitations. Even the Dursleys were invited. Vernon reluctantly agreed, for Petunia's sake. The day before the final task, Harry met them at King's Cross Station. The Weasleys were also with him. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, I'm glad you could come, Harry greeted them. It was Dudley who made a fuss, Vernon grumbled. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered. I can't believe you freaks use a normal train, Vernon sneered. I always thought you were lying. He kept glancing at his wife. Maybe you don't want to be here, Harry said casually. But Aunt Petunia has probably been waiting for this day for a long time. Petunia turned her head away. Harry, you never told me your aunt and uncle were this entertaining, Arthur Weasley said cheerfully. Muggle life is much richer than I imagined. Merlin, Mr. Dursley sells drilling machines. That's fascinating, they can dig over 700 yards underground. Let's walk and talk, Harry suggested. They left the station and boarded the Thestral-drawn carriages. Petunia stared. Her eyes filled with conflicted emotions. She had once longed to come here. She had once hated this place. Now, when she had finally let go of those feelings, she was invited. Through the Hogwarts gates, up to the castle itself. I thought you'd be hiding underground in some creepy dungeon, Vernon muttered, awed by the castle's grandeur. We don't live like that, Arthur corrected patiently. That's just old Muggle propaganda against wizards. Snape is creepy, Petunia countered immediately. Arthur opened his mouth. And then shut it. She wasn't wrong. Nearby, young Hogwarts students stared at Petunia in shock. That's Potter's aunt. His family was this fearless. They just arrived at Hogwarts, and they were already bad-mouthing Snape. Inside the castle, Petunia was stunned by the moving portraits, the resting suits of armor, and the ghosts gliding past, making Dudley visibly pale. Arthur enthusiastically explained everything, proudly sharing the castle's rich history. They weren't staying in student dormitories. Dumbledore had arranged private quarters. The house elves were frantically preparing. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were fine. Sirius and Lupin were fine. But 3 Muggles. The elves had never served Muggles before. Dudley quickly adapted, even wanting to explore alone. Harry had already assigned Crookshanks a mission. Follow Dudley. Don't let him wander. Hogwarts was less safe than before. No way was he letting a child run loose. Vernon, unlike Petunia, genuinely despised wizards. Especially after meeting James Potter. Which had only deepened his hatred. Still, he stayed, talking business with Arthur. As a top salesman, Vernon quickly noticed that Arthur was fascinated with drilling machines. And if he could make a sale, as long as they paid in pounds, he didn't care who his customers were. Meanwhile, Harry showed Petunia and Dudley around Hogwarts. The Gryffindor common room. The astronomy tower. The Ollery. The potions classroom. And then they ran into Snape. "Long time no see, Severus," Petunia greeted. Snape gave a brief nod, averted his eyes, and hurried away. Petunia frowned. "What happened to his arm?" "I cut it off," Harry said bluntly. Petunia froze. The simple statement caught her off guard. "He was partly responsible for my mother's death." Snape. Petunia's head jerked back in shock. Harry nodded. Petunia fell silent. She had never been close with Lily. But blood was blood. She clenched her jaw. And stormed after Snape. Then. Slap. 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 She hit him. Again. And again. Snape did not dodge. He took every blow. Some wounds never fade. Not even with time. That night, Petunia cried for hours. Vernon tried to comfort her. Meanwhile, rumors spread across Hogwarts. Some said Potter's relatives held immense power in the Muggle world, so much so that Snape didn't dare retaliate. Others claimed Potter's relatives were mighty knights, and Snape was no match for them. Somehow, Petunia Dursley became known as a towering female knight who could eat an entire cow in one sitting. June 24th. Even with the final task approaching, classes continued as usual. That morning, the Daily Prophet published Rita Skeeter's latest article. Since forming alliances with both Harry Potter and Dumbledore, she had become one of the few journalists allowed inside Hogwarts during this period. And with her newfound backing, it seemed her long-dormant sense of justice was making a comeback. The front page was not about the Triwizard Tournament. Instead, it featured a furious attack on Ludo Bagman. Every single word condemned him for his shameless exploitation of young Hogwarts students. She exposed his entire betting scheme, breaking it down piece by piece. Only after her article did many students finally realize. As long as the least likely scenario didn't happen, Mr. Potter will take over an hour to complete the task. Then Ludo Bagman was guaranteed to profit. At minimum, he was set to skim over 2,500 galleons from Hogwarts students alone. When factoring in adult wizards' bets, his earnings would exceed 20,000 galleons. By the afternoon, the howlers had begun piling up at the Ministry of Magic. But it didn't matter. Because at this moment, Ludo Bagman was at Hogwarts. The night of the final task. After dinner, students and invited guests followed their professors toward the Quidditch pitch. The champions trailed behind Ludo. The Quidditch pitch had been completely transformed. A 20-foot-high wooden maze enclosed the entire field. Even the top was sealed, preventing any champion from flying over the maze. Spectators sat outside the pitch, facing 3 enormous enchanted screens. Meanwhile, Ludo led the champions to a tent near the entrance. Inside, waiting for them, were Madame Maxime Igor Karkaroff Albus Dumbledore, several other professors, a very nervous-looking Hagrid. "Mr. Bagman," Maxime said sharply, "I expect you to be fair." Ludo had set over 20 types of bets on Harry's victory conditions alone. But for Fleur's victory, there was only one option, and its odds were outrageously high, even higher than Crumb's. "I am always fair." Ludo grinned, completely unfazed. "Don't worry, I won't favor any of the champions." Karkaroff and Maxime scoffed in unison. "How shameless." "You all know the rules," Ludo cleared his throat. "The goal is simple, reach the center of the maze and claim the Triwizard Cup. While the first 2 tasks were important, this final challenge determines everything." He paused, then turned to Harry. "Now, I should remind you all." Ludo smiled meaningfully. "While getting to the cup first is a great achievement, the true requirement for victory is to carry the cup out of the maze." A dangerous gleam flashed in Ludo's eyes. "Of course, let's say, hypothetically, if, when the first champion grabs the cup, the other 2 have already been eliminated. Then they wouldn't need to leave the maze. They'd automatically win." Fleur's expression darkened. She asked, "So we're allowed to attack each other?" Ludo nodded. "From the very first task, there has never been a rule forbidding it." Both Fleur and Crumb widened their eyes. "You see, back in the old days," Ludo chuckled, "one of the biggest spectacles of the tournament was how the champions would sabotage each other. I figured you were all, gentlemen and ladies. Guess you didn't realize." Fleur and Crumb exchanged glances. At that moment, an unspoken agreement formed between them. Dumbledore sighed. We would all prefer a tournament where honor takes precedence, he added. But of course, the choice lies with the champions. Maxime and Karkaroff rolled their eyes. Easy for you to say. Harry was the clear favorite to win. It was easy for Dumbledore to preach morality when his champion was most likely to walk away with the cup. Ludo cleared his throat again. Now, let's talk safety. While the maze isn't very large, it's filled with dangerous magical creatures. Some of them are dark creatures. And some are simply dangerous beasts. I dare say, it might even be more dangerous than the Forbidden Forest. Fleur and Crumb's brief confidence vanished. Their faces tightened. Harry, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed. The Forbidden Forest was practically his second home. Ludo sighed. Let me remind you again, I hope to not see any champions harming the magical creatures inside. At least leave them alive, he added. Don't kill them outright. Harry made no promises. Ludo sighed again. One more thing. The maze walls were built and reinforced by Dumbledore, the other headmasters, and several master wizards. They cannot be destroyed. So don't bother trying, Ludo smiled. That time would be better spent looking for a new path. Maxime snapped. Mr. Bagman. This directly benefited Harry. Fleur and Crumb would likely test the walls once and move on. But Harry, being the strongest, might have wasted time attempting to break them. Now, he wouldn't. Ludo coughed. I'm just helping the champions. All right. He clapped his hands. Now, get ready. We need to prepare for the final task. Oh, and one last thing. If you run into trouble and need rescue, fire red sparks into the air. But this will mean you forfeit the tournament. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 217, Dealing with It. Ludo raised his hand and pointed toward the nearby headmasters and professors. McGonagall adjusted her hat, a wide-brimmed wizard's hat adorned with a large red star. The other headmasters wore similar ones, even Professor Snape had put on a hat for the occasion, something he hadn't done in a long time. Hagrid was the only exception. Instead of a hat, he had embroidered a red star on the back of his vest. There wasn't a hat large enough to fit him, and he wasn't used to wearing one anyway. Ludo has said a lot, Professor McGonagall said sternly. But I hope that before you value honor, you first value your own safety. No matter who you are, including you, Mr. Potter. You are the greatest treasures of your schools, far more important than the Triwizard Cup itself. If you encounter something beyond your ability to handle, don't try to be brave. Just send up sparks, and we will come to your aid immediately. Maxime and Karkaroff, unlike their reaction to Ludo earlier, didn't scoff or sneer this time. They respected McGonagall, this woman, far more reliable than Dumbledore, had kept Hogwarts in perfect order. Ludo cleared his throat, his eyes settling on Harry. If, and I'm only saying if, in the maze, you attack another champion and manage to knock them unconscious, you must send up sparks immediately. The maze is dangerous even when you're awake, let alone unconscious. Being knocked out means automatic disqualification. Maxime and Karkaroff glared at him, gritting their teeth. What did he mean by that? Was he encouraging Potter to take out their champions? McGonagall opened her mouth, hesitated, then sighed. In the end, she chose to trust Harry. A Gryffindor lion would never be as shameless and underhanded as Ludo. All right, let's head out and prepare for tonight's competition. Ludo clapped his hands, his voice full of enthusiasm. He couldn't wait to embrace the lovely galleons waiting for him. Most of the money he had won from the first 2 rounds had gone toward paying off debts, leaving him nearly penniless. The champions were practically shoved outside. The professors moved toward the maze's perimeter while Ludo and the others took their seats at the judges' stand. You've all waited long enough, the final round of the Triwizard Tournament is here. Ludo cheered before the others had even sat down. The audience erupted in cheers. Fireworks burst in the air, displaying portraits of the 3 champions, along with lions and griffins. In the special seating area, the Dursleys looked around, overwhelmed. This was their first time witnessing a wizarding event. First, let's review the scores from the previous 2 rounds, Ludo said, waving his wand. A firework landed in his hand, and with a tug, it exploded in midair. First place, Hogwarts Harry Potter. 91 points from the first 2 rounds. A shimmering screen displayed an image of Harry standing before the judges. Potter. Potter. The young wizards of Hogwarts chanted his name. Vernon Dursley glanced around, muttering, that boy's quite popular, huh? Hermione lifted her chin proudly. Of course. Harry is the best student in the entire school, and the best seeker in Quidditch. You could think of him like a football striker. Like Baggio. Dudley's eyes lit up. Hermione shook her head. I don't know much about football, but if Baggio is a world-famous star, then yes, something like that. Dudley stared at the screen, watching his cousin. It was hard to believe, Harry, a star like Baggio. Ludo flicked his wand again. Another firework exploded, revealing Crumb's face. Second place, Durmstrang's Victor Crumb. 62 points. Another screen lit up, displaying Crumb's sharp, brooding features. 91 versus 62. Vernon, who had a decent grasp of numbers, immediately caught the massive gap. That's a huge difference. Harry is excellent. Hermione boasted. Ron chimed in, and Crumb is also an incredible seeker. He's the most famous Quidditch player in the wizarding world. Petunia nodded, her posture straightening with pride. Dudley's eyes widened. So Harry isn't just Baggio, he's Maradona. Ron and Hermione fell silent. They had no opinion on that. The cultural gap was too big. Ludo continued, lighting another firework. Fleur's image appeared. Third place, Bosbaton's Fleur Delacour. 58 points. Fleur's beautiful face filled the third screen. Vernon couldn't help but comment on how stunning she was, before Petunia pinched him hard, making him yelp in pain. Ludo reiterated the rules while the young wizards eagerly awaited the start of the competition. But before we begin, Ludo cleared his throat, we must extend our gratitude to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for their support in making this final task possible. In the stands, George and Fred stood up, bowing and tipping their hats gracefully. This final task is incredibly dangerous. Even the most elite Aurors would struggle to navigate the maze safely. Initially, we decided against broadcasting it live. But thanks to the Weasley twins, we now have the means to see and hear everything in real time. Molly and Arthur stared at their sons in surprise. These troublemakers, were they actually capable of something like this? Weasley's Wizard Wheezes will provide the finest magical products in the wizarding world. Ludo declared. Located next to Ollivander's in Diagon Alley, also available via our order. George and Fred launched fireworks, sending their faces into the sky. Ludo raised his wand, firing a red spark. Now, Mr. Potter, please step up to the maze entrance. Wait for my whistle. Harry walked forward. 3, 2, 1. Ludo blew the whistle. Harry stepped inside. A powerful enchantment surrounded the maze. The moment he crossed the threshold, the sounds of the cheering audience vanished. All he could hear was the scuttling of unseen creatures. His vision darkened. Raising his wand, he whispered, Lumos. White light illuminated his path. He didn't rush forward. Instead, he sniffed the air, trying to detect any traces left by the wizards who had built the maze. But Dumbledore had accounted for this. To ensure fairness, he had erased all traces of the maze's construction, preventing Harry from using his heightened senses as an advantage. Harry turned left and moved forward. The Triwizard Cup. He wasn't in a hurry to grab it. He could take his time exploring the maze, who knew, he might find some useful ingredients along the way. Outside the maze. A minute later, Ludo sent up another spark and blew his whistle for Crumb to enter. Crumb stepped inside, cast Lumos, and then remained completely still, standing at the entrance. Karkaroff slammed his fist on the table, furious. They were already at a disadvantage. Why was Crumb just standing there like a turtle? Had he given up already? A minute later, Fleur entered. She immediately noticed Crumb by the entrance, took a deep breath, and whispered, Are you not going in? Let's work together, Crumb said bluntly. Fleur hesitated. Potter is strong, Crumb said firmly. We've both seen it in the first 2 tasks. Did you hear? He solved the golden eggs puzzle the day after he got it. Fleur nodded. Of course, she had heard. Unfortunately, Gryffindors had kept their mouths shut about it. Even using her Vela charm, she hadn't been able to extract any useful information. If we fight him alone, we'll lose, Crumb continued. And he'll probably find the cup before us. Fleur narrowed her eyes. So your plan is to wait for him to retrieve the cup, then ambush him. The audience heard every word. Hermione clenched her fists. Despicable. Ludo, in the commentary booth, made no effort to hide his bias. The weak joining forces to trap the strong. But if they wait at the entrance, they may be wasting their time. After all, even a dragon couldn't stop Potter. Inside the maze, Harry calmly picked some herbs. Ludo nearly shouted, at a time like this, he's gathering ingredients. The maze wasn't just filled with dangers, it also replicated the deep ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest, meaning there were useful plants within it as well. Harry had just plucked a sprig of dittany and tossed it into the sorting hat. He truly wasn't in any rush. He moved forward at a leisurely pace. A faint scent lingered in the air, a mix of sulfur and something fishy. Blast-ended scroots. Harry followed the narrow path. Ever since these creatures had reached adulthood, Hagrid had stopped allowing younger students to care for them, leaving them as a study subject for 6th and 7th years. It had been a while since Harry had seen one. Now fully grown, the scroots had shed the disgusting, rotting, and sticky appearance of their juvenile stage. They now resembled massive scorpions, with the pincers of an acromantula and the shell of a giant hermit crab. Their dark cyan exoskeleton gleamed with an oily sheen. In a way, they did have that handsome quality that Hagrid had always insisted upon. Ludo's voice narrated over the scene. Harry Potter has encountered his first real challenge inside the maze. This is a new magical creature, bred by Hogwarts' very own Care of Magical Creatures professor, Hagrid. It has been officially recognized by the Ministry of Magic. It does not violate the ban on experimental breeding law. After review by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, its danger rating has been temporarily set at XXXX. However, this does not mean it is only a XXXX level creature. Its parent, or perhaps its mother, is none other than a XXXX rated manticores. Once Hagrid publishes his research in Fantastic Beasts, we will be able to learn more details about them. Now, let's see how Harry Potter will deal with it. Inside the maze, Harry observed the creature carefully, his gaze lingering on its massive, venomous tail. It was highly toxic. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 218, Writing a Letter. It was indeed fascinating. With a flick of its tail, it slammed the ground, producing a loud explosion. Sparks erupted in all directions. The walls of the maze, protected by magic, extinguished the falling embers instantly. But the pathways within the maze were unprotected, left charred and scorched. Though Harry couldn't see its underside, the prominent spikes on its shell indicated that this was a male blast-ended scrut. As Harry approached, the scrut finally noticed him, charging forward with brutal speed. Its irregular legs somehow allowed for incredibly fast crawling, while its tail shot out bursts of fire with a whoosh each time, propelling it forward in massive leaps. Its agility was entirely mismatched with its bulky form. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, raising its tail and releasing a ferocious blast of flames. Harry sidestepped, swiftly casting a protective protego around himself. The fire was searing hot, nearly as intense as a coal furnace. It sent waves of heat rippling through the air, distorting the surroundings. Even with protego shielding him, Harry could feel the scorching heat on his face. One failed attack. The scrut grew even more furious. It lashed its tail viciously, sending droplets of venom from its hooked barb splattering onto the ground. A sharp sizzle followed as the blackened earth corroded, leaving behind shallow pits of grayish vapor. Harry was surprised. Highly corrosive venom, something his current collection lacked. Hagrid had truly bred a remarkable creature. He raised his wand. Swish. Swish. Vines shot out, wrapping around the creature and lifting it into the air. But this creature had been bred to match Hagrid's aesthetic. It was made to embody the very definition of ferocious. The vines couldn't hold it. The jagged spikes on its shell shifted like saw blades, slicing through half of the vines in an instant. Harry flicked his wand again. The remaining vines immediately hardened into steel. The spikes on the scrut's shell screeched, grinding against the metal, sparks flying everywhere. It wasn't an idle struggle, the spikes quickly wore down. But in mere moments, the shell writhed, and new spikes emerged. Even steel, as tough as it was slowly being ground away. More vines whipped forward, transforming into steel restraints, binding the creature from head to tail. Harry made his second mental note. Highly durable exoskeleton, with incredibly fast regenerative abilities. This was an undocumented magical material. Determining which parts could be used, which couldn't, and how best to dissect it without damaging valuable components would take careful study. For now, the blast-ended scrut was an invaluable specimen. Although, at the start of the school year, Hagrid had several crates of them, but many perished during growth, and they also had a tendency to attack each other. Even in Hagrid's care, only 10 remained. Harry aimed at the scrut and incanted, Stupefy. Bang. Its shell contracted, effortlessly deflecting the spell. Its resistance to magic was comparable to dragon hide. Harry was even more intrigued. He waved his wand again, pulling a small vial from the sorting hat, a vial of draught of living death. 2 vines extended like hands, prying open the scrut's mandibles and forcing the potion down its throat. Within moments, it succumbed, falling into a deep sleep without any resistance. Poor resistance to potions. Harry donned dragon hide gloves and drew a dagger, but after a moment's thought, he put it back. A regular blade wouldn't be enough to cut through this thing's shell. He retrieved the sword of Gryffindor instead. Outside the maze, Ludo Bagman was practically shouting, stomping his feet. What is Potter doing? Merlin's beard, what on earth is he thinking? With such a massive lead, instead of rushing to claim the Triwizard Cup, he's studying a blast-ended scrut. I recall that scruts were part of Hogwarts' Care of Magical Creatures curriculum this year. Surely, Potter has encountered them before. Maxime and Karkaroff frowned. From the stands, Beauxbatons and Demstrang supporters erupted into furious boos. Blatant home field favoritism. Ludo turned pale, realizing he had blurted out something he really shouldn't have. Each Triwizard tournament allowed for some minor professor assistance, but it was never explicitly acknowledged, let alone spoken of openly. Mr. Bagman, I believe you're mistaken. Dumbledore cleared his throat and amplified his voice with a sonorous spell. Blast-ended scruts are indeed part of this year's Care of Magical Creatures curriculum. But that has nothing to do with Mr. Potter. I suspect you may have overlooked something rather obvious, Potter's age. He is only 15, this is his 4th year. He and his classmates were only responsible for the scruts during their infancy for about a month. For the sake of fairness, once they matured, only 6th and 7th year students were allowed to care for them. Furthermore, I can assure you, Professor Hagrid has never provided Potter with any private information regarding Scroots. Of course, Hagrid hadn't. Before the second task, he had been too busy wallowing in self-pity over his one-sided heartbreak. And by the time Harry had comforted him, Hagrid had thrown himself into learning English and writing his academic paper. Scroots. Only now, as Dumbledore mentioned them, did Hagrid suddenly realize, oh no. I never told Harry their weak points. Flitwick leaned in, lowering his voice. You really didn't tell him. He's been spending all this time with you. I forgot, Hagrid admitted, ashamed. Harry's been teaching me to read and write, there wasn't much time for other conversations. Flitwick leaned back, giving him an odd look. So, it wasn't you keeping Harry locked up, it was Harry keeping you locked up. Hagrid froze, then nodded glumly. Flitwick's expression shifted to pity. From nearby, McGonagall and Sprout gave Hagrid similar looks, only Snape sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. How ridiculous. A Hogwarts professor having to relearn his own native language. Ludo was still stomping his feet. He desperately wished his voice could reach inside the maze. Hurry up. Mr. Potter, move faster, it's been 5 whole minutes and you've only cleared 2 paths. There's still 4/5 of the maze left before the cup. At this pace, it'll take over 20 minutes. That meant less money in his pocket. Inside the maze. Harry carefully dissected the Scroot. Its venom was safely collected in glass vials. Its heart, bone spurs, and shell, none were wasted. In the end, only a heap of useless flesh remained on the ground. He moved forward. He encountered many creatures, but none as rare as the Scroot. Redcaps, boggarts, trolls. All were common Forbidden Forest creatures. It seemed the Ministry had been rather lazy when constructing this maze, they hadn't imported many unique magical beasts from foreign regions. The only exotic creature he encountered was a T-bow, a wart-covered warthog native to Africa. Harry was unimpressed. Still, remembering Ludo's instructions, he merely shaved off some of its bristles and collected a pound of its blood before letting it go. The creature, as timid as Fong, bolted instantly. In mere moments, it vanished, using its innate magical ability to turn invisible when in danger. Its blood was a crucial ingredient in invisibility potions. Its hide was often used for protective gear, but Harry already had dragon hide and Scroot armor, so he had no interest in it. Finally, as he ventured deeper, through a narrow, straight pathway, he encountered something truly interesting. A lion, with a woman's head. Judging by its size and the long mane at its chest, there was no doubt about its gender. A Sphinx. Chapter 218, The Letter. The Sphinx, an ancient and powerful creature. The first little wizard, it spoke, its female human head uttering a hoarse and low male voice. By the time you see me, it means you are very close to your goal. You may choose to turn back and find another path. Or you can take the fastest route, by passing through me. It stood up, blocking the path completely. You must have heard of the Sphinx's legend. To pass, you must solve my riddle. You have only one chance. If you fail, I will pounce on you. Of course, I won't kill you, I will stop just before I bite down, but you will be deemed to have failed this task. If you answer correctly, I will let you pass. Outside the maze. Ludo climbed onto a stool, raising his hand to check the time. Although Harry had wasted some time with the Scroot, he had barely taken any wrong turns afterward. Every magical creature blocking his way had been swiftly dealt with. It had only been 13 minutes. His voice grew even more excited. The audience might not realize this, but I can tell you, now, there is only one thing standing between Potter and the Triwizard Cup. A Sphinx. This legendary creature from the Middle East is known for challenging travelers with riddles. But we all know, Potter has a gift for solving puzzles. He cracked the second task's golden egg riddle in just a day. At this rate, the Triwizard Cup is as good as his. His expression was outright greedy. Karkaroff and Maxime sneered, even Dumbledore looked displeased. He had always despised people who were controlled by their desires rather than the other way around. Students from all 3 schools, even Gryffindor and Slytherin, united in booing Ludo. But their disdain didn't affect him in the slightest. His voice remained jubilant, almost as if the sound of clinking galleons rang within it. Now, let's check in on Miss Delacour and Mr. Crumb. Their strategy was excellent. But the maze is treacherous, only the strongest champions can move freely within it. 13 minutes have passed, and they still haven't finished mapping the area. By the time they finally set their traps, they might just discover that Potter has already walked out with the Triwizard Cup, victorious. And with that, Ludo would receive his payout of galleons. Inside the maze. The Sphinx stretched lazily, then lay back down. It hadn't sensed any real threat from this young wizard. Well, little wizard, have you made your choice? Harry slowly spoke, how about this, I'll ask you a question first. The Sphinx tilted its head, looking somewhat pitiful. You tell me, Harry said, raising his wand in one hand and the sword of Gryffindor in the other, which would hurt more, if I hit you with my wand. Or if I slashed you with my sword? The Sphinx froze. Its fur bristled instantly as it stood up, its body arched and tense, ready to pounce. Its whip-like tail hung low, the tip brushing against the ground. Danger. Just moments ago, this little wizard had seemed harmless, but now, he was extremely dangerous. What was with that look in his eyes? Harry sheathed the sword of Gryffindor back into the sorting hat and pulled out another weapon, the basilisk bone sword. A long, pale white bone sword, emanating a chilling aura. The Sphinx took 2 steps back, staring in disbelief at the blade. Is that, made from basilisk bone? As a creature from the Middle East, the Sphinx was all too familiar with basilisks. The very first basilisk had been created in that region, by Herpo the Foul, a notorious dark wizard from ancient Greece. This was my trophy from second year, Harry said calmly. The Sphinx took another step back. It was a dangerous creature, but compared to a basilisk, the gap was astronomical. Basilisks didn't bother with riddles. They only pondered how to swallow their prey whole. Oh, by the way, Harry added, I'm in my 4th year now. The Sphinx fell silent for a long time. Then, all of a sudden, it raised a paw and clapped it down. Congratulations, little wizard. The answer to my riddle was 4th year. You even answered it before I could ask. You may pass. It stood up and stretched out its front legs as far as possible, making way for Harry. Harry didn't move forward immediately. He instead stared at the Sphinx's trembling hind legs and spoke thoughtfully. I recall that a Sphinx's heart is a highly valuable potion ingredient. No. You can't. The Sphinx's eyes widened in panic, its head shaking frantically. Your Ministry of Magic promised to protect me. This would cause huge trouble. Harry continued scrutinizing it. Outside the maze, Ludo and the Ministry officials were starting to panic. Was this going to be another first task disaster? Even if they rushed in now, they wouldn't make it in time to stop him. Forget it, Harry sighed. I did promise Mr. Bagman. Inside and outside the maze, multiple beings let out sighs of relief. But we can keep in touch, Harry added enthusiastically. He flicked his wand, sending a parchment and quill flying out from the sorting hat. The quill scribbled down an address before the parchment floated into the Sphinx's mane. Write to me over the summer. The Sphinx gave him a dry, forced smile. Harry stepped past it and continued forward. With a thud, the Sphinx collapsed onto the ground. Its hind legs had already given out long ago, it had been standing purely out of sheer survival instinct. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 219, Come Out. The Sphinx scratched through its mane, pulling out the slip of parchment before angrily tossing it to the ground. Writing a letter. Write what letter? Did he look like the kind of Sphinx that wrote letters? Besides, what kind of magical creature would ever willingly write to a wizard who was clearly eyeing it as potential magical material? The Sphinx was far more intelligent than centaurs. It hesitated, wavered, then cautiously picked up the parchment again and tucked it back into its mane. It couldn't give the wizard an excuse. What if he took offense at its refusal and decided that was a good enough reason to attack? Harry walked forward. The path narrowed, leading to a fork at the end. He glanced to the right, sensing a complex magical fluctuation. Reinforcing himself with Protego, he stepped forward. Outside the maze, Ludo Bagman was on the verge of tears. Potter is close. He's always been sharp, he's chosen the correct path. Just a little further down this corridor, a single turn, and he'll see the cup. The Gryffindors clenched their fists, holding their breath, afraid that any noise from outside the maze might somehow disturb Harry inside. Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley massaged their sore necks, aching from being craned upward for so long, but none of them dared to look away from the enchanted screen. Vernon's face was pale. At home, he had often complained to Petunia about how those freaks probably teach all sorts of dangerous things at that school. But that was just talk, he hadn't actually believed it. Now, watching this, he realized they really did send 15-year-olds to fight terrifying creatures. He gripped Petunia's hand tightly. Dudley's eyes were filled with fear. He had once been curious about Hogwarts, had even wished, just in case, that he might turn out to be a wizard too. But the moment he saw the blast-ended scrut, he regretted that thought. That giant crab. Wouldn't it eat him alive? And even if he could eat it instead, he'd probably burst from overeating. Wizards were far too dangerous. He had thought young wizards spent their time eating sweets, goofing around, and copying their cousins' homework. Inside the maze, Harry continued forward. He turned a corner, and there it was. At the very center of the maze, sitting at the end of the path. The Triwizard Cup. The distance between them was less than 50 meters. If he grabbed it, the tournament would be over. But where were the Death Eaters? Because he had captured Corban Yaxley, had they simply abandoned their plan, thrown away a year's worth of preparation? Did Tom have time to adjust his schemes? Or did he still have the patience to wait? Harry had moved slowly through the maze, partly for the materials, but also to avoid any traps the Death Eaters might have set. But he hadn't encountered anything. It felt like a normal trial. The closer he got, the slower he moved. Ludo was growing restless, pounding the table in frustration. What is Potter doing? He's so close. No magical creatures. No other champions interfering. Victory was right within his grasp, so why was he slowing down? Every minute of delay meant another 1,000 galleons lost. Hurry up. But he couldn't communicate with Harry. All he could do was watch helplessly as the boy took one cautious step at a time, casting spells over the 50-meter stretch, taking a full 3 to 4 minutes to cross it. Harry stood before the cup. Its golden twin handles gleamed, surrounded by dozens of layered enchantments. Common charms, durability, dust repelling, even some ornamental spells Harry recognized but had never bothered to learn. He flicked his wand. The feedback was clear, no malicious curses on the cup. His amulet remained silent. His instinct sensed no danger. He reached out and touched the Triwizard Cup. Outside the maze, Ludo's voice erupted in a deafening cheer. With a flick of his wand, Harry's image on the screen expanded, filling the entire display. The Weasley twins' alchemical broadcasting tool stuttered for only a moment before adjusting, perfectly displaying the scene. Harry Potter. The Hogwarts champion, he's about to claim the Triwizard Cup. Everyone, look at the time. 18 minutes and 32 seconds. He's done it within 20 minutes. The audience erupted, some in cheers, others in groans. Because this had been one of Ludo's betting options. Will Potter be the first to touch the cup? How long will he take? Ludo was grinning from ear to ear. Between the 15-minute and 20-minute bets, he had raked in over 3,000 galleons. He continued to shout, his tone smug, his earlier frustration now completely gone. At Potter's speed, we can expect him to return within 10 minutes. Now, let's see how much of a challenge Crumb and Delacour can put up. He choked mid-sentence, eyes widening in absolute shock. His voice died in his throat, sending him into a violent coughing fit. At the judges' table, Dumbledore leapt to his feet, his face grave. The audience fell silent. The very air seemed sucked from the stadium, leaving it in a vacuum. On the screen, they watched. They saw it happen. The moment Harry's hands touched the cup, he twisted and vanished. Where did Harry go? Petunia gasped, stunned. Is that supposed to happen? Hermione clenched her fists, shaking her head. No. I don't think so. Vernon gestured wildly at the screen. Where is he? He just disappeared. Hermione swallowed hard. A portkey. Someone turned the Triwizard Cup into a portkey. It's taken Harry, somewhere else. She paused, then added. It means, he's been teleported. Ron's voice was tense, quiet. It's the Death Eater's plan. Outside the maze, Snape, the designated emergency responder, gritted his teeth and turned sharply toward the judge's table. His gaze landed on two people. Dumbledore, whose expression was terrifyingly severe. And Karkaroff, whose face held the faintest trace of schadenfreude. Snape strode toward them. Bastards. One had failed to prevent this. The other had refused to make a decision to re-establish contact with the Death Eaters. And now, this was the result. The sensation of a portkey was unpleasant. His navel yanked, his body twisting, spinning in nauseating spirals. Luckily, Harry had already experienced this once before. The moment he felt himself being transported, he raised his wand and reinforced Protego. He landed. Before he could even see his surroundings. Red. Orange. Light everywhere. Nearly 10 spells hurtled toward him in unison. Crack. His shield shattered instantly. He felt the magic pressing in. Ahead. Nothing behind him. Nothing to his sides. He rolled backward, dodging, instantly recasting Protego and adding Protego Maxima. More spells. Wave after wave. Striking without pause. His reinforced shield, broken again in under 3 seconds. But those 3 seconds were enough. Enough for him to breathe. Enough to analyze his surroundings. Harry Potter had arrived. In a graveyard. Tall weeds. Dim torchlight flickering in the distance. A massive cedar tree at the cemetery's edge. A small, low chapel. And standing atop the hill. A ruined manor. He knew this place. He had just been here. Little Hangleton. The Riddle Manor. Spells kept coming. But their accuracy wasn't great, most barely grazed him, slamming into the ground instead and kicking up plumes of dust. The spells themselves were oddly harmless. Stupefy. Petrificus Totalis. The most dangerous so far had only been Cruciatus. Not one killing curse. Harry rolled behind a tombstone. A few more spells struck, shaking the stone, cracks spreading from the impact points. Bomarda. A furious voice roared the spell. Harry flicked his wand. Several nearby tombstones twisted and melded together into a massive stone slab, absorbing the explosion before shattering into pieces. He counted 12 enemies. Most of them were familiar. He had seen them before. At the Quidditch World Cup. Only one person was missing, the one he suspected was Barty Crouch Jr. He wasn't here. Spells still rained down. This time, the Death Eaters were smarter. 6 of them took turns, maintaining a relentless barrage. Harry was about to counterattack. Then, a sharp, cruel voice cut through the air. Enough. Enough. Stop it. If you failed to kill him in the first instant, then you should stop. Potter is not some worthless fool you can swat like an insect. The voice was familiar. He had heard it once before. In his first year. On the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's voice. Harry whistled. So this is your grand plan, Tom. After an entire year of scheming, the big final move was just turning the Triwizard Cup into a portkey. All that effort, just to drag me to your dear old father's grave. The voice came again. Tinged with anger. Potter. You know quite a bit, don't you? I probably know more than you think, Harry replied lightly. For example, back when you were at Hogwarts, you used to sneak into the girls' bathroom every night. The Death Eaters wavered. A ripple of confusion in the air. Or how about when you graduated, you seduced a 60-year-old widow just to con her out of? The ripple turned to shock. Enough. Voldemort's voice snapped, furious. Potter, I didn't expect you to be the kind of person to spread gossip like some common witch. Harry smirked. I'm just repeating facts. You're the one who did them. Those details don't matter. Voldemort's voice smoothed out, regaining its calm. Potter, I have no desire to be your enemy. Because you think you'd lose? Harry cut him off bluntly. The Death Eaters shifted again, nervous, unsettled. Voldemort hesitated. Just for a moment. Then, ignoring the question, he continued. Shall we make a trade? You're looking for Avalon, aren't you? The question hit Harry like an arrow through the chest. How does he know? Someone told him. Who? Snape. Dumbledore's old flame. Someone else. No. Harry had to trust them. Which meant. There was another way he could have found out. Harry kept his tone light. A place all 4 founders sought. Of course I'd be interested. I, too, once followed in their footsteps, Voldemort said, pride slipping into his voice. Harry exhaled. So it was the founders' relics. Of course, I surpassed them all, Voldemort continued, voice dripping with arrogance. The 4 founders never found it, but I did. I not only found it, but I entered it. Harry narrowed his eyes. He said nothing. The silence stretched. Both of them waited. Waited for the other to speak first. Voldemort broke first. Aren't you curious, Potter? Curious what's inside Avalon? Oh. Harry's voice was deliberately indifferent, as if humoring him. Go on, then. Potter, hiding behind a tombstone is no way to have a discussion. Come out. Face me. Harry snorted. Your welcome committee was 10 spells to the face the moment I landed. Forgive me if I don't feel particularly inclined to step into the open. We weren't friends before, Voldemort admitted smoothly, but you've proven your strength. Perhaps we could be. Harry scoffed. You really are a coward, aren't you? You're offering information about Avalon, Harry continued, so what is it you want in return? Yaxley told me your little plan this year wasn't to kill me. You wanted something else from me. The Death Eaters stirred. Yaxley. Their trusted Yaxley had betrayed the Dark Lord. I need your blood, Voldemort said plainly. Come out. Just a drop or 2. And I will tell you everything. Where Avalon is. What's inside it. He paused, then added. I'll even give you a hint. Inside Avalon, there is someone from your Potter bloodline. Someone with eyes like yours. Eyes like mine. Snake-like. A Witcher. Geralt. Don't bother hiding your thoughts from me, Potter. Voldemort chuckled softly. I know far more than you think. The founders? Avalon. You're searching because of him, aren't you? So. Voldemort pressed. It's a fair trade, isn't it? I just need a drop or 2 of blood. His voice turned velvety, dripping with persuasion. Come now, Potter. Come out. Look at me. See how weak I am. I cannot harm you. I promise, I will not let my followers attack you. Just, come out. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 220, Death. Harry cast Quen upon himself and reinforced it with Protego. The dim light of the graveyard was barely illuminated by a sliver of pale moonlight. He flicked his wand. Stepping out from behind the tombstone, he stood tall and unshaken. The Death Eaters stirred. Their grips tightened around their wands, as if waiting for something. Yes, that's it, Harry, Voldemort's voice was smooth, persuasive. Let's talk properly. Why not come a little closer? I am quite weak right now. I can't keep speaking so loudly. Step forward. Let's have a calm, reasonable conversation. The Death Eaters watched as the figure hesitated, then took a step forward, walking toward them. His robe swayed slightly, the sorting hat bouncing at his waist. Their eyes burned with anticipation. Voldemort's voice was full of delight. Mr. Potter, you are wise to make this choice. I believe we can. The closer the figure came, the softer Voldemort's voice grew. Suddenly, several Death Eaters raised their wands in unison. Nearby tombstones twisted and deformed, and with combined magic, they conjured a massive cage, trapping the approaching figure before he had a chance to react. Several others raised their wands. Those skilled in nonverbal magic cast their spells silently. The others shouted their incantations aloud. Red and orange flashes shot forward, precisely hitting the figure inside the cage. With a thud, he collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Did they succeed? Just like that. The Death Eaters were elated. One of them hurried forward to drag Potter's body out of the cage. Idiots. Fools. Voldemort screeched, his voice sharp with fury. That is a transfiguration construct. Transfiguration. He was in Gryffindor, and you didn't even consider that. A pack of fools. The Death Eaters trembled, standing in fearful silence. It seems, Tom, you never intended to have a proper conversation with me, Harry's voice rang out coldly from behind another tombstone. 70 years old, and still lying to a child. Voldemort shrieked, damn it. Catch him. The Death Eaters raised their wands again. Spells poured relentlessly toward the tombstone. A small white figure suddenly darted out from behind it. The Death Eaters instinctively aimed their wands. But at the last moment, they hesitated. Not again. Another decoy. Potter no longer resisted. There were no more transfigured objects blocking their spells. No counterattacks. Only the relentless barrage of curses reducing his hiding spot to rubble. Dust and smoke filled the air. One Death Eater flicked his wand, summoning a gust of wind to clear the area. Only to reveal emptiness. Nothing but shattered tombstones and a crater the size of a human head. No Potter. Where was he? Apparition. Impossible. Anti-apparition wards had been in place from the start. And Potter was only 15, he wasn't old enough to have learned it yet. One Death Eater turned sharply, tracking the white blur that had escaped earlier. Potter is there, he shouted, and the other spun toward the direction he pointed. The white figure, a white wolf, opened its mouth, dropping a wand to the ground. Before it could hit the dirt, a hand shot out and caught it. The white wolf transformed into Harry. No one had expected it. They had prepared their defenses for a frontal assault. But their flank was unguarded. Harry swung his wand. The tombstones around them trembled, morphing into iron serpents as thick as a human arm. They launched themselves into the air, fangs bared, striking at the Death Eaters. Engorgo. The second spell was aimed at the serpents themselves. Midair, they swelled exponentially, growing dozens of times their original size. Now as thick as 3 men embracing, they slammed down. A deafening crash shook the graveyard. One Death Eater, unable to dodge in time, was crushed instantly, his body reduced to a mangled mess of blood and flesh. 4 were dead from a single transfiguration spell. 8 remained, their fear growing. Idiots. Voldemort shrieked, still making no move to intervene. Use the spell I taught you. The remaining Death Eaters gritted their teeth and obeyed. They raised their wands and began chanting, deep, sinister incantations. Ard. Harry thrust his palm forward, releasing a shockwave. A blast of force surged out. But the Death Eaters didn't budge. An invisible shield surrounded them. Harry's Ard struck it, creating fractured ripples in the air, distorting their silhouettes. Bombarda. Harry cast a second spell, launching it at the barrier. Immediately following, another Ard burst forth. One after another. With a crack, the invisible shield shattered. But in that short delay, the 8 Death Eaters had completed their spell. They screamed in agony, their left sleeves bulging as something crawled beneath the fabric. From their collars, the black serpents of the dark mark slithered out, animated, hissing. The snakes moved with unnatural precision, slithering up their faces, sliding into their nostrils and ears, burrowing into their skulls. A sick, twisted transformation. Their auras flared, brimming with fury and raw power. One Death Eater raised his wand. Moments ago, he had struggled to lift heavy objects with magic. Now, he could effortlessly levitate the massive iron serpent that had crushed his comrades. Another Death Eater waved his wand. The 4 mangled corpses contorted, limbs twisting, flesh writhing. They stood up. Reanimated. Turned into inferi. The Death Eaters were stronger than ever, pressing Harry into battle. 8 transformed Death Eaters. 4 undead minions. The dark magic seemed to synchronize them, making them eerily coordinated. But the real danger, the one Harry kept his eyes on, was Voldemort, who still had not moved. For the first time in a long while, Harry found himself at a disadvantage. A fierce exchange of spells followed. Harry swung his sword, decapitating an Inferius. Only for the remaining 8 to hammer him with spells, again shattering his Quen barrier. Voldemort chuckled, a sound thick with amusement and arrogance. It's no use. Tonight, their power is limitless. I know your capabilities, Potter. Killing a dragon, impressive. Even in my 4th year, I may not have had such magical prowess. But my loyal followers, their strength now is enough to. Harry interrupted him. Is that so? You've been watching the Triwizard Tournament. And you actually thought I was using my full strength in that children's game. Voldemort's laughter stopped abruptly. Harry raised his wand. Magic surged. He cast a weather charm. A gust of wind howled. Thunderclouds thickened, heavy and low. Lightning crackled through the sky. Thunder rumbled. Large, heavy raindrops began to fall. With a single thought, he had changed the weather itself. The Inferi bared their rotting teeth, surging forward. They thrived in damp conditions, moving with renewed vigor. Expecto Patronum. A silver griffin burst forth, tearing into the Inferi. The 8 remaining Death Eaters faltered. The rain doused the last torches, plunging them into near-total darkness. Their vision was crippled. They fired blindly. Harry pulled out a potion. He downed it in a single gulp. His temple veins bulged. The potion roared through his bloodstream. Quen. A golden barrier flared to life, crackling with energy and lightning. 2 stunning spells struck. They sparked against the shield, utterly ineffective. Harry inhaled deeply. Time to end this.